Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Battle. Call. Ace's fists instantly transformed into elements. The power of Mera fruit completely exploded at this moment. The endless flames were all compressed and concentrated on Ace's fists. Bah. 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 The black-purple lightning film wrapped around him exploded instantly. Conqueror's Haki, all wrapped around the elementalized fists. Conqueror's Haki, the ultimate combination with Mera fruit. Ha ha ha, let's have a fun fight, Aokiji, Ace laughed. The corner of Aokiji's mouth also showed a heavy smile. Next moment. Whoosh, the figures of Aokiji and Ace disappeared instantly. The ground the two of them were standing on instantly shattered. Drink. Ace and Aokiji shouted at the same time and punched out their right fists at the same time. Boom. CC. The moment Ace and Aokiji's right fists collided, terrifying black-purple lightning and black lightning suddenly erupted from the place of collision. Boom. Violent energy burst out instantly. The earth, burning like purgatory, like the polar frozen soil, is shattered in an instant at this moment. Boom. Click. Click. The fire clouds and hail clouds in the sky rolled back crazily due to the terrifying collision here. In the clouds, roaring black and purple lightning flowed and roared. Under this terrifying collision, the sea set off waves of terrifying waves. The sky is rolling back, the earth is breaking, the sea is trembling. This is Haki's confrontation. Amazing, armament Haki, can actually collide with my Conqueror's Haki. Ace laughed, and a thicker black-purple color flashed between his eyes. I should be the one to say this. I have such an amazing Haki, Porcas d Ace. Aokiji exhaled a cold breath, and in his eyes, the cyan representing frozen fruit and the black representing armament Haki flashed at the same time, kata. The next moment, Ace and Aokiji's fists came out like raindrops. Bang. 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 The elementalization of ice wraps around armament Haki's fist, which is extremely thick. The elementalization of fire, entwined with the violent Conqueror's Haki's fist. In constant collision, every collision set off waves of strong winds. The violent fluctuations caused the entire island to shake. Aokiji and Ace only have fighting spirit in their eyes at this moment. Haki, devil fruit ability is at its ultimate at this moment. Boom. Have you been fighting for 5 days? On the merry, Nami stared blankly at the distant place, the ice and fire island that was half a world of ice and half a world of fire, and murmured in disbelief. At this moment, the melee was already quite far away from the ice and fire island. As for the reason? I saw that in the center of the ice and fire island, terrifying fluctuations continued to erupt. Black-purple lightning and black lightning continued to collide in the atmosphere. Ice and fire island is like purgatory at the moment. Countless burning earth fragments and frozen earth fragments are floating in the atmosphere with the terrifying fluctuations. Maybe the next moment, those earth fragments will be shattered in the collision of black-purple lightning and black lightning. But then, new fragments of the earth will rise from the ground in the terrifying fluctuations. The sky seemed to be torn apart by two invisible hands, and the rewinding sky seemed to be able to swallow everything. The surrounding sea area also set off waves of terrifying waves, and ships could not get close at all. Even from such a distance, the girls on Melee could feel the terrifying fluctuations coming from the center of the ice and fire island. This is the ultimate collision of Mera fruit and frozen fruit. It's between Ace and Admiral Aokiji Haki, a terrifying collision. And this terrifying collision has lasted for 5 full days. Advertisement. This is the Logia demon fruit power. After awakening, the nature transformed by them can be used by them. Not only can their devil fruit abilities be stronger, but they can also recover their physical strength from transformed nature. The long-lasting combat capability has reached the level of a sinner. Robin looked at the ice and fire island, which was like a restricted area of life, and said solemnly with a pretty face. It's just, so terrible. Looking at the ice and fire island where terrifying fluctuations were constantly coming from the distance, Lackey murmured. Compared to this, Enel's power is nothing. Is this the real top power in this sea? Ace. Kaya pursed her red lips and looked at the ice and fire island in the distance without blinking. Although Kaya has full confidence in Ace, she believes that Ace will never fail. But this horrific collision that lasted for 5 days still left Kaya's heart hanging. Don't worry, Ace won't lose. You haven't slept for 5 days and 5 nights, go get some rest. Nami patted Kaya on the shoulder. Even so, Nami and the other girls' beautiful eyes were all red. Obviously, they didn't sleep much in the past 5 days. No, I want to be here, Kaya said firmly. The whole body flashes with warm yellow light from time to time, restoring the spirit that is a little tired because of not sleeping in the past few days. Nami wanted to say something else, but the next moment. Call. The girls suddenly raised their heads, their beautiful eyes fixed on the ice and fire island in the distance. Collision, disappeared. Nami murmured, on the ice and fire island. Call. Under Ace's feet were pieces of broken and burning earth. Click. Click. Under Aokiji's feet were pieces of broken ice-covered ground. At this moment, this island has become shattered due to these 5 days of collision. If it weren't for the awakening power of Mera fruit and frozen fruit, I'm afraid this island would have been completely wiped off the map by this terrifying collision. Who? Ace panted slightly, his eyes flashed with thick purple-black color and color. This battle was a blast. Even with the blessing of nature after awakening from Mera fruit, I still feel that my body's functions are almost squeezed to the ultimate level. Who? Aokiji on the other side also kept panting. In the confrontation between Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, there will still be obvious disadvantages. After all, the level of Conqueror's Haki is just above Armament Haki. Therefore, the consumption of his physical energy and Haki is much greater than that of Ace. Nowadays, even with the natural blessing of frozen fruits awakening, physical strength and Haki are almost reaching their limit. If the fight continues, a sharp look flashed in Aokiji's eyes. Really want to separate life and death, Portkas, Ace. Aokiji looked at Ace with a cold face. Haki who has such amazing conquerors, you who have such courage. What is your purpose? Aokiji said solemnly, my purpose. When Ace heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I want to be the king of the world. Ace Haki laughed, and the black and purple lightning, which had been weakening, roared violently again. A king must move forward courageously. A king just wants to declare his ambition to the world. King of the world. Aokiji looked at Ace in disbelief. What a terrible ambition. No wonder Haki is able to possess this level of conquerors. Do you want this sea to go completely berserk, Portkas Ace? Aokiji roared angrily, exuding amazing east energy. Rampaging. So what? Ace heard this and laughed unscrupulously. Conqueror's Haki, amidst Ace's laughter, was actually climbing higher. This era will be called prosperity. Ace laughed and grabbed Conqueror's Haki, who was roaring in the atmosphere. In the end, all the Conqueror's Haki, under this grasp, were all concentrated on Ace's right fist. I will stop you. In this era, I must not go berserk because of you. Aokiji roared angrily, and all the remaining armament Haki in his body was concentrated on the elemental stone. Stop me. If you can, try it, Aokiji. Ace laughed, and in his eyes, one black eye flashed with a thick purple-black color. One black eye flashed with violent flames. The next moment, the color of flames and purple-black color suddenly merge. Boom. The endless fire domain surrounding Conqueror's Haki has arrived at this moment. Chapter 89. I will stand in the sky. Boom. As Ace's thoughts moved, the fire clouds in the sky began to shrink violently and vibrate. Whoosh. As the fire clouds contracted and vibrated, countless rain poured down, and this was not rain, but fire rain exuding horribly high temperatures. The earth was burning like purgatory. Under the water of fire rain, the burning fire suddenly became violent as if it had encountered a catalyst. The terrifying high temperature filled the entire space, and the flames filled every corner of the space. Bah! Pi! Suddenly, in the deepest part of that space, filled with terrifying flames, a violent black-purple color began to flicker. Next moment. Boom! Click! Violent black and purple lightning burst out instantly. This represents the most violent and supreme power in this sea. Conqueror's Haki, the entangled black and purple lightning, is actually merging with the sea of fire at this moment. Bah! Pi! The endless fire domain, above the flames at this moment, was actually filled with black and purple lightning. Boom! The violent energy caused the atmosphere to tremble, turning into fragments and shattering like a mirror. The entire ice and fire island was crumbling as if an earthquake had occurred. Ha! Conqueror's Haki is actually fused with the power of Mera fruit? Aokiji looked at this extremely violent and terrifying power, his eyes full of horror. This is not entanglement. This is Conqueror's Haki, fused with the power of Mera fruit. The violent Conqueror's Haki merges with the power of the Mera fruit, which represents the violence in Logia. Seeing the terrifying power that made the entire space tremble, cold sweat gradually flowed down Aokiji's forehead. God! This destructive power has exceeded Sakazuki's lava fruit. In the Devil Fruit illustrated book, the lava fruit eaten by Sakazuki is called the most offensive devil fruit. In sheer destructive power, lava fruit stands at the apex of all devil fruits. That's why Sakazuki is not afraid of any overlord-level character who can use Conqueror's Haki entanglement and can fight with him. But at this moment, Portkas Ace, this man, actually merged the abilities of Conqueror's Haki and Mera fruit. The destructive power of that flame has exceeded that of lava fruit. Aokiji's face was extremely solemn, and he slowly exhaled a cold breath. It's not over yet, Aokiji. Ace looked at Aokiji, who had a solemn face and was secretly accumulating the power of frozen fruit and armament Haki, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. This kind of power is enough to deal with ordinary admirals. But it's not enough to deal with Aokiji, one of the strongest admirals in history who can fight against the four emperors. Ace's eyes froze, and the muscles all over his body contracted. Buzz. The next moment, Ace's physical power surged out from every cell. At this moment, the physical power seemed to materialize, turning into a terrifying energy that could catch a dog. Bah! 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 All of Ace's physical energy was concentrated on Ace's left fist at this moment. With a violent thunder, Conqueror's Haki wrapped around it. Hikoku! Ace restrained this violent power that made the whole atmosphere tremble in his left fist, looked at the shocked Aokiji in the distance, and grinned. This is a mural of the giants. Seeing the terrifying energy condensed on Ace's left hand, which was like a shockwave, Aokiji's face was full of disbelief. It turned out to be Elbaf's most powerful spear, Hikoku. Portka's D-Ace, where did he learn this move? Moreover, shouldn't Hikoku require the combined efforts of two giants to be able to cast it? Could it be that it has been improved and optimized? There was a trace of cold sweat on Aokiji's forehead. What a heaven-defying talent. The giant race is a terrifying race that has existed on this sea for countless years. Elbaf, the giant kingdom where the giants are located, is recognized as the most powerful country in the world. Hikoku, this combined skill is regarded as an honor by the giants, and they call it the strongest spear of Elbaf. Can such a combined skill be improved so that it can be unleashed by a single person with a fist? And that, Mera Fruit's fire calendar fused with Conqueror's Haki. What a terrible man, what a heaven-defying talent, Portka's D-Ace. Aokiji's forehead was covered in cold sweat at the moment. He can no longer see through the future of Portka's D-Ace. Portka's D-Ace reminds Aokiji of a person, Rox D. Zebek. That 40 years ago, due to the absolute dominance of the sea. Today's four emperors, the strongest creature Kaido of the beasts, Born Monster, Big Mom, Charlotte, Linlin. And the man known as the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. All were former Rox crew members. At that time, he was the absolute overlord of the sea. The entire sea fell into riots. Marine was even forced to cooperate with Gold D. Roger to bury Rox. It is precisely because of Rox that Garp is called a marine hero. Is Portka's D-Ace the next Rox? Or is it more terrifying than Rox Zebek, the once absolute overlord of this sea? The same ambition to become the king of the world. Advertisement in this Aokiji looked at Ace standing in the center of the endless sea of fire, his expression shocked. A more terrifying talent than Rox D. Zebek. Although Aokiji has never seen Rox, Rox definitely does not have such a heaven-defying terrifying talent. At this age, he has the main level of power in this sea. Portka's D-Ace is definitely the first person in the history of this sea. Aokiji felt a tremor in his heart as he recalled some of the top-secret information he had read, and the terrible turmoil that Rox D. Zebek brought to the sea at that time. We can't let Portka's D-Ace continue to grow. Whoop, click, click, click. Aokiji's right arm is completely elemental. You're too dangerous, Portka's D-Ace. For a man like you, it would be more reassuring to stay at impelled down. Aokiji looked at Ace, who was in the center of the sea of fire, and said solemnly. Ha ha ha, impelled down? I don't belong in that kind of place. My future will be established in heaven. Ace Haki laughed. The black and purple lightning in the atmosphere became more violent as Ace laughed. Call. Aokiji slowly exhaled a breath of extremely cold air, and his eyes turned into ultimate cyan. Buzz. In the sky, the freezing clouds that were constantly raining hail were shrinking and shaking violently at this moment. As the clouds contracted violently, shook, and accompanied by astonishing freezing air, countless hail, ice, and snow fell from the sky. The astonishing freezing air permeates this space, and just one breath can turn a person into an ice sculpture. The entire frozen world began to go berserk at this moment. Frozen fruit awakens, the power of nature, fully activated. All the frozen air in the atmosphere was shrinking crazily towards Aokiji at this moment. Call. The terrifying freezing air that was enough to freeze the entire sea was now concentrated on Aokiji's elemental right arm. The terrifying freezing air even caused the atmosphere around Aokiji's right arm to freeze, releasing little splashes of water. Call. Aokiji slowly exhaled a breath of cold air. In his eyes, the green color of frozen fruit gradually faded away, and the black color representing the heavy armament Haki's ultimate flashed crazily. Armed. Aokiji gave a low shout. Armament Haki, who had been practicing for decades, was in the admiral position, and the energy he had accumulated completely exploded at this moment. Buzz. Armament Haki, which is extremely thick to the point of ultimate, wraps around Aokiji's elemental right arm, accompanied by bursts of whistling sounds. Aokiji's elemental right arm is dyed a thick jet black. You are indeed strong, Portka's D-Ace. Aokiji looked at Ace with a stern look on his face. Give you a few more years, and I won't be your opponent. But now, I will freeze you and send you impelled down. You are too dangerous to this world, Portka's D-Ace. Aokiji's eyes flashed with astonishing Haki, looking at Ace in the center of the sea of fire in the distance. This power is indeed very strong, whether it is the fusion of Conqueror's Haki and Mera Fruit. Hikoku, known as Elbaf's strongest spear, has been modified and can be used by one person. Each one is a terrifying attack that can only be performed by Admiral. However, he, Aokiji, is known as one of the strongest admirals in history. Able to fight head-on with the real overlords in this sea, the four emperors. Although he has always believed in lazy justice since the Ohara incident, his magnanimity has not weakened because of this. Instead, I am waiting for an opportunity to continue to strengthen. The armed Haki is also constantly getting stronger. Even facing Sakazuki, the lava fruit that is said to have the strongest attack power, Aokiji is not afraid. Aokiji admitted that Portka's D-Ace's talent was far superior to his. To possess admiral-level combat power at such a young age is something that has never happened before in this sea. But it is precisely because of his youth that Portka's D-Ace's power has not yet reached its peak. Aokiji was confident that he could win the two attacks in front of him. Send me to impel down. Ace's mouth opened slightly, and in the end, it turned into Haki's laughter. That's right, Aokiji is indeed powerful and can fight against the 4 emperors. Armament Haki's strength is also higher than his own. With these 2 separate attacks alone, they were no match for the terrifying power condensed in Aokiji's right arm. B. Do you think I did these 2 attacks just to show you my almighty power, Aokiji? In Ace's eyes, purple-black color that was as thick as ultimate flashed. Aokiji was shocked and his pupils shrank suddenly. Let me see this power. Ace laughed, grabbed the air with his right hand, and then clenched it into a fist. Buzz. Boom. The atmosphere was filled with astonishing high temperatures, and there was a terrifying sea of fire with violent black and purple thunder. Please give me flowers. Under Ace's grasp, it was compressed crazily. The endless violent sea of fire was condensed into a red, black, and purple film that wrapped around Ace's right fist. The great flame ring, falling from the bottom of the sea. Ace controls the violent energy in his right hand. Advertisement laughing. Then, under Aokiji's unbelievable gaze, Ace dropped Hikoku on his left hand and the great flame ring on his right hand, the seabed, and slowly approached. Call. Ace's eyes suddenly dimmed at this moment. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a broken land in front of him. On the broken earth, Luffy, Kid, Trafalgar Law, and Zoro were looking at this place with horrified expressions. Hey, give it a hit, Kaido. Holding a knife in his right hand, violent black and purple lightning began to condense. Ha ha ha, your legs and feet haven't deteriorated, have they, Mrs. 2? Holding a frightening mace, Haki laughed loudly. Who are you talking to about, Kid? Along with the loud laughter, the furious royal Haki began to rush onto Hazmi's sword crazily. Ha ha ha. He suddenly raised the frightening mace, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki that made the entire atmosphere begin to tremble began to entangle. Boom. The 2-4 Emperor's Conqueror's Haki made the entire island tremble. The clouds in the sky were rolling back crazily, and countless black and purple lightnings were flowing crazily among them. Hey, the big one is coming. Luffy looked at the concentrated terrorist attack here with a solemn face. Zoro, Kid, and Trafalgar Law all looked at the violent energy that was about to come out with cold sweats on their faces. Hi. The mace and sword Hazmi swung out violently, crossing each other violently. Boom. Boom. The violent shockwave of Conqueror's Haki, which contains 2-4 emperors, is like a prehistoric beast that has escaped from trouble, destroying everything in front of it. This is an unstoppable force of terror. Call. The next moment, Ace opened his eyes suddenly. Your understanding is heaven-defying, and you have some understanding through visualizing 4 emperors Kaido, Charlotte, Linlin's combined skill to dominate the sea. Deduce and comprehend exclusive skills. Use your right fist as a sword and your left fist as a spear. Hikoku, the great flame ring, the perfect combination of falling from the bottom of the ocean. The ultimate Conqueror's Haki, the ultimate release of physical energy, Mara fruit. Exclusive skill great flame ring, great flame ring. Ace yelled angrily and slammed his fists together. Left fist, Elbaf's strongest spear, face, right fist, Mara fruit, Conqueror's Haki and the iron fist inherited from Garp are dropped from the bottom of the sea. At this moment, 2 terrifying attacks merged, hi. Boom. Boom. A layer of black-purple lightning film wraps the terrifying flames of the violent ultimate. Among them, there is also a terrifying shockwave that represents the limit of power. Conqueror's Haki, physical energy, Mara fruit's ultimate release. Exclusive skill. Great flame ring, domination of the sea. Damn it. Seeing the shocking and terrifying shockwave, Aokiji's expression changed drastically. Unexpectedly, those 2 terrifying attacks merged again. Without any hesitation, frozen fruit, armament Haki, everything, with a sudden wave of Aokiji's hand, completely exploded at this moment. Iceblock Pheasantbeak, a terrifying ice crystal phoenix that seems to cover the sky and cover the earth, with a random wave of its wings, seems to be able to freeze the atmosphere, and is wrapped in extremely thick black ice. At this moment, with the wave of Aokiji's right arm, the atmospheric minister appeared. Call out. The ice crystal phoenix covering the sky and the earth, carrying an astonishing freezing air, suddenly collided with the oncoming violent shockwave of red, purple and black. Boom. The violent energy completely exploded at this moment. This is a complete collision between 2 overlord-level powers on this sea. Boom. The red, black and purple colors of Conqueror's Haki represent flames, and the black and blue colors represent freezing air and armament Haki. At this moment, they are like the 2 poles of the world, rising suddenly. The atmosphere suddenly shattered. The entire island and the surrounding sea are plunged into mass extinction. There is no life in the jungle on the island or in the surrounding seas that can survive this terrifying collision. The Mary in the distance, even at such a long distance, the violent collision of energy still caused the Mary to teeter. Well, what a terrible energy. With Nojigao at the helm and the help of the ship Spirit Mary, the Mary stood firm on the stormy sea. I don't know how long it took, but the energy in the distance gradually subsided, but that uninhabited island has disappeared. Under the collision of overlord-level forces, this small uninhabited island was wiped off the map. Ace. The girls stared blankly at the disappearing island, feeling extremely excited. Call out. But at this moment, a red figure fell from the sky. The girls were stunned for a moment, looking at that figure with tearful eyes. Ace. 4T Chapter 90. Unstoppable, an era destined to go berserk. Aboard the Mary. The warm yellow light enveloped Ace, treating a large area of frostbite on Ace's body. Kaya pursed her red lips and her beautiful eyes were red. And Ace. Gulu, Ace crazily stuffed the food lackey served into his mouth. It is fully absorbed and running with all its strength at this time, replenishing all the energy and all the food eaten into every cell of the body. At this time, every cell in Ace's body was like a hungry beast, swallowing up all the energy. Ace's body also recovered quickly from this devouring, and then became stronger. The food you cook is getting better and better, lackey. Ace's mouth was bulging with food, and he praised it while eating. Lackey didn't say anything, but kept bringing dishes of delicious food in front of Ace. Nami, Vivi, and Nokagao all looked at the frostbite on Ace's body with distressed expressions, their beautiful eyes turning red. This was the first time they saw Ace injured. Before this, no matter what kind of danger he encountered, Ace could easily resolve it. Whether it's Arlong or Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. Or on Sky Island, Enel eats the thunderfruit and becomes the incarnation of thunder. Ace can solve everything easily, but this time, Ace was injured, and not seriously. Toshigi also bit her red lip and looked at the frostbite on Ace's body without saying a word. Konus wanted to play the harp for Ace, but he couldn't muster the energy and looked at Ace blankly. Robin acted the most mature, but deep in her beautiful eyes, there was still a hint of worry and self-blame. Aokiji came here to find her traces. The atmosphere on the melee at this time seemed a bit heavy. At that time, Ace returned to the melee with flames burning all over his body. The girls were all very surprised and wanted to give Ace a hug as usual. But immediately, they saw a large area of 4, 2, 3 frostbite on Ace's body. The girls' eyes immediately turned red. Kaya immediately used the healing fruit to treat Ace, and Lackey prepared food for Ace. Nami and Vivi, following Kaya's instructions, applied medicine to Ace's frostbite. The other girls also gathered around Ace, with worried expressions on their faces. Sensing that the girls' emotions were not right, Ace ate a lot of food and regained some of his strength, and temporarily stopped eating. I said, "Why are you all like eggplants beaten by frost?" Ace swallowed the food in his mouth and looked helplessly at the beautiful girls. "Ace, you're hurt." Kaya bit her red lips and said with red eyes. "Isn't it normal to get injured in battle? This battle is really enjoyable, ha ha ha. And, didn't I have you, my ship's doctor?" Ace laughed when he heard this. It would be impossible to fight to the last moment with Aokiji, the strongest person in the ocean, without getting injured. As expected of Aokiji, the last blow was really cruel. Ace grinned as he saw a large area of frostbite on his body wrapped in the yellow light of the healing fruit. This feeling has been long gone. Trauma, pain, blood. This is fighting, this is killing. Even when I played against old man Garp, I never felt this way. This is a real fight between the same level. Ace even felt that with just a thought, the combat turtle breath technique could be fully operational. I will receive the greatest improvement in history during this operation. The corner of Ace's mouth curled up slightly. The harvest this time was really great. After hearing Ace's words, Kaya also calmed down and activated the healing fruit's ability to ultimate. The ability of frozen fruit after awakening is on top of my healing fruit. Even in your realm of understanding, Ace, I can only treat you to this extent. For the rest, you need to apply frostbite medicine every day, and it will take about a week to heal. Kaya bit her red lips, her face a little tense. Ha ha ha, it seems that I will have to follow my ship's doctor's instructions carefully in the next week. Ace heard this, smiled, and touched Kaya's long golden hair. Ace, Kaya raised her pretty face and looked at Ace's gentle smile, tears falling down her cheeks. Idiot, Aokiji is an admiral. The injuries he caused with all his strength will only take a week to heal. He is indeed my ship's doctor. Ace smiled gently. I will become stronger. Kaya looked at Ace, twitched her nose, and said with red eyes. The frostbite caused by the awakened frozen fruit cannot be cured immediately with Cure Satomi. But if her healing fruit is also awakened, she will definitely be able to heal Ace's injuries, right? Still have to work harder. Kaya clenched her little fists. Ace, you or Aokiji, who wins? Robin hesitated for a long time before asking with surging eyes. The girl's eyes immediately turned to Ace. Advertisement. Ace heard this, his eyes flickered, and in his mind, he recalled the last blow with Aokiji. In the final blow, the not-so-large uninhabited island could not withstand such a terrifying collision. It completely collapsed and was completely wiped off the map. Aokiji is indeed one of the most powerful admirals in history. Whether it's Haki or fruit abilities, Aokiji is now above him. If he hadn't used the great flame ring Hakai that combines Conqueror's Haki, physical energy, and the power of Maramara fruit, he would definitely be no match against Aokiji's final blow. But even so, Aokiji's blow that contained all the armament Haki and all the freezing energy after frozen fruit's awakening still put him at a disadvantage and caused him serious injuries. Of course, Aokiji isn't much better. In front of his own great flame ring, Bahai, he was also seriously injured. If we fight again, the next attack will definitely determine the winner and the loser will die. However, after this blow, Ace and Aokiji both tacitly chose to stop. Obviously, Aokiji, who was originally here to observe Robin's movements, did not choose to decide whether to live or die with Ace at this moment. Ace, West is so happy. Although Ace is confident that if there is a life and death fight, although the current overall strength is not as good as Aokiji. But the one who dies first must be Aokiji. But I still have the most powerful trump card, such as Mi Lu. But forcing a person of Aokiji's level to a dead end, what kind of price will he pay? Even his own observation Haki can't see the future. Ace will never underestimate a person who is the overlord of the sea who can fight head-on with the four emperors without Conqueror's Haki. But next time we meet, my regular strength will not be at a disadvantage, Aokiji. The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. It's considered a tie. Breaking away from the memories of the battle just now, Ace said with a smile. A tie? Robin murmured. Is the battle between Ace and the world government's highest combat power, Marine Admiral Aokiji, a draw? Robin bit her red lip. Although he always believed during the battle, Ace would definitely win the final victory. But after all, that is the highest combat power of world government, the Admiral of Headquarters. Until the last moment, Robin was still worried. Moreover, what Aokiji brought to Robin was a very deep shadow. The power that makes people despair in Ohara has penetrated deep into his heart, as if Aokiji is invincible. But now, her captain and Aokiji are fighting to a draw. There seemed to be a shadow in my heart that was wiped away by Ace. Ace, I want to become stronger, Robin looked at Ace and said seriously. Although her fighting talent is pretty good, there are too many people who are stronger than her in this sea. When Ace first joined the Entei Pirates, he once asked her if she needed to use the field of understanding to help her become stronger. Her answer at the time was that she was only interested in history and didn't care about improving her strength. But now, she has a reason to live besides finding the true history. Follow Ace, watch Ace, and become the king of the world. Ace wants to be the king of the world. As Ace's historian, he can't just have such a little power. We also want to become stronger, Ace. The Nami girls looked at each other, looking at Ace with determination on their pretty faces. Facing the Admiral of Headquarters, their strength was too weak and they could only watch Ace and Aokiji fight from a distance. The girls don't want to experience such a powerless feeling again. They are about to become the area of strength that Ace needs. Of course I will help you become stronger, but first. Ace stood up, looked at the girls and smiled. Let me get some sleep first. After I wake up, I will conduct individual customized special training for each of you. Ace looked at the girls and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The girls nodded heavily, but I heard what Ace said about the separate customized special training. Nami, Vivi, Kaya and Nuo Kagao, who had experienced it, had reddened eyebrows. But her beautiful eyes revealed determination and some expectation. Ace walked into his room, washed his body briefly, fell on the bed, covered his face with the quilt, and fell asleep. At this moment, the combat turtle breath method started to operate. The physique, Haki, at this moment, began to improve astonishingly. Call. Where the uninhabited island disappeared, on an ice-covered fragment, Aokiji sat here, looking at the sea and scratching his head. Ah la la, I really went a little too far. Aokiji exhaled a cold breath and covered the burns on his body with a layer of crystal. Compared with Ace who was treated by Kaya, Aokiji looked a little embarrassed at this time. There were considerable burns all over his body, and his suit was also burned a lot in the collision. Originally, I just wanted to come here to see how Nicole Robin was doing, and to see what kind of person Mr. Garp's adopted grandson, Porcas D. Ace, who was causing the uproar in the sea, really was. Unexpectedly, he was seriously injured. Well, I can take a little more vacation. Aokiji took out a phone and dialed the doctor, Naval Headquarters. Bru buru buru. In the marshal's office, Sengoku's phone rang suddenly. Aokiji? This guy actually called me? Advertisement? Sengoku was surprised when he saw the phone ringing. This lazy guy, if he didn't look for him, he would want to sleep every day, but he would even take the initiative to call himself? Click. Although surprisingly, Sengoku answered the call anyway. Aokiji, you guy, you actually take the initiative to call me? As soon as Sengoku opened his mouth, he vented his dissatisfaction with Aokiji's laziness. He is very optimistic about Aokiji becoming the next Marine Marshal, but he is so lazy. Marshal, I am very lucky to be able to make this phone call to you. Aokiji's lazy voice sounded, causing Sengoku's pupils to shrink suddenly. What do you mean? What happened? Sengoku said solemnly. Marshal, can you find a warship to pick me up? By the way, find a doctor and bring some burn medicine. Aokiji said helplessly. You are hurt? Sengoku said in disbelief. Well, I originally wanted to see how Nicole Robin was doing and what Mr. Garp's grandson, Porcas D. Ace, was like. As a result, I got burns all over my body. Aokiji scratched his head helplessly and did not hide it. You fought with Porcas D. Ace? And you were injured? Sengoku's voice rose in pitch and he yelled in disbelief. What a joke. Sengoku knows Aokiji's strength very well. Although it does not have the power of Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, but relying on the frozen fruit developed ultimate, the thick armament Haki, and the iron fist inherited from Garp. Enough to fight head-on with the real overlords of this sea, the four emperors. Such Aokiji was injured in the hands of Porcas D. Ace? Where's Porcas D. Ace? You froze him. Sengoku gathered his emotions. After all, it was understandable that Haki, the grandson of that old guy Garp, owned that Conquerors, would hurt Aokiji a little. Then Sengoku asked again. Well, freeze him, Marshal, you may think too highly of me. Aokiji said helplessly. What's the meaning? Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly. The battle between the two of us can be considered a draw. By the way, I used all my strength and didn't hold back. Aokiji's words caused ultimate shock to appear on Sengoku's face. Tai, Portka's D-Ace, and Aokiji became civilians after fighting? What a joke. Aokiji, he has complete mastery of the Conqueror's Haki-tangle. Before Sengoku could finish his words, Aokiji said something that made Sengoku unbelievable. Finished, completely mastered, Conqueror's Haki-tangle? Sengoku's eyes revealed Ultimate's horror. Doesn't this mean that Portka's D-Ace is a dominant figure who can reign as king on this sea? Well, and his crew members. Before Sengoku could recover, Aokiji told the whole story. Sand fruit, thunder fruit, birdsong 5.8 fruit phantom beast plus Suzaku form. Sengoku looked at the phone bug with a dull expression on his face. It is said to be one of the invincible abilities even in Logia. In terms of comprehensive ability, it is superior to Sakazuki's lava fruit and Perusolino's sparkling fruit. In fact, it actually appeared, and fell into the hands of the Entei pirates? And the Suzaku form of the bird fruit, a phantom beast, which is comparable to the Four Emperors Kaido, also fell into the hands of the Entei pirates? And Crocodile's sand fruit, plus Portka's D-Ace's Mera fruit. God. The devil fruit possessed by the Entei pirates can already be compared with the strongest combat power of their entire marine. Coupled with Portka's D-Ace, that is the power that can draw a tie with Aokiji. This is simply the configuration of the Four Emperors pirate group. No, based on the quality of devil fruit alone, it is more powerful than any of the Four Emperors pirate groups today. What the hell are you kidding? Portka's D-Ace has just entered the Grand Line and already has the strength to become the Four Emperors. At this moment, Sengoku was covering his forehead with a splitting headache. However, Portka's D-Ace is still an unscrupulous man. Has the sea repeatedly fallen into riots? Well, that's it anyway, Marshal, I've told you my location. Find a warship. After Aokiji finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Aokiji looked at the sea and sighed heavily. After the last collision, if you want to decide the winner. Then in the next collision, he and Portka's D-Ace will definitely be able to determine the outcome and decide who lives and who dies. Although in the end, he gained a certain upper hand by relying on his stronger Haki and fruit abilities. But how does he feel that he will be the one who dies? There is no way to stop it. This era is about to go berserk because of Portka's D-Ace. Chapter 91. Momosagi Gion, The Shocking Horror, Naval Headquarters. Inside an office. Ha ha ha, I haven't slept in 3 days, and I still have 10 short of the record for the most donuts I have ever eaten. On the couch, Garp was laughing with a bag of donuts. You're so boring, Garp. If you have the energy, why not go to the sea and catch some pirates? Because Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, was killed, the activities of pirates in the sea became more rampant. This sea has begun to become turbulent because of your adopted grandson, Portka's D-Ace. Opposite Garp, Chief Staff Officer, he said in a deep voice. The Shichibukai system, originally world government, was established to balance the shortage of manpower in naval headquarters caused by the era of great pirates started by Pirate King Gold D. Roger. Naval headquarters, Shichibukai, and Four Emperors maintain a delicate balance on the sea. But now, Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, is dead. In order to downplay the impact, the world government did not announce the true cause of Crocodile's death, but gave the credit to Smoker and Hina who reported it, promoting them to Naval Headquarters Commodore. Although the impact was downplayed, due to this, countless pirates on the sea began to be eager to try. The existence of Shichibukai is to use the fame and strength of these 7 great pirates to intimidate pirates on the sea. As a result, Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, was killed by 2 Marine colonels according to the information released by Marine. Shichibukai's power was immediately questioned. Countless pirates want to replace him. After all, becoming a Shichibukai means you can gain legal rights to plunder and enjoy the privileges granted by the world government. This is a dream for many pirates. There are many ambitious people who also hope that becoming a Shichibukai will serve as a stepping stone for them to fulfill their ambitions. Originally, the world government was thinking of immediately finding a prestigious big pirate to inherit Crocodile's seat and deter those who were eager to try on the sea. However, during the Shichibukai meeting, it was interrupted by a call from Portka's D-Ace, who actually released Conqueror's Haki in the Holy Land Ryujin, causing the Holy Land to fall into chaos. It has also put Shichibukai's candidacy decision on hold until now. Ha ha ha. You are indeed my grandson. Garp slapped his thigh and laughed. Garp 29, this is not the time to laugh. Do you know how much trouble your grandson has caused us? As a marine hero, you also have to shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the balance of the sea. Next to he, a tall and beautiful woman with a beauty mark on her chin, a spider tattoo on her long fair legs, and wearing the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral said loudly. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral Alternate, Momosagi, Gion. Ha ha ha, let that kid Kuzan handle this kind of thing, isn't it because of his accent? I am just a Vice Admiral, and I leave the responsibility of maintaining the balance of the sea to you young people, ha ha ha. Garp ate another donut in one bite and laughed. Aokiji Admiral? He can't be contacted at all? He probably learned his laziness from you, Garp. Hearing this, Gion's eyes twitched, he looked directly at Garp, and his tone rose a few degrees. When Aokiji was young, he was under Garp's command, and he inherited Garp's iron fist. It is no exaggeration to say that Aokiji is a disciple of Garp. As a marine hero, Garp is so lazy. The admiral of headquarters who was brought out by Garp was also very lazy. Gion really didn't know what to say. Because Portka's Dace acted recklessly on the sea, the garbage on the sea began to move. She will be crazy busy during this period of time. As a result, a marine hero broke the record for eating the most donuts here, and an admiral of headquarters went to be lazy somewhere. At this time, Gion hoped that Marshal Sengoku would suddenly appear and reprimand this lazy marine hero. After all, in naval headquarters, only Marshal Sengoku has the qualifications and energy to reprimand Garp, who is a marine hero and has been promoted to admiral many times. As for he, whom she regarded as her sister, the older he was no longer as hot-tempered as when he was young, and he didn't care much about these things. One or two of them are so disturbing. He covered his forehead and said helplessly. Boom! Suddenly, the office door was opened violently. Garp, Tsuru, and Gion all widened their eyes when they saw the person appearing. Marshal Sengoku. Gion's beautiful eyes lit up as he looked at Sengoku, who was lowering his head and panting. Could it be that her prayer just now worked? But why is there something wrong with Marshal Sengoku's appearance? Hey, Sengoku, I'm about to break the record for most donuts eaten in a row. Are you here to congratulate me? Ha ha ha. Garp looked at Sengoku and laughed heartlessly. Ho, ho. Sengoku raised his head panting, veins popping out on his forehead. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku's eyes suddenly turned red. What a joke, you be asterisk 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 d. Garp. Sengoku's feet flashed and he appeared right above the stunned Garp. The clenched fist was actually wrapped with violent black and purple lightning. Boom. Advertisement. The entire office, and even the entire marine building, began to shake violently. Conquerors. Do you want to kill me? Sengoku. Garp, who struggled to dodge at the last moment, looked at Sengoku and roared. Although he and Sengoku often have disputes over some quarrels and fights are common. But it's all about the point. Not to mention Conqueror's haki winding, even armament haki is rarely used. But now Sengoku, this B asterisk 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 D, actually used Conqueror's Haki-tangle upon meeting. This B asterisk 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 D, do you want to kill him? Sengoku, what happened? Why are you so angry? Looking at Sengoku standing in the ruins with blood-red eyes, he was also very puzzled. Although Sengoku sometimes doesn't behave like a marshal, he is still very reliable and measured at critical times. Why is it that when I saw Garp today, it was like meeting an enemy, and he used the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement? Yes, Marshal, although Garp is lazy here, his adopted grandson also caused the crocodile incident. But that's not the case. Gion also spoke. Although she very much hopes that Marshal Sengoku can teach her a lesson, Garp is still lazy here because of the huge workload. But in any case, the battle between the Marshal and the Marine hero in the naval headquarters using Conqueror's Haki entanglement is too much. Not that much. After hearing Crane and Gion's persuasion, Sengoku's blood-red eyes faded a little, but he still looked at Garp fiercely. Do you know what happened to your adopted grandson, Portka's Dace? Garp? Sengoku roared. Isn't it just to kill Crocodile? That boy Crocodile actually did something like that in Alabasta. What's wrong with killing him? And haven't you settled this matter with me a long time ago? When Garp heard this, he pressed his nose nonchalantly. Who said anything about this? Sengoku roared. Aokiji fought against your adopted grandson, Portka's Dace. Now, the injury is serious. Sengoku stared at Garp and said solemnly. He and Gion's pupils shrank suddenly. Ha ha ha, did you fight against that boy Ace? And got injured all over? You were really strong, that brat. Garp's eyes were also slightly shocked, but not as shocked as Tsuru and Gion. Ace, he grew up watching him. Ace's talent, to this day, Garp has not seen where Ace's upper limit is. Ace, but Conqueror's Haki was awakened at birth, a born king. At the age of 7, he learned the strongest power in the sea, Conqueror's Haki entanglement. And that, like the Flame King, when Ace was 7 years old, he was caught off guard and injured. Those who have exceeded the upper limit of Mera Fruit's abilities will be cremated with one knife. Ace's current strength can hurt Aokiji. Although Garp is shocked, it is not surprising. Are you kidding? Portka's Dace has completely mastered Conqueror's Haki-tangle. Mera Fruit also completed its awakening. Aokiji didn't hold back at all and fought with him with all his strength, but the fight ended in a draw and both sides were injured. Do you know what that means? Garp, looking at you like this, you obviously know a lot about your grandson, why don't you tell me? B asterisk 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 D. How many things are you hiding from me? Sengoku looked at Garp's shocked but not surprised look and immediately became angry. Pulling Garp's neck, saliva flew everywhere. Complete mastery of Conqueror's Haki-tangle? Mera Fruit, wake up? The fight with Aokiji Admiral ended in a draw? Both sides ended up injured? Gion's beautiful eyes were dull. These words, like thunder, exploded in her mind. Aokiji, although lazy, believes in the justice of laziness. But there is no doubt about Aokiji's strength. As the leader of the Dove faction, His terrifying strength can even face the overlords of this sea, the four emperors of New World. Portgas d'Ace and Aokiji, who tried his best, ended up in a draw, and both sides were injured. Doesn't this mean something? Portgas d'Ace has the power to dominate the sea. Crane's eyes shook. Having fully mastered Conqueror's Haki-tangle, Mera Fruit also completed its awakening, and was able to fight to a draw with Aokiji, who was attacking with all his strength, but ended up with both parties injured. There is no doubt that Portgas d'Ace possesses overlord-level strength in this sea. Able to fight head-on with the four emperors of New World. Incredible. Crane's eyes were extremely shocked. Although during the Shichibukai meeting, she knew that Garp's grandson was powerful through the Conqueror's Haki he released. But how is it possible to be so powerful? You have just entered the Grand Line, and you have not even finished the first half of the voyage, but you already have the power to dominate the sea? Advertisement. What else do you know about Portgas d'Ace? Tell me everything, Garp. Aokiji was seriously injured. Do you know what a big problem it is for Marine? Sengoku had veins popping out on his forehead as he yelled at Garp. There are 3 admirals in the naval headquarters, which is Marine's absolute strategic level combat power. This department needs an admiral to guard it all year round, and the Holy Land of Ryujin also needs an admiral to guard it. The last one, Admiral, serves as a strategic level mobile force to deter the sea. But now, Xing Pheasant, injured. This means that in a short period of time, Marine's strategic level mobile combat power is gone. If this situation is revealed to the outside world, Marine will be in big trouble. The 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and the careerists hiding in the dark. These people knew that if Marine temporarily lost a mobile strategic level force, they would definitely take action. The sea will riot. Well, if you want to know, then I'll tell you. Garp looked at Sengoku, whose eyes were red, and said helplessly. Now that Ace already has the strength to tie with Aokiji, it means that Naval Headquarters has no way to defeat Ace. Saying things about Ace has no impact on him. Intelligence. This kind of thing has no meaning to the real overlords in this sea. Of the 4 emperors, which one's information has not been thoroughly studied by Marine? In fact, it is precisely because of the intelligence of their power that the world does not dare to challenge the majesty of the king. After thinking about it, Garp slowly told Ace's life except for his life experience with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. The Conqueror's Haki was born with awakening. He mastered the Conqueror's Haki-tangle at the age of 7. As soon as he obtained the Mera Fruit, he was able to break through the upper limit of the Devil Fruit itself. Sengoku, Tsuru, and Gion were completely stunned. What kind of monster is this? In this sea, once you fully master it, you will be able to have the overlord-level strength to rule the world. The most powerful Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, you can do it at the age of 7? It can also break through the upper limit of Mera Fruit, making the power of fire more terrifying than Sakazuki's Lava Fruit. 150. Compared with Portgas d'Ace, the talents of the current 3 Admiral, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu in this department all seem so mediocre. Yes, Admiral's talent is mediocre. This is like a joke from hell. Those 3 people are called the most powerful Admiral of Headquarters in history. Each one of them is called a monster by people of the same age. But in front of Portgas d'Ace, their talents were simply mediocre. What a terrifying talent. Wait a minute, Garp. Are you saying that the process by which Portgas d'Ace obtained the Mera Fruit was like the Mera Fruit being attracted to him? Suddenly, Sengoku thought of something and his expression changed. A look of fear flashed through his eyes. Could it be? Indeed, he found it on the belly of a sea kings during a fishing trip. Mera Fruit, at that time, seemed to be parasitic on the sea kings in order for Ace to find it. Garp also found it incredible. Do you know what devil fruit the crew of Portgas d'Ace has? Sengoku's lips trembled a little, as if he knew something. If it was really what he thought, then Portgas d'Ace would be too terrifying. Not only its strength, but also the power it can gather will reach a terrifying level. Garp, Tsuru, and Gion were shocked when they saw Sengoku showing such an expression. Can make Martial Naval Headquarters show such an expression? Thunderfruit, Sand Fruit, Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species Suzaku-shaped outfit. Sengoku's lips trembled. Every time they say Devil Fruit's name, Tsuru and Gion's hearts tremble. Thunderfruit, which is known as one of the invincible abilities even in Logia. And the Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species Suzaku form that is comparable to 4 emperors, Kaido of the beasts. There are also Crocodile, Sand Fruit. Crane muttered in disbelief. Devil Fruit, as a secret treasure in this sea, can have incredible power to anyone who eats it. A powerful devil fruit can create a terrifying strong man. For example, Whitebeard's Shock Fruit. Without Shock Fruit, Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki would still be 4 emperors, but it would definitely not be called capable of destroying the world. Man. And Kaido of the Beasts is called the strongest creature in the world precisely because it possesses the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. The 3 admirals of headquarters of this generation, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji. It is precisely because of the possession of lava fruit, sparkling fruit and frozen fruit, which are extremely powerful even in Logia. Only then can they be called the strongest admiral in history. Now the devil fruit owned by these crew members under Portgas d'Ace can directly compete with the top level of the entire marine. Etc. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and a look of fear appeared in his pupils. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Chief Staff Officer, Crane. It seemed as if he had seen something terrible, and the ultimate fear appeared in his eyes. Advertisement Chapter 92. Demon Fruit Power Army. The strongest in history. At this time, Buddha Sengoku, who is known as the resourceful general and marshal of the Naval Headquarters, has eyes full of shock at this moment, and even a hint of shock. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the chief advisor known as Marine's Brain, Crane, seemed to have seen something terrible at this moment, and his expression was gloomy. This kind of attitude has never appeared on the two top Marines at the same time. Sister he, Marshal, what on earth is this? Guillaume looked at Sengoku and he who looked gloomy, and noticed something was wrong, and asked hurriedly with deep uneasiness. Sengoku and Suru are the lieutenant colonels and brains of the entire Marine. She had never seen two people lose their composure at the same time because of one thing. Sengoku, Crane, you guys. Garp also frowned and looked at Sengoku and he. What did these two people discover about Ace from what he just said? Mara fruit, thunder fruit, bird fruit, phantom beast species Suzaku form, these three extremely precious devil fruits were all obtained by the Entei pirates. In other words, these three devil fruits were obtained by Portka's Ace. The look of shock in Crane's eyes became more and more intense. And the rest of his crew, Paramecia devil fruit, who can control vocals, and Paramecia devil fruit, who can heal injuries and diseases. They are also very precious and powerful abilities, corresponding to musicians and ship doctors respectively. So many devil fruits were all obtained by Portka's Ace. Devil fruits, especially the powerful devil fruits. It's still a devil fruit that perfectly fits the field of ability users. The amount of devil fruit he possesses and the preciousness of the devil fruit can be compared to our entire naval headquarters. Even the 4 emperors in the New World and the 4 emperors pirate group who have dominated so many on this sea can't do such a thing. Could it be that these precious devil fruits were all attracted from the sea by Portka's Ace using some special ability? Crane's voice became heavier and heavier. If it is true, doesn't it mean that devil fruit is a powerful and extremely precious devil fruit? For Portka's Ace, it can be said that it is as much as it wants. The most interesting thing is the sand fruit that Crocodile once owned. Sengoku gritted his teeth and veins popped out on his forehead. After devil fruit dies, the abilities it possesses will disappear with the death of the Esper. After a while, it will appear again somewhere on the sea. But this kind of appearance will never appear at the place where the ability user dies. The government has indeed discovered that there is technology that can regenerate devil fruit power when demon fruit power dies. 4 Emperors Kaido is conducting such research and wants to create a devil fruit army composed of ability users. Why? But that's only for the most common zone devil fruit. Paramecia, especially the most precious and rare Logia devil fruit, the process of their emergence is still a mystery. However, the Entei pirates, or Portka's Ace, unexpectedly acquired Crocodile's Logia, sand fruit abilities right after his death. Those extremely precious devil fruits in his hands, there is absolutely no such coincidence. Portka's Ace has the ability to track devil fruit and obtain devil fruit from dead Esper. Portka's Ace, he can hunt the most powerful and precious devil fruit that stand at the top of this sea. Portka's Ace is building his own devil fruit army. That will be many times more powerful than the Zone Devil Fruit Legion that 4 Emperors Kaido is building. The Devil Fruit Legion possesses the most powerful and precious ability in this sea. Sengoku's whole body began to tremble and he growled. How terrible. Such a thing is really terrible, but only this explanation can explain why so many precious and powerful devil fruits were all obtained by the Entei pirates and Portka's Ace. Eliminate all possibilities, no matter how unreasonable or incredible, what is left is the answer. Portka's Ace can hunt demon fruit power, from them, obtain those extremely precious and powerful devil fruit abilities. Portka's Ace can also obtain the most powerful devil fruit at the top of this sea through attraction. Give him time, and he will be able to create a pirate group that is even more powerful than the 4 emperors in New World today. After Guillaume listened, the expression on his pretty face changed again, and his beautiful eyes were full of ultimate shock. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his delicate body trembled and he looked at Garp with a complicated look on his face. Hey, Garp, create a demon fruit power army. This kind of thing seems to have happened once in history, right? The reason why you are called a marine hero. Guillaume's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Rocks. Garp showed a complicated smile. That 40 years ago, this sea was unique in an absolute sense. No, Portka's Ace will be more terrifying than rocks. Rocks Zebek doesn't have the ability to track devil fruit from the depths of the sea. There is no Portka's Ace, who learned Conqueror's Haki-tangle at the age of 7, and possessed the terrifying talent of the main level in this sea at the age of 17. Give Portka's Ace time, he will be able to create a more terrifying one than the former overlord, Rock's Pirate. The most powerful and terrifying pirate group in the history of this world. Sengoku trembled when he thought that all the powerful devil fruit abilities standing at the top of this sea were taken under the command of Portka's Ace. The former Rock's Pirate almost overturned the sea. A pirate group more terrifying than the Rock's Pirate? Advertisement, Garp. You be ****************. What kind of monster did you breed? And made him a pirate. That will be one that can subvert this sea and bring a huge threat to justice. The most vicious terrorist force that is superior to the 4 emperors of the New World and the 4 emperors pirate group today. Sengoku growled. However, Portgas d'Ace is still an unscrupulous man. Step into the grand line from it, kill Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, and release Conqueror's Haki in the Holy Land Mariajoy during the Shichibukai conference. You can see what an unscrupulous man this is. Ace is not what you think, he is a kind and good boy. Has everything he done harmed the people? Rather, Ace, he also saved the village of Kokoja, which was ruled by Arlong, and Alabasta, which was harmed by Crocodile. These things are all Marine's huge faux pas. After hearing this, Yinpu couldn't bear it anymore. Ace, whom he watched grow up, has long been regarded as his own child. Garp has been silently paying attention to everything that happened since Ace went overseas. Also, the joy of Tianfen. Even though he became a pirate, he was still the Ace he had grown up with. Since going to sea, he defeated Arlong and saved Kokoja village and surrounding villages that were violently ruled by Arlong in collusion with the local marine branch. Crocodile entered the Grand Line and wiped out one of the Shichibukai. He used despicable means to turn Alabasta into a pirate country and achieve his ulterior motives. Saved Alabasta. Such an Ace is said to be extremely vicious and poses a huge threat to justice? Garp, I will never admit it, and I will never allow anyone to say that about Ace. Garp. You? Sengoku was speechless by the rebuke, veins popped out on his forehead, and he glared at Garp. Garp didn't flinch at all this time and glared at Sengoku with his eyes wide open. Okay, can you two solve any problems by quarreling? If you keep messing around again, I'll clean you two up and make you calm down. Looking at Garp and Sengoku, who were fighting each other like a bullfight, Haru rubbed his forehead in pain and said loudly. A marshal, a marine hero, the two souls of marine are here to compete with each other, how unbecoming it is. Hearing what Crane said, Sengoku and Garp shuddered at the same time. Crane's washing fruit ability can turn people and objects into clothes that can be hung to dry after washing. When the two of them were young, they were frequently cleaned by cranes using their fruit washing abilities. I do have a proposal. Seeing Sengoku and Garp calm down slightly, Crane's eyes flickered. Sengoku and Garp looked at their old friend, the great advisor to the entire marine brain. Guillaume's beautiful eyes also had an eager look. According to the inferences of Marshal Sengoku and Sister Crane, Portgas d'Ace, that man is really too dangerous. The sea will definitely fall into unprecedented riots. This is a difficult thing to accept for Guillaume who wants to protect justice. In the end, how can it be solved? How about making Portgas d'Ace a Shichibukai? He said solemnly. Sengoku and Guillaume were all shocked. Let Portgas d'Ace, who killed Crocodile, take the dead crocodile seed and become the 7 warlords of the sea. Garp didn't say anything. It wasn't because he didn't want Ace to become Shichibukai. In fact, he wants Ace to become a Shichibukai more than anyone else. Pooh thought about this the day Ace went to sea and became a pirate. After all, Ace's life experience will sooner or later make him fall into a huge Uzumaki. If you can become a Shichibukai, it will be an extra layer of protection. However, Garp, who knew Ace very well, knew that this was impossible. Ace, with his extremely ambitious ambitions, how could he become the 7 warlords of the sea? It's a bit impossible, Crane. Let Portgas d'Ace, who killed Crocodile, become a Shichibukai. Do you think there will be any obstacles from the government? As long as it is beneficial to them, is it possible to let the person who killed Shichibukai become Shichibukai? His words made Sengoku silent. Those in the government will indeed not refuse. But Portgas d'Ace, Haki who has that level of conquerors. His courage and ambition are absolutely rare in history. Other pirates want to become Shichibukai and gain the privileges granted by the government. But this is completely meaningless to a man like Portgas d'Ace. Moreover, there's Nicole Robin on his boat, Sengoku said solemnly. Advertisement. But always you have to try, even if you can't make him become a Shichibukai, at least use this thing to slow him down a little. It can be regarded as asking for directions. Let's see how far his ambition is. As for Nicole Robin, we can sit down and talk about it. Facing such a maritime overlord, if he promises to do something outrageous without using Nico Robin's knowledge, the world government will also make some concessions. The most important thing is, besides this method, what other methods can we use? Naval Headquarters is now unable to deal with Portgas d'Ace. He said in a deep voice. Sengoku suddenly fell silent when he heard this. Yes. What he said is true. Naval Headquarters is no longer able to deal with Portgas d'Ace. Portgas d'Ace, without a doubt, already possesses overlord-level strength in this sea. To deal with this overlord of the sea, 1 admiral is definitely not enough, 2 admirals are needed. This is absolutely impossible. Not to mention Aokiji is injured now. Even if he was not injured, Naval Headquarters would not be able to dispatch 2 admirals for Portgas d'Ace. After all, what Naval Headquarters needs to face directly is the 4 emperors of the New World. Send out 2 admirals. God knows what crazy things those crazy people on the sea will do while the Naval Headquarters and the Holy Land Mariajoy are empty. Moreover, to deal with Portgas d'Ace and his subordinates, who possess many precious and powerful demon fruit powers. It's not as simple as chasing an ordinary pirate. This is an all-out war against a maritime hegemonic force. Admiral, there is a risk of serious injury or even death. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, there may be many casualties. This is a price that today's Marines absolutely cannot afford. Taking into account all the current circumstances, Naval Headquarters is indeed unable to deal with Portka's D-Ace. This is why you told all the information about Portka's D-Ace, Garp. Looking at Garp, who was looking straight at him, veins appeared on Sengoku's forehead. Information about combat power is sometimes not a weakness. Rather, it is a terrible deterrent. This old guy Garp, despite his usual rude behavior, is like a mirror in his heart. Tell all the information about Portka's D-Ace's combat power so that Naval Headquarters will not dare to act rashly. Does this B************* do you want to find a balance between family and justice? Okay, then I'll send a Shichibukai invitation to Portka's D-Ace. Wangs, Garp. You do this, Sengoku looked at Garp and said solemnly. What? Me? Garp looked at Sengoku blankly. If you don't go, who else can go? Are you going to send a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral? What if Portka's D-Ace doesn't like it and kills him directly? Aokiji is still injured, because the dog and Kizaru need to guard the headquarters in the holy place Mariajoy. By the way, hurry up and pick up Aokiji on your warship. Remember to bring the ship's doctor and burn medicine. Seeing Garp's stunned expression, Sengoku felt happy in his heart. This B****************** D caused him so much trouble. Garp's son, now the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey, D. Dorag. And now the grandson adopted by Garp has grown into a dominant figure on this sea, Portka's D-Ace. If he hadn't seen that this B*********** D was a marine hero and an old friend, he would have imprisoned this B******** D and impelled down. Go if you want, but I can't guarantee you'll be invited. Garp pressed his nose and broke the jar. It just so happened that he also missed Ace and happened to go see Ace. HMPH, regardless of whether the invitation comes or not, at least bring a message to Portka's D-Ace. Don't let this sea completely riot, do you understand? You B************** D. Sengoku growled. Fortunately, although Portka's D-Ace acted recklessly, he was not as crazy as Rock's D. Zebek in the past. Moreover, on Marine's side, Garp also spoke to him. At least, the sea cannot be completely rioted at this time. Marine requires more preparation time, snort. Garp didn't answer, waved his cloak of justice and walked outside. Portka's D-Ace, Momosagi murmured as he watched Garp leave. This is a new overlord of the sea, an overlord-level figure who can directly communicate with Naval Headquarters. A few days later, we boarded the Mary. Ace and the others arrived at the place pointed by the record pointer. Chapter 93. Special Individual Training for the Girls. Melly. The sailing route is correct. We should reach the next island on the record pointer soon. Nami stood on the bow of the boat, looking at the calm sea, with a happy smile on her pretty face. It feels like a dream to be able to use her navigation skills to sail on this sea with her friends, and to be able to fulfill her dream and draw a sea map of the whole world. The most important is, Nami unconsciously looked at Ace not far away from the corner of his eye, who was wearing a cloak carefully sewn by Kaya and drinking black tea carefully blended by Lackey. Her pretty face blushed unconsciously. How could Ace, a bad guy, be so specially trained? Thinking of these days, Ace's customized special training for her, Nami's heart was filled with confusion. Although the strength is indeed much stronger, such a thing does not look like special training, right? Also, using Thunderfruit's ability and controlling it to the point where it's just tingling is the best way to practice Thunderfruit's ability. Nami's face turned red and she pursed her red lips, as if she was thinking about something. Her beautiful eyes are like waves, with a touch of flavor that she didn't have before. I said, I've already recovered, so I don't need to wear this cloak and drink black tea, right? With such nice weather, shouldn't we have a glass of cold beer? Ace looked at Kaya and said calmly. No, Ace, your recovery speed is beyond my expectation, but you still have to be careful not to leave any hidden dangers. Kaya sat opposite Ace, holding a medical book and looking at it nonchalantly. Her face was so red that she didn't dare to look at Ace. But after hearing Ace's words, he suddenly became anxious and said with a cute little face. But immediately, Kaya and Ace looked at each other, their angelic faces turning red again. In her mind, she recalled the special training Ace gave her during this period of sailing. Although, the strength is indeed much stronger, but Ace, a bad guy, has no such training. What else can I say? The mouth and tongue are the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Although her iron body training has made her strong, as a strong person, she must not have the slightest weakness. In my mind, that feeling of admiration appeared again. Kaya blushed horribly, burying her pretty face in the medical book and not daring to look up. Her little tongue touched her red lips, as if she was remembering something, and then Kaya's pretty face turned even redder. Lackey and Konus on the side saw the abnormality of Kaya and Nami, and their pretty faces turned red. Although Ace's targeted training for them is relatively normal. But they also noticed something. Konus and Lackey looked at Ace, their eyebrows slightly red. The captain is so poorly managed by the crew. Ace lay on the table and said listlessly, but there was a thick smile on the corner of his mouth. Snort. Vivi wrinkled her nose cutely towards Ace, and then hid behind Nokagao, 620. This bad guy. It is said that exercising sand fruit requires precise control of the ability to absorb water. It is really bad. Vivi's pretty face was red, she hid behind Nu Okagao, pursed her red lips, and was thinking about something. Nokagao temporarily entrusted all the control rights of the melee to the ship spirit melee. Seeing Ace vomiting his bitterness and acting obediently after getting an advantage, his mature and pretty face turned red and gave Ace a dirty look. This scoundrel, when giving her individual special training. It is said that the most important thing for a sniper is hand speed and coordination with breathing. Nuoki Gaochao's face turned red, and she bit her red lips, as if she was remembering something. Her pretty face no longer had the usual maturity and stability. Robin, who was reading a history book, put down the history book in his hand, his pretty face blushing slightly. She was very aware of the special training Ace had given the girls. Ace didn't stop her from using her fruit ability to detect. Maybe you want to familiarize her with it in advance? Robin drank some black tea to cover up his inner emotions at the moment. However, I have really become a lot stronger. Robin drank black tea, her beautiful eyes twinkling slightly. According to what Ace said to himself, among the girls, his fighting talent is at the highest level. Coupled with the mentality that he has survived by relying on a calm mind since he was 8 years old, Ace has gained a lot of experience in the field of understanding. Now I have some strength to explore the real history. Robin put down the teacup and looked in Ace's direction, just in time to see Ace looking at her with a smile on his face. Robin quickly picked up the teacup again and took a sip of black tea to hide his emotions. However, I don't seem to hate it. Robin's red lips were slightly raised. Nami, everyone, why are you all so weird? The cute Tashigi was carefully wiping Xiaoyi Shiger. When he suddenly noticed that the boat became quiet, he tilted his little head and said cutely. The girls didn't speak. Nami took out the chart and looked at the navigation route on it. Nokagao took over control of the Mary. Vivi pulled the sail, as if calibrating the course. Kaya buried her pretty face completely in the medical book. Konus played the harp in his hand, and Lackey began to sort out the ingredients. Robin took several more sips of black tea. Call. At this moment, the Mary suddenly swayed from side to side, and Tashigi let out a scream. Vivi. Don't touch the sail. Nami blushed and said loudly. Advertisement. It's not all my fault. Nokagao didn't control the rudder well either. Vivi's pretty face turned red. CJAH, Nami, you didn't look at the route carefully either. It's all off course. Nuoki Gao's pretty face was also red. Konus hurriedly grabbed the flying harp, and Lackey accidentally scratched a bag of pepper with force and kept sneezing. Kaya shook her little head, but found that the medical books she was holding just now were all upside down. Robin wiped it, but failed to activate his ability in time, causing tea to be splashed on his face. Obviously, the thoughts of the girls just now were not on the things they were pretending to be busy with, but... Ha ha. Ace looked at the girls and laughed. The Nami girls immediately glared at Ace with their pretty faces red. It's all your fault. You still laugh so heartlessly. Oh, I understand. Everyone is doing this because of Ace's special training. Wow. Tashiji's pretty face turned red and she was about to say something when Nami, Vivi, Kaya and Noki rushed over to her and covered her red lips tightly. In Tashiji's eyes begging for mercy, Nami and the others let go. Hey, look, there's a frog swimming freely. Ace stood up and stared at the sky in the distance. What a lame excuse. Are there really frogs swimming free? The girls were about to give Ace a glance, followed the direction Ace pointed, and were stunned for a moment. I saw a huge frog swimming freely in the waves. Woo. At this time, a whistle sounded throughout the sea. Quack. When the giant frog heard this sound, it seemed to be stimulated and moved forward crazily. Ha ha ha, it's so interesting. Let's go and see what this frog wants to do. Ace laughed. This frog was once a pet of Tom's studio. Because of the shock caused by the death of Tom and Frankie, he challenged the sea train every day at sea, resulting in countless scars on his body. Such spirit is rare. This frog's will is much stronger than many garbage in the sea. The girls were also very curious about what the frog wanted to do, and the whistle coming from far away also made them very concerned. The girls immediately returned to normal from Ace's memories of their special training, and controlled the melee in an orderly manner, chasing the giant frog. Woo! Boom! Boom! Amidst the exclamations of the women, accompanied by a piercing whistle and the sound of the collision of railroad tracks. A huge vehicle that was completely black and had carriages, like a steam train, appeared in everyone's eyes. This is a sea train unique to the capital of Seven Waters. This kind of transportation actually exists. 17. Nami took out a logbook and exclaimed when he saw the description of the sea train in the capital of Seven Waters. It's amazing that such a huge creature can actually sail on the sea. Kaya's beautiful eyes are shining. She had never seen such incredible things in books before. The sea is really incredible. It's really great to be Ace's ship's doctor. Kaya bit her red lips and her beautiful eyes were like waves. If you have special training next time, should you be more proactive? Kaya blushed prettily. Amazing. Looking at this monster-like sea train on the sea, Lackey and Konus were amazed. This sea is really much wider than the Bye-Bye Sea. Surprisingly, such a means of transportation still exists. Look at that frog. At this time, Nami suddenly exclaimed. The girls heard the news and ran away, only to see the frog blocking the way of the sea train, posing in a classic sumo wrestling pose. It doesn't want to collide with the sea train, does it? Vivi exclaimed. I'm afraid so. Look at the scars on that frog. I'm afraid that's what happened. Nokagao pointed at the giant frog and said, will it be smashed into a pulp? Robin habitually said some horrible things. Stop saying such horrible things. Vivi shuddered. Quack, at this time, the giant frog suddenly screamed and hit the sea train. Boom. Quack. Accompanied by a frog cry, the giant frog began a free fall in the air and sank to the bottom of the sea. The corners of the girls' mouths twitched as they looked at the huge frog that was still vigorous just now, kicking its legs and slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Ha ha ha, you were really brave. Although you were very weak, you dared to face the sea train. Ace laughed, his eyes filled with admiration. Well, you are indeed very courageous. Maybe there is something hidden? The girls looked at the frog that was gradually sinking to the bottom of the sea. Observation Haki knew that his life was not in danger, so he nodded his head in agreement. In this sea, those who have courage, whether they are humans or other animals, deserve to be recognized. Advertisement. Whoosh. The huge sea train had passed smoothly at this time, and the station with the SIFT station sign on it was heading into the distance. At the same time, a little girl with her green hair tied into 2 high braids and wearing lipstick that was not suitable for her age, barefoot and holding slippers, poked her head out of the station. Next to the little girl, there is a pet that looks like a rabbit and is all blue. Mother-in-law. Pirates are coming. The little girl looked at the pirate flag on the Mary and shouted towards the station. What? Pirates? Did you read that right, Zimoni? A drunken voice sounded from the station. Quick, get the phone bug over here, we're going to sound an alarm. Before the words could even be finished, an old woman who was drunk, wearing a station master's hat and having the same hair color as the little girl staggered out. The most impressive thing is that the old woman's lips are also painted with bright lipstick. After trotting out, she wanted to take the phone bug from the little girl's hand. Boom. She was so drunk that she fell face to face in an instant. The girls looked at the drunk and unconscious old woman speechlessly. Haha, what a funny old lady if we were that kind of vicious pirates. You don't have time to sound the alarm. Ace laughed and looked at the old woman who was drunk and unconscious. This drunk man is the secret skill of the former Tom studio. The mermaid is so cute. Because I admired Tom, I came to the Seven Waters capital from the Fishman Island. But later she married a human man and gave birth to a child who was a hybrid of human and mermaid. The little girl next to her, Kumwan, is a quarter of a mermaid and the granddaughter of Kokoro. When she was young, Koko Luo was a famous mermaid on the Fishman Island. But now, Ace looked at Kokoro's old and bloated appearance with a strange look in his eyes. The old thief Oda is really mean sometimes. He designed women who were beautiful when they were young to look unsatisfactory when they are old and have no shadow of their youth. Oh, from your tone, you are not train robbers. Granny Kokoluo burped and looked at Ace drunkenly. Of course not, this is the first time we have seen a sea train. We are here to go to the capital of Seven Waters to record magnetism. Nami stretched out his arm and showed the record pointer on his wrist to the other party. Haha, so that's it. Granny Kokoluo laughed. I said, mother-in-law, your wine doesn't smell very good. Ace smiled and pointed at the wine in Granny Kokoluo's hand. Huh? This is good wine. Are you trying to trick me into drinking it? Granny Kokoluo grinned. Try this, my chef, the wine that has been carefully brewed. As soon as Ace reached out, Lackey put a bottle of wine into Ace's hand. Whoosh! Ace threw it away casually, and Granny Kokoluo, who was already drunk and almost unconscious, quickly grabbed the bottle of wine firmly in her hands. The corners of the girls' eyes twitched as they watched. Granny Kokoluo opened the bottle and drank heavily. Good wine. Granny Kokoluo said loudly. Really? This is unique to me, carefully brewed by the best chef in the world. Ace laughed. Lackey's pretty face blushed slightly when she heard Ace's words. Well, people who can brew such good wine are definitely not bad people. Granny Kokoluo grinned. Next, Granny Kokoluo's granddaughter Kamani also introduced herself and the giant frog just now. Lackey brought some carefully prepared snacks to Kumwan, which made Kumwan very happy. Are you saying that you want to make some modifications to your pirate ship? Granny Kokoluo took another sip of the wine Ace gave her. That's right, as you sail on the Grand Line, your welfare is a little overwhelming. Right? Melly. Nokagao said towards the Mary, Mei Li, who looked like a little girl, nodded vigorously. Well, the capital of Seven Waters does have the best shipwright on the sea, the ship elf? Before Granny Kokoluo finished speaking, she looked at Mei Li blankly and rubbed her eyes fiercely. Hello, my name is Melly and I am Ace's ship spirit. The little girl Melly waved her hand in a friendly manner. It's unbelievable, with such a degree of freedom, this ship spirit is really special. Granny Kokoluo murmured. You let me meet a very special ship spirit, which shows how much you care for the ship. He also allowed me to drink such fine wine, so I have to repay him in return. This is a map of the Seven Waters capital and a letter of introduction. I am an old friend of Bingshan, the boss of Carrera Company, the best shipbuilding company in the Seven Rivers. With this letter, he will definitely help you. By the way, if you still can't find a satisfactory boat repairman there, you might as well pay attention. Some of the gangsters on the streets may be very good boat repairmen. Because she drank good wine and met Mary, Grandma Kokoluo, who already admired Tom and admired people who took good care of ships, mentioned this sentence more. After taking the letter of introduction from Granny Kokoluo, Ace and others continued to drive towards the capital of Seven Waters. Chapter 94. Do you know who the man you are facing is? CP9. As the melee continued to sail, the city of seven waters, known as the Water City, appeared in front of everyone. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the most stunning and eye-catching thing, was the huge fountain standing in the center of the entire seven water city. With the large fountain as the center, there are waterways flowing down the river, running through the entire seven water city. All the buildings and houses in the city seem to be placed in the water, giving people a dreamy feeling. Bath seems to be integrated with the seawater, it's so dreamy. Lackey looked at this floating city, his beautiful eyes making waves. It's really great to become Ace's chef and come to the vast sea. Lackey's beautiful eyes sparkled. With a thick smile on her pretty face, Konus took out his harp and played a piece of music. Suddenly, the Chi Lord beat with romantic and graceful notes. All the girls showed expressions of enjoyment, so romantic. Listening to the music played by Konus, my beauty instantly shines. This is no less beautiful than Sky Island, but completely different. Gives people a romantic feeling. The most important is. Kaya unconsciously hugged Ace's arm, her long golden hair fluttering in the wind, and her beautiful eyes narrowed as she smiled. The most romantic thing is to enjoy the beauty of this water city with Ace. Ace scratched Kaya's nose lovingly, making Kaya smile even happier. It's really beautiful, full of vitality and vitality. Vivi's beautiful eyes were shining brightly as she murmured. As a princess born in the desert country of Alabasta, she always has a natural desire and affection for water. In the desert, water represents life and hope. Seeing this extremely romantic scene, Vivi unconsciously held Ace's other arm and rested her little head on Ace's shoulder. This city matches your hair color very well, Vivi. Ace looked at Vivi's long blue hair and smiled. Vivi blushed, but still raised her pretty face and showed a charming smile. Nami and Nuo Kagao looked at each other and smiled slightly. Vivi and Kaya really like to act coquettishly with Ace, but... Hey! Ace slumped and turned his head slightly, his long orange hair crossing his face. He looked at the pretty face pressed against his face and smiled fondly. Have you gained weight? Nami. Ace smiled. What, I haven't gained weight. Nami pursed her red lips. Hey, my navigator has grown up. The corner of Ace's mouth raised slightly, dragging Nami to make Nami more colorful. Hearing what Ace meant, Nami's pretty face suddenly turned red. Noki's beautiful eyes looked at Nami acting coquettishly with Ace with a smile. Nagagao, do you want to come up? Ace noticed Nuo Chigao's gaze and smiled. I would like to, but Captain, do you still have room for yourself? Nokagao looked at Vivi and Kaya holding Ace's arms, then looked at Nami on Ace's back and smiled. I still have room in front of me. Ace smiled. Who? Bad guy. As soon as Ace's words came out, Vivi, Kaya and Nami's pretty faces turned blood red. Obviously, they remembered and started Ace's exclusive customized training for them. Vivi and Kaya turned away their little heads, not daring to look at Ace's smiling face, but they were reluctant to leave Ace's arms. Nami even sharpened her teeth and bit down on Ace's neck. Lightning flashed across her teeth, making Ace feel numb. Well, Nami seems to have implemented her own teachings very poorly. The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. Nuo Chigao's pretty face turned red, and she rolled her eyes at Ace. Robin drank black tea again. Konus and Lackey's pretty faces also blushed slightly. Tashiji's cute little head also thought of something at this time. He lowered his head and kept wiping Xiaoyi Shiger. Ha ha ha. Looking at the looks of the girls, Ace laughed and then looked forward. Ace listened to the music played by Konus, wearing Kaya, Vivi and Nami, and looked at the Water City with interest. The Water City based on Venice does have a different kind of beauty. Full of romance and vitality. This is the Seven Waters capital. The islands on our route. According to Granny Kokoluo, the magnetic recording of the Seven Waters capital takes a week. We had plenty of time to refit Melly's hull. Nami relaxed her mood and lay on Ace's back, a smile on her pretty face. That's great, Melly. Kaya looked at the little girl Melly, the elf of the ship, who appeared on the bow of the ship, and smiled. The little girl Meili nodded heavily, looking forward to it. After strengthening, we will definitely be able to take Ace and everyone to wherever they want to go on this ocean, right? The little girl Melly is filled with a cheerful smile. But where do we go in? Vivi poked her little head curiously. Hey, it's not good for pirates to enter from the front, you'd better take the back street. At this time, an uncle waved his hand and said loudly. Seeing someone, Kaya, Vivi left Ace's arms with a pretty face and a slight blush. Got it, thank you. Advertisement. Nami jumped off Ace's back and waved to the uncle. Following the uncle's prompts, the melee headed toward the back streets. Next, Ace and the others met several citizens of the Seven Water City. Following their guidance, the melee docked at a promontory. Speaking of which, people here are not afraid of pirates, but it is a bit like the original Whiskey Mountain. Nami looked at Vivi with a teasing expression on her pretty face. Nami. Stop teasing me. Vivi blushed. The scene of meeting Ace for the first time replayed in my mind, and my beautiful eyes were filled with ripples. It was in Whiskey Mountain that she boarded Ace's boat and was saved by Ace. It's great to meet Ace. Vivi looked at Ace with a touching smile on her pretty face. The pillar industry of the Seven Water City is the shipbuilding industry, and for them, pirates are also customers. Seeing that they are not afraid of pirates, I think they have some means of resistance and are not afraid of the pirates who come here. Nokagao thought for a while and guessed. In such a big city, gold can definitely be sold at a good price. Nami had a smile on her pretty face and was carrying a backpack containing a large amount of gold. The Entei pirates are very rich now. The cabin is filled with gold brought from Sky Island. Haha, anyway, let's go and appreciate the style of this water city first. Ace laughed and headed towards the city of Seven Waters. Having Nami's ability is really convenient. There is no need to leave anyone to look after the Mary. With a smile on her pretty face, Kaya followed Ace's footsteps and walked towards the capital of Seven Waters. There is still a lot of gold on the melee. After all, what was brought down from Sky Island this time was all the gold used to make the ark's proverbs. What was sold this time was only 1/5 of the amount. There is also the main devil fruit obtained from Mr. B's owner on Lil Garden. It can be said that the value of the things on the Mary is definitely measured in billions of Baileys. But if someone dares to steal something on the Mary, then Nami's thunder fruit ability is no joke. The sanctions of thunder will fall at any time. Humph, of course. Nami carried a large bag of gold and walked towards the city of the Seven Waters with anticipation. Observation Haki, through the amplification of thunder fruit, firmly locked onto the surroundings of the Mary. If anyone dares to steal her gold and devil fruit, a thunderous sanction will fall from the sky. I'm going to buy some ingredients unique to here. Lackey looked at the unique ingredients displayed at some stalls in the city and was eager to try them. Will Ace like the dishes made with these unique ingredients of the Seven Waters City? I think I saw a musical instrument store. Konus is also looking forward to it. Then I'll go with you, Lackey. Robin looked at Lackey and smiled. Her ability is just enough to bring more ingredients at one time. Then I'll also go and replenish some medicinal ingredients. Kaya thought for a while and said, although I really wanted to stay with Ace, the medicinal materials on the ship were almost exhausted. Compared with the two, it was more important to replenish the medicinal materials. She also urged Ace to follow her doctor's instructions and use a few more medicines. Kaya's smile grew stronger when she thought that even though Ace didn't like him very much, he still took medicine and applied medicine according to her doctor's instructions. Then let me go with you. I just want to see if there are any good quality guns in the capital of Seven Waters. Nuochi Gao laughed. The gun she is using now was bought in Logue Town, and its performance can no longer keep up with her strength. Now the Entei pirates have the most, and that is money. You can also search carefully to see if there are any firearms suitable for her. Then let's split up, wait until we sell out the gold, gather here, and then go to Carrera Company to ask about the modification of the melee. Ace made his decision. All the girls nodded. All the girls have strong observation Haki, so it is very simple to reunite. So, Ace, Nami, and Vivi took a lot of gold and looked for stores to sell it. Konus goes to the musical instrument store. Kaya and Nokagao went to buy medicine in a gun store. Lackey and Robin went to buy ingredients and replenish supplies on the ship. After they separated, using Nami's observation Haki that was boosted by thunder fruit, Ace and the others quickly found a large store that could sell gold. After seeing the large amount of gold in Ace's hands, the clerk invited Ace and the others into the VIP room. Guests, I can give you 300 million belly for this gold. The manager looked at the mountains of gold on the table with a greedy look. I said, don't you understand who we are? Nami's pretty face darkened. The manager raised his head and looked at Nami, who had a pretty and gloomy face, with cold sweat dripping from his face. Take a good look, Portgas de Ace, a wanted criminal with a bounty of 150 million Baileys. Do you want to eat our captain's money? Nami pulled Ace over, slapped the table and shouted. Please give me flowers, Zero the great pirate with 150 million belly? The manager's face turned green with fright. Ace, your reputation really works, and it sold for a good price. Walk out of the store behind the shop. Nami was carrying boxes of Bailey's leather bags, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she smiled. Advertisement, I didn't expect it to be sold for a full billion Baileys. Vivi was also carrying several leather bags, with a look of amazement on her pretty face. Even Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, has never seen so much cash. What's more, most of the gold is still on the Mary. Ace loves you so much, moi. Nami stood on tiptoes and pressed her red lips on Ace's face. Then, I also. Seeing Nami's bold move, Vivi's pretty face turned red and she stood on tiptoes. The beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly, and red lips were printed on the other side of Ace's face. Opening her beautiful eyes and seeing Nami looking at her teasingly, Vivi blushed. Well, I am also a member of the Entei Pirates. Ace sold the gold for a good price, so I also want to thank him. Vivi's pretty face turned red. Ace looked at the shy Vivi and was in a good mood. Suddenly, his eyes froze. Nami's expression on the side also changed. What's wrong? Nami, Ace. Vivi asked curiously. There's a thief approaching the melee. Nami's little face suddenly darkened, and her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishing anger. For Nami, besides Ace and many companions, the most important thing is money. How dare you attack her money? Looking at Nami, who seemed to be enveloped in a terrible aura, cold sweat broke out on Vivi's forehead. It's terrible. Angry Nami is terrible. This terrifying feeling of intimidation is almost like Haki possessing conquerors. Boom. Boom boom. Nami's whole body was flashing with astonishing lightning, and he stretched out his index finger and pointed at the sky. Then, what is that? Demon fruit power. The surrounding people of the Seven Waters capital all screamed in surprise and stayed away from here. Thunder's sanction. Call out. A terrifying thunderlight shot out violently in an instant and disappeared into the sky. Near the Mary. Haha, there's business again. There was no one left to guard them. What a bunch of immature pirates. The man dressed strangely and wearing strange glasses looked at the melee and laughed. It is the notorious city of Seven Waters, headed by Frankie's family. Behind Zanbai, there are many members of Frankie's family. Hurry up and take away all the valuable things on this ship, then dismantle it and sell it for money. A younger brother of Frankie's family because of his smile. Frankie's family is a family whose profession is shipbreaking, and they are also part-time bounty hunters. Wait a minute, brother Zanba, look at that pirate flag. After hearing this, Zanbai looked at the pirate flag attentively. This is the Entei Pirates of Diaz, Porcas Diaz, who has a bounty of 150 million belly. Hearing the exclamations of the younger brothers, Zanbai also shed cold sweat on his forehead. Don't be scared, so what if it's 150 million? We have brother Frankie behind us. Zanbai roared, and the younger brothers behind him also smiled. FK me, Zanbai roared angrily. At this moment, the sky was shining with dazzling light. Zanbai and the others raised their heads, and their eyes were suddenly filled with fear. A bolt of thunder instantly engulfed them, followed by a roar that resounded across the sky. Boom, I didn't expect that there are so many unique ingredients here, Ace must like to eat them. Fortunately, you are here, Robin. Without your ability, I would not be able to get so many ingredients. Lackey said with a smile, holding a lot of ingredients in his hands. Robin smiled and was about to speak when a tall, mysterious figure wearing a mask walked past Robin. I am CP9. A whisper reached Robin's ears. Robin's beautiful eyes narrowed. CP9. The mysterious man snorted in his heart. He didn't expect to meet the Entei Pirates and Nico Robin here. The world government has long regarded Nicole Robin as a huge threat. As long as Nicole Robin is brought back, it will be a great achievement. According to the information their CP9 has, Nicole Robin is extremely afraid of world government. Just say the name of CP9, and then, Jean needs to go to the shadows and wait for Nico Robin to come to him. Hakawa. Boo-hoo. Before he could finish his thoughts, countless arms made of flowers suddenly appeared on his body. Iron body. He was suddenly attacked, his eyes turned blood red, and he let out a low roar. Armed. Cramp. With a low shout, a touch of black suddenly appeared on the petal arm. Crack. The screams started to ring out. Chapter 95. The one you offend is the king of the sea. Dye the petal arms with a layer of jet black and fold them in half. Crack. Accompanied by a harsh sound of bone cracking, the mysterious man wearing a mask and robe let out a heart-rending scream. The eyes under the mask were bloodshot. Why would Nicole Robin attack him directly? According to the information they have at CP9, Nico Robin, as a survivor of Ohara, has experienced the war machine that can destroy everything, Buster Call. Having seen the horror of Buster Call, the terrifying power that wiped Ohara completely off the world map, Buster Call has become the biggest shadow in Nicole and Robin's heart. It turned out to be the case, too. Nicole Robin was burdened with a high bounty from the world government. In the dark world, relying on her clever mind, she struggled to survive. The fear of Buster Call and world government should have been deeply rooted in the bones. According to their CP9's inference, as long as Nicole Robin reveals her identity, it is impossible for Nicole Robin to have any intention of resisting. Even if they don't follow them honestly, they don't dare to reveal their identities to the Entei Pirates. But now, why? Why did Nicole Robin dare to attack CP9 directly after hearing his name? And how could Nicole Robin have such strength? Although his iron body was used in a hurry, it was unable to defend against Nico Robin's attack power. Damn it, don't underestimate CP9. He roared angrily, his muscles tensed up, and his body strength completely exploded at this moment. In a short period of time, the petal arms on the body can no longer be folded. His right hand suddenly passed through the atmosphere, and there seemed to be a door in the atmosphere that was slowly opened. As long as you enter this door, you can get rid of Nico Robin's ability. He let out a low cry, and his muscles squirmed, trying to gain the ability to move for a short period of time. Enemy, 213, people, demon fruit power. Lackey on the side put the ingredients in his hands aside, his beautiful eyes narrowed. Lackey's two arms grew dreamlike and beautiful feathers, and strange flames burned on those beautiful feathers. Bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form, partial transformation into human and beast form. Whoosh! The strange flames flickering under Lackey's feet appeared in front of the mysterious man wearing a mask at an astonishing speed. Zone demon fruit power. No, this is a phantom beast species. He looked at Lackey, who had dreamlike and beautiful feathers on his arms and was burning with strange flames that were different from those in nature, his eyes filled with horror. The phantom beast ability in the zone devil fruit is even rarer than the ordinary Logia devil fruit? He was actually able to use that strange flame to move. Damn it. This speed is faster than shaving. It's too late to enter the door. His eyes were bloodshot, and the muscles all over his body were tense. Iron body. Steel. With a low drink, he stared at Lackey who had appeared in front of him. Although it is the Phantom Beast ability of the Zone Devil Fruit that is rarer than the ordinary Logia Devil Fruit. But Devil Fruit also depends on who uses it. She's just a little girl who didn't even enter the Entei Pirates bounty group. What he uses is an enhanced version of the Iron Body among the 6 styles. The one with the strongest defensive ability, Iron Body Gang. Such an attack. Boom, peefed. His eyes suddenly turned white, and blood, mixed with burning internal organs fragments, spat out from his mouth. Why? Iron Body Gang, unexpectedly, was completely unable to defend against this attack. This flame can actually directly burn muscles, bones and internal organs. What kind of ability is this? Boom, he fell weakly to the ground, and his mask suddenly shattered. He raised his head with difficulty, and under the mask was a face with a hairstyle like 2 horns and a face like an old cow. One of the members of CP9, Bluno, cough, cough. He wanted to struggle, but found that he couldn't move at all. The strange flames were still burning Bluno's muscles, bones and internal organs at the area where he was hit, causing him to cough up bursts of blood mixed with his internal organs. The waves of horrific pain from being burned by the flames were completely unbearable for a tough guy like Bluno. Don't bother, my ability is the bird fruit, the phantom beast species, the Suzaku form given by Ace. This kind of flame is not any kind in nature, but the associated flame of Suzaku, which can burn your physical energy. Muscles, bones, internal organs, until they are burned, the flame will not go out. Lackey looked at Bluno who was still trying to struggle and said calmly. There was a hint of pride on her pretty face. This is the strongest ability given to her by her captain, Ace. Without Haki as a protector, as long as he is infected with Suzaku's flames, the person being attacked will be in danger. The flame of Suzaku is not any kind of flame in nature, it does not have high temperature like Mera fruit. Rather, it is a strange flame that accompanies Suzaku. What it burns is the physical area of the person being attacked. Even Haki can be burned by this flame. Advertisement. Internal organs, bones, muscles. Everything of the attacked person will be burned away by the flames in despair, or in other words, swallowed and transformed by the flames. This is comparable to 4 Emperors Kaido, in the form of fish fruit phantom beast species Blue Dragon, standing at the top of countless devil fruits. Bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form. Okay, what a terrible calendar. Bluno felt the severe pain in his body, his face turned pale, and his eyes even rolled up. He could feel that the strange flames had started to spread towards his whole body from the place where he was attacked. Their strongest defense, the iron body, which CP9 was confident about, had no resistance in the face of this strange flame. In front of this strange flame, he could only end up being completely swallowed up and melted. Pain and despair filled every cell of Bluno. Nicole Robin, how dare you attack me as CP9? Do you know what this means? Do you want to offend the world government? When the time comes, not only you, but also your companions will be reduced to ashes in front of the world government. In desperation, Bluno mustered up his last strength and shouted tremblingly at Robin. The ants are still trying to survive, Bluno thought, but they have a glimmer of hope. Moreover, it was still the way to die that was melted and swallowed up by the flames. Even Bluno, a tough guy, had extreme pain and fear in his eyes at this moment. Peeved. But with every additional word he spoke, the burning of that strange flame became even more intense, causing Bluno to cough up the flaming internal organs fragments and blood again. Looking at the internal organ fragments and blood spit out this time, Bluno's eyes were full of fear. These visceral fragments and blood have that strange flame, and with the burning of the strange flame, they are disappearing. His internal organs and blood are melting. Annoy the world government? Robin's red lips curled up slightly when he heard this. If she had met CP9 before, she might not even have the courage to resist. After all, CP9 is Cipher Pole, a secret belonging to the world government. To a certain extent, CP9 represents world government. Facing a behemoth like world government, the previous Robin didn't even have the courage to resist. But now, everything is different. Then do you know who will be offended if you offend me? Robin looked down at Bluno. A bright smile bloomed on his mature face, and his hands slowly crossed together. Bluno raised his head with difficulty and looked at him in disbelief, with a bright smile on his face, but no expression of fear for the world government. You will offend the king of this sea. Call out. Countless petal arms grew out from around him under Bluno's horrified gaze. Stop, stop, Bluno yelled in horror. Crack. With the sound of bones shattering, Bluno's body was violently broken by the petal arm. Peefed. A mouthful of blood mixed with burning internal organs spurted out, and Bluno's eyes turned completely white. Boom. He fell to the ground helplessly, blood dyed the ground red, and then melted without a trace under the burning fire of Suzaku. Bluno fell to the ground, completely motionless. My captain is the hakiest man on this sea. Provoking his crew, are you still hoping to survive? CP9. Robin looked at Bluno who had lost all movement, raised his red lips slightly and smiled lightly. Her captain, Portgas d'Ace, is a man who can equal the world government's highest combat power, Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. He also possesses the most powerful spirit in this sea and is the overlord-level figure in this sea. As a crew member of such a Haki man, she, Portgas d'Ace's historian, Nicole Robin, is completely different from before. Anyone who offends the Entei pirates will have only one fate, and that is Hara's death. The majesty of the king of the sea will never allow anyone to provoke you. She also wants to defend the majesty of the Entei pirates. This is the realization of being an ace crew member and a crew member of the Entei pirates. Well, I still have some breath left. Let's give him to Ace and see what to do with him. Robin smiled. As a crew member, those who dare to challenge the majesty of the Entei pirates must be severely punished. But how to deal with it in the end is naturally left to the captain to decide. Lackey also smiled and took back the Suzaku flame. Lackey is also very measured in his actions, otherwise a guy like Bluno who doesn't know how to hockey would have been devoured by the Suzaku flames. The crowds on the surrounding streets had already been frightened by the fighting here and disappeared without a trace. This guy's abilities are quite interesting. Paramesh's devil fruit? Robin used his ability to drag Bluno up, thoughtfully. Being able to open a door in the air, could it be Paramesh's rare spatial ability? This kind of ability seems to be very suitable for Nokigau's sniping skills, right? Advertisement. Let's see what Ace does with this devil fruit. Robin's red lips slightly raised into a happy smile. This can be regarded as the first contribution she made to the Entei pirates. Over there with Robin and Lackey. Nami, who was walking towards the meeting point, suddenly stopped. Robin and Lackey. What's wrong? Vivi's observation hockey and passing. Nami's observation hockey after the thunder fruit amplification has a very different detection range. So he asked curiously, fight it with a strange guy, CP9. Nami murmured, CP9, I only know CP1 to CP8, what is CP9? Vivi frowned slightly. CIPHERPOL, as a secret spy agency of the world government, Vivi only knows the numbers number 1 to number 8. This sequence of N0.9 has never been heard by Vivi, who is an Alabasta and has participated in the World Summit with her father Cobra. CP9, CIPHERPOL, which claims to have no sequence, is headquartered in Enies Lobby, one of the 3 major institutions under the world government. It is also the strongest among Cypher Pol. Ace smiled lightly and explained. A look of satisfaction flashed between his eyes, because it was known for a long time that CP9 might be targeting Robin. So Ace locked observation hockey on Robin. Although Ace's observation hockey does not have the same terrifying range that can detect a small country like Nami's observation hockey that was enhanced by Thunderfruit. But Ace, who has already practiced observation hockey to the point where he can briefly see the future, can easily lock Robin in advance. Robin's performance was also seen by Ace. Ace also heard Robin's words. Ace is very satisfied with this. As a member of his own crew who already possesses overlord-level power and attacks the throne of that day, he must have such courage. Anyone who dares to provoke the Entei pirates will die. Why are the 4 emperors able to rule the second half of the Grand Line and the New World like emperors? In addition to the powerful strength of 4 emperors, there is also the most important point. Anyone who dares to challenge the majesty will be killed. All forces that dare to provoke will be wiped off the map. This is the majesty that an overlord who reigns over this sea, like an emperor, should have. The king of the sea will never allow any provocation from any force. The Entei pirates are like this now. It turns out that this is CP9, and it actually targeted Robin. Is it because of Robin's abnormality? Nami mused. HMPH, no matter what the reason is, no matter what organization they are, they dare to defend our Entei pirates, then go and kill them. Vivi waved her little fist and said in a loud voice. Vivi has already realized that she is a crew member of the Entei pirates. Dare to attack the crew of the Entei pirates, that is an absolute provocation. Defiant, the majesty of her captain, Portgas D. Ace. Vivi, who has experienced the Shichibukai incident, knows very well that sailing on this sea is majestic and cannot be questioned in the slightest. Why can Shichibukai deter other pirates on the sea? It is because of their majesty that is powerful and cannot be provoked. Once this majesty is broken, countless people will want to replace it on the sea. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Haki is faintly emanating from Vivi's body. Vivi, you are very hungry. Nami looked at Vivi and smiled. Nami, who had always been unwilling to cause trouble, had lightning flashing in her beautiful eyes at this moment. Even the world government's highest combat power, Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, and the Entei pirates are not afraid. This CP9 dared to attack Robin, provoke the Entei pirates, and challenge Ace's majesty. The last time, facing Aokiji, Nami could only watch Ace fight from a distance, and Nami had already held her breath. The subordinate organizations of world government actually dared to challenge Ace's majesty again and again. Absolutely, not allowed. Hey. Vivi's pretty face blushed slightly, but her beauty was faintly exuding Haki. As a crew member of Ace, of course you must have the courage to be worthy of Ace. Haki? That's inevitable. Vivi unconsciously puffed up her small breasts. Let's go. First go to Carrera Company to see about the matters related to the transformation of Melee. Then. The corners of Ace's mouth raised slightly, and in his eyes, Conqueror's Haki's majestic purple-black flashed suddenly. Enies lobby can be removed from the 3 major institutions of world government. Nami and Vivi looked at Ace walking away, and looked at each other. In their beautiful eyes, the black color symbolizing Haki flashed past. No questions, no unnecessary words. This is an order from the captain of the Entei pirates, the king of this sea. Nami took out the phone and informed Robin, Lackey, Konus, and Toshigi that they should go directly to Carrera Company to meet up. Then, I followed Ace's footsteps. Chapter 96, The Humble Weakling. On the way to Carrera Company, Nami first took out the map drawn by Grandma Kokoro. After looking at it carefully, Nami threw the map away with an expressionless expression. It is simply a ghost drawing, who can understand it? The little devil in Nami's heart roared. Finally, Nami closed her eyes and used the observation Haki amplified by Thunderfruit to cover almost the entire city of Seven Waters, and easily found the location of Carrera Company. As soon as I arrived, I saw the door was extremely noisy. Thank you very much for repairing our ship so well, but we don't plan to give you any money. The captain of a pirate group laughed at the boatman who was repairing it. When the surrounding boatmen heard this, their expressions did not change at all, and they were still busy with the things at hand.
Hey, you bastards, didn't you hear what Lousy was saying? I'm not going to give you money.
Seeing that he was being ignored, the captain of the pirate group suddenly became furious. At this time, from inside the shipbuilding factory, a man wearing a suit, a striped beard on his chin, and an expressionless face like an iceberg. He walked out accompanied by a sexy woman with blonde hair, glasses, and obvious occult attire. What happened there, Khalifa? The iceberg-like man said expressionlessly. Mr. Bingshan, this is shipyard number 1. There's a customer who repaired the ship but doesn't want to pay. This is harassment. Khalifa pushed up her glasses. Well, it's considered harassment.
Bingshan, the boss of Carrera Company and the mayor of the Seven Waters City, scratched his cheek and said expressionlessly.
If you disturb the boatman, the consequences will not be good, this guest. A blond man wearing a blue denim jacket, a cigar in his mouth, orange goggles, and a ring of beard said while doing the work in hand. One of the 5 foremen of Carrera Company, Barry. Huh? I just want to see what the consequences will be, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the captain of the pirate group burst out laughing unbridled. The pirate crew members under his command also laughed loudly. Call. When he was laughing, a piece of wood was swung towards his head. Boom. With a loud noise, the ship was hit 7 inches in the middle, and the captain of the pirate group rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Hey, what did you bastards do to our boss? Seeing the captain fall to the ground, these pirates from Beijing roared. Boom 29. A rope suddenly sprang out from Barry's sleeve, and after tying up a pirate, he instantly threw him to the ground. Boom. A man with a leopard print beard and a cold expression appeared in an instant and hit several pirates with his feet, causing them to lose consciousness. One of the 5 foremen of Carrera Company is actually Rob Lucci, who is known as the strongest person in CP9 in 800 years. Whoosh! Whoosh! A man with a long rectangular nose and 2 ship repairing knives suddenly appeared. He swung the ship repairing knives in his hands and chopped away a group of pirates. One of the 5 foremen of Carrera Company and an actual member of CP9, Kaku. The foremen are taking action. Kill these pirates. The surrounding boatmen suddenly cheered. Not long after, all the sea lost its movement. In the territory of the craftsmen, we can't let you do whatever you want, pirates. Barry stood in front of everyone, pretending that he was the head of the 5 foremen, and shouted loudly. Kaku and Lu Chi had no time to pay attention to him, and looked far away at the 3 figures walking this way. Captain of the Entei pirates, Entei, Portgas, D-Ace.
Kaku and Lu Chi said silently in their hearts. It seems that there were pirates causing trouble here, and they were knocked down by the boatmen here.
As expected, the people here have ways to deal with the pirates who act recklessly. Nami observation Haki is permeated and clear, but how come the actions of those 2 people just now looked a bit like shaving in the 6 styles? Nami frowned slightly and looked at Kaku and Lu Chi from a distance. Let's go and see how this company, which can deal with pirates, has ship repairing skills. Ace's lips curled up slightly and he walked inside. You can't go inside the factory. If you have anything to say, just talk outside. Before Ace and others walked into the dock, Kaku, under the signal from Lu Chi's unobservable eyes, stepped in front of Ace and others and said with a smile. Are you an employee of this shipyard? We want to find your boss, Mr. Bingshan. Nami took out the letter of introduction from Grandma Kokoro and handed it over, but observation Haki completely enveloped Kaku. This is the person who just used the shaving technique that is suspected to be one of the 6 styles. It turns out that you were introduced by Grandma Kokoro. Kaku looked at the letter of introduction in his hand, his brows relaxed slightly, and he smiled. So, is it a coincidence that Portgas D-Ace came here? What on earth is that guy Bluno doing? He was asked to contact Nico Robin, but he still hasn't received any response. Kaku suppressed his emotions, raised his head from reading the letter of introduction, and looked at Ace and others again. You are so lucky, Mr. Sean happens to be here. Kaku smiled. Hey, isn't Mr. Bingshan the boss here? Isn't he usually here? Vivi said strangely. Ha ha ha, Mr. Bingshan is not only the boss here, but also the mayor of the Seven Waters City. Kaku smiled and then shouted to the dock. Mr. Bingshan, Grandma Kokoluo introduced me to ship repair. Oh, advertisement. Bingshan heard the sound and walked over expressionlessly, followed by Khalifa. Khalifa's eyes unconsciously looked at the handsome man with short black hair and a gentle smile on his face. Captain of the Entei pirates, with a bounty of 150 million belly, Portgas D-Ace. This guy is not at the same level as those troublesome pirates. What's even more concerning is that Nico Robin is on his boat. Bluno. Why did you suddenly lose contact? Khalifa pushed up her glasses, thinking a lot in her mind. Khalifa. Bingshan glanced at Ace and the others and said expressionlessly. Yes, Mr. Bingshan, we have already investigated it. Entei pirates, captain, with a bounty of 150 million belly, Entei, Portkas, D. Ace. Entei pirates, navigator, bounty of 13 million belly, little thief cat, Nami. As well as, Khalifa looked at Vivi who looked expectant. Where is the unknown person? Khalifa pushed up her glasses. You are the unknown person. Vivi suddenly became angry. If she wasn't going to repair the ship here, she would have to let this woman know. She, the Entei pirates, Portkas D. Ace's cute combatant, sand fruit ability user, Vivi's awesomeness. The bounty is 150 million Baileys. Kokoroko really introduced me to an incredible client. Bingshan took the letter of introduction from Kokoluo with an expressionless face. When he saw the last lip print, Bingshan, who had always been expressionless, also twitched. Tear. Well, it is indeed Kokoro's personal letter. Bingshan tore the letter of introduction into pieces and said expressionlessly. What, your relationship with Grandma Kokoluo doesn't look very good, Yinban. Vivi looked at the torn letter of introduction and complained. You disrespectful people. Call out. Khalifa's long legs turned into a whip shadow and kicked towards Ace and others. Snapped. The next moment, Khalifa's long legs were firmly grasped by a big hand. It's easy to get exposed by raising your legs like this, young lady. Ace felt the smoothness in his hands, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As he said this, his hand made no move to let go of Khalifa's leg. The pupils of Kaku and Lucci, who had been watching the situation here, shrank suddenly. What happened just now? Rather than saying that Khalifa's kick was caught, it's more that Khalifa's kick hit Portkas, Ace's hand. Was the attack foreseen in advance? Let me go, you are harassing me. Khalifa blushed pretty and looked at Ace angrily, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get rid of it at all. You were the one who disrespected us, attacking us out of nowhere. Vivi retorted. Vivi is still worried about Khalifa saying that she is a nameless person just now. Isn't it rude to address one of the few shipbuilding masters in the world as, you, and, uncle? Let me go quickly. You rude person. Khalifa struggled to maintain her balance and stared at Ace with shame and anger. It's no wonder that Khalifa, who was originally an agent, has such an expression, it's really this posture. I saw Ace grabbing Khalifa's long legs. Because he raised his legs high, Khalifa's entire body was in a side position, which looked very subtle. This scene also made the surrounding boatmen envious. Khalifa is usually very cold, how could anyone treat her like this? Uncle Bingshan, is she your secretary? Ace ignored Khalifa's shame and anger, but looked at the iceberg aside.
Yes, she is my secretary. Can you please let her go? Bingshan nodded. Secretary, it's really interesting. Such leg strength is not something an ordinary secretary can possess.
Ace pinched his right hand sharply and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, making Khalifa even more embarrassed. Also, this method of exerting force is very similar to the Tempest Kick in the 6th style secret technique of world government. Ace's words made Khalifa's pretty face tense up suddenly. By the way, the one with the long nose and the one with the dove on his shoulder, the steps you made during the fight just now. It's also very similar to shaving in the 6 postures. It's really interesting. How many boatmen can know the 6 postures of world government's physical skills? Ace's words made Kaku unconsciously tighten the boat knife in his hand. Lucci's pupils also exuded a dangerous light. I don't understand what you are talking about. They're just my secretary and boatman. You guys were introduced to me by Koi to repair the boat, right? Can you give me a face and let go of my secretary? Bingshan frowned and said in a deep voice, but buried deep in his eyes, there was deep vigilance and uneasiness. I don't like to embarrass ladies either. Ace smiled when he heard this and let go of Khalifa's long legs. As for Bingshan, the emotional changes of Khalifa, Kaku and Rob Lucci have already been captured by Ace's knowledge. However, this stimulation is not enough, the events in the capital of 7 waters must be accelerated.
The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. Advertisement.
Kokoluo and I are drinking buddies, and our relationship is very good, so I will definitely repair your boat with care. Bingshan said. Where is your ship docked? Let Kaku check it first. He is called Shangfeng, here and can run freely over the city. Bingshan pointed at Kaku and said. Kaku's face turned a little green. Portkas D. Ace knows the 6 moves. This method of description is almost the same as the steps he would use to self-destruct. Oh, I can run freely in the sky. Ace's playful expression made Khalifa and Kaku tense up. Look, is this running around? Ace pointed upward. Boom. A beautiful shadow streaked across the sky, and the atmosphere created ripples under the feet. Ace, here I come. Kaya raised her red lips, stopped using moonwalk, and fell straight from the sky. Call. The corners of Ace's lips curved into an endearing smile, and he held the fallen Kaya in his arms in a princess hug. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to catch you? Ace looked at Kaya in his arms lovingly and smiled. You don't know how. Kaya's angelic face broke into a smile. Ace is the one who dotes on her the most. Whoa.
Immediately afterwards, accompanied by an atmospheric whistling sound, a shadow appeared next to Ace.
Kaya. Your moonwalk is so fast that I can't even keep up. Nuoka Gao looked at Kaya, who was put down by Ace, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. Kaya's physical strength is becoming more and more exaggerated. With the healing fruit, the ability to cultivate the body regardless of the consequences, and the help of Ace's understanding field, 700 Kaya's physique is already second only to Ace among them. Even Lackey, who ate the Zone Phantom Beast Suzaku form, is not as strong as Kaya now. This way. Bingshan looked at the way Kaya and Nokagao appeared, and the haze in the depths of his eyes became thicker and thicker. Although he doesn't know how to fight, he can still distinguish such similar action methods. It was clear that it was Kaku running in the sky, and there were also the steps used by Lu Chi and the others when fighting.
Shave, moonwalk, Kaku and Khalifa's expressions changed.
On Portka's D Ace's ship, there is someone who knows the sixth form. Oops, now, I'm afraid it's really going to be exposed. Kaku and Khalifa unconsciously turned their gazes to the expressionless Lu Chi, then immediately adjusted their expressions and looked at Ace and others in silence. How's it going? Does it look similar? This is Moonwalk from the 6 styles, and there's also a drama, 21. Ace looked at Bingshan and raised the corners of his mouth slightly.
Bingshan remained silent. Lu Chi narrowed his eyes, suppressing his wild instinct to eat the zone devil fruit.
The task has not been completed yet. We can't have a conflict with Portka's D Ace here. Khalifa and Kaku were also suppressing their emotions and remained silent no matter what Ace said. The surrounding boatmen also felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere and looked at this side solemnly. Speaking of which, my crew also encountered an interesting thing before they came here.
Ace's observation Haki felt the dramatic emotional changes of Khalifa, Kaku and Rob Lucci, and the corners of his mouth curved into a hint of Haki.
It's like a high and mighty king teasing the humble and weak. A guy who calls himself CP9 offended my crew. Are you familiar with him? Ace looked at Rob Lucci and Kaku with the corners of his mouth raised. Call out. In the distance, petals were blooming, and arms composed of pairs of petals were moving rapidly. Boom. A silent figure with only the whites of its eyes was struck in the middle of the crowd. Bluno? Seeing this figure, many boatmen present exclaimed. Isn't this the owner of the tavern, Bluno? Kaku and Khalifa looked at Bluno, who had lost his voice and couldn't control their expressions anymore. Bluno. Got killed. Rob Lucci in the distance, the wild light in his eyes can no longer be suppressed, flashing crazily. He realized that their identities were known to Ace. Portka's D Ace, that B asterisk 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 D. He's teasing them. It's as if the strong and superior man is teasing the humble and weak ones, teasing them. Nico Robin. Bingshan shrank his eyes and looked at the figure slowly walking in the distance. Captain, I have brought those who offended our Entei pirates. Robin looked at Ace, her red lips curved into a bright smile. Thanks for your hard work. So, do you know him? Ace stepped on Bluno's body and looked at Kaku and Rob Lucci. In his eyes, the thick and majestic purple-black flashed crazily. Chapter 97. Warning to World Government, Carrera Company, in front of dock number 1. Ace stepped on the motionless Bluno, his eyes filled with violent and majestic purple-black. Do you know him? Ace said lightly, the violent and majestic purple-black color in his eyes almost condensed into substance. Kaku and Khalifa trembled and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look into Ace's eyes. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably. It's like an ant seeing a beast. This is a tremor from the soul. This is the fear of the humble weakling towards the king. Crunch. No, it's impossible. Rob Lucci was shaking all over, gritting his teeth, and blood was flowing down the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, the wildness derived from the zone cat fruit leopard form has long disappeared. All that's left is the fear and tremor from the soul. The originally straight body was actually bending now. When he faced Portka's D Ace, he looked like a humble weakling looking at the aloof king. Unable to look directly, unable to suppress this fear and tremor. An ant is not even qualified to look directly at the king. He, Rob Lucci, is the strongest person in CP9 for 800 years. In front of Portka's D Ace, he turned out to be a humble weakling? How could he accept this dog picture? Rob Lucci gritted his teeth and tried to straighten his crooked body, but the terrifying aura became more solid. Even his bones made whining sounds. His eyes even began to turn white, and the consciousness in his brain began to blur. He is the owner of the tavern. We are not familiar with him. At this time, Khalifa said with a trembling voice. After Khalifa finished speaking, she instantly felt light all over her body, and the terrifying pressure disappeared. The white forehead was covered with cold sweat at the moment. Khalifa was panting violently, breathing in the air greedily. There was still a deep look of fear in his eyes. Weird monster. How could someone be so powerful? Just with their eyes, the three of them completely lost their ability to fight. It was as if life and death depended on Portka's D Ace's thoughts. She didn't care, but Kaku and Lucci, especially Lucci, his strength is called the strongest and most ruthless killing weapon in CP9 history. Unexpectedly, under the eyes of Portka's D Ace, there was no resistance at all. Looking at Kaku and Lucci, who were trembling and almost fainting, Khalifa's eyes were filled with deep fear and disbelief. Oh, not familiar. What about you? Ace then looked at Kaku and said calmly. No, I don't know him. Kaku lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Ace's eyes, and said in a humble and trembling voice.
After he finished speaking, the terrifying aura surrounding him disappeared instantly.
Kaku, the talented member of CP9, succumbed in front of Conqueror's Haki. Boom. Kaku fell to the ground weakly, panting heavily.
Although the pressure all over his body disappeared, Kaku's eyes did not show the slightest joy, but instead contained deep fear and unwillingness.
He, in the eyes of Portgas d'Ace, surrendered. His dignity as a strong man was ruthlessly shattered by Portgas d'Ace. With his head lowered, Kaku's face remained hidden in the shadows for a long time. So, what about you? Do you know him? Do you know this CP9 agent? Ace looked at Rob Lucci, and the corners of his mouth curled up in anger.
In his eyes, the purple-black color representing the majesty of the king became thicker and more violent.
Crunch. Rob Lucci gritted his teeth and tried his best to stay awake. At this moment, let alone resisting, he was already trying his best to stay awake. No, it's not so much that he tried his best, but that Portgas d'Ace was teasing him. Controlling that momentum just put him on the verge of coma.
Rob Lucci, who has always believed that strength is supreme and the weak should be teased and massacred by the strong, has no resentment in his heart about this matter, only deep unwillingness.
Unexpectedly, one day, he, Rob Lucci, would become a humble weakling. Lucci. Looking at Lucci, whose eyes were getting blood red, as if he was about to fight for the last time, Khalifa and Kaku, knowing that Lucci and his final devil fruit transformation were useless, couldn't hold back and said loudly. It would be terrible if he transformed here. Not only can they not resist Portgas d'Ace, their nearly 3 years of hiding will also completely fail. I'm not familiar with him. His eyes quickly awakened, and with deep reluctance, Lucci used ventriloquism to let the pigeon on his shoulder speak. Call. The terrifying aura surrounding him dissipated instantly.
Lucci's legs were shaking, trying not to fall to the ground. His cold eyes were full of humiliation and unwillingness.
He admitted that he was a humble weakling in front of Portgas d'Ace. This is worse than killing him, then it's a misunderstanding.
It seems that none of your employees here know this CP9 agent. Ace looked at Bingshan and smiled lightly. Destroying Rob Lucci and others mentally is more interesting than destroying them physically.
The moment he attacked Robin, the fate of several people was destined. However, a small role like Rob Lucci is not qualified for Ace to act alone for him. When the time comes, just let it be buried with Enies' lobby. Advertisement. This is also the benevolence of a king. The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. What did you do? Seeing that all the boatmen were unusually quiet, Kaku, Khalifa and Lucci showed unprecedented timidity and fear. Bingshan looked at Ace, his eyes filled with disbelief. The 5 major foremen of Carrera Company are the foundation for the stability of their 7 waters capital. No matter what kind of pirates come here, they can't make trouble in front of them. Among them, Kaku and Lucci are the strongest. Unexpectedly, under the look of Portgas d'Ace, he became like this. Also, CP9. Does this organization really exist, and has it penetrated into the capital of 7 waters? Bingshan looked at Bluno, who fell to the ground without a sound, and the haze in his eyes could hardly be concealed. The world government has long been determined to obtain the Pluton design that he possesses. However, due to the Carrera Company he integrated, it provides shipbuilding and ship repair services to various agencies throughout the world government. Apart from frequently sending officials to negotiate, there was no other action. It seems that he is too careless. Unexpectedly, CP9 was dispatched. And, Bingshan's brows and eyes became even more gloomy. Khalifa, Kaku, Lucci, Portgas d'Ace's behavior almost pointed out to him who was the suspect. However, I still don't want to believe it. In his mind, he kept recalling the scenes of Khalifa, Kaku and Lucci getting along with him. How could they be CP9, the rumored killing machines that only know how to kill? Hey, what's CP9? Bluno is the owner of the tavern and my friend. You guys came here to say something is right or not, and beat my friend into this state. At this time, Barry was suppressing the influence of Conqueror's Haki, gritting his teeth and glaring at Ace. Hey, Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, why do you say you are not familiar with Bluno? Barry growled at Lucci and the other 3. What made Barry unbelievable was that neither Kaku nor Khalifa spoke, and their eyes were a little evasive. Lucci turned sideways, clenched his fists and said nothing. Ha ha ha, Uncle Bingshan, it seems you still have some people with backbone here. Ace laughed. Ace's laughter and words were like a sharp knife, piercing Kaku and Lucci's heart. But they had already succumbed to Ace Conqueror's Haki and had no qualifications to resist any of the king's moves. The humble and weak are just playthings to be teased by the strong. For the sake of your integrity, I'll show you, Robin. Ace said with a slight smile. Robin raised her red lips slightly and took out an image phone bug that was affected by Ace's perception field. A video was shown, the entire process of Bluno being killed, including the video of him saying that he was CP9 and using the majesty of the world government in exchange for a glimmer of hope, was all shown. Barry wanted to say something else, but was immediately blocked by the iceberg. Really, it's CP9. Bingshan's eyes became even more gloomy.
Nuauchi Gao, Ace said calmly. Boom. With the sound of a gunshot, a blood flower bloomed on Bluno's head.
The last breath of life, rapid silence, and finally disappeared. Kaku, Khalifa looked at Bluno who was shot dead on the spot in disbelief. Lucci's pupils shrank suddenly. Barry, who had not yet fully accepted that Bluno was a government agent, wanted to rush forward, but was immediately held tightly by the iceberg.
The strength is low, but the ability is very interesting.
Ace's right hand opened slightly, and Lackey placed an apple on Ace's hand. The mysterious fluctuations immediately enveloped the apple. Grr! In the eyes of Rob Lucci, Kaku and Khalifa in disbelief.
This apple quickly changed and turned into a mysterious fruit with mysterious patterns.
Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Ace's lips curled up slightly. Paramesh's gate fruit has a space-based ability that is also very rare among devil fruits. It would be a waste for Bluno to eat it. Nokagao, eat it. Paramesh's door fruit is very suitable for you. Ace handed the devil fruit in his hand to Nokagao. The potential of this devil fruit is very high, and it is very suitable for Noki's sniping ability. In Ace's opinion, the potential of this devil fruit is higher than the teleportation fruit that Fanoka will eat in the future. This is also the reason why Ace never let Nokagao eat the devil fruit.
Nokagao took the devil fruit and without any hesitation, peeled off the skin and ate it in one bite.
Woo! Nuo Kagao covered her mouth, her pretty face a little pale. But her beautiful eyes were shining with joy. Ace, as expected, has always been thinking about her devil fruit. Call! Nuo Kagao stretched out his hand and waved. Crack! An air door was opened by Ren. Paramecia, the door fruit. Nuoki's red lips were slightly raised. Advertisement. Sure enough, it suits her sniping ability very well. Rob Lucci, Khalifa, Kaku, his expressions were completely frozen at this moment.
Even Rob Lucci's eyes were full of fear. Weird monster.
Unexpectedly, Bluno's devil fruit ability was directly snatched away from him. What kind of ability is this? Who is Portka's D-Ace? Rob Lucci's face turned pale. Observation Haki clearly understood the emotions of Rob Lucci, Khalifa and Kaku, and Ace's eyes did not waver at all. There is no need to hide the ability to hunt devil fruit. The moment Vivi's sand fruit appears in front of Aokiji, his ability to hunt devil fruit is no longer a secret. In Marine, it can be completely deduced that the Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku, who is called the Resourceful General, and the Great Staff Crane, who is regarded as the brain of Marine. Besides, there is no need to hide anything. Even Blackbeard in the original book dared to openly hunt devil fruit. Could it be that my own courage is no better than that of a mere Blackbeard? The king does things as he pleases and is sneaky, which is what the weak do. Uncle Bingshan, the mayor, please hand over this corpse to the world government. Ace smiled lightly, the domineering black-purple eyes flashing crazily. By the way, tell the world governments, this is my warning to them. Ace suppressed his smile, and the terrifying black-purple color in his eyes instantly turned into reality, and he roared out. Boom! In an instant, the clouds in the sky rolled back crazily, and countless black and purple lightning flashed crazily in the atmosphere. Terrifying cracks appeared on the earth. The sky is shaking and the earth is shaking. This is the wrath of the king, this is. Watching the violent black and purple lightning roaring and flashing in the atmosphere. Kaku, Khalifa's face was full of fear. They have a feeling that as long as they touch this black and purple lightning, even if they use Iron Body, they will be killed instantly. What frightens them even more is that Portka's D-Ace's performance clearly showed that he already knew that they were members of CP9, and even killed Bluno, who was a member of CP9. He also used Bluno's body to warn the world government. Obviously, they are used as a mouthpiece. Portka's D-Ace. This madman, he is actually warning the world government. Warn that behemoth that has more than 170 member countries and dominates the entire world. Madman. Khalifa and Kaku's eyes were full of horror. Rob Lucci said nothing, looking at the black and purple lightning roaring in the atmosphere with a gloomy expression. The body is shaking unconsciously. Is it this power that suppressed him so embarrassingly just now? He had already bowed his head like this power, Wang Li's, at this moment, just seeing the black and purple lightning, he felt a sense of fear from his soul. In front of Portka's D-Ace, he now has the qualifications to resist. Call. The next moment, the roaring black and purple lightning in the atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Everything that happened must be conveyed to the world government exactly as it is, Uncle Iceberg. The corners of Ace's mouth raised slightly, creating a hint of Haki's curvature. You are heaven-defying in your understanding, publicly warn the world government, use the world government as a stepping stone, and rush to the supreme throne. Conqueror's Haki has been promoted. In my mind, a line of text slowly emerged. The curvature of Ace's mouth became more and more Haki. World government, it's just a stepping stone for myself. I will. Bingshan was silent for a moment and nodded silently. He glanced at Robin unconsciously. Nicole Robin was actually on the ship of such a dangerous person.
Your eyes seem to be looking at me all the time.
Robin's observation Haki noticed something and looked at the iceberg.
Nicole Robin, I have always wanted to see you. There is still a reward for you hanging in my room.
Bingshan said in a deep voice. Do you need me to sign it for you? Robin smiled. No, I really want to know, are you still researching that kind of dangerous thing? The iceberg suddenly looked up, heading west towards Robin. Dangerous stuff? Robin frowned and then understood.
Bingshan, I'm afraid I know something about ancient literature.
What I'm studying is not dangerous at all. Robin looked at Ace, her red lips slightly raised.
With Ace here, history is no longer taboo. Bingshan didn't know what to say for a moment.
It seems that your place is not suitable for repairing our ship now, Uncle Bingshan. Let's take our leave now. Ace smiled. Bingshan silently watched Ace and others walk away. Khalifa and Colin looked even more complicated. Rob Lucci clenched his fists tightly and showed no expression on his face. Chapter 98. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. It seems that Carrera Company also hides a lot of secrets. After walking out of Carrera Company, Nami was thoughtful. The 3 people who were intimidated by Ace using Conqueror's Haki were almost certainly members of CP9. Their emotional changes cannot be concealed from what they have seen, heard, and seen after being amplified by Thunderfruit. That's true. I didn't expect that among the CPs affiliated with world government, number 9 really exists.
He also sneaked into the uncle's company. It seems that the secret is not small. Quote. Vivi also nodded. Ace, are you going to kill them?
Nuochi Gao was carrying a gun, and a black light representing Haki flashed in her beautiful eyes. After eating the Menman fruit, Nuochi gained confidence and could kill several people quietly.
The gate fruit coupled with her sniper ability can lead to a terrifying assassination moment.
The scariest moment for a sniper is when the sniper is in the shadows.
The Menman fruit can perfectly create this kind of environment. The danger level of a sniper who is always in the shadows and will launch a fatal blow at any time will reach a terrifying level.
If we kill them here, who will fully convey my warning to the world government? Ace looked at the fighting girls and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The battle with Aokiji not only gained me a lot. The hearts of the women have also undergone transformation, and they have the heart of a true strong person. Even if it is a behemoth like world government, if it dares to provoke the Entei pirates, it will pay the price in blood. The king of the sea cannot be provoked. This is the courage that a member of the overlord level force in this sea should have. Aokiji, as the highest combat force under the world government, admiral of headquarters, has undoubtedly become a stepping stone for the mentality of strong women. The Haki of the girls is also growing stronger with this kind of courage. This is also the basis for the pirate group's constant battles with strong men during the Great Voyage, and thus its continuous transformation. When the girls heard this, the black color representing Haki kept flashing in their beautiful eyes, and around their necks, the lucky charms given to each of them by Ace were emitting a little mysterious light. Under the influence of this reduced version of the realm of understanding, the black light representing Haki in the beautiful eyes of the women became thicker and richer. Robin looked at Ace with brilliant eyes. Before, when she faced a behemoth like the world government, all she could think about was running. Facing such a behemoth, I didn't even have the courage to resist. Never thought that her captain was now issuing a direct warning to the world government. As expected, her captain. Robin's red lips drew a touching 780-degree arc. But Ace, what should we do about the renovation of the Melee? Carrera Company has merged 7 shipyards in the 7 Waters capital. If we don't find them, where can we find excellent ship repairers? Nokagao asked. Didn't Grandma Kokoruo say that? If we can't find a satisfactory ship repairman in Carrera Company, then a gangster on the street who doesn't know much about him might be a very good boat repairman.
Ace smiled and said, originally, Ace had no plans to renovate the Melee at Carrera Company.
With the ship repair skills of Kaku, Lucci and others, they are not qualified to modify the Melee. Moreover, how could I use my understanding field on these people? I have only one goal from the beginning. In the future, his younger brother, Luffy's ship repairman and reformer, Frankie. The world's best shipwright who once built the Oro Jackson for the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger, and helped him reach the final island. He is a disciple of Tom the Fishman. This guy is a ruthless person. He transformed a severely injured and dying body into a super artificial human by just using the remaining steel materials from an abandoned ship. When it comes to manufacturing talent, Frankie's talent is probably no less than that of his master. It is expected that with the full force of his understanding field, Frankie's shipbuilding ability will be no less than or even surpass his master, Tom, the former world's best shipbuilder. Only those with this level are qualified to carry out modifications for the Melee. Moreover, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Frankie's weapon modifications are among the best in the world. Such talent, with the blessing of the realm of understanding, will surely reach an astonishing level. It just so happens that I can help Nami strengthen her weather stick. You can also make a most suitable sniper rifle for Nokagao. Finally, Frankie's strength increases, which means that his brother, Luffy's strength increases. Luffy's power increases, which means his own power increases. It can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Ace, you mean? Nami's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. Where are the men who attacked our Mary, Nami, find them? Ace smiled lightly. Clear. Nami closed her beautiful eyes, and the observation Haki, which was amplified by the Thunderfruit, came out of her body, covering the entire 7 Water City within the scope of the observation Haki. After a moment, Nami's beautiful eyes suddenly opened, with lightning flashing in them. Found it. In the city of 7 Waters, on a remote coast, there is a building covered with graffiti in strange colors. This is where Frankie's family lives. It hurts. Zanbai let out a scream and allowed his younger brother to apply the medicine to him. Surrounded by them were the younger brothers of Frankie's family who were following Zanbai to the Mary. Each one of them had a burnt black color that had been struck by lightning. Oh wow, a strange scream sounded, and the entire Frankie family was shrouded in flashlights. Hey, my dear brothers, look at you, A blue-haired man with extremely weird body proportions, wearing only a pair of shorts and looking very perverted, was doing a weird dance and screaming under the flashlight. On the left and right sides, there are two women with square hair and dancing postures that are exactly the same as theirs. It's just a defeat, it's just a matter of trying to get it back. It's dance time, here's the pervert. Frankie's hands suddenly touch together, making a weird posture. Advertisement: the square-headed sisters on both sides are in exactly the same pose. Frankie. Super. Frankie screamed strangely, brother. Zanbai and others burst into tears when they saw Frankie. Brother, you want to take revenge on us? Zanbai and many of his younger brothers cried loudly. Revenge? Of course, veins appeared on Frankie's forehead. Which B**************** D hurt my dear brothers like this? Frankie's eyes were bloodshot because he was roaring. Yes, it's Lei. Zanbai and the other boys looked at each other, pointed at the ceiling, and said uncertainly. The scene suddenly turned cold. Huh? Thunder? You were struck by lightning? Frankie's mouth twitched and he looked carefully at the injuries of his brothers. Well, it was indeed struck by lightning. Ha ha ha. Being struck by lightning? This is really the treatment a pervert should receive. It's really, super, pervert. Frankie slapped his thigh and laughed. No, it's not, brother. We originally wanted to dismantle the pirate ship docked at the dock and sell it as usual. But as soon as he got close to the ship, a flash of thunder appeared in the sky. Zanbai looked at Frankie laughing and explained quickly. Huh? Frankie stopped laughing and frowned. If you are struck by lightning in nature, there is really nothing you can do. After all, Frankie can't possibly go to the sky and fight with Lei to avenge his younger brothers, right? Besides, being struck by lightning for no reason is really supef, in line with the identity of a pervert. But if someone is up to something, it's completely different. Whose pirate ship is that? Frankie shouted. Yes, it's the Entei Pirates, Portkas d'Ace's pirate ship with a bounty of 150 million belly. Zanba said loudly. Hey, brother, there's a bounty of 150 million baileys, this kind of person is not good. Kiwei, one of the square-headed sisters, was sweating on his forehead. Yes, brother, and there is no evidence that it was Portkas d'Ace who did it. Maz, another block-headed sister, is Cillian Dao, 150 million? It's quite a high bounty. Frankie's expression tightened. Zanbai and other younger brothers can also understand the elder brother. After all, that's 150 million belly, but, as long as it hurts my dear brothers, I will definitely kill him. Frankie's eyes were bloodshot because he was roaring. Brother. Zanbai and other younger brothers were immediately moved and burst into tears. Dang. Dang. At this moment, there was a very polite knock on the door of Frankie's family. Huh? Someone actually came to our Frankie family? And they knocked on the door so politely? Sister Chuang, CJBD, said in disbelief. Frankie's family's reputation in the capital of Seven Waters has long been ruined. No, according to the eldest brother, they should be extremely perverted. Everyone avoids them. Why would anyone come to Frankie's family and be so polite? This way of knocking on the door. Frankie jumped off the stage and walked to the door. Boom. Frankie ripped the door open completely. Not at all, super. Frankie screamed strangely under the stunned gazes of many younger brothers. Hey, you are the pervert in pervert, Frankie, right?
Ace looked at Frankie and smiled lightly. Ha. Frankie looked at this handsome man with a smile on his face that made people feel familiar at first glance, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly.
Then, the corners of his mouth kept rising, curling into an arc that even a marine warship couldn't suppress. Hey, you guys are really super good at complimenting people. Frankie made a gesture to invite in, with a full medical look. The pervert in pervert will be his new self-title from now on. The girls behind him twitched their mouths as they looked at this pervert dressed up and acted pervert. Does this guy really know how to repair ships? Hey, brother, is it really okay to let someone you don't know into Frankie's family?
Sister Cube looked at the elated Frankie and said hurriedly. The younger brother who was waiting for him was rubbing his eyes and looking at Ace carefully. Why does this person look so familiar? Yes. Frankie coughed dryly and looked at Ace. So, who are you? Do you have anything to do with me, the pervert of perverts? Just say it.
Frankie laughed. The Cub sisters and Frankie's family behind them suddenly broke into cold sweat on their foreheads.
Advertisement. It's over, the eldest brother has been completely captured by this title. I'm Portkas D. Ace, please give me your advice.
The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. The scene instantly became extremely quiet.
Cold sweat flowed down the foreheads of Frankie's family.
The bounty is 150 million, Entei, Portkas, D. Ace. No wonder they thought this man looked familiar. It's exactly the same as the one on the reward order. Huh? Frankie screamed strangely and stared at Ace with wide eyes. Portkas D. Ace. I was just about to find you. Are the injuries to my brothers caused by you? Frankie shouted. That's right, my navigators will always give certain punishment to those who try to get close to my ship.
Ace smiled lightly. Ha ha ha, it turns out that's the case, then it's you. You hurt my dear little brother.
By the way, we were introduced by Grandma Kokoluo to repair the ship. The task of modifying our ship will be left to you. Before Frankie could explode, Ace said with a smile on his face. Huh? That old woman in Conqueror introduced me to repair the boat? Frankie was stunned. That old woman, if you don't introduce this group of people to Carrera Company, why would you introduce them to him? No, that's not right. Frankie shook his head hard, his eyes blazing. The most important thing now is to avenge the younger brothers. You guy, you hurt my dear brothers, and you still want me to repair your boat? Do you look down on me super? Snapped. Ace gave a signal, and Kaya placed the 2 leather bags in front of Ace. 2 suitcases full of money were opened. Frankie's explosive rhythm was suddenly interrupted, and he stared blankly at the 2 wallets of money in front of him. Frankie's family behind him were also dumbfounded. Zanbai and others even felt that the injuries all over their bodies no longer hurt. Are you kidding me? A mere 200 million Baileys? Do you want to bribe me? Do you want me to give up avenging my younger brothers? Snapped. Another leather bag was opened. I don't know how to repair ships at all. I only know how to dismantle them. You have found the wrong person. Frankie swallowed and said loudly. Snapped. 2 more leather bags were opened. 500 million Baileys? Frankie and the younger brothers of Frankie's family were stunned. Ha ha ha, you are really super, you have found the right person. My ship repair skills are super, good. Frankie gave a thumbs up and laughed. Yes, if you think about it carefully, it's all our fault and the doctor's fault. Yes, and we were originally struck by lightning from the sky. Ha ha ha, yes, it has nothing to do with Brother Ace. The boys from Frankie's family, who were waiting for the injured, rubbed their hands and smiled like chrysanthemums. People can't even give up money for the sake of dignity, right? This is a full 500 million Baileys. Moreover, it was originally them who overestimated their capabilities and wanted to demolish other people's ships. Hurry and serve tea to Brother Ace. Ace smiled and walked into Frankie's family. What, Brother Ace, do you want to completely transform your pirate ship? To the extent that it can sail in the New World? Frankie looked embarrassed after hearing Ace's request. Honestly, this kind of thing can't be done at all. It's like building a new ship. Unless your ship has a ship spirit, there is only a slight possibility. Oh, by the way, the so-called ship spirit, Frankie gushed. Mary, say hi. Ace smiled. Hello, I am Melly, the ship spirit of the Melly. Mary, who was surrounded by the realm of understanding and was able to temporarily escape from the range of the Mary ship, waved his little hand. Yes, this is the ship spirit? Frankie's eyes almost popped out of his head. A ship spirit that can escape from a ship? I've never even heard of it. Unexpectedly, a ship spirit was born, and it was this kind of ship spirit that could move freely. No wonder Grandma Kokoluo asked you to come to me. Your love for the ship is really super and touching, wow. Frankie took out a ukulele and cried loudly while playing it. Just tell me how to reform it. Ace looked at Frankie helplessly. To be honest, even though there are ship elves, the only one who can do this is my late master. I have only learned part of his shipbuilding skills, and the rest has been taken to a place where I will never see him again. Frankie didn't hide anything from someone who cared so much about his boat, he said solemnly. Enies lobby? Ace's words made Frankie's eyes widen. Chapter 99. The Fifth Emperor. Why do you know this? Do you know who my master is? Frankie looked at Ace in disbelief. Tom, the world's best shipwright who built the Oro Jackson for Pirate King Gold D. Roger. He's your master, right? Ace looked at Frankie, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. You, how do you know my true identity? Frankie's face became extremely solemn. Not only do I know, I'm afraid CP9 who infiltrated your senior brother, Bingshan, has also begun to doubt your identity. Some of you, underestimate the world government's methods and follow them in this dark way. The reason why your master Tom was killed, and the design drawings of Pluton, are in your hands, right? Ace's words made Frankie's expression change again and again. Robin's beautiful eyes also condensed. No wonder the world government would spend so much effort to make CP9 as ship repairman and infiltrate the Carrera Company. It turns out that it was for the design drawings of ancient weapon, Pluton. Are you here for Pluton's design drawings? Frankie's expression changed. Pluton's design drawings. Ha ha ha. Ace Haki laughed, with violent purple-black eyes flashing crazily. All around him, looming violent black and purple lightning flickered from time to time. Seeing the violent black and purple lightning wrapped around Ace, Frankie's expression changed drastically. You. Frankie looked at Ace in disbelief. He has seen this power before. That was what a group of pirates saw nearly 30 years ago when they found their master Tom to build a ship. The name of that group of pirates is Roger Pirates. The one who possesses this power is the future Pirate King, Gold D. Roger. And the right hand who was later known as the Pirate King, Pluton, Silver, Rayleigh. Portgas D. Ace actually has the same power as them? This man Frankie's expression kept changing. Pluton's design drawings? I don't need that kind of thing. The corners of Ace's mouth curved into a Haki smile, and he laughed. Frankie's eyes were in a trance. It seems that the person at that time was also like this, Haki. However, I have a suggestion regarding Pluton's design drawings. Ace's lips raised slightly and he looked at Frankie. What? Frankie looked at Ace blankly. How about you take it and come with me to Enies lobby? After burning it there, pay homage to your master, the world's best shipwright, Tom. In Ace's eyes, the violent purple-black color became thicker and thicker. You're going to Enies lobby? Frankie was shocked. That place. It is the location of the 3 major institutions under the world government, including the naval headquarters and the undersea prison. Although Frankie prides himself on being a pervert who is not afraid of anything, but going to Enies lobby, he is not that crazy. CP9, if you dare to attack my crew, the base where CP9 is located, Enies lobby, will be wiped off the map by me. You just need to decide whether you want to follow me to Enies lobby. Use the entire Enies lobby to honor your master. This is the true price of shipbuilding given by me, Portgas d'Ace. How about it? Want to come with me, Frankie? The purple-black color in Ace's eyes became thicker and thicker, and Haki laughed. Bailey, how can that kind of thing be worthy of paying the shipbuilding expenses of his Portgas d'Ace? The entire Enies lobby deserves this value. Enies lobby is destroyed, celebrating the new Mary. The boys from Frankie's family hugged each other, their faces pale and trembling. Well, what a terrible man. Even the world government doesn't pay attention to it. They dared to mess with Portgas d'Ace's ship. How lucky they were to come back alive. The girls looked at Ace's beautiful eyes and their eyes flashed with color. As expected of him, their captain. The whole Enies lobby is worth the boat building price tag. Frankie was also stunned at this time. This is the owner and former Pirate King Gold D. Roger. Pluton, silver. A man as strong as Rayleigh. This is, what a courage. Frankie's eyes were instantly filled with tears. Ah, you guys are even more hockey than me, a pervert. You are a super, hockey man, ah. Frankie's tears were like a fountain, crying loudly. Okay, Frankie, will come with you. Things like Pluton design drawings should not exist in this world. Too many people have died for this thing, damn world government. Frankie's eyes were bloodshot and he said in a loud voice. Brother. Many of the younger brothers and the square-headed sisters in Frankie's family were immediately anxious. To attack the Enies lobby under world government? This is really crazy. Don't try to persuade me, my dear brothers, I have been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Frankie's eyes are full of hatred for the world government and longing for his master Tom. Advertisement sitting on the ground, with tears in his eyes, he began to talk about the tragedy that the world government caused in the Seven Water City in order to obtain Pluton's design. Brother. Woo. After knowing Frankie's past completely, Frankie's family's younger brothers and the cube-headed sisters burst into tears. World government. Toshigi held Xiaoyi Shigur's hand harder and harder, his beautiful eyes full of anger.
A world government that is so corrupt and doesn't take people's lives seriously actually claims to be the guardian of justice.
This is trampling on justice. Enies lobby. In Toshigi's beautiful eyes, the black color representing Haki is constantly flashing. Let her, Toshigi, the swordsman of the Entei pirates, tell those bastards what true justice is. The black color in the beautiful eyes of the girls is getting thicker and thicker. Don't cry, my dear little brothers. Frankie wiped away his tears and smiled at Frankie's family. Attack on Enies lobby, even if you die there, it will still be my pervert superplus romance. Frankie yelled. Brother, we also want to go with him. Zanbai wiped away his tears and said. The rest of Frankie's family, as well as the square-headed sisters, also had firm eyes. Stop being stupid. That's Enies lobby, you have no reason to follow me there. Frankie stared. Brother, we were just gangsters on the street, although we hoped to become a shipbuilder. However, because of his meager talent, he was rejected by Carrera Company and had to live on the street. It's you, brother, you took us in. We obviously have the strongest shipbuilding technology, but for us who are idiots with no shipbuilding skills, we opened this ship-breaking business called Frankie's. It affirms our lives, brother, how could you not repay your kindness to us? Zanbai burst into tears and shouted, Brother, let's go with you. The younger brothers of Frankie's family and the square-headed sisters burst into tears and roared. You guys are truly my dearest little brothers to Frankie. Frankie's tears were like a fountain, unable to go away. Okay, brother Ace, the lives of our Frankie family are in your hands. Frankie looked at Ace and said loudly, a man like Haki would not go to Enies lobby to seek death. It is also pervert's intuition to entrust your life to such a man. Brother Ace, it doesn't cost so much to renovate the ship. Renovating your ship, the most important one being Treasure Tree Atom, will cost about 200 million belly. You can take back the remaining 300 million, Frankie said seriously. No, the agreed 500 million is the 500 million. You can buy another copy of Baoshu Atom for the rest. My idiot brother appreciates your pervert. Maybe in the future, he will come to you and ask you to be his boatman. Ace laughed. Brother Ace's younger brother, Frankie was startled. Well, my brother, the man who wants to become the Pirate King, Monkey, D. Luffy. The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly, he is also the right hand of the king of the world. Monkey. D. Luffy. Frankie murmured. Ace's younger brother wants to become the Pirate King. Listening to these words, why does this pervert feel so excited? By the way, brother Ace, you said world government's CP9 infiltrated Carrera Company? That iceberg? Frankie's expression changed. Don't worry, those people don't dare to stay in the capital of Seven Waters anymore. The corners of Ace's mouth raised slightly, and in his eyes, the red color representing ultimate observation Haki flashed away. A shadowy place in the capital of Seven Waters. What should we do? Bluno is dead, Bingshan has obviously doubted us, and our identities have almost been exposed. The most important thing is that the man Portka's DI is still there. Kaku trembled all over as soon as he mentioned this name. Khalifa's eyes also flashed with fear. The expressionless Lu Chi began to look unnatural. According to our speculation, Frankie's identity is very suspicious, and he is suspected to be another of Tom's dead disciples, Carter Frame. But we haven't collected enough clues yet. Do you want to take action against Bingshan and Frankie in advance? Because he had only been sneaking into Carrera Company for 3 years and had not yet completely determined Frankie's identity, Khalifa looked at Lu Chi hesitantly. According to reports from our agents stationed in the Seven Waters capital, Portka's DAs went to Frankie's family after leaving Carrera Company. Lu Chi said with an ugly expression, "Isn't there no chance at all?" Kaku held his head and collapsed. "Khalifa, first, please go to court." Rob Lu Chi's expression returned to a cold expression. "Ming, I understand." Khalifa shuddered. "Holy Land, Mariajoy. A vast and luxurious office that symbolizes the highest power in the world. I really didn't expect that Portka's DAs would have the combat power to equal Aokiji." Advertisement Peter Saint, who has short blonde hair, looked at Ace's reward order in his hand and said in a deep voice. "Please give me flowers. What's even more troublesome is that Portka's DAs is suspected of having the ability to hunt devil fruit and is building his own devil fruit army. The powerful devil fruit now in the hands of Portka's DAs. There is Mara Mara fruit, Sand fruit, thunder fruit, and bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form," the long-bearded and long-haired Mo Sheng said in a deep voice. "They are all troublesome abilities. Together, these devil fruits are already more troublesome than the 4 Emperors pirate group alone." Saint Wichuli, who has a Madara birthmark on his forehead, is a little irritable. With these powerful devil fruit abilities, as well as combat prowess comparable to Aokiji, and the complete mastery of Conqueror's Haki-tangle, Portka's DAs can already be said to be the 5th Emperor on this sea. Saint Satan's eyes were cold. It just so happens that at this time, we simply don't have enough combat power to deal with Portka's DAs. Saint Nisholing held the sword and said, "Ta ta ta ta." At this time, there was a burst of anxious footsteps outside the office. "Report." Breathless shouts of terror arose. "What happened?" Saint Satan looked out the door and said in a deep voice. "Report." CP9 report from the Seven Waters capital. Entei, Portka's DAs, appeared in the capital of Seven Waters and killed CP9 member Bluno. Use his body to release Conqueror's Haki and publicly warn the world government. A Marine Commodore shouted with a trembling voice. He served as the vigilante at the previous Shichibukai meeting. In front of Portka's DA's Conqueror's Haki, he was instantly unconscious. According to the report submitted by CP9, he could tell at a glance that Portka's DAs had released Conqueror's Haki in the capital of Seven Waters. After the Aokiji incident, Portka's DA's weight has been elevated to the level of the 4 Emperors. In other words, as long as there is important information about Portka's DAs, it must be reported to the 5 elders as soon as possible. Portka's DAs, in the eyes of the world government, is already the 5th Emperor on this sea. What? 5 elders' pupils suddenly condensed. Portka's DAs, the arrogant guy, Saint Wichuli said angrily. "Calm down. Bring in the report," the long-bearded and long-haired Mo Sheng said in a deep voice. Yes. Mo Sheng received the report and his pupils shrank. According to CP9's report, Portka's DAs killed Bluno in CP9 in public. He also took out an apple and used some method to snatch away the paramecia from the dead Bluno. Sengoku and his speculations were completely confirmed. Portka's DAs has the ability to hunt including paramecia, logia devil fruit. Saint Mosh said with an ugly expression. "Hole. This is how you hunt devil fruit. What on earth is going on?" Saint Peter's face turned ugly. Portka's DAs, the progress of possessing the powerful devil fruit legion, can no longer be stopped. Saint Satan said in a deep voice. It seems that the successive contacts between Aokiji, CP9 and Portka's DAs have angered the King of the Sea. This new king is promoting his power to us. Saint Peter's face turned gloomy. How to deal with it? Mo Sheng said in a deep voice. Going to war with the King of the Sea will make our already weak combat power even more empty. The 5th Emperor of the Sea will not be satisfied with his current status. Hasn't he already regarded Kaido of the Beasts as a hunting target? That madman Kaido is not easy to hunt. Let Portka's DAs and Kaido collide. One of the two will surely fail. Besides, Sengoku is still trying to make Portka's DAs become Takekai. CP9, temporarily end the task of obtaining Pluton's manufacturing blueprints, and withdraw to Enies lobby to avoid further angering Portka's DAs. Because of this incident, it was an irrational thing to make the 5th Emperor angry and make the sea shake. Peter Saint said calmly. Seconded, agree. The remaining 4 or 5 elders expressed their opinions one after another. The important combat power of the world government needs to deal with the Revolutionary Army and the 4 Emperors. Kaido and Big Mom and 4 Emperors are sick from time to time, which affects the combat power of Marine and the World Government Emperor. The Revolutionary Army is a serious problem for the world government. Now, it is definitely not the time to start a war with Portka's DAs, who is already the 5th Emperor on the sea. It would be most suitable for Portka's DAs to collide with 4 Emperors Kaido. Moreover, if Sengoku's plan can really be completed and Porcas d'Ace becomes a Shichibukai, then the world government will gain an amazing combat power. At this time, there is no way to start a war with Porcas d'Ace. An order, very quickly, skipped Enies' lobby and was sent directly from the highest level of world government to Rob Lucci's hand. Chapter 100. The latest combat power of the Entei Pirates, 4 Emperors level. Lucci, there's a reply from above. Khalifa's lips trembled a little. So fast? That idiot Spandam, when did you become so efficient in reporting to the top? Lucci frowned slightly. Spandam, now the commander of CP9. But in fact, he is just a loser who relied on family power to rise to power. None of the members of CP9 took it seriously. No, it's not an order from Enies' lobby. Khalifa's lips trembled a little. What? Lucci took the order from Khalifa's hand and his pupils trembled. Yes, the highest level of the world government, skipping Enies' lobby, issued the order directly. Let's stop getting the Pluton design drawings and get right back to the drawing board. Avoid P**************** G off Porcas d'Ace again. Khalifa's lips trembled, and her eyes were filled with fear. The highest level of the world government, the person with the highest power in the world, actually skipped Enies' lobby and directly issued such an order. For Porcas d'Ace, who directly provoked the world government in public, he used the words, avoid angering. Difficult, don't tell me, Porcas d'Ace, this man, wouldn't even a behemoth like world government be willing to collide with this man? Well, that is a behemoth that has more than 170 participating countries, the guardian of justice, and dominates the entire world. If world government is a big tree in the sky, then CP9 is just an insignificant bud under the big tree. How could Porcas d'Ace be able to make such a behemoth retreat? Although I don't want to believe it, the facts are before my eyes. In the eyes of world government executives, even if they cannot obtain Pluton's design drawings, they cannot continue to anger Porcas d'Ace. What kind of man did they, CP9, face, 670? Khalifa's body was constantly trembling. Ken, something must be wrong. Why is even the world government afraid of this man? So, is it because of that man's kindness that we can survive? Are you kidding? How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Kaku's mood completely collapsed and he yelled. Kaku thought that if he reported it, he might be labeled as incompetent. Maybe even accept ruthless punishment from the world government. But Kaku never thought that this would be the result. The top leaders of the world government directly passed the Enies' lobby and issued an order for them to retreat to avoid angering Porcas d'Ace. World government, is that behemoth, also under the power of Porcas d'Ace, afraid? How could such a ridiculous thing happen? At this moment, Kaku's faith even began to collapse. Calm down. Lucci shouted lowly. About Porcas d'Ace, there must be some information that we don't know. That information involves the highest levels of world government. Obviously, from the perspective of the highest levels of world government, the benefits of obtaining Pluton's design drawings are lower than the benefits of a direct collision with Porcas d'Ace. That's all. How can the world government be afraid of Porcas d'Ace? Lucci's eyes were bloodshot. That's right, although they have CP9, they are indeed no match for Porcas d'Ace. That terrifying strength disqualified them from taking action against him. But to say that the world government is afraid of Porcas d'Ace, Rob Lucci definitely doesn't believe it. As powerful as the 4 emperors, the existence of the 4 emperors who rule the new world has not shaken the supremacy of the world government in dominating the entire world. It's just a temporary retreat. Sooner or later, he, Rob Lucci, will regain his shattered dignity here at Porcas d'Ace. As for the world government's attitude towards Porcas d'Ace, it is very similar to its treatment of the 4 emperors. It can temporarily retreat from some things. Rob Lucci didn't think deeply about it, or rather, he didn't dare to think about it. If he thinks about it deeply, Rob Lucci is afraid that his strong heart will completely collapse at this moment. When the time comes, he will no longer have the courage to face Porcas d'Ace. No, that's right, it's just a strategic retreat. One day, Porcas d'Ace will be punished by justice. Maybe we can also see justice against him in Enies' lobby. Kaku adjusted his mood and showed a forced smile. Let's go back to Enies' lobby. I was really too lazy when I was a boatman here. I was so lazy that my strength could no longer keep up with this era. If Superman's strength cannot compete with Porcas d'Ace, then I will surpass Superman. I will never experience that feeling of powerlessness again. Advertisement, just wait, Porcas d'Ace. Rob Lucci looked at his right hand and clenched his fist with such force that it made a crunching sound. Let's go back to Enies' lobby. Kaku and Khalifa looked at each other and nodded. They don't want to stay in this place for another minute. Here, there's Porcas d'Ace. In the eyes of Kaku and Khalifa, the city of 7 waters at this moment was like a prehistoric beast that would devour them in one bite at any time. Only by returning to Enies' lobby can they feel completely safe. After all, it symbolizes the absolute justice of the world government. In the past 800 years, no prisoner taken to Enies' lobby has ever returned alive. No matter how strong Porcas d'Ace is, how can they still get back Enies' lobby? Frankie's family, it's finished, it's really super, perfect. The whole body was filled with the mysterious light of the realm of understanding, and Frankie screamed strangely. Bah! Nami picked up the modified weather stick, and the lotus body shone with light. It's amazing. It can fully carry the power of my thunderfruit, and it can also increase the power of thunder. Why? After observation, Haki felt it for a while. Nami's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. After obtaining the Thunder Fruit, the original weather stick has no effect on Nami. After all, compared to the power of Thunder Fruit, which is one of the invincible abilities in Logia, the thunder and lightning created by the weather stick is really not good enough. In fact, the weather stick can no longer withstand the power of Thunder Fruit. But Nami, Tianfen cherishes this great weather. After all, this was customized for her by Ace. But now, everything is no longer a problem. Shrouded in the field of understanding, Frankie's modified weather stick can perfectly carry the power of Thunder Fruit, and can even increase the power of thunder and lightning for 10 steps. This gun is also great and holds my armament Haki wrap perfectly. Nuo Kagao was holding a brand new sniper rifle, her pretty face full of joy. In the second half of the Grand Line, a powerful sniper has extremely high requirements for sniper rifles. Not only are the performance requirements for the sniper rifle itself, but also the strength of the sniper rifle's ability to carry the sniper's armament Haki. Although a powerful sniper can control armament Haki almost perfectly, minimizing the burden on the gun.
But in the end, the bullets wrapped around armament Haki still need to be fired.
The sniper rifle that Nokagao bought in Logue Town could no longer keep up with the strength of Nokigao's Haki, severely limiting the strength that Nokagao could exert. But this sniper rifle built by Frankie is not only much more powerful, it can also perfectly carry Nokia's current armament Haki. A handy gun is a second life for a sniper. There was uncontrollable joy in Nuo Chigao's beautiful eyes. Nami, you are so awesome. Nami looked at Nami, whose whole body was flashing with thunder and lightning, and through the weather rod, terrifying thunder and lightning was released from time to time. Zanbai and the others had cold sweats on their faces, and their faces were full of joy. Nami, the eldest sister, turned out to be the incarnation of thunder and lightning, a lightning man who ate the Logia thunder fruit. Fortunately, Sister Nami didn't do anything cruel, otherwise they would definitely die to death. I didn't expect you, the pervert, to be quite capable. Nami and Nokagao looked at Frankie, who was dancing weirdly, and laughed. Ha ha ha. You are worthy of being Brother Ace's crew member and such a guest. Frankie covered his head and laughed. But it's not just me, Brother Ace's understanding in this area is really strong. With this level of understanding, as long as I get my master's shipbuilding skills, I am confident that I can make your ship super perfect. Frankie gave a thumbs up and said loudly, That's great, Melly. Kaya looked at Melly and smiled. Melly nodded cutely, with a look of anticipation on her face. At this time, Nami, who was happily testing the weather stick, frowned. Ace, CP9's Rob Lucci, Khalifa, Kaku, received instructions from the world government. Give up the mission to obtain the Pluton manufacturing blueprints and return to Enies lobby to avoid angering you again. Now it's time to take the sea train back to Enies lobby. It seems that your battle with Aokiji made the world government unwilling to anger you anymore because of Pluton's design drawings. Nami smiled. With observation Haki blessed by Thunderfruit, nothing that happens in the Seven Waters capital can escape Nami's perception. At the same time, Nami's beautiful eyes still have pride and pride. What about world government? In front of Ace, isn't it necessary to make a certain degree of concession? Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, CP9, it's them, world government, because of Brother Ace, has temporarily given up on the Pluton design drawings? When Frankie heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. Frankie still clearly remembers how crazy the world government was when they designed the blueprint for Pluton. Advertisement you actually gave up because of Brother Ace? Wait, Aokiji, why is this name so familiar? Frankie touched his chin, thoughtfully, and then cold sweat flowed down Frankie's forehead. Aokiji, one of the most powerful people in the world government and one of the Admiral of Headquarters, isn't this the Aokiji you're talking about? Frankie covered his head and shouted, Yes, it's Aokiji. Nami nodded proudly. Why? Frankie's family hugged each other and looked at Ace with horror in their eyes. Brother Ace, actually fought with Aokiji, one of the Admiral of Headquarters? Then, what's the result of the battle? Fu Lanqi swallowed and looked at Ace nervously. Aokiji and Ace actually ended up in a tie. He really deserves to be the Admiral of Headquarters, but Ace still has a trump card that he can't use. If we face each other next time, Ace will definitely win. Kaya's angelic little face is full of pride. In Kaya's view, being able to draw with Ace is Aokiji's greatest honor. Her Ace is definitely the strongest in the world. War, draw? No wonder, Brother Ace, you dared to attack Enies lobby. Frankie murmured, his eyes full of shock. Fight with Aokiji, the most powerful person in the world government, the Admiral of Headquarters? Is this the power of Brother Ace? This is how confident Ace guys are that they dared to attack Enies lobby? You are wrong about this. A gentle smile appeared on Ace's face, and he slowly glanced at the girls. My crew is my greatest confidence, Ace laughed. After the battle with Aokiji, the improvement brought by the battle turtle breath technique is the strongest ever. Physical fitness, Haki, and Mera fruit abilities have all undergone another qualitative change. The current Ace, even if he does not use a sword to be cremated, and uses heaven-defying understanding to create the Great Flame Ring High and other abilities that surpass the power system of the pirate world. With conventional combat power, if we fight Aokiji again, we won't be at a disadvantage just by relying on Haki and Mera fruit abilities. If they face each other again, Ace is confident that he can defeat Aokiji with the help of the Great Flame Ring High. Without the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, Aokiji's upper limit of combat power is still unable to compare with the four emperors at their peak. Ace now stands at the true pinnacle of this ocean. But even with one of the true peak strengths in this sea, he cannot face the entire four emperors pirate group alone. It was the Nami girls who really gave Ace the confidence to regard four emperors Kaido as his hunting target. Through heaven-defying understanding, the latest evaluation of the strength of the women has reached an extremely high level. Because Konus has just joined and has only been strengthened in the field of understanding for a short period of time, his direct combat power is not very high. But Konus's vocal fruit can increase the combat power of companions through vocal music. It can also weaken the enemy's will to fight through the fruit's ability, thereby affecting the enemy's Haki strength. It can be called one of the strongest auxiliary abilities. Toshigi, because he has not yet eaten the powerful devil fruit, but relies on the rapid growth of swordsmanship and armament Haki in the field of understanding, his combat power is comparable to the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Kaya, the girl that Ace cherishes the most, even though she only has a devil fruit like a healing fruit, which does not have a huge increase in combat power. However, he relied on himself to inherit the superb medical skills of One Piece's ship's doctor, and combined with the field of understanding, he conducted special 0.3 training that can be called hell-level training. The physique has reached the level of the strongest among the women. Together with the strongest armament Haki and Kaya among the women, it has the strength that is no less than that of the ordinary Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Robin, because of the accumulation in the past nearly 20 years, with the help of the field of understanding, he has accumulated a lot of experience. The combat power is also comparable to the ordinary Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Vivi, although it is not yet possible to perfectly entangle Haki with Sand Fruit's ability, but relying on the field of understanding, using Sand Fruit's ability, can participate in the demonic order. The senior Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral battle. Nokagao, after eating the gate fruit, can rely on the gate fruit to create a sniper moment in the absolute shadow. With the armed color, second only to Kaya among the girls. Haki, it even has the ability to kill ordinary Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, and can fight against senior Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals who can participate in Buster Call. Lackey, although it has not been strengthened in the field of understanding for a long time, can still fight against the senior Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral with the bird fruit Phantom Beast species Suzaku form. This is the Devil Fruit. The powerful Devil Fruit can instantly gain combat power no less than the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The strongest among the girls is Nami. Nami's talent for weather perception is rare in the world. Coupled with the field of understanding, her control of thunder and lightning has reached a terrifying level. In addition, this one perfectly suits Nami's Thunder Fruit, which is also one of the invincible abilities in Logia. Nami's combat power has surpassed the senior Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters and reached the level of Admiral Candidate. This is Devil Fruit with huge profits. Coupled with Ace's understanding field, the strength of the girls is already very powerful. But if you want to reach the strength of Admiral or even the four emperors, you need to rely on Haki's strength. Coupled with Ace, we truly stand at the pinnacle of this ocean, a four emperors level battle. This is the latest combat power of the Entei pirates. Comparable to the combat power of the real four emperors pirate group. Chapter 101. Take stock of the sea, I am the strongest. Ace looked at the girls with confidence. Today, the foundation of the Entei pirates has been completely laid. Even facing the complete four emperors pirate group, it is enough to fight. The most powerful forces on this sea are undoubtedly the four emperors pirate group in Naval Headquarters, as well as the Shichibukai. These three parties have created a delicate balance on the sea. The most powerful force, without a doubt, is the four emperors at their peak. The four emperors who have fully mastered the power of Conqueror's Haki are almost as powerful as each other. Below Admiral, even the peak four emperors cannot withstand a full blow from Conqueror's Haki correction. Even the Marine Admiral, who is known as the strongest Marine in this generation. Three top Logia demon fruit power, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. In addition to Akainu eating the lava fruit, which has the strongest attack power in the Devil Fruit illustrated book, and combining it with the armament Haki extended by its extreme justice, he can have four emperors level attacks. Kizaru and Aokiji, because they do not possess Conqueror's Haki ender, the attacks they can perform are not as good as those of the peak four emperors. But even the four emperors at their peak cannot face two admirals at the same time. The four emperors, admiral, are the pinnacle of force in this sea, and they are the pinnacle of force with powerful faults. Below them are the vice chief of the four emperors pirate group and the admiral candidate of the marine. Of course, like Pluton, Silver who has completely mastered Conqueror's Haki entanglement and has four emperors level combat power. Sao Li is excluded. The deputy of the four emperors pirate group and the admiral candidate of the marine are the second echelon of combat power in this sea. They may have a powerful devil fruit, they may have a powerful Haki, they may have a special bloodline. Although their military power is far inferior to that of admiral and four emperors, they can already influence the direction of the war between the four emperors pirates to a certain extent. Nami is at this level now. The powerful Thunderfruit, coupled with Nami's almost heaven-defying control over thunder and lightning in the field of understanding. Let Nami become the second force of the Entei pirates, the second echelon on this sea. If Nami's Thunderfruit can be awakened, then Nami will have the combat power of an ordinary admiral. 29 This is the reason why Thunder Fruit, which is called the Devil Fruit in Logia, is one of the invincible abilities. After awakening, the pure Thunder Fruit ability is comparable to that of an ordinary Admiral. Haki, who is below the Admiral level, has no ability to resist in front of the awakened Thunder Fruit. After all, having Haki only has the means to counter Devil Fruit's ability, not to restrain Devil Fruit's ability like Seastone. The powerful simple Devil Fruit ability can also defeat Haki, who is not strong enough. Although it is not as good as the 4 Emperors and the current 3 Elemental Admirals, but compared with the Vice President and the Admiral candidate in the 4 Emperors pirate group, still possesses cliff-like powerful force. Even the peak 4 Emperors would have to go through a lot of trouble to defeat Nami after Thunderfruit's awakening. And if you want to go one step further and have 4 Emperors level attack power, you need the powerful Haki. With Ace's understanding and Nami's future, it is not impossible to reach Akainu's strength. Under the Admiral candidate, the Vice Chief of the 4 Emperors pirate group, they are the senior officers of the 4 Emperors pirates, the senior captains of the division, and the senior vice admirals of the naval headquarters who can participate in Buster Call and possess powerful Haki. Their strength is in the 3rd echelon in this sea. Although they are not strong enough to withstand the full blow of the 4 Emperors Admiral, they are not as strong as the Imperial Vice President and Admiral Alternate, who can influence the direction of a war to a certain extent. But it is also a powerful combat force that cannot be ignored in this sea. Buster Call, composed of 5 senior naval headquarters vice admirals, is the best interpretation of their strength. The strength of New Okagawa, Vivi, and Lackey is at this level. Vivi and Lackey ate the top-notch Devil Fruit, Sand Fruit and Bird Fruit Phantom Beast species Suzaku form. In terms of potential, Lackey's Bird Fruit Phantom Beast species Suzaku form is the best among the 3, no less than Nami's Thunder Fruit. If he can complete the awakening of Devil Fruit's ability, Lackey will also have combat power comparable to that of an ordinary admiral. Although Vivi's Sand Fruit is not as good as Nami's Thunder Fruit and Akainu's Lava Fruit, it is also a very powerful Logia Devil Fruit. If the awakening of Sand Fruit can be completed, then Vivi will have the combat power of an admiral candidate. Coupled with the increasingly powerful Haki and Vivi's future with the help of Ace's understanding field, it is not difficult to have ordinary admiral level strength. Nuachigao's Door Fruit is better because it possesses rare space ability. Combined with her sniping ability and armament Haki, she can unleash mysterious attacks that are almost unpredictable even with Vice Admiral's observation Haki. If Nokagawa can complete the awakening of the Gate Fruit, then the influence of the Gate Fruit, the atmosphere, the earth, and the entire space will be filled with people. Even the Admiral-level observation Haki cannot completely predict the sniper attacks launched by these infinite gates. Nokagawa will also have Admiral candidate-level combat power. As for the higher limit, it's up to Haki to decide. Under the Senior Vice Admiral, there are the ordinary Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and the cadres at the back of the division in the 4 Emperors Pirate Group. The 4th echelon of combat power in this sea, Robin, Kaya, are in this echelon of experience. Although Robin's Flower Fruit is not a top-notch Devil Fruit, with Ace's understanding field, the Flower Fruit ability will be awakened in the future. Coupled with the accumulation of nearly 2 decades before Haojai, Haki is becoming increasingly powerful with the help of the field of understanding. Robin, it is not difficult to have Admiral candidate-level combat power. Kaya's Healing Fruit, combined with Kaya's medical skills inherited from One Piece's ship's doctor, and the help of Ace's understanding field, allow Kaya to train her physique regardless of the consequences. Advertisement with her strong physique and willpower, Kaya has the strongest armament Haki among the girls. In Ace's view, with the help of the Realm of Understanding, Kaya's future to reach the strength of the former Marine Admiral and Black Arm Zephyr is not an unreachable thing. Under the ordinary Vice Admiral, there are those who are not cadres but core members of the 4 Emperors Pirate Group, and the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Toshigi is at this level. But Toshigi's potential is not weak, but he didn't eat the powerful Devil Fruit. He only relied on swordsmanship and Haki. Therefore, the improvement of strength is not as good as other girls who eat powerful Devil Fruit. But combined with Ace's understanding field, Toshigi's swordsmanship improved very quickly. What Toshigi needs is time. Give Toshigi time, and her kendo can work wonders. Konus, although the upper limit of combat power may not be too high in the future. But if the Vocal Fruit can complete its awakening, Konus will have a more powerful assistant than Bello Betty, the leader of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, and the user of the Inspiration Fruit ability. It will be a powerful boost to the combat power of the entire pirate group. As for 7 Warlords of the Sea, the strength of each member varies greatly. For example, Dracul Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman, whose swordsmanship is even better than that of the red-haired one in 4 Emperors, has the 1st echelon and can fight with Admiral and 4 Emperors. Boa Hancock, who owns Conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo. Bartholomew Bear has the Bug-level Meatball Fruit ability. They have the power of the 2nd echelon, the Imperial Deputy, and the Admiral Alternate. Straight Jinbei is the 3rd echelon, with the strength of the Senior Marine Vice Admiral, the leader of the top ranks among the 4 Emperors Pirate Group. As for the shame of Shichibukai, he failed to compete with Kaido in his early years and pinned all his hopes on the zombie army. Like Crocodile before, Haki was completely lost. Moonlight, Moria, who can only rely on the power of Devil Fruit to dominate. The current strength is in the 4th echelon, the ordinary Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and the 4 Emperors Pirate Group, ranking behind the strength of the captain. This is the composition of the combat power of the entire sea. as well as the current combat power of the girls of the Entei Pirates, and their potential for future combat power. With Ace's realm of understanding, it's only a matter of time before the girl's devil fruit awakens. The current Entei Pirates. There's Ace himself, with 4 Emperors level combat power. It is also the foundation of the Entei Pirates, the 4 Emperors level pirate group. Nami has the combat power of the Emperor and Deputy level. It is the Entei Pirates' second most powerful force after Ace. Nokagao, Vivi, and Lackey have senior naval headquarters vice admiral combat power, and can fight with the top-ranked captains of the 4 Emperors pirate group. Kaya, Robin, has ordinary naval headquarters vice admiral combat power, which can rival the lower-ranked captains of the 4 Emperors pirate group. Tashiji's strength is still improving rapidly and is currently only comparable to naval headquarters rear admiral. Konus's ability is to provide combat power to the entire Entei Pirates. This is the current strength of the Entei Pirates. Even compared with the complete 4 Emperors pirates, they only lack some backbone combat power. The high-end combat power is fully capable of fighting on an equal footing. And the lack of backbone, Ace's Conqueror's Haki, can solve this gap. For the collision between the 4 Emperors pirate group, the real winner is the Emperor with powerful force. The Emperor's deputy can only affect part of the direction of the war to a certain extent. As for the backbone combat power, it only determines the sphere of influence that the Emperor can rule and engages in large-scale battles with the enemy in large-scale wars. Therefore, the Entei Pirates are undoubtedly a 4 Emperors level pirate group. And the future of the Entei Pirates will be superior to all pirate groups today. Nami, Lackey, under Ace's understanding field, it's only a matter of time before Devil Fruit's ability awakens. Coupled with Ace's understanding field, Haki makes them stronger. In the future, the strength will definitely reach the Admiral level. It is still an Admiral level comparable to the current Element 3 Admiral. With the two of them working together, even one of the 4 Emperors could only be defeated. Kaya, Vivi, and Ace are confident that with the help of their own understanding field, after Devil Fruit awakens, and then they have Haki who is getting stronger in the understanding field. It is only a matter of time before it becomes an ordinary Admiral. Kaya will become no less powerful than the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, an Admiral with ultimate powerful armament Haki and physique. Vivi, combined with Sand Fruit, will become an Admiral-level combat force that can be called one of the natural disasters. Robin's combat power is at the lower limit. Ace is confident to help Robin upgrade to the Admiral candidate level. As for higher levels, Robin can only rely on her Haki strength. After all, the potential of Flower Fruit is indeed not as good as those powerful Devil Fruit. Tashiji's future, in Ace's opinion, only takes time. Cooperate with yourself in the field of understanding. Tashiji's future achievements in swordsmanship will be able to challenge Dracul Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman today. Becoming an Admiral-level combat power just takes a little longer than other girls. As for the higher limit of the girls, it depends on their Haki achievements. But no matter what, the future Entei Pirates' lower limit of strength, excluding Ace, will be. Nami and Lackey are 2 top Admiral-level combatants who are comparable to today's 3 elemental admirals. Together they can kill 4 emperors. Advertisement Kaya, Vivi, and Tashigi. The 3 are comparable to ordinary admirals, and their combat power is comparable to that of the former peak Black Arm Zephyr. Robin, Nokiko, 2 lieutenants who are comparable to those of the 4 Emperors pirate group, are trapped in the combat power of the candidates. And Konus, the strongest auxiliary combat ability. Such a configuration is superior to any 4 Emperors pirate group today. And this is only the lowest limit of the future strength of the Entei Pirates. With Ace's understanding field, the girls' Haki will continue to improve. Ace will also absorb more powerful combat power. In the future, the Entei Pirates will definitely be the strongest pirate group on the sea. And Ace will also have more intelligence than the former Pirate King Gold D. Roger. The once sole overlord of the sea, Rox D. Zebek, their strength was above all else. At that time, it will be the time for Ace to launch a final battle against the Heavenly Throne and become the king of the world. That day won't be too far away. Ace's eyes were flashing with thick and violent purple and black. Ace. The girls looked at Ace's eyes and pursed their red lips. Around their necks, the lucky charm Ace gave them flashed. Under the influence of the reduced version of the field of understanding, Ace's trust in them, and the determination of the girls to respond to Ace. It has become a powerful driving force for the girls. In her beautiful eyes, the black color representing armament Haki becomes thicker and thicker. The fighting spirit is constantly rising. The pressure brought by Haki shocked Frankie. The younger brothers of Frankie's family were even more trembling. As expected of brother Ace's pirate group, it's really a super powerful pirate group. Frankie screamed strangely and looked at Frankie's family and the Squarehead sisters. Dear brothers. Let's go, follow brother Ace and others to attack Enies' lobby. Frankie's eyes widened as he yelled, oh, let's go. The corners of Ace's mouth raised slightly, and the purple-black color in his eyes became thicker. The women raised their arms and responded loudly. Huh, brother Ace. Why did you bring us here? Looking at the door of Carrera Company in front of him, Frankie looked a little uncomfortable. Kaya. Ace looked at Kaya aside. Bulu bulu. Click. Kaya took out a phone and was answered after a few rings. Hiccup. Is that Ace? I'm ready. A drunken voice came from the phone bug. Grandma Kokoluo. Frankie's eyes widened when he heard this familiar voice. Crack. The door of Carrera Company suddenly opened. Kokoro took Ace's wine and staggered out. Bingshan was beside him and walked out with a complicated expression. You're right, Portgas d Ace. Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa and the others are all CP9. If it weren't for you, they would definitely kill me before completing their mission. Bingshan's face was full of bitterness. Ace, the Smoky Tom is ready and ready to depart at any time. Kokoro's granddaughter, Meng Ni, was full of joy. Under Ace's instruction, Kaya had already informed them through the phone bug that they were going to Enies' lobby. He also told Grandma Kokoro about taking Frankie and burning Pluton's design drawings in Enies' lobby to pay homage to Tom. Ha ha ha, how can I be left out of such a thing as paying homage to Tom? Let me pilot this smoking Tom for you and head to Enies' lobby. Kokoluo took a sip of wine, and his eyes that were originally drunk were now full of reason. Starting today, Enies' lobby, which has never issued a verdict of not guilty in its 800-year history, will be completely wiped off the map. Ace's eyes suddenly condensed, and the earth and sky began to tremble violently at this moment. Just retreating to calm the king's anger. Only by completely erasing Enies' lobby from the map can the majesty of the king be demonstrated. Chapter 102. The man standing at the top, coming in. Enies' lobby. On the island, there's a court directly under the world government. Although it is called a court, anyone who is taken to Enies' lobby must have been deemed a prisoner. In its 800-year history, there has never been a verdict of not guilty. After being handed down a guilty verdict, they will be escorted through the empty courts and arrive at a cold and huge steel door, the door of justice. Those who pass through the gate of justice are either sentenced to death or escorted to the undersea prison impelled down. Symbolizes the absolute justice of world government. In the center of Enies' lobby, there is the most conspicuous tower, the Tower of Justice, which is the office and meeting hall of various members of CP9. At the highest point of the Tower of Justice, which is also the highest point of the entire Enies' lobby, hangs the flag of world government. Symbolizes the supreme power of world government. As one of the three major organizations under the world government, Enies' lobby has 10,000 permanent soldiers stationed there. The front island of Enies' lobby, which is the first main entrance of Enies' lobby, has a large number of soldiers wearing black suits and sailors stationed there. Through this huge first main entrance, you can pass through a long and narrow passage to reach the second main entrance suspended above the waterfall, which is the main island of Enies' lobby. After getting off the sea train, Lucci's face was very gloomy and he walked straight to the main island suspended above the waterfall. Khalifa and Kaku followed Lucci. Although their faces were not very good looking, they breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, back to Enies' lobby. Only by returning here can we get rid of the haze of that man, Portgas d Ace. In the chief's room on the main island, you are finally back, Lucci. A man with a tin mask on his face, short purple hair, and a wretched look looked at Lucci and the others who walked in, and shouted enthusiastically. The commander of CP9, Spandam. Lucci had a sullen face and showed no intention of responding, making Spandam immediately embarrassed. Hey, I haven't seen you in the past 3 years. Everyone, how are you doing during this period of time? A tall man with thick white foundation on his face, patterns painted with black oil paint, and long white hair hanging down to the ground. He was shaking his head, holding out 5 fingers and speaking in a weird accent. CP9 member, stupid. Cha Baba, it would be great if you could come back safely. A strange man with a round body, very similar appearance to Fukuru, short and thin legs, and the most eye-catching thing is that he has a zipper around his mouth. He has a happy face. CP9 member Fukuru. Failure of the mission is inevitable. After all, we encountered a monster of that level. Only one Bluno died, which is already your greatest luck. A man with a black braid on the back of his head, 2 long mustaches on both sides of his mouth, and a scar on the left and right, like a cunning wolf, said with his hands folded across his chest. Member of CP9, Zone, Dogfruit, Wolf Form Ability User, Jabra. Do you know anything? When Lucci heard this, his eyes suddenly froze, staring at Spandam not far away. Here, the only one who can know the inside story from the highest level of the world government is Spandam. He is obviously a waste, his power level is not even as good as that of an ordinary marine soldier, but he still sits in the high position of CP9 commander. One can imagine the power of the Spandam family in the world government. You know something about that man, Portgas d Ace, right, Spandam? Lucci stared at Spandam, his eyes flashing wildly with the wild killing intent derived from the zone cat fruit leopard form. The terrifying murderous intention made Spandam feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. Cha Baba, Lucci, you can't kill the commander. Although the commander's power value is only 9, and the power value of a marine soldier is 10. I only got this position because of my connections. But after all, he is still the commander of our CP9. Fukuru said quickly. Your words are too much. Spandam looked at Fukuru, clutching his heart and bursting into tears. Fortunately, with Fukuru's interruption, Lucci's murderous intent gradually subsided and he sat on the sofa. Then, sir, regarding the top level of the world government, they directly skipped you and gave us the order to retreat, and asked us to avoid offending him. That man, Portgas d Ace, is... Khalifa looked at Spandam, his face a little pale. Ahem, it seems you are all curious about that man, Portgas d Ace. Spandam coughed dryly and said proudly. Spandam, who climbed to the position of CP9 commander through connections, still knows a lot. Facing this group of superhuman subordinates, the only bargaining chip he can bring out is the power of his family. It was rare to be able to demonstrate the power of his family in front of Lu Chi and the others, and Spandam suddenly felt in a good mood. Come on, sir, you just gave a general idea of what Portgas d'Ace is, a man who must not be messed with. Lu Chi and the others are lucky to be able to come back alive. Jabra also pricked up his ears. After doing this for a long time, you don't know anything. Did you just repeat the officer's words? Kaku looked at Jabra, his face full of displeasure. You guy, do you want to fight? Jabra, who had always disliked Kaku, had an angry look on his face. Shut up. Jabra. Lu Chi's eyes suddenly condensed, and the terrifying tea garden enveloped the entire officer's room. The terrifying murderous intention made everyone in the commander's room tremble. Cha Baba, Lu Chi's strength has become stronger. A few drops of cold sweat dropped from Fukuru's forehead. Advertisement. He wanted to test Lu Chi's current power level, but seeing the murderous intent and gloom on Lu Chi's face, he stopped the dangerous idea. Lu Chi, it was this guy Kaku who started it. Well, I was wrong. Jabra's face was covered in cold sweat, and finally he felt relieved when he saw Lu Chi's increasingly gloomy look. After eating the zone dog fruit wolf form, his intuition for danger is very accurate. His intuition told him that Lu Chi's strength could easily kill him. Damn it, it's been almost 3 years since I started working as a boatman, how come the gap is getting bigger and bigger? Jabra looked ugly, but I also felt unbelievable in my heart. Lu Chi, a guy who could easily kill him, actually faced Portgas d'Ace in the capital of Seven Waters. Doesn't he even have the ability to resist? That is, what kind of monster? Jabra also looked at Spandam, wanting to know what Portgas d'Ace had done. Let the top leaders of the world government go beyond Spandam and directly ask Lu Chi and the others to retreat without touching a man. Ahem, let me talk about that man, Portgas d'Ace. This matter involves the highest level of world government. Those 5 big shots who have the highest power and stand above the 170+ member countries. Spandam stretched out his arms, held his head high, and his face was filled with desire and admiration for power. The top. All members of CP9 were immediately shocked. Lu Chi's eyes were also shocked. Actually, does it involve a big shot at this level? Yes. The highest level of world government, the highest power holders, the 5 elders. Spandam shouted. Cha Baba, I can see that the commander really wants to sit in that position. Fukuru looked at Spandam, who was doing a strange pose, and said, Hush. How can you say such a thing? You idiot. Spandam looked panicked and pulled the zipper on Fukuru's mouth. Due to his status as Commander Spandam, Fukuru could only keep whining. Ahem, in short, this matter has already involved the 5 big figures who hold the highest power. Portgas d'Ace, this man is truly amazing. Spandam raised a finger, his face full of pride. Knowing this kind of news, Spandam is indeed something to be proud of. Saw Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who died in Alabasta, was actually killed by Portgas d'Ace. Spandam's words shocked the members of CP9. Lu Chi also looked heavy. Was Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, originally killed by Portgas d'Ace? But this incident alone is not enough to make world government like this, right? Not only that, but there was a meeting held not long ago in the Holy Land Ryujin to fill up the Shichibukai position due to Crocodile's death. It is also called Conqueror's Haki by Portgas d'Ace. That's right, that's the name. This power is something that only one person among millions can possess, and is called the qualification of a king. Being able to make weak people unconscious is the strongest power in the world. Portgas d'Ace used this power to sweep through most of the Holy Land, even making the celestial dragons unconscious. The Holy Land fell into chaos. Spandam lowered his voice. Even an idiot like Spandam would talk about it with some scruples about the world's noble celestial dragons. Sky, Jabra and others' eyes widened with shock on their faces. Unexpectedly, even the real nobles in this world, the celestial dragons, were knocked unconscious? Oh my god. Anyone who hurts the celestial dragons will be hunted down by the world government's highest combat power, the Marine Admiral. I knocked out a lot of celestial dragons, but they were still safe and sound on the sea. And even the highest levels of the world government made temporary concessions. What a terrible man. Jabra, Snuggle, Fukuru swallowed hard. Conqueror's Haki? In the minds of Khalifa and Kaku, the violent black and purple color that made the sky and the earth begin to tremble suddenly flashed into their minds. His whole body trembled, and fear flashed in his eyes. Lu Chi looked ugly. It turns out that this is the name of the power that makes them feel the trembling in their souls and make them fall into coma at any time. Conqueror's Haki. The qualifications of a king. Lu Chi's eyes were bloodshot and his fists clenched loudly. And what really makes Portgas d'Ace is regarded as something that cannot be messed with. Speaking of this, even Spandam swallowed hard. Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji, and Portgas d'Ace collided. Both sides, the battle ended in a draw, Aokiji Admiral, injured. Spandam lowered his voice, trembling all over. Admiral of Headquarters, injured? All members of CP9 looked shocked. Admiral of Headquarters, what a presence that is. That is said to be the highest combat power under the command of the world government, the strongest representative of force standing at the top of countless marines. Advertisement in terms of status, he even has the authority to launch Buster Call. In the hands of Spandam, the golden phone bug that can activate Buster Call comes from Admiral Aokiji. As long as you dial out, you can activate Buster Call. It is a giant warship that is the strongest and most aggressive among the 10 Marines, all built by the Royal Shipyard Water 7. A terrifying force composed of 5 naval headquarters senior vice admirals and 10,000 Marine elites. Once launched, it will carry out indiscriminate and destructive attacks on the area where the signal was sent out, completely eradicating things and people in the area where the signal was sent out. Admiral of Headquarters definitely symbolizes the pinnacle of world government. Such a being actually had a draw with Portka's D-Ace and was injured? Asterisk, shush. Keep your voices down, this is top secret. Don't tell anyone, you know? Spandam was covered in cold sweat and nervously suppressed the noise. With his authority, he is not qualified to know such secrets. Portka's D-Ace's information is personally controlled by the 5 elders, who are at the top of the world government and stand at the apex of power.
He knew this information through his family's power. If it were spread, he would definitely be imprisoned and impelled down.
Cha Baba, I will definitely not tell anyone. Fukaru patted his chubby body. You are the one I am most worried about, Spandam shouted. In short, Portka's D-Ace has an absolutely terrifying history on this sea. Also, the members of his pirate group are also extremely terrifying, possessing many terrifying devil fruit abilities. The highest levels of world government, as well as the highest levels of naval headquarters, have called Portka's D-Ace. Standing on the top of this sea, after the 4 emperors of New World, the 5th emperor to rule this sea is the emperor. Spandam stretched out his arms and raised his voice. The 5th emperor, what a hockey title, it's simply fascinating. 5th emperor, Jabra, Fukaru, looked horrified. Kaku and Khalifa were shaking with fear on their faces. Lu Chi's face twitched and his fists clenched loudly. Actually, it turned out to be like this. No wonder the world government would rather give up Pluton's design drawings than continue to offend Portka's ace. That man can actually rule the sea like the 4 emperors, is he an emperor? Hey, you are so lucky to be able to come back alive. Jabra yelled at Kaku. Hey, he offended the emperor, but he just killed Bluno. Is this the emperor's, is the king kind? Nuri shook his head and said, but his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Cha Baba, it's great that you can come back alive. Fukaru shuddered. Although Lu Chi and the others were strong, they were as weak as ants in front of the emperor who could rule the sea. Khalifa and Kaku didn't speak, but there was joy in their fearful eyes. I am really lucky to be able to come back alive. Faced with the kindness of the emperor that Yutori said, Kaku had no other thoughts in his heart at this moment. Facing an emperor, being able to come back alive is not because of the emperor's kindness, what else could it be? Lu Chi did not speak, his expression became increasingly gloomy. But don't worry, although the emperor was slightly offended, the Bluno who took action has been killed. Plus you guys are back in Enies lobby and could use a touch-up. Because that emperor caused the mission to be terminated, the world government will not blame him. Spandam looked at his subordinates whose expressions were still very ugly and said confidently while patting his chest. My heart blossomed with joy. Finally, he was able to show his authority as a commander in front of these powerful subordinates. Bru buru buru. At this time, the phone rang suddenly. Wait a moment, I'll take a call first. Spandam was dissatisfied with being interrupted and answered the phone. Click. Hey, what's the matter? Spandam said dissatisfied. Sir, we need backup. Enies lobby. The voice of fear came from inside the phone bug. Huh? There's a pirate attack? Are you sure you're not being escorted? Spandam's mouth was tilted, with a look of disbelief on his face. Why did the pirates dare to attack Enies lobby after taking advantage of the leopard's guts? Yes, it's an attack. It's the Entei pirates. The leader is the one with a bounty of 150 million belly. Entei, Portka's D-Ace. All members of CP9 broke out in cold sweat. What? Spandam was so frightened that tears and sniffles came out, and she uttered a cry of horror. Advertisement Chapter 103. The Adopted Son's Wine. The Entei Pirate Fleet. Enies lobby, Maashima. Boom. The smoking tom, driven by Kokoro, crashed directly into the first gate of Enies lobby. With a roar, the first door of Enies lobby collapsed. Whoosh, 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 boom. Along with the roar of guns, 2 animals that are unique to the capital of 7 waters and used as transportation, the Emperor Brew that is nearly 10 times larger than the ordinary brew, rushed out of the thick smoke. Pervert in pervert, Frankie, super, handsomely landed in Enies lobby. My dear brothers, open the way to the Tower of Justice, super. Frankie put on weird postures, screamed and yelled weirdly. Oh, Frankie's family armed themselves with various weapons and attacked the sailors in world government garrison. Soon, both sides were strangled together, although Enies lobby is the least valued among the 3 major institutions. But after all, it is also an important part of the world government. Those stationed there are also elites from the world government and naval forces. Soon, Frankie's family was at a disadvantage and could only rely on 2 Imperial Blues to resist. How dare you hurt my dear brothers, look at me. Boom. Before Frankie could finish speaking, he was hit with a stick by Nami and his eyes popped out. Stand aside, you're in the way. Nami stared with beautiful eyes, as if there was a terrifying arrogance wrapped around her body. Bah, conquerors? A cold sweat broke out on Frankie's forehead. Why does this feeling look so much like Brother Ace? And the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger, Pluton and Silver Rayleigh whom he met when he was a child have the same power. This power, Frankie has learned from Ace, is called Conqueror's Haki. Why, it's so similar, 60 million volts, bah. Ignoring Frankie, Nami's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her whole body exuded an astonishing thunderous light. Boom. Along with the flash of thunder, a harsh roar sounded. Razor. The weather was great and suddenly fell. Bah. Boom. The terrifying roaring thunder and lightning in the sky turned into violent thundersnakes biting in the atmosphere. This violent razor, composed entirely of thunder and lightning, was able to accurately lock onto its target under Nami's control, without harming any of the Frankie family members who had been strangled with the enemy. This is perfect control of the power of lightning. Stay back, I won't hurt you. Vivi's red lips were slightly raised, and on her right hand, a small sandstorm Uzumaki was thrown out by Vivi. Shalon. Phew. Phew. The terrifying sandstorm swept through the air in an instant, sweeping up the sailors and government garrison troops in an instant. Bang. 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 Countless naval soldiers and world government garrison troops fell instantly under the violent thundersnakes and terrifying sandstorms that filled the sky. Yes, Sister Nami and Sister Vivi. Zanbai raised his weapon and roared. Oh, Logia's big sisters are taking action, many of Frankie's younger brothers roared. What a big sister, I'm obviously very young, Vivi shouted when she heard the title. But her red lips were slightly raised. That woman named Khalifa should already be in Enies' lobby. Keep your eyes open and take a look. This is the Entei Pirates, Ace's cute combatant, and Vivi's fighting power. How dare you say that I am an unknown person? Vivi gritted her teeth and waved her hands, setting off terrifying sandstorms. Enies' lobby, the first line of defense, collapsed instantly. It's so scary, Sister Vivi is so scary. The younger brothers of Frankie's family hugged each other and screamed. The two huge Imperial Blues also looked at Vivi with horror on their faces. Vivi is very excited. Nami's mouth twitched as she looked at Vivi, who was setting off terrifying sandstorms. The girls nodded repeatedly. Vivi, she was so excited. Robin looked at the inside of Enies' lobby and was filled with emotion. Unexpectedly, he came here as an attacker. Ace looked at Vivi and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This girl seems to want to prove her strength in Enies' lobby. Immediately, Ace looked at the collapsed first gate defense of Enies' lobby. The first gate is guarded by the Emperor's Navy and world government soldiers. Logia is naturally the best method, so except for Nami and Vivi, the remaining girls have not taken action yet. Hold them off. It's the Entei Pirates, Entei, Portkas. Ace, invasion of Enies' lobby. In the distance, countless reinforcements from the Navy and world government garrison troops suppressed the fear in their hearts and shouted. Are there so many more? Nami's whole body shimmered with lightning. Half of Vivi's body turned into sand. Advertisement. Nami and Vivi looked at Ace walking in front of them and were slightly startled. These miscellaneous fish are not worth spending so much of your energy. Ace smiled lightly. The Logia Devil Fruit ability is indeed powerful in clearing troops, but activating the Devil Fruit ability requires stamina. After a while, there is something interesting. Trash fish? Not worth spending any energy on. Between the eyes, CJAH, the rich purple-black color flickered suddenly. Boom. The rich purple-black color turned into substance in the next moment. A terrifying momentum roared out from Ace's body, sweeping all the Navy and world government garrison in an instant. The scene suddenly became quiet, and all the Navy soldiers and world government garrison soldiers stood there blankly. Next moment, bang, 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 turning their eyes, they all fell into a coma. Ants are not even qualified to look directly at the king. Conquerors, angry. Okay, that's awesome. Is this Conqueror's Haki? In an instant, thousands of people were wiped out. Really, Super F is the most powerful. Frankie stared blankly at the battlefield that was cleared in an instant, and then yelled in horror. Brother Ace. The man with a bounty of 150 million belly. The younger brothers of Frankie's family held their weapons high and roared excitedly. Emperor Bulu also roared into the sky with a powerful momentum like a rainbow. Let's go to the second door. Ace stepped forward. The girls followed closely behind. Tower of Justice, Chief's Chamber. The intruder is Entei, Portkas Ace. Click. The phone bug, after saying the last sentence, the phone bug simulated the expression of rolling its eyes. Then, it fell into silence for an instant. Hey, hey. Spandam looked at the motionless phone bug and screamed in panic. Damn it. Spandam dialed the phone number with a horrified expression. Brew Buru Buru. Hey, hey, Brew Buru Buru. Hey, I'm Spandam. The highest officer of CP9, the defender, reply. The call bugs who called the garrison captain of Enies' lobby several times in a row got no response at all. Spandam was stunned, and his whole person turned gloomy. Cha Baba, no. Are they all destroyed? Fukuru said sadly at this time. Spandam trembled, held his head, and let out a desperate roar. Why? Why did that emperor attack Enies' lobby? Spandam's eyes were extremely frightened, and his nose and tears all flowed down in fear. Hey, it turns out that letting Lu Qi and the others go is not because of the Emperor's mercy, but because he wants to destroy our CP9 base camp. Has Enies' lobby been captured? Is this the wrath of the Emperor? Nuri shook his head, tossed his long white hair, and roared in a strange tone, but his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Hey, that's a man who can fight with the highest combat power in the world government, the Admiral of Headquarters. Who among us can fight with him? Jabra's face was full of horror. Kaku and Khalifa couldn't even speak at this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. In the capital of Seven Waters, the feeling that they were like fish on the chopping board, being slaughtered by that man, resurfaced again. Why? Obviously, they have all returned to Enies' lobby, one of the 3 major organizations under the world government. Why? Still can't escape. They thought of the 4 emperors who, like emperors, reigned over the sea. The emperor must not be offended. Anyone who offends the emperor will die. All forces that offend the emperor will be wiped off the map. And what they offended was the 5th emperor in this sea. Ultimate's panic instantly overwhelmed them, and they could only let out terrified gasps. Enough. Lu Qi's eyes were bloodshot and he roared. You were so scared before even fighting, do you still deserve to be called CP9? Lu Qi glanced around, his eyes bloodshot. Bah. Lu Qi's body suddenly began to expand. In an instant, it transformed into a wild creature with fangs, sharp and huge claws, and the ability to stand upright. Zone cat fruit leopard form, human animal form, Portkas, D-Ace. Lu Qi let out a wild roar. Being forced into a desperate situation, the wild nature derived from the zone cat fruit leopard form was completely stimulated. Zone, cat fruit, leopard form, is being controlled by Lu Qi at an accelerated rate. The terrifying murderous intent made everyone in the room feel like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Cha Baba, now that things have come to an end, we have no choice but to go ahead. Fukuru's expression darkened. Hey, if I unfortunately die in battle, I can go to that world and see my mother. Natsutori stretched out 5 fingers, shook his head, and said, filial piety to the deceased. Advertisement. In fact, Nuri's mother is still alive, but she is still working as a killer in her old age. Damn it, is he alone? Jabra's body swelled up and turned into an upright werewolf with cunning and ferocious eyes and terrifying claws. Zone dog fruit wolf form, human animal form. Jabra eats the zone dog fruit wolf form, making him as cunning as a wolf. He knew very well that he had angered an emperor who even had to make certain concessions from the world government on certain matters. Run? That is absolutely impossible. Instead of just sitting back and waiting for death, it is better to risk your life together with other CP9 members. Maybe, there is still a glimmer of hope. What about the emperor? That's a human being too. From Jabra, who has never seen the emperor take action, exudes ferocity. That's right. What about Portkas D-Ace? I still have this. Spandam carefully took out a golden phone bug from his arms. As long as I press this button, 10 of the most powerful warships in the world, as well as 5 powerful vice admirals from the naval headquarters will come. Everything will be destroyed by the power of Buster Call. Portkas D-Ace is also worried about this power. What can he do to me? Ha ha ha. Spandam gave a nervous laugh. In Spandam's opinion, Marine Admiral is indeed powerful. But with 10 of the most powerful warships in the world and 5 powerful vice admirals in the naval headquarters, Buster Call is no weaker than the Marine Admiral. The Emperor must also take into account this power that can destroy everything. Spandam, who had never seen the most powerful force in the world, relied on his own imagination, thinking neurotically and arrogantly. Go under the flag of world government, Spandam shouted, walking towards the top. At this time, Ace and others came to the second door of Enies' lobby. At the door, there are 2 giants guarding here. Giant? There is actually a giant here? Kaya looked at the 2 giants, thought of Dory and Broby who swore to Ace, and murmured. Some of the giants chose to join the Marine Corps and became vice admirals of the headquarters. There was a look of nostalgia in Robin's beautiful eyes, thinking of the Saul of the past. But giants like them guarding the gate are really strange. A giant who completely sacrifices his life for world government. Robin frowned. The giants, as the strongest race in the world, will become vice admiral once they join Marine. Of course, this military rank is somewhat exaggerated, and it is also a preferential treatment given by the world government in order to win over the giants. Saving your life for the world government? You are insulting me, Oyimo? One of the giants named Oyimo roared. That's right. If the world government hadn't imprisoned our captain and asked us to stay here for 100 years before releasing Captain Dory and Captain Brogy. How could I, Cassie, work for the world government? The giant named Cassie also yelled, Dory, Brogy? When the girls heard this name, they blinked their beautiful eyes. Are you talking about the 2 captains of the giant soldier pirates, Blue Ogre, Dory, and Red Ogre, Brogy? Kaya raised her voice. Oh, you also know the reputation of our captain? Oyimo and Cassie's faces were filled with pride. How could Dory and Brogy be imprisoned by the world government? They used the honor of Elbaf to swear to Ace in Little Garden that they would fight for Ace if he was in need. Kaya's pretty face is also full of pride. What? Stop joking, that's the captain of our giant pirates. Brew Buru Buru. Before Cassie and Oyamuladan could chuckle, they took out an electric activator that was shrouded in Ace's verbal field. Click. Ga ka ka ka, Ace, is it Ace? Your phone bug can actually get through here. Dory's trademark laugh rang out. Get out of my way and let me talk to Ace. Ace, do you need our power? No matter where you are, we will be your strength. Click, click, click. Brogy also let out his trademark laugh. Captain Dory, Captain Brogy. Hearing the familiar voice, Oimo and Cassie burst into tears. Oimo, Cassie? Is that you too? Brogy and Dory said in disbelief. It's us, Captain. In tears, Liao Yimo and Cassie told everything that happened to them. Damn world government. It deceived us. After knowing the truth, Oimo and Cassie's eyes were blood red, and Yangtian roared. Ace, you helped us again. I really don't know how to thank you. In the phone bug, Dory's tone was somewhat meaningful. Ace. These days, Dory and I have been thinking a lot, plus the matter of Oimo and Cassie. We were determined. Brogy said seriously. Huh, what's the matter? Ace took the phone bug. Ace, can we, the captain of the giant pirates, Dory, Brogy, have this honor? Drink the wine of adopted son, and join your army. Dory and Brogy roared in unison. Frankie and the boys in Frankie's family looked at the phone bug in disbelief. Drinking the wine of adopted sons on the sea means that one pirate group joins the other pirate group. Are the giant pirates going to join the Entei pirates? Ace looked at the phone bug in his hand and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Certainly. Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, the first pirate group under his command, the Giant Soldier Pirates, Chapter 104. Conqueror's Advancement, Devil Fruit Ability, blocked. Ace looked at the phone bug in his hand and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Ace has long planned to build the Entei pirate fleet. Why are today's 4 emperors called, like emperors, ruling over the second half of this sea, New World? In addition to the powerful force of the 4 emperors themselves, there are also a large number of affiliated pirate groups under their command. And a vast territory controlled by them. The fighting power of the 4 emperors is the foundation that supports the 4 emperors pirate group. The combat power of the emperor's deputy can influence the direction of local wars. The backbone combat power is to help the emperor control the sphere of influence. If something happens and the 4 emperors themselves need to take action, can they still be called beings who are aloof and reign over the sea like emperors? And for Ace, who wants to attack the throne of that day and become the king of the world, a large number of backbone combat forces are naturally indispensable. In the Entei Pirates, there will only be Nami girls on board the Mary. In order to obtain a large number of backbone combat forces, it is naturally the best way to establish the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet with the Entei Pirates as the core and many affiliated pirate groups under its command. The Giant Pirates, a powerful pirate group composed of giants, are eligible to join the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet. Click, 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 gaga gaga. Hearing Ace's answer, Dory and Brogy let out their signature laughs. Ace, Brogy and I will return to Elbaf from Lil Garden and then go to sea again. The giant pirates have been silent on this sea for too long. Dory said, you don't mind if we make a scene on the ocean, Ace? Brogy raised his voice. Carry my name and turn the sea upside down. Now, it's a new era. This era is called Emperor Yan. The violent black and purple in Ace's eyes turned into substance at this moment, roaring out. Through the phone bug wrapped in the realm of understanding. Enies' lobby, Little Garden, at the same moment, under Conqueror's Haki, begins to tremble. The era called Entei? He is truly a man from Haki. He is indeed the man I want to follow. Gaga kaka kaka. Dory felt the whole Little Garden start to tremble, and laughed to the sky. Then, let's go, Dory, take on the name of Flame Emperor, Porcas d'Ace, and turn this sea upside down. Click, click, click. Brogy burst out laughing. Hey, Oimo, Cassie. Dory shouted. Captain Dory, Oimo and Cassie quickly made a gesture of listening. After following Ace to capture Enies' lobby, returned to Elba. Affiliated to the Entei Pirates, the brand new Giant Soldier Pirates are about to set sail again. Gaga ga ga ga. Dory laughed. You two are so lucky to be able to follow Ace and fight before us. They are really 2 enviable guys. Click, click, click. Brogy laughed too. Yes, Captain Dory, Captain Brogy. Oimo and Cassie shouted excitedly with tears on their faces. Will the giant pirates finally set sail again? Well, Ace, I look forward to meeting you again. We will prepare the best wine from Elbaf as the wine of the adopted son. Gaga ga ga ga. Dory laughed. Goodbye, Ace. We will carry your name and make a big fuss on the sea. Click, click, click. Brogy laughed too. I am looking forward. Ace raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled. Click. The phone bug hangs up. Brother Ace. Let us brothers go to the Tower of Sea to clear the obstacles.
Oimo yelled. Let Brother Ace see our strength.
Cassie grinned. To be able to fight for the man that 2 great captains, Captain Brogy and Captain Dory, were willing to follow. It's really an exciting thing. Oimo and Cassie looked at each other, and in their eyes, the fighting spirit and bloodiness originating from the giant's blood rushed out at this moment. Moreover, they still have an account to settle with the world government. How dare you use Captain Dory and Captain Brogy to deceive them? Even the giant has become Brother Ace's little brother. The boys of Frankie's family looked at what was happening in front of them with their mouths open. According to legend, a giant with enough power to shake warships actually became the younger brother of Ace? What an amazing man, super, Haki's man, brother Ace. Frankie let out strange screams. Ha ha ha, then let's move on. Granny Kokoluo took a sip of wine and steered the smoking tom, her slightly cloudy eyes unable to conceal her excitement. Advertisement Enies lobby, the place where Tom lost his life. She never thought that she would really be able to come here and pay homage to Tom in her lifetime. After all, Enies lobby is one of the 3 major institutions under the world government, along with naval headquarters and the underwater prison Impelled Down. More than 10,000 elite naval soldiers and world government troops are stationed there all year round. Want to pay homage to a condemned man in Enies lobby? It is simply unimaginable. But now, she is really standing on the land of Enies lobby, making up for the regrets of the past, and coming to see Tom off for the last time. Enies lobby's ironclad defense line was like paper in front of this man. Even the legendary giant willingly drank the wine of adopted son, and took on the name of Portka's Ace. What an amazing man. Granny Kokoluo took a big sip of wine, steered the smoking tom, and rushed towards the main island of Enies lobby. Ahead, were Oimo and Cassie. The 2 giants roared and destroyed all the unsightly buildings in front of Ace. Tower of Justice. Spandam and members of CP9 climbed to the top of the Tower of Justice. Spandam raised his head and saw the one hanging at the highest point of the Tower of Justice, which is also the highest point of the entire Enies lobby. The flag that symbolized world government, Spandam had an exaggerated smile on his face. That's right. What about the 5th Emperor on the sea? Behind me is world government, with more than 170 participating countries. It is the maker of the world order. World government is the world. Ha 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 ha. Spandam burst into fits of nervous laughter. Boom. At this time, there were loud noises that made Spandam tremble and look into the distance in horror. Hey, it won't be so fast, right? Those 2 giants are guarding the second door. Although the giant's brain was not very good, he was deceived into guarding the gate for 50 years by just telling a lie. But their power is extremely powerful. Every giant who joins Marine can be awarded the title of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Spandam looked nervously at the source of the loud noise. Immediately, his face showed shock. Boom! Under Spandam's horrified gaze, the 2 giants let out earth-shattering roars and destroyed countless buildings. Behind him is a sea train. At the front of the sea train, a figure of Haki is standing proudly at the front. Why have everyone defected? Spandam held his head and howled. Ah! At this time, in the sky, a tall old man with a white beard and 2 middle-aged short men let out a scream and flew towards the Tower of Justice. The Enies lobby judge, the 3-headed Baskerville, is actually 3 people wearing one piece of clothing. Boom! With a loud noise, the 3 of them hit the Tower of Justice hard, and one of them hit Spandam directly, causing Spandam to hit the wall behind him. Let Spandam have a bloody head. Cha Baba, has the presiding judge also been killed? Fukuru's expression was gloomy. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you hurt me, the commander of CP9. Spandam covered his bleeding wound, climbed up from the ruins, and cursed. Hey, sir, it seems that the matter is more than just hurting you. Nuri shook her long white hair and said in a weird accent, her forehead covered with cold sweat. Spandam ran to the edge of the rooftop and looked into the distance. Cold sweat suddenly spread all over his body. Are all the CP9s here? A handsome man with short black hair stood on the top of the pyramid tower. Just standing there, he looked like a high-ranking emperor, looking down upon the entire world. The terrifying aura caused cold sweat to flow from the foreheads of all members of CP9. Portkas. Ace, Lu Chi gritted his teeth and stared at the figure whose breath alone made him breathless. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Flame Emperor Portkas, Ace. Spandam held his head and screamed again and again. Hearing Spandam's scream, Frankie and Frankie's family, as well as the 2 giants Oimo and Cassie, were all stunned. The 5th Emperor on the Sea. This name was shouted out in horror by CP9 Commander Spandam. Doesn't it mean that even the world government has recognized this title? Portkas Ace, the 5th Emperor above the sea. What a super, unbelievable name, Brother Ace. Frankie opened his mouth. He, who calls himself a pervert who is fearless, was also shocked by this title. Is this the weight of the men we Captain Dory, Captain Brogy follow? The 5th Emperor on the Sea. Cassie and Oimo murmured in disbelief. Emperor. Who can be called by this name? There are only those 4 people who rule the sea, the 4 emperors of the New World. Could the man their captain was following turn out to be someone comparable to the New World 4 emperors? Is he able to reign over this sea like an emperor? At the top of this sea, the emperor, Cassie and Oimo looked at each other, and their eyes began to show excitement and pride. Their giant soldier pirates will now take on the name of the Entei pirates and sail on the sea. Please give me flowers. Carrying the name of Emperor Yan on his back, he will turn the entire sea upside down. It turns out that this is the new era, advertisement. This era is called Emperor Yan. At this moment, the girls also stood on the top of the square pyramid tower one after another, each occupying a position and looking proudly at CP9 opposite. After hearing Spandam's words, there was no surprise on the pretty faces of the girls, only pride. Ace was originally supposed to be the emperor who stood at the top of this sea and ruled over this sea. In the future, Ace will also become the best in the world. In the beautiful eyes of the girls, the black color that represents Haki is constantly surging. Oh, It seems you are ready to wake up? CP 9.11 in Ace's eyes, the purple-black color representing Conqueror's chamber energy surged crazily. Wait a minute. At this moment, Spandam felt that the man standing not far away was like a black hole that would swallow and crush anyone and anything that dared to provoke at any time. His face was covered with cold sweat, and he let out a shout. Portgas D. Ace, the fifth emperor of the sea, although you are strong. But look at this. Spandam pointed in fear at the cross-shaped flag that symbolized world government. World government. It has more than 170 participating countries and is the guardian of justice. Even on the sea, there are those 4 emperors who rule the sea. World government is still the king of this world. Do you really want to go to war with the world government? The fifth emperor of the sea, Portgas D. Ace, Spandam has no dignity at all, only the fear of grasping at the last straw. Let out a heart-rending roar. A war with the world government? The corners of Ace's mouth raised slightly, and in his eyes, the violent purple-black color almost solidified. Robin's pretty face was tense and her hands were crossed. In her beautiful eyes, the black color that represents armament Haki is constantly surging. Did you make a mistake? CP9. Ace Haki laughed. Boom. Under Spandam's horrified gaze, a firearm fired at the world government flag.
Call. The flag that represents world government is, at this moment, engulfed in flames.
All CP9 members, Spandam looked at the world government flag engulfed in flames in disbelief. It was even more unbelievable to look at the person who made the attack. Nicole Robin. Ah. The corner of Robin's mouth curled up slightly, flower fruit's ability was released, and the controlled firearm fell back into the hands of one of Frankie's younger brothers. She is no longer the Robin who had to live in the shadow of the world government. Instead, carrying the name of Emperor Yan, Portgas D. Ace, he wants to turn this sea upside down. The Entei Pirates, the historian of Portgas D. Ace, the son of the devil, Nico Robin. The moment you attack my crew, it's going to be a war. Ace Haki laughed, and the thick purple-black color in his eyes turned into substance at this moment and roared out. Boom. The violent black and purple lightning roared wantonly in the atmosphere instantly. At this moment, the sky continued to roll back, and the thunder and lightning that kept flowing in the sky seemed like the sky's cry when facing the king. The entire island of Enies lobby began to tremble in front of this roaring purple-black lightning. It let out bursts of mournful screams. The sky is wailing. The earth is trembling. The Tower of Justice began to tremble and break amid Spandam's screams. Roar. Rob Lucci, Jabra, who was in the state of devil fruit transformation, let out painful roars at this moment. 2 branches of the violent black-purple lightning in the atmosphere pierced their bodies fiercely. No, it's impossible. Rob Lucci's eyes were full of fear at this moment, and he let out heart-rending roars. He changed into the form of a leopard, and the fangs of the human animal form were degenerating. The fur is disappearing, the claws are disappearing. The body that expanded into a human animal form is shrinking. The power of devil fruit is disappearing. Ah. I can't use devil fruit's ability anymore. Jabra's ferocious and cunning eyes were full of fear at this moment. Fur, fangs, claws, bones, and muscles all degenerated into his own form in front of this violent black and purple lightning. Zone, dog fruit, the power of wolf form, disappeared. You are heaven-defying, burning the flag of world government in Enies lobby. You have been appointed. Conqueror's Haki strength has been increased. Your understanding is heaven-defying, and you have mastered the Conqueror's advanced power of Haki. Kill with knowledge. Kill with weapons. Kill with ability. A line of text appeared in Ace's mind. Ants, facing the Supreme King. How dare you use Haki? How dare you use the devil fruit ability? Observation Haki, banned. Armed to kill, armament Haki, blocked. Ability to kill. Conqueror's Haki, devil fruit ability, blocker. Chapter 105. Buster Call, use it for me. The black-purple color in Ace's eyes became thicker and more violent. Just like cultivating observation Haki to ultimate, you can briefly see the future. Under the influence of heaven-defying comprehension, Ace unlocked the advanced skills of Conqueror's Haki. Kill with knowledge. Kill with weapons. Kill with ability. This is the advanced use of Conqueror's Haki obtained under the influence of heaven-defying comprehension. Use Conqueror's Haki directly to block the enemy's observation Haki, armament Haki, and devil fruit abilities. Those whose Haki is not strong enough will not even be qualified to use Haki when facing Ace's current Conqueror's Haki. Those who do not develop enough devil fruit abilities will be banned when facing Ace's Conqueror's Haki, devil fruit abilities. This is the king. This is the Supreme Emperor. An ant is not even qualified to punch the king. My own Conqueror's Haki finally stood at the top of this sea at this moment. This means that just by relying on Conqueror's Haki, Ace now has the power of 4 emperors. Now Ace can truly be called the most Haki man on this sea. The purple-black color between his eyes became thicker and thicker. In the atmosphere, the roaring black and purple lightning became more and more violent and boiling. Bah! 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 Rob Lucci and Jabra, with ultimate expressions of pain on their faces. The 2 branches of the roaring violent black-purple lightning from the atmosphere directly pierced into their bodies, or into each of their cells. The severe pain of fear made it completely unbearable for Rob Lucci and Jabra, who had been trained as killing machines since childhood. He could only let out a low roar of pain, but compared to the physical pain, the disappearance of Devil Fruit's ability made them feel the fear from their souls. Devil Fruit. The secret treasure from the sea, the Devil Fruit that gives people incredible power when eaten. At this moment, it is unavailable. This feeling is completely different from Seastone. 837, seems to have been blocked by some force. This man, Portgas d'Ace, can actually block the power of Devil Fruit. No, in other words, they are simply not qualified to use Devil Fruit's power Emperor in front of Portgas d'Ace. There is no same dimension between them and the man Portgas d'Ace. Portgas d'Ace is just like the real, high-altitude, invisible Emperor. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Rob Lucci gritted his teeth and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. No, have you already made up your mind to fight to the death? In order to prevent being suppressed by Portgas d'Ace, the power called Conqueror's Haki. The power of Zone Cat Fruit Leopard form has been activated in advance and entered the human animal form. But why? Why is this the result? Facing this man, he couldn't even use the power of Devil Fruit. How could there be such a ridiculous thing? Isn't the gap between myself and this man in the same dimension? Rob Lucci's eyes were full of pain. Not only the pain caused by the violent black and purple lightning, but also the pain from the heart. It turns out that the gap between him and the top power in this sea has reached this point? He's so old that he's not even qualified to fight to the death. Is this the Emperor of the Sea? High above, reigning over the entire sea? At this moment, Rob Lucci finally understood the weight of the title, Emperor of the Sea. It was so ridiculous that I once wanted to fight to the death and thought that even if I died, I would have to pay a certain price for Portgas d'Ace. With a sad laugh, Rob Lucci slowly released his clenched fists. The head slowly hung down, surrendered to Conqueror's Haki. Hey, Lucci, Jabra, stop joking. Hey, stop joking. Kaku looked at Jabra and Rob Lucci who had returned to their human form, their heads hanging down, and completely surrendered under the violent black and purple lightning. His eyes were blood red and he let out a roar. Although he has always looked down upon Jabra, his strength is almost the same as his own. He even ate the Zone Dog Fruit, the Devil Fruit in wolf form. After using the power of Devil Fruit, his strength is still above him. And Lucci, but he is the strongest among them. Although last time, when facing Portgas d'Ace, he was still unable to act under its terrifying power. But Lucci also has the power in the form of Devil Fruit, an animal cat fruit. After Lucci uses Devil Fruit, his strength will change qualitatively, he will become a monster. Lucci and all the members of CP9 came here with the determination to make Portgas d'Ace pay the price even if they die. But what now? Not fighting yet, not fighting with it yet. Lucky, Jabra. Two of them demon fruit power, their abilities were blocked by Portgas d'Ace using Conqueror's Haki. Lucci, Jabra, surrendered to Conqueror's Haki of Portgas d'Ace. But no matter how Kaku roared, Lucci and Bra didn't respond. Stung by the violent black and purple lightning, his head hung down and his muscles relaxed, as if he was worshipping. The blood redness in Kaku's eyes dissipated quickly. Ultimate fear surged into Kaku's eyes. He once again remembered the feeling of powerlessness facing Portgas d'Ace in the capital of Seven Waters. The terrifying area that was dominated by him would crush him completely as long as he made any move. Advertisement, ah. Kaku held his head and let out desperate roars. Bah. Immediately, a black-purple lightning branch roared in the atmosphere, turned into a black shadow, and pierced Kaku's body. Forehead. Kaku raised his head mechanically, with ultimate pain in his eyes. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but no sound came out of his throat. Immediately, in pain, his eyes rolled over and he passed out. Kaku, Lucci, Jabra, Fukuru's face was filled with horror. According to the calculation of power value, Kaku, Jabra, and Lucci are the three strongest among them in CP9. But now, he has completely lost his combat experience before taking action. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Is this the Emperor? The weight of this name? Bah. 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 At this time, the violent black-purple lightning roaring wantonly in the atmosphere branched out into three branches again. Surrounding the purple-black lightning branches is the constantly changing weather. Shave. Damn it. Move. Fukuru kept roaring in his heart, but he had already trained proficiently in the 6 moves of shaving, but he couldn't perform it at this moment. Poof. In the eyes of despair, the body was pierced by black and purple lightning branches. No, stop struggling. We are not even qualified to resist him. Next to Fukuru, Khalifa laughed miserably and then lost consciousness. Is this the Emperor's power? It's really not a joke. Nude, who was also pierced by a branch of black and purple lightning, couldn't even maintain his weird tone. He struck a pose with difficulty. Even if you are leaving the show, you have to be more dignified. Using his last strength, Nuri shook his hair in a circle with great difficulty, stretched out his 5 fingers tremblingly, and made the last sound. Immediately, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Cha Baba, you are lucky to be able to fall with your companions. Fukuru looked at the black-purple lightning branch that pierced his body, with a look of pain on his face. He tugged on the big mouth with a zipper, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Boom. As Fukuru fell to the ground. CP9, all members, destroyed. Looking at CP9 who fell to the ground and completely lost his voice. Frankie and Frankie's little brothers, the giants Oimo and Cassie, have grown their mouths. At this moment, in the Enies lobby, the only ones who could still move were them and Spandam standing there alone. In this legend, Cipher Pole, a secret that belongs directly to the world government, a sequence that does not exist in CIPHERPOL, CP9. Facing Ace, you are not even qualified to take action? Just a moment, just a look, all members of CP9 were wiped out. Is this why Ace is called the fifth emperor of the sea? Frankie's mouth grew wider, and he felt that his world view was being refreshed. This is Enies lobby. In the past 800 years, no innocent verdict has been issued. Those who come here will never return. Enies lobby is the location of the court that symbolizes the absolute justice of the world government. Just like that, he was captured? It's just like a dream. No, he is indeed the man the captain and the others follow, Entei, Portgas, Ace. Oimo murmured in horror. We can also bear the name of Emperor Yan and cause earth-shaking troubles on the sea. Cassie's eyes were full of excitement. Only with the title of a man of this level can I say that I can turn the sea upside down. Ace. Looking at the violent black and purple lightning roaring wantonly in the atmosphere. The beautiful eyes of the girls are brilliant. Ace's Conqueror's Haki is stronger. Haki is even happier than when he fought Aokiji. The girls understood that at this moment. The highest combat power in the world government, Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, was completely surpassed by their captain. Ace now has a power area that surpasses the highest combat power of the world government. As expected of him, their captain. The beautiful eyes of the girls were all brilliant, and their red lips curved brightly. Hey, are you kidding me? My hands and feet were cold, and my whole body felt like falling into an ice cave. I stood there, my back already soaked with cold sweat. Spandam looked at his fallen subordinates, his expression collapsed. Hey, Fukuru, Khalifa, Natsutori, Kaku, Jabra, Lucci. Are you kidding me? You are all supermen who have mastered the 6 moves, members of CP9. Lucci and Jabra, you also ate the secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit. Why, how could he fall down like that? Stand up, stand up. Stand up. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** tears, and he yelled at Lu Qi and others as he collapsed. Even in an emotional breakdown, Spandam punched and kicked Lu Qi and others. If he had done these actions on weekdays, Lu Qi and others, who were called subordinates but actually looked down on him at all, would have used murderous intent to immobilize him. But at this moment, no matter how Spandam howled and kicked, Lu Qi and the others made no move. Reason slowly returned to Spandam's mind, panic occupied Spandam's entire heart. Weakly retreating towards the rear, the weak Spandam fell to the ground instantly after hitting a piece of debris. Why did this happen? Spandam screamed in horror. Why is this happening? How could my powerful subordinates be defeated in an instant? Nightmare. This is a nightmare, Spandam roared in despair. Bah! In the atmosphere, violent black and purple lightning suddenly flashed. A branch slowly extended in front of Spandam. No, don't come over. Looking at the slowly extending black and purple lightning branches, Spandam's nose was filled with tears and snot, and his body kept moving awkwardly toward the back, screaming in terror. This is the power, this is the power. It was this power that, after piercing into the bodies of his superhumanly powerful subordinates, caused them to lose their voices in an instant. Not even his superhumanly powerful subordinates could withstand this kind of power. Even Lu Qi, the machine that only knows how to kill, roared in pain. No, do not want. In panic, Spandam grabbed his last straw. He took out the golden phone bug from his arms. That is. Robin's beautiful eyes fluctuated violently the moment she saw the golden phone bug. Do not come. Seeing the black and purple lightning getting closer, Spandam pressed the golden phone bug in ultimate fright. Ding! The moment he pressed it, the black-purple lightning stopped in front of Spandam, stopped moving forward, and then slowly dissipated. Spandam's whole body froze in place. It's over, it's over. After a moment, Spandam looked at the golden phone bug pressed down in his hand, held his head, and screamed in despair. Buster call, activated, WWW Naval Headquarters. Beep. 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 The silver telephone bug, which had been gathering dust for nearly 20 years and was used to receive Buster call signals, made a piercing sound at this moment. This is, Buster call has been launched. The Marine soldier on duty trembled all over and looked at the silver phone bug that opened his eyes and made a sharp sound. It's the Buster call initiated by Aokiji Admiral's golden phone bug. Hurry up and notify all departments, form a Buster call. No matter what happens, once the Buster call is launched, it cannot be stopped. What this symbolizes is Marine, the absolute justice of world government. Contact 10 top-notch warships built in the Seven Waters City. Each 5.0 warship is equipped with 1,000 elite troops. Inform the 5 Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral who are on Buster call duty: Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, Huashaoshan Vice Admiral, Momosagi Vice Admiral, T-Dolphin Vice Admiral. The location of the signal that initiated the Buster call is. After checking the location where the golden phone bug sent the signal, the Marine soldier responsible for liaising with various ministries suddenly froze. Where is it? Contact us quickly. Buster call needs to reach the signal location as quickly as possible. The companion on the side said anxiously, "Yes, harem." The marine soldier responsible for liaising with various ministries moved his dry throat and said in disbelief. "What?" His companion on the side made a sound of horror. The three major organizations under the world government, alongside their naval headquarters, and the underwater prison impelled down, are Enies lobby. Although it is scary, once the Buster Call is launched, no matter where it is, it must be completely eliminated. The reason is to wait for the Buster Call to end before tracing back. If Buster Call is stopped because it is Enies lobby, then justice is no longer absolute, and justice that is not absolute is no longer justice. Soon, instructions were issued one after another. Buster Call, activate, it's over, Buster Call has been launched, Enies lobby is going to be destroyed. Spandam gave a desperate cry. Buster Call, Robin's beautiful eyes turned red. The tragic scene of her hometown, Ohara, being completely destroyed by the Buster Call appeared in Robin's mind. That was the biggest shadow in Robin's heart. Robin, who was a little out of control, wanted to take action immediately. Robin's beautiful eyes froze, and she looked at Ace who was holding her in his arms. Your inner demon, Buster Call, let me break it for you, Robin. Ace looked at Robin and showed a warm smile. Robin's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Chapter 106. Go call Sengoku and Akainu. Ace hugged Robin with a soft smile on his face. Robin has always had three shadows in his heart because of the Ohara incident. One was Aokiji. In front of her, he used the power of frozen fruit to freeze Robin's first friend, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the giant Jaguar D. Sol. The second one is the behemoth, world government, which has more than 170 participating countries and regards itself as the guardian of justice. These two shadows, Ace has helped Robin break, but the third shadow, and Robin's biggest shadow, is Buster Call. A zone of force that completely wiped Ohara's existence off the world map. Even now, Robin has even dared to use firearms to penetrate the flag of the world government. Buster Call will still cause severe mood swings in Robin. If this shadow is not completely erased, Robin's hockey will not be significantly improved. It just so happened that Spandam had a golden phone bug on his hand. The third shadow in Robin's heart was completely shattered today. Ace. Robin looked at Ace's gentle smile with tears in his beautiful eyes. Buster Call is indeed the deepest shadow in her heart. Even now, he has been able to face the world government and face his title of Son of the Devil. But when faced with Buster Call, emotions can still get out of control. But, Robin stretched out her hand and gently grabbed Ace's hand holding hers, feeling the warmth transmitted from it. I am no longer afraid. As long as Ace is here, I can face the Buster Call. Around Robin's neck, the lucky charm Ace gave her flashed suddenly. In her beautiful eyes, the black color that represents hockey is getting thicker and shining. The shadow, at this moment, began to break. Hockey, under the influence of the reduced version of the comprehension field, began to improve. Robin. Feel the changes in Robin. The Nami girls looked at Robin with red lips and smiles. They have also experienced such changes. The beautiful eyes of the girls were full of crystal colors. That was when they were saved by Ace. Frankie, Spandam will be left to you. Ask him where all the information on your Master Tom's shipbuilding technology is kept. No matter what you use, Tien Mo Fang 29 methods. Ace hugged Robin and looked at Frankie. Oh, don't worry, leave it to me, brother Ace. I will definitely use the super, pervert method to let him say it all. Frankie had veins popping out on his forehead, his eyes were blood red and he gritted his teeth. His master was killed by this D Spandam through conspiracy. Although his master built a ship for the Pirate King Gold D. Roger, his master offset this sin by inventing the sea train. But Spandam, this D actually stole the Frankie battleship. He invented and attacked the judicial ship. And his master, in order to atone for his sins, will invent the sea train attack and use it to offset the crime of attacking the justice ship. He was taken to Dopo Island to be executed by Spandam for building a ship for the Pirate King. Such a great revenge could one day be avenged by him personally. Strong right hand. Frankie roared, and his modified right hand flew out and grabbed the edge of the Justice Tower. Spandam. Frankie's eyes were red, and he used his modified right hand to come to Spandam. You, don't come here, I am the commander of CP9, I.
Boom. Before Spandam could finish speaking, he was punched by Frankie, wailing, and dragged into the interior of the Justice Tower.
Afterwards, Spandam's horrific screams continued to sound. Listening to Spandam's terrifying screams, the scene became a little quiet for a moment. Well, we are usually very gentle. Seeing that the scene was a bit strange, the square-headed sisters said weakly. Well, pervert. Ace smiled and nodded. Spandam fell into Frankie's hands, but he was going to suffer a lot. Thank you so much, Ace. Granny Kokoluo's cloudy eyes were full of tears at this time. Unexpectedly, one day I would be able to see Tom's great revenge be avenged. You can also pay tribute to Tom in Enies lobby. I have no regrets in my life. This is the price I gave Frankie for building the boat.
Besides, Enies lobby was destined to be wiped off the map from the moment CP9PD off my crew.
Ace held Robin's hand tightly and smiled. The curve of Robin's red lips became brighter and brighter. After Frankie gets the shipbuilding information, you can leave here on the Smoking Tom. Buster call, coming. Ace hugged Robin and looked into the distance. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Buster call, interesting. Crack. The huge door with the world government logo was slowly opening at this moment. Advertisement in the diffuse sea fog, the dark shadows of 10 huge and sturdy warships slowly appeared. This is completely different from the warships in the marine branch. It is a true maritime warship specially built by the Seven Rivers capital. It is extremely large and sturdy and has the strongest firepower in the world. On top of the 5 leading battleships, there are 5 majestic figures wearing Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral cloaks. Huh? Why is it so quiet in Enies' lobby? One of the figures, a man with a dark purple mustache, a mohawk, and long hair tied behind his head, wearing a dark purple striped suit, frowned. One of the core members of the Dove faction, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrel. There are more than 10,000 elite Navy soldiers and government troops stationed in Enies' lobby. It is also the headquarters of CP9, which is directly affiliated with world government. Launch Buster call here, although the Flying Squirrel has too many questions in his mind. But as one of the most senior vice admirals in the naval headquarters, the implementation of orders is absolute. Issuing a Buster call means that someone or something seriously threatens justice. As long as the Buster call is launched, no matter where it is, everything and everyone in the location where the signal is sent must be destroyed. The Flying Squirrel, having realized this, fired at his colleagues in Enies' lobby. But coming here is completely different from the battlefield that the Flying Squirrel imagined. Enies' lobby is just too quiet. This strange silence gave the Flying Squirrel a very uneasy feeling. HMPH, get ready to fire cannonballs and destroy Enies' lobby. On a warship on the side, a gloomy man with a gloomy look and hair like spider legs didn't care at all and said gloomily. One of the core figures of the Hawks, a loyal supporter of Akainu Sakazuki, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider, who admires Akainu's extreme justice, doesn't care what happens in Enies' lobby. All you need to do is destroy the entire Enies' lobby. What a gloomy guy, isn't he? Momosagi. On another warship, a man with a hunchback and wooden clogs on his feet looked at the warship beside him. Admiral Alternate, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, T. Dolphin. No matter what happened in Enies' lobby, since the Buster call has been launched, it must be destroyed.
Momosagi didn't even look at the T. Dolphin, and his pretty face was full of heaviness at the moment.
That's right, reload. Chado smiled nonchalantly. He had long been accustomed to Momosagi's attitude and ordered. Load and prepared to fire. Flying Squirrel and another Dovish Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Huo Shaoshan, also issued orders with a gloomy expression at this moment. Fire. Destroy Enies' lobby. Ghost Spider roared gloomily. Bang. 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 10 warships lined up one after another, and the huge cannons on the warships spurted out frightening tongues of fire at the same moment. Countless huge cannonballs, with whistling sounds, rained down towards Enies' lobby. Call. Chirp. Accompanied by a loud chirping of exotic birds. The cannonballs whistling in the atmosphere ignited strange flames at the same time, exploding violently in the atmosphere. Who? The Flying Squirrel's pupils shrank and he shouted. Call. With the loud sound of wings flying across the atmosphere. Under the disbelieving gazes of all the sailors, a pair of wings spread out, as if covering the sky and the earth, comparable to a small island, a strange bird with strange flames burning on its dreamlike feathers. There was a strange birdsong in the sky. This is? Seeing the strange bird that appeared, the pupils of the 5 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals shrank suddenly. Bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form. The T. Dolphin who had seen the Devil Fruit illustrated book said with a solemn expression. Hearing the name Devil Fruit, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, and Huo Shaoshan's pupils trembled. According to legend, the Devil Fruit in the form of a green dragon is comparable to the 4 Emperors Kaido, the fish fruit, the phantom beast species, the blue dragon? If this Devil Fruit appears here, then, Momosagi looked sharply at Enies' lobby. When she saw the figure standing proudly in front of the warship, her beautiful eyes shrank suddenly. I can't let you fire cannonballs now, wake up, the interrogation is not over yet. Ace grinned and Haki laughed. Entei, Portgas, D, Ace. Momosagi looked at Haki's figure with serious eyes. Is this the guy who invaded Enies' lobby? Oh no. That B********** D Spandam didn't report the news to the headquarters and launched a Buster call without authorization. Portgas D. Ace is the man who can fight to a draw with Aokiji. That Portgas Ace who desecrated justice and used unknown means to release Conqueror's Haki in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Ghost Spider's face was gloomy. The hair under the control of life return surges like spider legs, and in conjunction with the arms, a total of 8 knives are controlled by the Ghost Spider. 8 swordsman. This is where his name comes from. Just in time, I'll arrest you here, you blasphemy against justice. The Ghost Spider roared angrily and exerted force on its feet. With the blessing of Moonwalk, rushed towards Ace. Advertisement. Ghost Spider, come back. You are no match for him. Momosagi's pretty face suddenly changed. The news of Aokiji's injury is the absolute top secret in Marine. After all, an admiral was injured, which meant that the highest level of force in the Marines was temporarily missing a link. If this kind of news is known to the careerists on the sea, it will definitely set off a huge wave. Therefore, only a few people in Marine knew about the fact that Portgas d'Ace and Aokiji were fighting, and there was no winner. And the information about the Entei pirates was also blocked by Marshal Sengoku. Mara Mara fruit, thunder fruit, sand fruit, bird fruit. Real phantom beast species Suzaku form. So many powerful devil fruit abilities appeared in a pirate group at the same time. If such news was released, the power of naval headquarters will definitely be questioned again. If she hadn't happened to be with Sister Yi that day, she wouldn't even have the right to know this news. Faced with a man who could draw with Aokiji, Ghost Spider was simply throwing an egg at a stone. I'm not an opponent, I'm just a newcomer sailing in the first half. Do you think eating the Logia devil fruit will make you invincible? The Ghost Spider sneered, and Armament Haki fiercely entangled the 8 knives. Spend the rest of your life and impel down, Portgas d'Ace. Ghost Spider shouted angrily. Ace looked at the Ghost Spider that was stepping on Moonwalk to kill him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Ba! Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a harsh light, a violent thunder dragon composed of thunder and lightning let out a harsh roar. This is the roar of thunder. What? The Ghost Spider's pupils shrank suddenly, and the life returned to control its hair and body. 8 blades entangled with Armament Haki were blocked in front of him. Boom! Brutal thunder and lightning bombarded Armament Haki's entangled blade, erupting into terrifying fluctuations. Under the unbelievable gaze of Ghost Spider, Armament Haki on the blade actually became drunk under the power of thunder and lightning. The Ghost Spider was hit by 957 lightning and let out a painful roar. Moonwalk. Boom. The flying squirrel disappeared on the warship in an instant, entangled Armament Haki's blade, and violently split the lightning around the Ghost Spider. What a powerful fruit ability! The flying squirrel's pupils shrank. The pure devil fruit ability actually shattered Ghost Spider's Armament Haki. What a violent and domineering ability! With a stamp of his feet, the flying squirrel quickly took the Ghost Spider back to the warship. Bah, hey, do you want to challenge our king? You are not qualified yet? With lightning flashing all over her body, she held the weather stick in front of her, and a proud smile appeared on Nami's pretty face. This ability is Logia, Thunder Fruit. The T-Dolphin looked solemn. Thunder Fruit is also one of the invincible abilities in Logia? The flying squirrel put down the Ghost Spider, his face extremely solemn. It turns out that it is Thunder Fruit. No wonder, the ability is so violent, the simple fruit ability can even defeat the Armament Haki of Ghost Spider. Thunder Fruit, which is more powerful than Sakazuki's Lava Fruit. The Ghost Spider endured the numbness and severe pain all over his body and looked at Nami with a gloomy expression. Sakazuki's Lava Fruit power is their Hawk's biggest reliance. According to legend, the Thunder Fruit, the most powerful one in Logia, actually appeared on the sea and fell into the hands of a pirate. Damn it. Ghost Spider, who believed in absolute justice, looked increasingly gloomy. Keep firing. Destroy Enies lobby immediately. The T-Dolphin looked very solemn and shouted at the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral beside him. Do you still want to open fire at will in front of me? Ace looked at the 10 battleships lined up in a row, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly in a Haki way. In his eyes, the thick purple-black color became more and more violent, making Haki laugh. If you want to fight me, go get Sengoku and Akainu, you marine trash. Boom. The violent momentum roared out violently. The sea suddenly set off waves of terrifying waves. Under this terrifying momentum, the 10 Naval Headquarters Rear Admirals who commanded 10 warships rolled their eyes at the same time and fainted. Countless elites from Naval Headquarters fell to the ground. 10,000 elite naval soldiers from the Naval Headquarters were instantly wiped out. Bah! Conqueror's room spirit. The flying squirrel knelt down on one knee in some pain, with a few drops of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. This intensity, actually, even he couldn't bear it. Conqueror's Haki of this level, on this sea, before this, only that one person owned it. New World, 4 Emperors, the most Haki man in the world, red hair, Shanks. Difficult, can you say, can Portgas d'Ace's Conqueror's Haki be as good as 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks? The flying squirrel's pupils contracted violently. Chapter 107. All the generals and emperors are ants. Who? The flying squirrel knelt on one knee, covered in cold sweat, raised his head, and looked at the figure of Haki in the distance in disbelief. Incredible. Although Conqueror's Haki is said to have a high-pressure qualification that only one person in millions can possess. But relying solely on Conqueror's Haki, only 10 of the 10,000 Naval Headquarters elites were left, and all 10 Naval Headquarters Rear Admirals were unconscious. Even he, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, can't bear it. On this sea, only that person can do it, Conqueror's Haki, who is more powerful than the 4 Emperors, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Known as the hakiest man in this sea, 4 Emperors, Redhead, Gux. Can Portgas d'Ace's Conqueror's Haki compare to the red-haired Shanks? Are you kidding? The flying squirrel's eyes were full of horror. Red-haired Shanks is already the youngest of the 4 Emperors. The speed of growth has made countless powerful people in this sea stunned. Portgas d'Ace has just gone to sea, and the group has only been around for less than a year. Conqueror's Haki is already comparable to 4 Emperors? This man, how far will it grow in the future? Damn it. If the flying squirrel is still a little embarrassed. Then the ghost spider, who had just received a blow from Thunderfruit, was now covered in cold sweat and almost collapsed to the ground. The hazy eyes were filled with shock and anger at this moment. How long has it been? How long has it been since you felt this powerless? This feeling of powerlessness can only appear when facing the 4 people who, like emperors, dominate the sea. New World, 4 emperors. Is Portka's Ace a figure comparable to those of the New World 4 emperors? Facing Ace, Haki directly named Akainu's words. Although he was angry, even the ghost spider who loyally followed Akainu could not say anything at this moment. Only Sakazuki has the strength to deal with a man of this level. This is really bad. Haki filled the air, covering his whole body, and the T-Dolphin looked at the figure in front of him with cold sweat on his face. Although he is an admiral candidate, he is much more powerful than the naval headquarters vice admirals such as Flying Squirrel. But what he is facing now is a man who can sweep 10 warships with Conqueror's Haki alone, which makes even the naval headquarters vice admiral a little unbearable. In front of this kind of man, the number of people has no meaning. Moreover, they were not the only ones facing this man. There is also the strange bird that transforms into a bird that covers the sky and the earth, a bird fruit phantom beast species. A person with the ability to form a Suzaku form. And that, even in Logia, is one of the invincible abilities, the Thunder Fruit ability user. Such a configuration is no longer something Buster Call can handle. Damn spandam. Momoshagi held the hilt of Jinpira's sword in his hand, his pretty face was full of solemnity, and he bit his silver teeth lightly. According to Sister E's judgment, the strength of the Entei pirates is almost comparable to that of the complete 4 Emperor's pirates. To deal with the Entei pirates, 1 admiral is definitely not enough. At least 2 admirals must be dispatched. Buster Call claims to be an extraordinary call that can destroy all factors that are detrimental to the world government. But facing the Entei pirates, who are almost comparable to a complete 4 Emperor's pirate group, they are not the same dimension of power Emperor at all. Not to mention the entire Entei pirates, even if they only face Portka's Ace, it is uncertain how much they can survive. Are you going to fight for your life? The habitual smile on Huo Xiaoshan's face completely disappeared at this time. Haki covered his whole body, struggling to resist the influence of Conqueror's Haki, and slowly drew out his katana. Unexpectedly, executing Buster Call can lead to a desperate situation. Buster Call. Robin looked at the Buster Call in the distance, which was immediately terminated as soon as it was started, with emotion on his pretty face. This is the biggest demon in her heart, the Buster Call that destroyed Ohara and completely wiped Ohara from the map. In front of the current Entei pirates, in front of Ace, he was so vulnerable. Ace's Conqueror's Haki alone is enough to prevent Buster Call from continuing to activate. Those 5 naval headquarters vice admirals, maybe even Ace doesn't need to take action. Nami, Lackey, Vivi, Kaya, Nokagao and the others are enough to handle them. Really, so fishy. Our Entei pirates are so strong. Around his neck, the lucky charm Ace gave to Robin kept flashing. In Robin's beautiful eyes, the black color that represents Haki becomes more intense and heavy. The shadow in my heart completely dissipated at this moment. Ace felt Robin's change, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The shadow in his heart has been completely broken, and Robin's future Haki achievements will be limitless. Immediately, Ace looked at the warship ahead. When he saw Momoshagi and the T-Dolphin who were barely affected by his Conqueror's Haki, his eyes narrowed slightly. Admiral candidate, Momoshagi, T-Dolphin. Unexpectedly, there were 2 admiral candidates to execute the Buster Call this time. Backquote. When Ace's eyes moved, Momoshagi, the T-Dolphin felt a terrifying pressure coming towards him. Even if Haki is covered all over his body, he can't completely resist this terrifying pressure. Hey, the joke is a bit too big. The T-Dolphin concentrated all the armament Haki on his fists, and his wretched face was filled with a wry smile at the moment. Advertisement. What can bring him this kind of terrifying pressure? In this sea, there are only a few people standing on the top. 4 emperors. Only the 4 emperors at the top of this sea could bring such terrifying pressure to him. Entei, Portkas. Ace, I am Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Gion. Momoshagi gritted his silver teeth and shouted, Ace looked at Momoshagi who yelled, with a flash of red in his eyes. What's wrong with Momoshagi Gion, one of the admiral candidates? You won't continue to perform the cold spell. Ace plays with flavor. Facing the 5th emperor on the sea, Buster Call has failed. Momoshagi looked at Ace, bit his red lips, and said reluctantly. The 5th emperor. Hearing Momoshagi's words, the pupils of the Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Huashaoshan and T-Dolphin shrank at the same time. It seems that something happened on this sea that they didn't know about. Secrets that even they, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, are not qualified to know. But at the same time, several people had no objection to this title. Only a figure like the 5th Emperor could make the Buster Call they participated in so embarrassing. Oh, do you want to surrender? Ace said playfully. No, it's not surrender, it's negotiation, Momoshagi said solemnly. Facing the Entei pirates, which is almost comparable to the complete 4 Emperor's pirates, even if the 5 of them fight to the death, they cannot be an opponent. Negotiation? Are you qualified to negotiate with me? Ace Haki laughed. Bah, bah, bah. In the shocked eyes of Momoshagi and others, countless violent black and purple lightning appeared out of thin air in the atmosphere, roaring wantonly. The terrifying violent black and purple lightning shook the entire sea. In the sky, dark clouds were densely covered, and countless lightning bolts roared. Damn it! Fight him! The ghost spider returned his life, controlled his body and stood up with difficulty, his eyes filled with blood red. Even if he dies, Portka's Ace must pay a certain price. Huo Shaoshan and Flying Squirrel also had solemn faces at this moment. Life is returned, liberated. Armament Haki, without any reservation, all wrapped around the knife. What a domineering man. Stop doing unnecessary things, Momoshagi, just do your best. T-Dolphin's wretched face was full of solemnity at the moment. Haki, life returns, in this moment, completely liberated. Wait a minute. For Vice Admiral Garp's sake, please. Momoshagi couldn't care less at the moment and shouted loudly. She is not afraid of death, but here, there are 5 naval headquarters vice admirals. There are also 2 admiral candidates, her and the T-Dolphin. If they all died here, Momoshagi couldn't even imagine what the sea would look like. Justice. What will it become? The pupils of the T-Dolphins, Flying Squirrels, Ghost Spiders, and Huo Shaoshan suddenly shrank. Vice Admiral Garp. Well, you were smart. You knew you were not qualified to negotiate with me, so you told me the old man's name. Ace was not surprised that Momoshagi knew about his relationship with Garp. After all, Garp's relationship with the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the Chief Staff Officer, who treats Momoshagi as his sister, is very unusual. So, are you begging me to let you go, Momoshagi? If you pray to me, I won't be able to let you go. Ace looked at Momoshagi with a playful smile on his lips. Momoshagi looked at Ace's playful smile and bit his red lips.
Is this the superior emperor teasing the weak? Momoshagi, don't beg him. How can we beg a pirate?
The ghost spider's eyes were blood red and he growled. Shut up, ghost spider. Momosagi's beautiful eyes were bloodshot as she stared at the ghost spider. Can your personal honor and disgrace be compared with justice? Momoshagi drank. As an admiral candidate second only to the marshal and 3 admirals in marine. Momoshagi didn't feel humiliated. However, 5 naval headquarters vice admirals and 10,000 naval headquarters elites were lost at one time. Such a loss is something that naval headquarters, which still has to face the 4 emperors, cannot afford. I pray you, 5th Emperor of the Sea, for the sake of Vice Admiral Garp. Take back your dignity. Momoshagi bit her red lips and shouted. A trace of humiliation flashed across the eyes of T-Dolphin, Ghost Spider, Huo Shaoshan, and Flying Squirrel. But thinking of justice, I bear this humiliation forcefully. Ha ha ha. Ace felt the emotional changes of Momoshagi and others, and Haki laughed. You command the 5 naval headquarters vice admirals with Conqueror's Haki to pray to the Supreme King. Your understanding is heaven-defying, fed by the unwilling prayers of the 5 naval headquarters vice admirals, Conqueror's Haki has been strengthened. Advertisement, bah. 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 The roaring black and purple lightning in the atmosphere became more violent at this moment. The pupils of Momoshagi and others continued to shrink. Why? Why does it feel like Portka's Ace's Conqueror's Haki is getting stronger? It's hard to say that Portka's Ace used their prayers as nourishment to strengthen his Conqueror's Haki. Is this the reason why Portka's Ace didn't take action immediately? They became the nourishment for a pirate to become stronger? The eyes of Momoshagi and others flashed with pain. Okay, since you pray, I will give you away. The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. Thank you for your kindness. Momoshagi suppressed his unwillingness and lowered his head. You 5, take one of my moves. Life or death depends on your own abilities. The corner of Ace's mouth curved into a hint of Haki's. For the sake of the old man, and the unwillingness of Momoshagi and others to be used as nourishment to increase the strength of Conqueror's Haki. It is the mercy of the Emperor to give Momoshagi and others a way to survive. And letting Momoshagi and others take his own move is the majesty of the Emperor. This is the grace and power of being an Emperor. Okay, we'll give you a move. Momoshagi gritted his teeth and said solemnly. Haki, wrapped around Jinpira, exuded an amazing aura. It's not like the 5 of them working together can't even catch a single move, right? Damn it, look down on us. The ghost spider's eyes were blood red, and his heart was full of grief and anger. Don't do anything stupid. Do you want to waste the opportunity Momoshagi Vice Admiral fought hard for us, Ghost Spider? The Flying Squirrel said solemnly. Cha Do and Huo Shaoshan did not speak, but silently released Armament Haki to Ultimate. Moonwalk. Boom. In order to protect the sailors behind them, Momoshagi and the others jumped up and appeared on the sea far away from the warship. Ha ha ha. Ace Haki laughed as he looked at Momoshagi and others who were getting ready.
With his right hand, he grabbed hard. Bah! Under the shocked gazes of Momoshagi and others, the violent black-purple lightning roaring in the atmosphere crazily converged towards Ace's right fist.
This violent black and purple lightning was all wrapped around Ace's right fist, forming a purple-black film. At the moment when this purple-black film formed, the ground under Ace's feet began to break apart because it could not withstand the violent energy. Conqueror's Haki-tangle. T-Dolphin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Sure enough, it is this power. Once you fully master this, you can be at the top of the sea, like an emperor, commanding the most powerful area of the sea. Be careful. We are facing Qian Hao Zhao, but he is an emperor. Momosagi's observation Haki felt how amazing that power was, and his pretty face was filled with solemnity. Bah! Boom. As Ace slowly raised his right fist, the whole world began to tremble violently at this moment. In Ace's pupils, the thick purple-black color became heavier and heavier. Every cell in the body has a strange power emerging. This is the pure physical area without any impurities. Physical power, at this moment, is completely substantial. Buzz. Physical power and Conqueror's Haki, a complete fusion. Hi. Right fist, blast out violently, boom. The terrifying shockwave, wrapped in a purple-black violent film, was like an ancient violent beast, violently crushing Momoshagi and the others. Block. Momosagi's pupils shrank suddenly. Haki, physical strength, swordsmanship, at this moment, reached the ultimate level. T-dolphins, ghost spiders, huashaoshan, and flying squirrels no longer have any humiliation in their eyes at this moment, but are full of horror. Letting out a roar, all the power poured out at this moment. Boom. The overwhelming shockwave came in an instant. Boom. Peefed. 5 streaks of blood, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, spilled into the sky. Momosagi, T-dolphin, ghost spider, fire mountain, flying squirrel. 2 admiral candidates and 3 naval headquarters senior vice admirals desperately resisted. Under this blow, it collapsed instantly. This is, in this sea, there is a powerful, 4 emperors level attack. Without admiral's strength, even the peak 4 emperors full force attack containing Conqueror's Haki would not be able to take it. Everyone under the general and emperor is an ant. Boom. Momosagi spurted blood and fell powerlessly into the sea. But at this moment, Momosagi, who was seriously injured, did not have the joy of surviving the disaster. Instead, it has an extremely quiet color. Someone, the seedling, died. Chapter 108. The warmth in the fire, the beauty of Robin. Peefed. Cough. Momosagi fell into the sea, and waves of severe pain spread from his body to his brain, causing Momosagi to choke on his water several times. Her beautiful eyes were full of horror. 1 strike. Still not using the Mera fruit ability, just Conqueror's Haki Wong attack. There are 3 senior vice admirals in naval headquarters who are qualified to participate in Buster Call, and there are 2 admiral candidates, she and the T-dolphin. Their full resistance collapsed instantly under this blow. Even for her, an admiral candidate, all the bones in her body were broken by this blow. This is comparable to the pinnacle of those 4 emperors. Momosagi's eyes were full of horror. No, it shouldn't be like this. According to Aokiji's report to Marshal Sengoku, in the battle between Aokiji and Portgas d'Ace, both of them showed their full strength. Both Haki and fruit abilities used ultimate. During this fight, Aokiji even had a certain upper hand in terms of fruit abilities and Haki. It was only because of the power of Conqueror's Haki that the battle with Portgas d'Ace ended in a draw. But what's going on now? How can Portgas d'Ace's Haki be so strong? I haven't used the Mera fruit ability yet, just relying on Haki and similar giants, the shockwave known as Elbaf's strongest gun.
Just defeat all 5 of them. Even among the 4 emperors, only Kaido of the Beasts, the red-haired Shanks, who is truly at his peak, can perform such a terrifying attack with only Conqueror's Haki entrapment. There is also a gap in combat power between the 4 emperors. Among them, Big Mom, although a natural monster, but on weekdays, I'm either having a tea party or giving birth to a baby. And because I have thinking disorder, I fall into uncontrollable rages from time to time. The body also became extremely bloated. After becoming the 4 emperors, Big Mom's strength not only did not improve, but also deteriorated to a certain extent. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. At his peak, he was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 emperors, and the title of the strongest man in the world says it all. But Whitebeard is getting old after all. He has been traversing the sea for decades and has 660 degrees of trauma on his body. Whitebeard needs to rely on infusions all year round to maintain his body functions. Just relying on physical strength and Haki, Whitebeard can no longer perform the terrifying attacks that were once comparable to the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger. Whitebeard's current attack method has changed from relying mainly on Haki and physical strength at its peak to relying more on Shock Fruit. Although it is still terrifying, relying on Shock Fruit, it even has the power to destroy the world, but its single-target attack power when fighting against the strong is no longer as good as it was at its peak. Being able to launch such a terrifying attack with only Conqueror's Haki and physical strength. Only those who are truly at the peak of Haki's physical strength are the 2 people standing at the top of this sea. 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Although Aokiji is extremely powerful, he is one of the 3 most powerful admirals in marine history along with Kizaru and Akainu. But except for Akainu, because he has the lava fruit with the strongest attack among the descriptions in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Relying on the lava fruit and the powerful armament Haki possessed by Extreme Justice, it is possible to launch attacks comparable to those of the peak 4 emperors. Aokiji, Kizaru, the attacks they can perform are not as good as the peak 4 emperors. Because of the existence of Conqueror's Haki, their upper limit of strength cannot reach the level of 4 emperors. If we really fight against the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and the red-haired Shanks who are at their peak, the last ones to die must be Aokiji and Kizaru. Is it possible that Portgas d'Ace's strength has been qualitatively improved after fighting Aokiji? Are they already comparable to the 2 emperors who were at their peak? How did the strength increase so quickly? Thinking back to the scene just now,
Portka's Ace used the unwillingness and surrender of the 5 of them as nourishment to make his Conqueror's Haki become more powerful. Momosagi's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Is it difficult to say that this is the reason why Portka's Ace is so powerful? As long as you fight with strong people, your strength will be qualitatively improved immediately. As long as you use Haki to make the strong surrender, Conqueror's Haki can use the strong's unwillingness and surrender as nourishment to itself the next day. In this sea, what constitutes a strong person is physical fitness, devil fruit ability, martial arts, swordsmanship, and most importantly, Haki. In terms of physique, apart from being a natural monster like Big Mom. Like Kaido, who gained a terrifying physique by eating the top of all devil fruits, the fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form. It is only through practice and continuous polishing of the body. Devil fruit ability, although the top devil fruit can make the eater instantly as powerful as the naval headquarters vice admiral. Advertisement, but if you want to reach the point of awakening, you still need the efforts of the strong yourself.
The same is true for martial arts and swordsmanship.
And the most important Haki, accompanying the strong on this sea, either conquers nature, defeats the strong, or fulfills the beliefs in his heart. All can enhance Haki's strength, but like physical fitness, devil fruit ability, martial arts, and swordsmanship, it all takes time to polish oneself. Therefore, in this sea, strong people who want to reach the peak of their strength are generally over 40 years old. A strong person also needs time to polish himself. This has never happened before in this sea. After a fight, there will be a terrifying qualitative change in strength. It has never been like this for Portka's Ace, who has been at sea for less than a year. A being with 4 Emperor's level power relying only on Conqueror's Haki and physical strength. This is simply a heaven-defying talent that is even more terrifying than that natural monster of Big Mom. In the future, can this man surpass Whitebeard and Gold D. Roger at their peak, and reach a peak that no one has reached in history? Momosagi's beautiful eyes were full of horror. What will such a monster make this sea look like in the future? In this era, the Emperor Yan, Portka's Ace, will go completely berserk. Ahem. Ghost Spider. At this time, there was a weak but horrified voice, which made Momosagi shrink in fear. Ghost Spider. The T-Dolphin endured the severe pain caused by the broken bones in his body and the trauma to his internal organs, and fished out the ghost spider that had gradually sunk from the sea. His face was full of horror. The breath is gone. Ghost Spider, dead. Cough cough cough. Flying Squirrel and Huashaoshan, because they are not as strong as Leicha Dolphin and Momosagi, can only float on the sea, panting constantly compared to the 2 people who can still move. Observation Haki also noticed the complete disappearance of the Ghost Spider's aura, with a look of shock and pain on his face. Although Ghost Spider is the core figure of the Hawks, he has always been at odds with their Dove generals. But Ghost Spider is also an important general in Marine. The strength is comparable to that of a flying squirrel on the Huashao mountain. Unexpectedly, he died under this blow. Is it because he received a blow from Thunderfruit first and suffered a certain amount of injuries? Flying Squirrel and Huo Shaoshan also understood in their shock and pain. Thunderfruit, as one of the invincible abilities in Logia, is naturally not that simple. Just like Aokiji's frozen fruit, when using the fruit's power with all its strength, if Haki is not, ABCA, wrapped around him, then it will be like the water in the body is constantly freezing under the freezing air everywhere from frozen fruit. Thunderfruit, if Haki is not wrapped around his whole body will be paralyzed by that violent ability. This slight paralysis is extremely fatal when faced with an attack from an emperor. It became an important reason for the death of Ghost Spider. A Ghost Spider who can perform Buster Call, even among the many naval headquarters vice admirals, is one of the strongest. It was actually lost in this Buster Call operation. Justice, suffered a huge loss. Did only one of you die? You two are quite capable, Momosagi. The red light in Ace's eyes flickered slightly, knowing the situation of several people, and he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled. If there were not 2 admiral candidates, Momosagi and T-Dolphin, not only Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel and Huashaoshan would also have to die here. This is the 4 Emperors class, a power zone with powerful force like a fault. Without admiral-level combat power, he cannot even withstand a blow from Conqueror's Haki entanglement that contains all his power. Under the generals and emperors, they are all ants. I finally stood at the top of this sea. The day to defeat Kaido, the day when he will use Kaido's head as a stepping stone to become the king of the world, is not far away. In Ace's eyes, the purple-black color became more and more intense. Hearing Ace's words, the eyes of Cha Do and Momosagi flashed with sadness and anger, and then suppressed them. Huo Shaoshan and Flying Squirrel closed their eyes, their eyelids trembling. Even if they are unwilling to face an emperor, what can they do? One blow could kill 5 of them and injure 4. Such a disconnected and powerful force no longer even has the courage to resist again. That is not upholding justice, that is, I will die. We have already launched a strike, you will keep your promise. Momosagi endured the injury and raised his voice. Of course, though. Advertisement. The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. This sentence made Momosagi and the others suddenly become nervous. Brother Ace. I got the stuff. At this time, the square-headed sisters waved their arms and said loudly.
You should return to the capital of 7 Waters first.
Ace said calmly. Oh, Upon hearing Ace's order, Frankie's family, Giant, Oimo and Cassie began to evacuate Enies' lobby. You guys, continue with the buster call. Ace looked at Momosagi and the others who were struggling to get back to the warship from the sea, and laughed. Wah, what? Momosagi, T-dolphins, flying squirrels and Hushaoshan, I couldn't believe their ears. Continue. Execute buster call. Now that the signal has been sent, we must destroy everything here and wipe it off the map, right, Marine? Ace Haki laughed. If you offend the Entei pirates, there is only one outcome, and that is to be completely wiped off the map. At this moment, the eyes of Momosagi and the others were hazy, and they seemed to understand. I'm afraid this buster call was not initiated by Spandam. It was Portka's Ace who started it. Purpose, just, is to completely destroy Enies' lobby. Use the power of Marine to destroy Enies' lobby, this man. Load. Fire. Destroy Enies' lobby. Although Ultimate was unwilling to give in, Momosagi gritted his teeth and issued the command. Things have reached this point. No matter how unwilling they are, they can only choose to listen to Portka's Ace's words and completely destroy Enies' lobby. Soon, the remaining Marine soldiers and Conqueror's Haki suppressed the grief and anger in their hearts, began to control the warship, and opened fire at Enies' lobby. Boom. The center of Enies' lobby instantly turned into a sea of flames. It's really spectacular, ha ha ha. Ace looked at the Enies' lobby that turned into a sea of flames and gradually disappeared, and he looked up to the sky and laughed. As a pirate, you give the buster call to destroy the entire Enies' lobby. Your understanding is heaven-defying, drawing nourishment from it, Conqueror's Haki has been improved. A line of text appeared in Ace's mind. As Ace laughed, the purple-black color in his eyes became thicker and thicker. Let's go too, this place will be completely wiped out. Ace looked at the girls, a soft smile appeared on his face. The girls looked at Ace's soft smile and nodded heavily, their beautiful eyes shining brightly. This is how Ace treats his enemies, Haki, treat them with such tenderness. Ace. Ace looked into the distance, and the Mary slowly appeared from the garden. On the bow of the ship's elf, Mary, who looks like a little girl, is waving happily towards Ace. Let's go back to the capital of Seven Waters. Ace laughed, and Rima returned to the deck first. The girls follow Ace's footsteps and return to the melee. Robin, who was walking at the end, stared blankly at Ace who stretched out his hand towards her. Robin, the sea is still very vast, but from now on, you will never be alone again. Ace looked at Robin with an ultimate gentle smile on his face. Robin's delicate body trembled and tears flowed down her pretty face. Ace stroked Robin's long black hair, and the warmth on his lips was so warm. Robin, that's so beautiful. Boom. The background behind you is the Enies' lobby that gradually disappears during buster call. The trip to Enies' lobby ended successfully. 5T Chapter 109. I don't want to be alone tonight, understand? Naval Headquarters. When the warship that carried out the buster call returned to the port of Naval Headquarters, when several figures were clearly seen being carried off the warship. Naval Headquarters was completely in chaos, in the medical room. Boom. The door was opened with some eagerness. Marshal. Sitting on the hospital bed with a lot of bandages on their bodies, Momosagi and Otani lowered their heads when they saw the person coming. The great staff officer, standing next to Momosagi, sighed. Flying Squirrel and Huo Shaoshan, who were in the hospital bed next door, were wrapped like mummies at the moment. They wanted to get up but couldn't. On the side is a ghost spider that has been covered with white cloth. In the end, what happened? Looking at the seriously injured Momosagi, the T-dolphin. The flying squirrel was seriously injured and could not get up, and the mountain was burned. And the ghost spider that has been covered with white cloth and has no breath. Sengoku growled as veins popped out on his forehead. Sengoku was caught off guard when he learned that Enies' lobby had launched a buster call. But buster call is authorized by the world government to carry out indiscriminate and devastating attacks on the area where the signal is sent. An extraordinary summons, used to completely eliminate things and people in an area that pose a threat to the rule of the world government. Once it is activated, even Sengoku, as Marine Marshal, can only wait until the buster call is over before he can make adjustments. But who knew that the 5 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals and Ghost Spiders who participated in this buster call would be killed in action? The flying squirrel burned the mountain and was seriously injured and dying. 2 Admiral candidates, Momosagi, were also seriously injured. Such a thing has never happened since buster call was formed. What happened in Enies' lobby? Sengoku growled as he looked at Momosagi and the T-dolphin with gloomy expressions. Calm down, Sengoku, Momosagi and the others are seriously injured. He said solemnly. Who? Sengoku gasped for air, calmed down, and sat down on a chair. Tell me, what happened on Tonfa Island? Why would one of the 5 of you die and 4 be injured? Sengoku said solemnly. As for Momosagi and others not reporting through the phone bug, Sengoku was still relieved. Telephone bug communications are actually not 100% secure and may be at risk of leakage. Momosagi, after all, has been with Crane for so many years, so he still has this kind of vigilance. It's Entei, Portka's Ace. The Entei pirates have invaded the island. Momosagi raised his pretty face and said sadly, What? Sengoku's pupils shrank. Next, Momosagi told everything that happened in Enies' lobby. Including Portka's Ace, for the sake of Garp, did not annihilate them all, but let them take his move, which resulted in 4 of them dead and 1 injured. And Portka's D-Ace can use their unwillingness and surrender under Conqueror's Haki as nourishment to immediately increase the strength of Conqueror's Haki. And there is speculation that it was Portka's D-Ace who initiated this buster call. Boom. Sengoku punched out cracks in the wall, veins popped out on his forehead, and his teeth were gritted. Portka's D-Ace. Sengoku gritted his teeth and growled. Is this showing your majesty, the wrath of the king, to the world government, naval headquarters? Sengoku's eyes were bloodshot. Compared to Momoshage and others, Sengoku knows the whole story better. First there was a collision between Aokiji and Portka's D-Ace himself. Then there is the capital of Seven Waters, where CP9 lurks, provoking the son of the devil on Portka's D-Ace's ship, Nicole Robin. Although he provoked the CP9 members, Bluno was killed on the spot. But if Portka's D-Ace is regarded as the fifth emperor of the sea, then there is no doubt that this is a serious provocation. Portka's D-Ace also issued a warning to the world government in full view of the public. I originally thought that this matter would be over. Unexpectedly, completely erasing Enies' lobby from the map and severely damaging Buster Call would be the way to show off the majesty of the emperor and the wrath of the king. The majesty of the king cannot be offended, the one who offends will die. The power of those who offend will be wiped off the map. This is what Portka's D-Ace wants to tell the world government and the naval headquarters. He is truly the fifth emperor of the sea. At the same time, the growth of Portka's D-Ace's strength also frightened Sengoku. Surprisingly, just by fighting Aokiji, his strength increased to this level. Just relying on Conqueror's Haki entanglement and physical strength, one blow can kill 5 naval headquarters vice admirals, including 2 admiral candidates. 1 dead and 4 injured. These are only the 2 emperors at their peak, Kaido of the Beasts and red-haired Shanks. An attack that can only be unleashed by Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Advertisement has Portka's D-Ace already reached this level? This growth rate is amazing. Sengoku. He was able to directly use the submission and unwillingness of the strong as nourishment to improve Conqueror's Haki. Even redheads can't do such a thing. Do you understand what this means? He said solemnly. This means that as long as Portka's D-Ace is given time, his strength may surpass that of Gold D. Roger and Whitebeard at his peak. Such strength will break the balance on the sea. Sengoku gritted his teeth. But the scariest thing is that even if we summon a Super Buster Call, we may fail. The Entei pirates have completely grown up. According to Momoshage, the Entei pirates, thunder fruit users. Bird fruit, phantasmal beast species, Suzaku form ability users, the 2 of them already have the strength of admiral candidates. Plus the sand fruit ability user, and those troublesome devil fruit abilities. This is already the combat power of an almost complete 4 emperors pirate group. The most troublesome thing is that CP9's door fruit was taken away. The existence of the gate fruit, Portka's D-Ace, can calmly deal with any situation. He said solemnly. Buster Call is composed of 5 naval headquarters vice admirals, 10 battleships, and 10,000 naval headquarters elites. And if there is a huge threat to the world government, you can summon Super Tu Lang. It would be a terrifying force composed of 1 admiral of headquarters, 10 naval headquarters vice admirals, and 100 battleships. 10 times the size of a normal Buster Call, but even so, I'm afraid I can't deal with Portka's D-Ace. In addition to the terrifying strength of Portka's D-Ace. The most important thing is that the door fruit of CP9 fell into the hands of Portka's D-Ace. With this devil fruit with rare space capabilities, even if Marine and the world government launch a Super Buster Call at all costs, Portka's D-Ace, with his terrifying strength, was able to retreat calmly by using the power of the gate fruit after destroying part of the battleship. After all, the Entei pirates follow the same elite route as the Red Hair pirates, and their core number is not large.
The gate fruit is enough to allow all members of the Dante pirates to enter the gate.
Facing the Super Buster Call, the Entei pirates can retreat calmly. But Buster Call faced the Entei pirates, Thunder Fruit, Mara Fruit, Sand Fruit, the 3 major Logia Devil Fruit. If they show off their power at the same time, the losses will probably be an extremely terrifying figure. The ability to hunt Devil Fruit, damn it, as the resourceful general, Sengoku naturally understands the key to the gate fruit. This Devil Fruit fell into the hands of Portka's D-Ace, and he was already in an absolutely invincible position. Fortunately, Portka's D-Ace is not as crazy as Rock's once was. For Garp's sake, he only made 1 move, otherwise Momoshage and the others would all have died. This is already a mercy given by Portka's D-Ace, he said solemnly. Facing an emperor and an almost complete 4 emperors pirate group, an ordinary-sized Buster Call would simply be destroying the enemy with an egg against a stone. Although it would be a hell of a joke for a pirate to show mercy to Marine. But that's the truth. If Momoshage hadn't moved out of Garp, Momoshage and the others would all be dead in Enies' lobby. Portka's D-Ace is not a man who would care about the impact of destruction Buster Call. That was a tough king who killed Shichibukai, Ghost Spider, and wiped Enies' lobby off the map. Let Garp continue to negotiate with Portka's D-Ace to see if there is a chance for him to become a Shichibukai. Even if you can't, you must at least stabilize Portka's D-Ace. Sengoku covered his forehead and gritted his teeth. Marshal. Portka's D-Ace, but he killed the Ghost Spider and destroyed Enies' lobby. I heard that I still want Portka's D-Ace to become Shichibukai. Huo Shaoshan opened his eyes suddenly. Unable to move, he lay on the hospital bed, looked at the ceiling, and growled. Justice cannot be acted upon by one's own whim. Portkas, Ace, who has a real doorstep. Currently, it is impossible to catch him with the power that Marine can mobilize. Although Sengoku's eyes were blood red, he still had the calmness of a Marine Marshal. If he, the Marshal with Conqueror's Haki, personally leads the team, leads 2 admirals of headquarters, and gathers 10 elite naval headquarters vice admirals, there may be a slight possibility that Conqueror's Haki can be used to leave Portkas Ace's men behind before they use the gate fruit. But is this possible? How could Marine, facing the 4 emperors, dispatch such a caliber area? Even he, the Marshal, had to go into battle with almost all his high-end combat power. Moreover, I still bet on the slightest chance. Portkas Ace's Conqueror's Haki will not let his Conqueror's Haki be released. 0. Please give me flowers. In other words, the current Marine has almost no way to defeat Portkas Ace. Negotiation is the only way. Okay, I have to report to the 5 elders, you guys take good care of your injuries. Boom. Before Sengoku could finish speaking, the door to the infirmary was violently opened. A terrifying aura suddenly spread over the area. Ghost Spider. Advertisement. Seeing the silent figure covered with white cloth, the visitor's eyes were blood red. The person who came was wearing an admiral cloak, a red shirt underneath, and a flower pinned to his heart. Naval Headquarters highest combat power, lava fruit ability user, Akainu. Who is it? Killed the Ghost Spider, grr. Akainu roars one with the sound, his arms turned into boiling magma, and the terrifying high temperature caused the temperature in the atmosphere to rise sharply. Sakazuki. Sengoku looked at Akainu, his eyes narrowed, and he shouted. Marshal, why will Ghost Spider die if he goes to execute the Buster Call? Who killed the Ghost Spider and trampled on justice? Akainu glared at Sengoku, his eyes blood red. Ghost Spider is one of his most effective subordinates. What he practices is also what he insists on, complete justice. Unexpectedly, he died in the execution of Buster Call. What made Akainu furious was not only the death of Ghost Spider, but also the failure of Buster Call, which represented absolute justice. This is absolutely intolerable to Akainu, who pursues thorough justice. Calm down. Sakazuki, wait for my order on this matter. Sengoku growled. Sakazuki's strength is the strongest among the 3 admirals. 0, but the justice implemented was too extreme. Therefore, Sengoku has always regarded Aokiji as the best successor. Snort. Seeing that Sengoku didn't mean to tell him, Akainu snorted coldly, turned around and left. Since Sengoku won't tell him, then just go find the 5 elders. The guy who trampled on justice, Sakazuki, must destroy him with his own hands and use magma. Sakazuki. B***************. D. Watching Akainu leave, Sengoku immediately understood what he wanted to do and quickly chased after him. Naval Headquarters and the Holy Land Mariajoy both began to be in turmoil due to the Enies lobby incident. Unlike the turmoil at Naval Headquarters, a grand banquet is being held here in the capital of 7 waters. Ouch. This is the pervert in pervert, super, a handsome dance sound. Frankie stood on the table and let out weird roars under the influence of the stage lights. The square head sisters kept dancing with Frankie. Ace laughed and stuffed the food and wine prepared by Lackey into his mouth. Next to him, uncharacteristically, it was not Kaya and Vivi, but Robin who kept pouring wine for Ace and changing glasses with Ace. Ha ha ha, Robin, you have a pretty good drinking capacity. Ace looked at Robin, whose pretty face was a little red from drinking, and said with a smile. It's still very early. Robin looked at Ace, raised her red lips, and filled Ace's glass again. Ace laughed and drank the wine in his glass. It seems that after Enies' lobby, Robin finally let it all go. Kaya looked at Robin, who had occupied the spot where she used to pour wine for Ace, and now looked at Robin with a smile on her face. The girls already know about Robin's past. Vivi also nodded. Having worked with Robin before, she is more aware of this change. Come, if you are happy today, drink. Ace raised his glass and laughed. Oh, all the girls raised their wine glasses and said in unison. In the evening, all the girls, whose faces were flushed after drinking, returned to the reception room prepared by Bingshan to rest. Ace also returned to his room and used complete absorption to quickly decompose the alcohol he drank. Click. With a soft sound, the door lock of Ace's room was gently opened. Ace's look and feel immediately made him know who was coming. The next second, a figure that looked so moving under the moonlight put his hands on Ace's heart. Because of the dual effects of alcohol and emotion, her beautiful eyes like water waves looked at Ace with a smile. Robin. Ace looked at Robin, who had only a layer of gauze at this time, and his eyes grew hot. Robin is indeed the most mature among the girls, so bold. No wonder Robin kept drinking wine from him and the other girls today. It turned out to be. Ace, you said that I will never be alone again, right? Robin held Ace's heart and looked at Ace, her red lips slightly raised. I don't want to be alone tonight either. Ace felt the warm warmth on his lips, and his eyes suddenly filled with blood.
Turning over, even more warmth spread throughout Ace's body.
Tonight is so delicious. Advertisement Chapter 110. Having a baby? Conqueror's Clash. The second day. Accompanied by the Blockhead sisters, Frankie took the sea train to buy a part of the sacred tree Adam. In addition to the sacred tree atom, Bingshan is preparing other materials needed to transform the melee. Well, I went to prepare with Bingshan and Mary. Although Melly has repeatedly said that as long as Ace likes her, it doesn't matter what she looks like. But Ace just smiled gently and wrapped it in the realm of understanding. Mary, you are also an important partner of mine. I can't choose some decorations you like. So under Bingshan's disbelieving gaze, Mary followed Bingshan to select materials. Seeing Mary being able to leave the Mary ship's body for a short time, Bingshan felt that his worldview had been refreshed. In the end I can only sigh with emotion. He is worthy of being the man who destroyed Enies' lobby, destroyed Pluton's design drawings, and left the world government without any news. At this time, the Entei pirates were enjoying the breakfast carefully prepared by Lackey, but the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Lackey, your cooking skills are getting better and better, ha ha ha. Ace, as usual, praised Lackey while eating the food prepared by Lackey. But Lackey blushed and hurriedly prepared other delicacies.
Robin sat next to Ace, eating breakfast gracefully and slowly, but his sitting posture was a little different from before.
Her beautiful eyes are like water, with a touching touch of real maturity. If Robin in the past seemed mature because of his experience, now Robin's maturity is from inside to outside, both physically and mentally. Kaya, Vivi looked at Robin who exuded a real mature feminine temperament. Her beautiful eyes were a little complicated. Originally, they thought that Nami would be the first to complete this last step with Ace. After all, Nami was a pioneer in this area before. The first one to kiss Ace, the first one to use red lips. Kaya and Vivi are still waiting for Nami to be the vanguard to complete the last step of 757, and then they will follow up. Now it seems that if I still wait, I may not even be able to drink the soup. Kaya and Vivi's beautiful eyes kept turning. After a moment, they seemed to think of something at the same time. They blushed horribly and lowered their heads. The fork in my hand struggled with the empty plate in front of me. Nami looked at Robin, her beautiful eyes flashing. Originally, Nami had some scruples about this aspect and was still stuck on wearing red lips. After all, there are Vivi and Kaya. Now that Robin has launched a charge, can I also? Nami's beautiful eyes flashed with strange fluctuations. Next to her, Nuo Kagao looked at Nami, Kaya and Vivi, covered her red lips and smiled. It seems that Robin's actions last night were like a catfish suddenly appearing in a school of sardines, which completely aroused everyone's thoughts. Nuo Kagao took a bite of bread, her beautiful eyes twinkling. But as a sister, do you want to beat Nami in this aspect? Nuo Kagao's pretty face blushed, and she continued to eat breakfast. Konus lowered his head and fiddled with the harp in a somewhat messy manner with his delicate hands. Some scenes that should not have occurred in his little head. I don't blame Konus, the noise last night was really too loud. Shaking his head hard, Konus corrected his pretty face. Toshigi is as cute as ever, but with such a big movement last night, she could still understand what happened. Lowering his head, he unconsciously wiped Xiaoyi Shigur's knife handle. By the way, Robin held his chin up and looked at Kaya lazily. Huh? What's wrong? Robin. Kaya, who was still somewhat immersed in her own thoughts, had a silly smile on her angelic face. Hearing Robin's words, Kaya suddenly shivered and looked at Robin nervously. I want to ask you for some medicine. Robin looked at Kaya and showed a mature smile. Hey, is it pain relief medicine? I'll get it. After hearing this, Kaya looked at Robin's sitting posture which was a little different from before, and said with a pretty face. Ace, she is so awesome. It seems that I will have to work harder to train my body in the future.
Kaya thought with a pretty blush. No, not a pain reliever. I want to remember this pain well. Quote. Robin's right index finger slowly passed across her red lips, revealing a touching smile.
Robin has never been shy about his feelings. Dare to love and hate, this is Robin.
This sentence made the girls blush and lower their heads.
In my mind, I recalled what happened last night. Robin, really, so bold. Ace smiled when he heard this, looking at the expressions of the girls. The smile on his lips was somewhat meaningful.
Well, Robin, what medicine do you want? Kaya patted her red face and asked.
The medicine to prevent pregnancy still has a long way to go. I can't give you a baby so early, right, Captain? Robin propped up his chin, lightly traced his red lips with his tongue, and looked at Ace with a touching smile. Kaya, Vivi, Nami, Nuoki Gao's pretty face suddenly turned red. Give, Ace, have a baby, advertisement. Kaya, Vivi, Nami, and a cute little girl who was somewhat similar to them, but more like Ace, slowly appeared in Nokigao's mind, and she ran toward them with a smile. Their pretty faces immediately turned frighteningly red. Lackey and Konus looked at each other, their pretty faces turned red and they lowered their heads. Toshiji's cute brain has begun to shut down, and his beautiful eyes have turned into mosquito-repellent incense. If you want to, I don't have any objection. Ace looked at Robin's seductive appearance, his heart felt warm, and he laughed.
It's better to wait until Captain, you become the king of the world before you consider this issue.
Otherwise, I'm afraid that the melee will be too crowded. Robin glanced at the girls meaningfully and smiled. If they all gave birth to a child for Ace, the melee would indeed be a bit crowded. Nami, Vivi, Kaya and Nokagao, who were told what they were thinking, suddenly trembled, their pretty faces turned red and they lowered their heads. Lackey and Konus looked at each other, Their beautiful eyes were a little strange, and their pretty faces were flushed. If everyone gave Ace a child, would they? Lackey and Konus shook their little heads to stop the random thoughts in their little heads.
Have a baby, give Ace a baby. Tashigi's beautiful eyes were like mosquito-repellent incense, and her whole body was shaking. In his mind, a little girl who looked roughly like her and Ace actually appeared.
Woo! This caused Tashigi's brain to completely shut down. It seems I have to build a big territory first, ha ha ha. Ace looked at the appearance of the girls and laughed. What does it feel like for a woman to love a man to her core? Naturally, they want to give birth to their love child. Seeing the appearance of the girls, the smile on Ace's lips became gentler and richer. Sensing Ace's gaze, the girls' pretty faces turned redder and lowered their heads lower. I'm going to prepare medicine right now. Kaya couldn't bear Ace's gaze, so she quickly stood up. Prepare more, otherwise I'm afraid there won't be enough. Robin waved his hand and smiled. Kaya blushed horribly, but still nodded. Not only must it be prepared for Robin, but also for everyone. The most important thing is to prepare one for yourself. Kaya staggered towards the room. Kaya, who has practiced the 6 postures to the point where she can release the 6 Kings' spear, is somewhat unable to control the balance of her body. It can be seen how shy Kaya is at this time. Eat, Ace looked at the girls and was about to eat to distract himself from this wonderful atmosphere, but his brows furrowed slightly. Ace, yes, there are 2 very strong auras, one of them is. Nami quickly suppressed her shyness and looked at Ace, her beautiful eyes shrinking. Tisk, here comes the troublemaker. Ace rubbed his head. Although he said this, the corner of Ace's mouth curled up with a hint of unwillingness. Long time no see. On the sea outside the capital of 7 waters, a warship with a dog's head holding a bone in its bow was slowly approaching. Hey, this warship is... Seeing the warship appearing, the people of the 7 Rivers City suddenly shrank their pupils. La, Mr. Garp, won't you answer the marshal's call? Aokiji, who was lying on the lounge chair, looked at the figure in front of him and said lazily. At this time, Aokiji's injuries were almost healed, but many parts of his body were still covered with bandages. The exposed skin still had some burn marks. Without medical treatment with the blessing of heaven-defying understanding, the injuries caused by the Admiral-level fighting would naturally leave some traces. Wouldn't it be enough for you, Admiral, to keep in touch with that guy Sengoku? Also, Aokiji boy, if you don't go back to the headquarters to resign, what are you going to do with me? Garp picked his nose, looked at Aokiji and said impatiently. You don't want to be scolded, really. However, Porca's Ace really made a big fuss this time. Aokiji scratched his hair, and a look of helplessness appeared on his lazy face. At the same time, a hint of ultimate shock flashed across his eyes. Aokiji already knew about Enies' lobby from Sengoku through the white phone bug. White phone bugs can attach themselves to communication phone bugs and are used to prevent eavesdropping. They're very rare. However, as Aokiji is the headquarters admiral, the white phone bug is naturally the standard. After all, admirals' actions are the top secrets of naval headquarters, so they will naturally be kept strictly confidential. There was an unconcealable ultimate shock in Aokiji's eyes. He knew only too well the strength of Porca's Ace. After all, not long ago, he fought with all his strength against Porca's Ace. Although Aokiji had an intuition in the end, if the two of them fight to the end to decide life and death, there's a high probability that he will be the one who dies. But during the fight, even to the last moment, his Aokiji, whether in terms of fruitability or hockey strength, occupies a certain amount of internet. Advertisement. It's just that Conqueror's Haki-tangle was too overbearing, which resulted in a tie. Although Porca's Ace is strong, the full power Porca's Ace, even if he uses the last move, which is a strange fusion of multiple powers, is just about the same as Aokiji. But the latest information from Marshal Sengoku, Porca's Ace. Not even using the power of the Maramara fruit, just relying on the Conqueror's Haki-tangle and the L from the giant clan. Buff's strongest spear, with 1 blow, Momosagi, 2 T-Dolphins, 2 Admiral candidates, Ghost Spider, Huashaoshan, Flying Squirrel, and 3 senior naval headquarters vice admirals were defeated. The Ghost Spider died, the mountain was burned, the Flying Squirrel was dying, Momosagi, and the T-Dolphin were seriously injured. Only relying on martial arts and Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, he was able to launch an attack of this intensity. Only that physique, Haki, the 2 Emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, and the red-haired Shanks, both at their peak, could do it. Such strength has completely surpassed him. In such a short period of time, Porca's Ace's strength has once again improved qualitatively. Aokiji couldn't believe his ears. But the news from Marshal Sengoku could never be wrong. In this sea, there really is such a monster. As long as it fights to the death with a strong person, it can use this fight as nourishment to immediately strengthen itself. What an unimaginable man, Porca's Ace. Aokiji's face was filled with emotion and shock. Ha ha ha, you are indeed my grandson, he has turned the sea upside down. When Garp heard this, he burst into laughter. Hey, Mr. Garp, your grandson ruined Enies' lobby and caused Buster Call to suffer losses. Are you really okay with that? Aokiji looked at Garp helplessly. Huh? Enies' lobby was destroyed by Buster Call, what does it have to do with Ace? This matter originally came from CP9, who took action against Ace's crew without going through our marine team.
Ace and the others just invaded Enies' lobby. As for Buster Call, if Ace hadn't given me a favor, Momosugi and the others would have been buried in Enies' lobby, right?
Garp pressed his nose and said like a gangster, just invaded Enies' lobby? When Aokiji heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched sharply. Is this what a marine hero should say? However, it is natural to pay such a price for angering an emperor. Buster Call could only lose one ghost spider, and it was indeed Portka's Ace. For Garp's sake, he was merciful. Forget it, let's leave the matter of Portka's Ace to the marshal. Anyway, I am no match for him now, Aokiji yawned. Ha ha ha, boy Aokiji, your cultivation is still far from good. Let me teach you what the real Iron Fist is. Ace, Grandpa is here to catch you, ha ha ha. Garp laughed loudly. Aokiji looked helpless. Capture Portka's Ace? No kidding. If we really want to fight, you old man, don't be beaten to pieces by Portka's Ace and his Emperor Fire 0.0 pirates. The Entei pirates, now, have a high-end combat power comparable to that of an almost complete 4 Emperor's pirates. Bringing just one warship over and an almost complete pirate group of 4? Do not make jokes, even if it's Portka's Ace alone. If Garp can go all out with him, there is still a slight possibility that he can catch Portka's Ace. But does Garp look like he will attack his grandson with all his strength? Don't start a fight then, sell him out, and let him face the entire Entei pirates alone. Thinking of him alone, facing an almost complete 4 Emperors level pirate group. Even Aokiji felt a little chilly after eating frozen fruit. You idiot, just take action against Portka's Ace here. Ace came to an uninhabited coast outside the capital of 7 Waters, looked at the sea in the distance, and the corner of his mouth curled up with a hint of haki. Far away from Ace, the girls stood looking at this place from a distance. When they saw the warship slowly appearing, their beautiful eyes narrowed. Coming. Ace's eyes, Ultimate's purple-black color flashed fiercely. Ha ha ha, Ace. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of a sonic boom that quickly trampled the atmosphere, a laughing figure appeared above Ace. Garp's eyes, Ultimate's purple-black color flashed fiercely. Bah. On the fist, the violent purple-black lightning began to roar. Old man. Ace Haki laughed and clenched his right fist fiercely, violent purple-black lightning roared violently. 2 fists wrapped around the ultimate furious conqueror's Haki were violently blasted out. Fistbone impact. A few meters apart, 2 fists collided in the air. Terrifying fluctuations broke out instantly, boom. Chapter 111. Ace, you can go too far. 2 fists wrapped with violent black and purple lightning collided violently through the atmosphere. Boom. The explosive power swept across the entire uninhabited coast in an instant. In the atmosphere, black and purple lightning intertwined and roared, like 2 ancient beasts, constantly biting. With each bite, there are terrifying fluctuations, and the atmosphere is shattered in the face of these terrifying fluctuations. The sea set off waves of terrifying waves, causing Garp's warships to teeter on the waves. Be careful, this is Conqueror's confrontation, stay away from the warship. If it gets involved, the warship won't be able to bear it. On the warship, Garp's adjutant, Bogart, said loudly. Ah la la, what a scary magnet boy. Aokiji stood on the deck, looking at the collision in the distance, and said. Observation Haki filled the air, and when he felt the intensity of the collision of Conqueror's Haki, Aokiji's eyes flashed with shock. Although I learned from Marshal Sengoku that Portka's Ace can now launch an attack comparable to the 4 Emperors level just by relying on martial arts and Conqueror's Haki. But only after you actually use Observation Haki to feel it, can you know how amazing this Haki is. This is the Haki of the Emperor who stands at the top of this sea. He is no longer an opponent, amazing man, Portka's Ace. Standing on the deck, looking at the Conqueror's Haki that kept colliding in the distance, Aokiji's eyes flashed with loneliness. Being surpassed so quickly by the juniors in the sea, even Aokiji's character can't help but sigh with emotion. Boom. The fists collided in the air again, and the terrifying fluctuations caused this no-man's land coast to begin to collapse. In the atmosphere, Conqueror's Haki kept colliding, and purple-black lightning kept biting each other. Have you grown to this point? Without any hesitation, Haki and Garp, who was full of martial arts firepower. Seeing Ace, who was able to completely withstand his attack with just martial arts and Conqueror's Haki, even made him feel a sense of pressure. The corner of Garp's mouth curled up with a smile of relief. Just relying on martial arts and Conqueror's Haki, Ace 03 already has such strength. Plus Mera Mera Fruit, and Ace, the one-sword cremation that can break through the limits of Mera Mera Fruit's abilities. Ace truly stands at the top of this ocean. In Ace's future, his strength will definitely surpass that of his peak self. But there was also a hint of worry in Garp's eyes. Ace, at the Shichibukai meeting held in the Holy Land, publicly declared that he would attack Kaido. Garp knows Ace very well, since he has said that he will attack Kaido. Ace has already regarded Kaido's head as his own. Although Ace was already standing at the top of the ocean, Garp still felt a little worried. After all, that is the strongest creature in the world. Regardless of the fruit ability, physical fitness or Haki, they are all at their peak, known as the strongest one-on-one, Kaido of the beasts. Garp knows Kaido's strength very well. He himself is no match for Kaido. Only by joining forces with Sengoku can he exhaust himself and capture him. But even if captured, they cannot be killed. After eating the top devil fruit standing on this sea, the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form, Kaido's physique has reached an inhuman level. Ace's crusade against Kaido will undoubtedly be an all-out war between the 4 Emperors-level pirates. In such a war, it is impossible to predict who will survive in the end, even if one cultivates observation Haki to ultimate. Garp, naturally worried about Ace. Hey, son. Garp was startled and looked at Ace, who was looking at him with a Haki smile. Why is your Haki weakening? If this continues, the marine hero will be captured by me, Portgas. Ace. Ace laughed. Don't get carried away, you brat. Do you think you can defeat me by turning this sea upside down? Garp grinned, giving a hint of Haki's curvature, and laughed. Between his eyes, the purple-black color began to roll crazily. Earth-shaking? This level is far from enough. Ace laughed as violent black and purple lightning rolled around him. I am Emperor Entei, Portgas D. Ace. Boom. The violent conquerors caused the sky to surge crazily. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed maniacally. You're right, his worries are meaningless. His grandson is Emperor Yan, Portgas D. Ace. In the crusade against Kaido, the one who will win in the end will definitely be Entei, Portgas D. Ace. With both fists, he touched the boy again. The terrifying confrontation between conquerors Haki continues. After fighting for nearly a day, causing the coast of this no-man's land to completely collapse, Ace and Garp stopped colliding. Ha ha ha, lackey, prepare for the banquet. Leading Garp towards the girls, Ace laughed. Old man, today you're lucky enough to try the skills of the best chef in my world. Ace looked at Garp and laughed. Hearing this, Lackey's pretty face burst into a charming smile. Ace, this person, claims to be your grandfather? Nami, who had used observation Haki to sense the entire battle just now, stammered. Ha ha ha, yes, I am Ace's grandfather, Monkey, D. Garp. Garp laughed. Monkey, D. Garp, this name is not that. Advertisement Kaya covered her red lips. Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Tashigi looked at Garp excitedly, like an idol. When they heard this name, all the girls were extremely shocked. The legendary marine who once hunted down the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger, the marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, is Ace's grandfather? Oh, you are the former Logue Town chief named Tashigi, right? Ha ha ha, no matter you are a pirate or a marine, you must uphold the justice in your heart. Garp laughed. That's what I've always done, rather, in the Entei pirates, true justice can be more upheld. Tashigi said seriously, is that so? Garp smiled happily. Aokiji, who had already landed on the shore and was walking towards this side, had a complicated look on his face. Aokiji has already fully understood from Smoker about Tashigi. I also know that this is an outstanding marine who has always upheld justice. Now, do you think that only by following the Entei pirates can you protect the justice in your heart? Although he was told this, Aokiji could not refute it. In addition to CP9's attack on Nico Robin, which led to the Enies lobby incident and the Buster Call incident. Since Portgas D. Ace went to sea, he has never harmed the public. Instead, he saved Kokoja village and the surrounding villages from the Murloc Arlong, who was entangled with East Blue and Marine scum and ruled violently. Coming to the Grand Line, they will use dancing fans to cause countless deaths of people in Alabasta due to lack of water, triggering a civil war in Alabasta. One of the 7 warlords of the sea who wanted to turn Alabasta into a pirate kingdom to achieve his ulterior motives, Crocodile's conspiracy was shattered. Saved Alabasta. These things are simply a serious gaffe on Marine's part. More like Portgas D. Ace, upholding justice. What an irony. Aokiji's face was expressionless, but there were waves in his heart. Although Marine now has countless soldiers who are safeguarding justice on the sea. But today, Marine's essence is still one of the violent tools used by the world government to maintain its rule. If justice and the interests of the world government are put together, then the priority that Marine must protect now must be the interests of the world government. The Shichibukai system is the best proof. This is completely opposite to the justice Aokiji insists on. This kind of Marine must change. Become a Marine who truly upholds justice, rather than a violent tool used by the world government to maintain its rule. But just relying on admiral status cannot complete the transformation of Marine. Only by becoming a marshal, only then can we hope to complete the transformation of Marine. Sakazuki, this is the only thing I won't let you do. Aokiji clenched his fists and ate the frozen fruit, but his eyes were filled with unusual enthusiasm at this moment. Aokiji. Seeing the coming person, the Nami girls immediately became alert. La, I'm not here to fight this time, I'm still injured. Aokiji pressed his hands in front of him and resumed his lazy smile. When the girls heard this, they thought about it. After all, I came here with Grandpa Ace, and I never wanted to catch them. Grandpa, the food will be ready soon, let's go. Knowing that Aokiji was not here to fight, Robin pursed her red lips, looked at Garp and smiled. Grandpa? Garp's eyes widened and he looked at Luo Chen in disbelief. The son of the devil, Nicole Robin, call him Grandpa? Aokiji's eyes widened as well. You are Ace's grandfather, am I right to call you Ace? Robin looked at Ace with a smile. Well, I just call him old man anyway. Ace smiled. This conversation made Garp and Aokiji open their mouths and look at Robin in confusion. That's no problem, Grandpa, the party is about to start. Robin said with a smile. Ah, ah. Garp nodded blankly, looked at Ace, and shuddered hard. Ace, Nico Robin Wan? My grandson is so capable? Yes, Grandpa, the party is about to start. By the way, I prepared some medicinal wine, which is very good for the body. I'll bring it to Grandpa later. A shy but brave smile appeared on Kaya's angelic pretty face. She doesn't flinch when meeting her parents. Yes, Grandpa, try the oranges grown in our hometown. They taste very good. Nami and Nokagao looked at each other and said with a smile. Grandpa, try our Alabasta's special pastries too. I learned them specially for Ace. Not to be outdone, Vivi said with a smile. Okay, I'll try them all. Garp nodded blankly. Then, looking at Ace, he shuddered hard. Vivi must be the princess of Alabasta, and these outstanding girls. My grandson is so capable, but it's a bit too much. Advertisement, Allah Allah. Aokiji covered his head, his eyes twitching. Smoke. In this regard, Portka's Ace is no less powerful than him. Looking at Robin's heartfelt smile, Aokiji slowly exhaled. Finally, you have found your true destination, Nico Robin. Sol, you can really rest assured. Aokiji's face was filled with emotion. Since everyone is here, let's have a banquet together, ha ha ha. Ace clamped Aokiji's head under his arm, making Aokiji's tall body hunched over and laughing. Hey, I'm the Admiral of Headquarters, and I'm having a party with you pirates. What a joke. Aokiji speaks righteously. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ha ha ha. Drink. 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 Drink them all. Kuzan, you are such a fish farmer. Ace laughed and urged Aokiji to drink all the wine in the glass. Ha. After Aokiji finished drinking, he took a long breath and stuffed a piece of barbecue into his mouth. How is it? Kuzan, the level of my division. Ace laughed and slapped Aokiji on the arm, laughing. Well, it is indeed world-class. Aokiji, who was a little drunk, nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha, Kuzan, it's rare that you are so happy drinking today, ha ha ha. Garp looked at Aokiji and laughed. Hey, I was forced to attend the banquet by Ace using Conqueror's Haki 597. There's nothing you can do about it, Mr. Garp, and don't forget what we are here for. Aokiji spread his hands and said. Ace told him very clearly, either, come and hold a banquet. Or, fight again. Another fight with Ace, who has 4 Emperor's level strength based solely on his martial arts and Conqueror's Haki. He, Aokiji, didn't want to die heroically just because he didn't want to attend a banquet. This way of death is simply a joke from hell for him, the Admiral of Headquarters. Anyway, Garp is taking the blame, so what's the point of worrying about eating? Besides, it's not a violation of discipline on his part. After all, he and Garp came with Shichibukai invitations. Ha ha ha, that's right, Garp laughed. The icebergs in the distance make people feel numb. What's the situation? Marine hero, Monkey, D. Garp, is Ace's grandfather. Even Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji came to hold a banquet with them? What kind of hell joke is this? Let's get down to business, Ace. Garp straightened his expression and looked at Ace. Ace raised his eyebrows and looked at Garp. How, do you want to become a Shichibukai? Garp grinned. Aokiji also looked at Ace with a solemn expression. If such a terrifying combat power can become a Shichibukai, then the era of great pirates can be ended in the hands of this generation of Marines. Bingshan's pupils shrank. No wonder Admiral can openly attend their banquet. It turns out that he came to invite Ace to become Shichibukai. The girls also looked at Ace and pursed their red lips. Become Shichibukai? Toshigi pursed his red lips, a little nervous. I reject. Ace grinned slightly and laughed. Really? I had expected it. Garp smiled casually. It is indeed impossible for a man like you to become a Shichibukai. After all, your ambition is so terrifying. Aokiji breathed out. I said, Kuzan, did you make a mistake? Ace looked at Aokiji and laughed. Aokiji frowned. Isn't Ace's ambition to become the king of the world? You really understand this wrong, Kuzan. The king of the world that Ace said he wanted to be is not a lunatic like rocks. Garp took a sip of wine and laughed. Aokiji frowned even more. Garp, you know Ace's ambition? How can you still smile so easily? Garp, however, teamed up with Gold D. Roger to personally crush Rock's ambition to become the king of the world. Ha ha ha, let me tell you what the real king of the world is. Ace laughed. Aokiji, eyes widened. All the girls have beautiful eyes. Garp, happily drank the wine. Chapter 112, Ace's declaration, Haki's invitation. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Do you think this is the king of the world? Ace looked at the dumbfounded Aokiji, and Haki laughed. The individual is supreme, but there is no slavery or oppression. Under the king, there was only a centralized cabinet. After abolishing the bloodline of the world's nobles and paying allegiance to the king, capable people can enter the highest authority. Everyone has only one dream, and that is to create a better world together. How is it possible to do such a thing? Aokiji looked at Ace and said solemnly. Although it was just a few simple words Ace said after drinking, Aokiji still extracted some key factors from these words. First of all, the celestial dragons, the world government, are completely eliminated. This is the first condition. After that, world order is re-established. In the new order, Ace, as the king, is naturally supreme. However, under the king, the highest authority that manages the world will have no bloodline requirements. Through open recruitment, capable people can join after being loyal to the supreme king. This is not the point. The key is the new world that Ace said. No slaves, no oppression, no chaos, everyone works hard to create a better world. How is it possible to do this kind of thing? People all have selfish desires and ambitions. There are too many careerists in the world. All they want is to gain supreme power and status. Such a thing is human nature. How can it be changed? Is there no way to do it? No. Ace looked at Aokiji, with a hint of Haki's unparalleled curvature at the corner of his mouth. It's very simple. When I have absolute power that is unique in the world. When the productivity of this world reaches inexhaustible levels. This kind of thing can be done. I am the only one who can do all this. Portkas. Ace. Ace Haki laughed. When one's personal force reaches the point where it can surpass all others and can easily wipe out even today's 4 emperors and world government. All restlessness can be eliminated in time. But even if personal force trumps everything else, the world will still be in chaos. After all, ambition is part of human nature. What is more important is productivity. Ace from Blue Star knows very well that the source of all chaos is caused by insufficient productivity. When productivity reaches an unprecedented level and resources are inexhaustible, coupled with powerful force that dominates everything. An empire where individuals are supreme and extremely stable can be born. Belongs exclusively to Ace's empire. To do this kind of thing, only Ace can do it. Utilize the field of understanding to bring the productivity of all walks of life to an unprecedented level. And it can also develop space resources. After all, there are still space pirates in this world. When personal force is superior to everything, resources are endless, and productivity is unlimited, Ace's empire can be born. The individual is supreme, the empire thrives, and everyone strives for a better country, that is, for the Ace who created this empire. Only Ace, who has the field of understanding, can do such a thing. Productive forces. Thinking about this word, Aokiji kept mumbling. Aokiji's eyes flickered slightly, as if he understood something. Rather than absolute personal force, Aokiji feels that this is the key to building this imaginary empire. If resources are inexhaustible, then the soil for careerists to exist will completely disappear. By the way, there is one more thing. Although it is somewhat similar to the productivity I mentioned. But this is what I, and my idiot brother, Monkey, D. Luffy, think. Ace gave a big smile. This world should be a world where everyone can have enough to eat and where everyone can have a banquet. Right, Kuzan. Ace pointed at the sumptuous food and wine in front of him and laughed. Getting rid of hunger seems to be something engraved in the genes of every person from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Even though Ace is in a new era and has never experienced real hunger. But whenever you meet someone you know well, the first thing you say when you meet them, and after that, is, have you eaten? If you haven't eaten yet, even if it's a big deal, you have to eat first. Just like what my idiot brother, Monkey, D. Luffy said. If you are hungry, you have to eat. Aokiji's pupils trembled and he looked at Ace in disbelief. The corners of my eyes, I don't know when, became a little moist. Yes, there are still too many people in this world who are hungry. Creating a world where everyone can have enough to eat is the greatest justice. The corners of Aokiji's eyes were a little moist, and he smiled from the bottom of his heart. His voice was also choked with sobs. Although the marine resources in this world are extremely developed, due to the large number of sea kings and the terrifying and strange climate of the Grand Line, it is extremely difficult to communicate between islands. In addition to places like the Seven Rivers capital, which has sea trains and world-leading shipbuilding technology. People on most islands can only depend on the weather for food. Once the harvest is not good, they will starve. This is still a country and island at peace. For people in countries and islands at war, even eating a piece of bread is a luxury. Advertisement in addition to the various projects built by the world government in order to maintain its rule. Since the Great Pirate Era, pirates have become rampant. Hunger is present in every corner of this world. Hunger. When Aokiji was walking on the sea on his bicycle, he saw too much. A world where everyone has enough to eat. What a beautiful and desirable world that is. Aokiji's eyes were filled with emotion. Ace, Nami and New Okagawa burst into tears. When they were young, Belmere supported them by selling oranges. But when the harvest was bad, Belmere stopped eating and left all the food to them. Even so, hunger is still the most profound thing in their childhood memories. Later, Arlong even violently ruled Kokoja village. Belmere, who could not raise money, was killed by Arlong. The villagers also emptied their savings just to survive. In order to save Kokoja village from Arlong, Nami became a little thief cat who specialized in stealing pirates' treasures. Hunger, before Ace saved Kokoja village from Arlong, accompanied the entire Kokoja village. A world where everyone has enough to eat. In that kind of world, things like Belmere would never happen again, right? Ace, it's great to be your crew member. No, not just the crew. Nami and Nuoki's beautiful eyes narrowed in laughter. In his mind, a cute little girl who looked very similar to them and Ace was running towards them in that beautiful world. Vivi also has beautiful eyes with tears at this moment. Although she is the princess of Alabasta, Alabasta is in the desert, and Crocodile uses dancing powder. Let Alabasta wonder how many people died from lack of water and hunger. Even now, in Alabasta, which is being rebuilt, many people are still hungry during the dry season. Ace, it's great to be on your boat. I also want to be your strength, even if it is just a little bit. I also want to take a look at what a world where everyone can have enough to eat would be like. Vivi looked at Ace with her beautiful eyes and showed a bright smile. Also, from now on it must be wonderful to live in such a world. In Vivi's mind, a cute little girl who looked very similar to her and Ace ran towards her. Vivi was not shy this time, only full of yearning. Kaya, who was as kind as an angel, also wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes at this moment. She was born into a wealthy family, so naturally she would not go hungry. But many people in the village are hungry. The kind-hearted Kaya often brings some food to the people and children in the village. Every time she sees hungry people, Kaya's kind heart will stir up waves. In a world where everyone has enough to eat, my own Ace is indeed the best in the world. In my mind, there was a cute little girl who seemed to combine the advantages of myself and Ace, smiling happily towards her. Kaya's red lips formed a beautiful curve. Lackey and Konus also have tears in their beautiful eyes. Although there are many kinds of food on Sky Island, including various types of shellfish and hollow fish.
But the war on Sky Island lasted for nearly 400 years.
Hunger and war have always been companions, plus Enel's rule. Many people in Sandia are always hungry. Even on Angel Island where Konus is located, daily food depends on whether he can get prey and food in the White Sea. After all, Sky Island has no land and cannot be planted. Being hungry from time to time is inevitable. Everyone can have enough to eat, and there will never be a world without base on the White Sea. Such a world is so beautiful. Lackey and Konus looked at each other, their beautiful eyes full of yearning. But then, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Why did it begin to appear in my mind unconsciously that they and their children would live in such a world in the future? The beautiful picture in Key's mind, how their daughter looks so much like Ace. There were tears in the corners of Tashiji's eyes, and Mizuki looked at Ace excitedly. A world where everyone has enough to eat, compared with this world, the justice she wanted to uphold before seemed so small. Thank you, Ace, thank you for taking me aboard the Mary. In such a world, even if I try my best, I still want to see what it is like. But at this moment, Tashiji's mind unconsciously reappeared, the happy smile of the little girl who looked very similar to her and Ace. Her pretty face suddenly turned slightly red. Ace. Robin's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at Ace with an extremely charming smile. Hunger is a too deep memory for Robin, who had to endure hardships under the world government's high bounty after the destruction of Ohara. In the Dark World, Robin did not know how much hunger he had seen. In Robin's view, a large part of the source of chaos in the world today is hunger. In Robin's research, a world where everyone has enough to eat has not existed, at least in the history of her research. Advertisement My choice was indeed the right one. Create a world where everyone has enough to eat. Creating such a world is simply more exciting than searching for that blank history. Robin, unconsciously using fiber, he put his hand on her belly, and a gentle smile bloomed on her pretty face. I long for giving birth to a child for Ace and living in such a world. Is this the world you want to create? Portgas de Ace? What an incredible man. Looking at the iceberg in the distance, looking at the food in my hands, my eyes were filled with shock. Ha 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 ha. Garp drank a glass of wine in one gulp and laughed proudly. Although my two grandsons both want to become pirates. But the things they do are infinitely better than the so-called justice of the world government. Especially, Ace. Garp, but has always believed that there is nothing in this world that Ace cannot do. After all, Ace has shown him so many incredible things since he was a child. Ha ha ha, how about it, Kuzan, you really yearn for a world like this, right? Ace looked at Aokiji and laughed. Well, it's an incredible world, a world that makes people infinitely yearn for it. Aokiji nodded seriously. How about it, do you want to join me and create such a world, Kuzan? Ace laughed and looked at Aokiji. Aokiji froze suddenly and looked at Ace in disbelief. The girls were also shocked and looked at Ace blankly. Ace is inviting the Admiral of Headquarters? Garp's hands holding the donuts were shaking a little. As expected of me, I am my grandson. What he did was even crazier than that guy Dorag. Hey, you are a pirate, are you inviting me, the Admiral of Headquarters, to become a pirate? Aokiji looked at Ace with a little cold sweat on his forehead. He and Garp came to invite Ace to become 7 warlords of the sea. How come now, Portgas de Ace invited him, the Admiral of Headquarters, to become a pirate? With the current decadence of world government, can such a world be created? And to create a world with unprecedented productivity, only I can do it. How about it? I can give you the position of captain of the first team of the Entei Pirates, Kuzan. Ace looked at Aokiji and laughed. Aokiji is such a powerful fighter and a very admirable person. Ace naturally wants to take him under his wing. The Entei pirate fleet, Aokiji was not surprised by Ace's words. Today's Entei pirates are already an almost complete 4 Emperors level pirate group with high-end combat capabilities. And if you want to become a real 4 Emperors level pirate group, if you want to realize Ace's dream, a huge number of subordinates are naturally indispensable. The Entei pirates are obviously following the same route as the Red Hair pirates, and according to Ace's actions, they only recruit women. Then it is inevitable to establish the Entei pirate fleet. What you said, only you can do, is your ability to hunt devil fruit, and the power that allows Nico, Robin and the others to improve so quickly, right? Aokiji looked at Ace with a hint of understanding in his eyes. Not to mention Nicole. Robin, let's talk about the former princess of Alabasta, Vivi. And former Logue Town Marine Captain Tashigi. Their talents are very clear to Aokiji, who has read the information. Basically, he didn't have the fighting talent to become his current strength.
The increase in combat power of the Entei pirates is really exaggerated.
Not just Ace, but also the crew members under Ace. There are very few strong women in this ocean. Not to mention, the Entei pirates, except for Ace, are all female pirates, which can rival the almost complete Four Emperors pirates. Obviously, it was Ace who helped them. Only with this kind of power can Portgas d'Ace confidently say that making the world's productivity almost unlimited, only he can do it. Pheasant has roughly guessed what kind of amazing power this force is. Perhaps, it is the power that can enhance other people's talents to extremely terrifying levels, right? A flash of understanding flashed in Aokiji's eyes. Not bad, how about it? Do you want to come? The position of captain of the 1st Division of the Entei Pirates Fleet. Ace laughed. Ace was not surprised that Aokiji could probably guess the power of his own understanding field. After all, with the rapid growth in strength shown by the girls, and what he said. With Aokiji's intelligence, it's not surprising at all to be able to guess. Besides, Ace never wanted to hide this. The foundation of the Entei Pirates has now been established, and with the gate fruit falling into his hands, he is completely invincible. This is also the invitation ship offered by Ace to Aokiji. Aokiji, some days of silence. Slowly, exhale a breath. Chapter 113. The most important thing in the world, set sail. Aokiji looked at Ace and slowly let out a breath. The world you said is so desirable, maybe it is exactly what you said, without your magical power. To achieve that kind of world is a fantasy, but I also want to use my own way to work towards a better world. The price that needs to be paid when order is broken is too heavy. Maybe you will say that I am not bold enough for you, but this is my Kuzan way. Aokiji looked at Ace and said solemnly, although he yearns for the world that Ace said. Without Ace's magical power, it would be impossible to create a world with almost inexhaustible resources. But as Aokiji said, if you want to build a new world order, you must break the old world order. Before rebirth, there must be disillusionment. If you want to obtain the ultimate peace and beauty, it is inevitable to launch a war sweeping the world before that. Portgas d'Ace, the Entei Pirates, has also been preparing for this war that is sweeping the world. After all, as Portgas d'Ace said, the first step for him to achieve is to become the actual king. Completely overthrow the world government. The impact of such a war is really too great. The existing world order will be completely broken. Once the order is broken, what the world will become is unpredictable. This uncertainty makes Aokiji afraid to gamble. Aokiji prefers to choose a more secure method. Become the Marshal of Marine. Then lead Marine to complete the transformation, and then lead the transformed Marine to end the era of great pirates. As for what Ace said, endless resources and productivity, even if it cannot be achieved. But Vegapunk and their research are also continuing. It may take longer, and it is almost impossible to achieve the wonderful world that Portgas d'Ace said. But he can keep working hard in that direction and keep getting closer. Even if we fail to achieve the beautiful world Portgas d'Ace said in the end. But people's lives will definitely be much better than they are now. Hungry people will also suffer from too many. I wouldn't say you're not brave enough, Kuzan, it's just a personal choice. The position of captain of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Portgas d'Ace, are reserved for you. Ace heard this and burst into laughter. Ace was not surprised by Aokiji's answer. For Aokiji, even without Conqueror's Haki, relying on frozen fruit ability and armament Haki in martial arts. For those who stand at the top of this ocean, it is unrealistic to take him under his wing just relying on a few words and an imaginary future.
Ace 930's invitation today is just planting a seed. It is simply impossible for Aokiji to become the Marshal, change Marine on his own, and then lead the transformation of Marine. 5 elders, it would be impossible for Aokiji to be the Marshal.
When Akainu becomes Marshal, the regiment is more in their interests. With the support of the 5 elders and the strength of Akainu, it is still above Aokiji. Even with the support of Marshal Sengoku and the Doves, it would be impossible for Aokiji to become Marshal.
Like the original work, the failure of the competition for the Marshal is also inevitable.
By then, it will be enough for Aokiji to be able to remember his invitation today. What a charming man, Portgas d'Ace, it would be great if you were Marine. Aokiji said with regret, and then looked at Garp with a cold look in his eyes. Mr. Garp, how did you do it? Not only his son, Monkey D. Dorag, has grown from an outstanding Marine to the leader of the Revolutionary Army today. The adopted grandson, Portgas d'Ace, who was even better than Monkey D. Drag, also became a pirate.
According to Portgas d'Ace, Garp's grandson is also Portgas d'Ace's sworn brother.
Monkey D. Luffy also wants to become a pirate, and also wants to become the Pirate King. It must not be easy for a man like Portgas d'Ace to value him and treat him as a brother. Obviously, after cultivating such outstanding descendants, they all failed to become Marines. All of them stood against Marine. Especially Portgas d'Ace, if he can become Marine, Aokiji will definitely support him to become Marine's next Marshal. If Portgas d'Ace becomes a marine, Portgas d'Ace with such magical power will definitely be able to lead marine to end the era of great pirates.
Although this idea of mine is a bit naive, creating that beautiful world may be possible in the most peaceful way.
But at least, it is possible. When he thought of this, Aokiji looked at Garp with sharper eyes. The weather today is really nice. Garp suddenly froze while eating the donuts.
I immediately understood the reason for Aokiji's sharp eyes.
Pretending to be nonchalant, he looked at the scenery and whistled with his mouth crooked. Your pretense is too fake, Mr. Garp. Aokiji exposed Garp mercilessly.
Have you been discovered? Garp stiffened and said in shock.
Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed when they saw Garp's appearance. Agba. I didn't expect that the legendary marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, would usually be such a rough and tumble person. Anyway, I still want to thank you, Portgas d'Ace.
Advertisement. You described to me a goal that is truly worth fighting for.
In a world where everyone can have enough to eat and hold banquets, I will become a marine marshal and work hard in this direction. And you, Portgas d'Ace, after I become the marshal, I will still use all my strength to catch you. Aokiji looked at Ace. His iceberg-like face began to melt, and turned into laughter, looking at Ace with a loud laugh. Kuzan. Watching Aokiji laugh, there is no trace of laziness on his face. The corners of Garp's mouth curled up slightly. Aokiji, who he and Sengoku had always considered to be the most suitable candidate to be Marine's next marshal. But because of the Ohara incident and some things, Aokiji's justice turned into lazy justice. Now it seems that the future described by Ace has rekindled Aokiji's fighting spirit. We old guys are going to retire too, Sengoku. A new era is coming. Garp raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said secretly. Then, let's see who is right between the two of us. But I am very sure, Kuzan, your future will be the captain of my Entei pirate fleet. Don't forget, my observation Haki can see the future. Ace laughed too. Then let's see who is right among us. If my method fails, what if I become the captain of your team? Aokiji raised the corners of his mouth and laughed. This topic ends here. The most important thing now is. Ace looked serious. The girls looked serious and expectant. Aokiji also stopped laughing and looked at Ace seriously. Iceberg, Granny Kokoluo, Kamani, Giant Oimo and Cassie came to this banquet. There were also Carrera Company, Frankie's family, some citizens of Seven Waters, and everyone else, all looking at Ace nervously. Ace, what kind of shocking remarks will he make? Is it more important than changing the world just now? I'm not full yet, and then there's a party. Ace raised the wine in his hand and picked up a piece of barbecue carefully prepared by Lackey with the other hand and shouted. When you're hungry, you have to eat, ha ha ha, Ace laughed. All the girls raised the wine in their hands and picked up the delicious food, with charming smiles on their pretty faces. Ha ha ha, you're right, when you're hungry, you have to eat. Aokiji also laughed loudly, picking up a piece of pizza in his left hand and holding a wine glass in his right hand. Ha ha ha, you're right, Ace. When you're hungry, you have to eat, ha ha ha. Holding a donut in his left hand and a cup of good tea in his right hand, Garp looked up to the sky and laughed. Oh, go on and eat, it's really delicious food, a perfect banquet, ha ha ha. The two giants, Oimo and Cassie, laughed loudly. Hee hee hee. If you are hungry, you have to eat. Kamani took the snacks prepared for her by Lackey and couldn't stop smiling at Granny Kokoluo. Ha ha ha. Granny Kokoluo looked up to the sky and laughed. You're right, when you're hungry, don't you just want to eat? Ha ha ha. Bingshan and everyone attending the banquet were holding various delicacies with joyful smiles on their faces. On this sea, when you are hungry, what else is more important than eating? If you are hungry, eat. The banquet lasted for 3 days. During this period, Frankie, who bought a part of the sacred tree Adam, also returned to the capital of Seven Waters. After seeing the banquet and hearing what Ace said from the mouths of his younger brothers and Bingshan, he burst into laughter. At the same time, his eyes were ignited with a raging fighting spirit. It's Frankie's honor to be able to remodel a boat for such a man. After the banquet, Frankie, Bingshan, and Mary, under the cover of the Realm of Understanding, worked together to start the transformation of the Mary. Bingshan also wants to contribute to such a man, with the combined efforts of Frankie, Iceberg, and Melly. The brand new Melly is finished. Amazing. Kaya looked at the new Mary and exclaimed again and again. All the girls also looked at the brand new Melly in amazement.
Ha ha ha, these are the two of us. With the help of Brother Ace's understanding field and the cooperation of the world's #1 ship spirit, Mary.
The transformed super, pirate ship, Frankie laughed a lot. Well, even our late Master Tom couldn't have built such a good boat. Bingshan also smiled and nodded. Looking at Mary aside, his eyes were filled with wonder. There is Ace's understanding field, plus this ship spirit in the understanding field. This Melly has become the best ship in the world. Advertisement, ha ha ha, that's really good. Ace looked at the brand new Melly and smiled. I saw a huge sailing ship that was completely red and seemed to have flames burning along its length. It was several times larger than the original Mary, standing on the sea. The gentle sheep's head on the bow of the ship has also been replaced by the pirate flag pattern of the Entei pirates. In conjunction with the ship's extension, there are decorations that resemble flames. When sailing, it feels like there is a real flame burning in the wind. On the deck, there is still an orange grove, but it is larger. And the space on the deck has also been expanded. There are 4 floors. There are 3 floors above the deck. The first floor is Ace's room, which is extremely large, and the bed is also extremely large. There is also an aquarium with a huge fish tank where various fish can be placed for viewing. There is also an energy supply room, which is transformed into a super mode that can be charged with Thunderfruit's ability according to the design of the iceberg. You can use the power of Thunderfruit to complete thunder and lightning flight, similar to the wind spray of Sunny later. Named Thunderjet, but because of the power of Thunderfruit, the speed is faster. It also has a charged attack, which can release the power of Thunderfruit instantly, forming a roaring cannon similar to that of the Sunny later. It was named Electromagnetic Gun, and its power was also extremely terrifying. On the second floor are the rooms of Nami girls, which are extremely luxurious and warm. There is also a kitchen for Lackey to cook, and a training room for the Kaya girls to practice. In addition, there is also the fish tank mouth, which is where you put the fish you want to put into the aquarium. If you want to eat fish, fish it from here. The third floor has a luxurious bathroom and a dedicated study room. Kaya's medical skills, Robin's historical information, Nami's logbook, and Lackey's cooking recipes can all be placed here. There is also a measurement room where Nami can measure and is equipped with the most advanced measuring instruments. A medical room with the most advanced medical equipment for Kaya to research drugs. It can be said that the functions are extremely comprehensive. The floor below the deck was transformed into a small banquet hall, as well as storage rooms for ammunition, medical supplies, food, etc. It can be said that the melee has completed a major upgrade in an absolute sense. If it weren't for Mary, it would be impossible to expand the original hull so many times. No wonder you don't need a boatman. Melee is one of the best boatmen in the world. Bingshan looked at Mary on the side and smiled. No, to me, Melee is the best boatman in the world. Ace touched Melee's little head and smiled. Yeah, Ace, after the transformation, I can take you anywhere in the world. Mary cutely raised the small hammer of the ship elf. The pattern on the small hammer had changed from a gentle sheephead to the pattern of the Entei pirates. The Entei pirates, the new Mary, has set sail. Ace stepped onto the deck of the new Melee and laughed. Oh. The girls raised their delicate white hands and responded loudly. Under the command of Nami, under the helm of Naki, and with the assistance of Vivi, Lackey, and Toshigi. In the sound of music played by Konus, as Robin gently brushed his messy long hair. Brand new Mary. Set sail. What an incredible man, Portgas d'Ace. Bingshan looked at the Melee going away and sighed. Ha ha ha, then I have to wait here too, as Brother Ace said, his younger brother. The one who, like Brother Ace, can say, when you are hungry, you have to eat. Idiot, I want to see what kind of guy he is. There is also a piece of the sacred tree Adam. I want to see if Monkey D. Luffy can match the boat I made. Frankie laughed, and Ace said that his brother will be his right hand, which is equivalent to contributing to Ace. Aren't you worried about being rewarded by Marine? After all, you were also involved in the Enies lobby incident. Iceberg looked at Frankie. What are you afraid of? I have this. Frankie took out a flag with the logo of the Entei pirates on it. 2. Bingshan smiled. Allah, the mission failed, Doctor.
Let's go back to headquarters. Quote. Aokiji looked at the Mary going away, standing on the deck, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
Ha ha ha, you are very motivated, Lianzan. Garp laughed when he saw Aokiji, who was not lying on the recliner as usual, but instead took the initiative to say that he wanted to go back to his headquarters.
I just found the true justice in my heart again.
No, I'm not confused anymore. Aokiji looked at the disappearing Melee in the distance, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Ha ha ha, then, let's go back to the headquarters. But Kuzan, just go back by yourself. I'm on vacation. I'm going back to East Blue to see my grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. I want to teach him to be an excellent sailor. Garp looked at Aokiji with a sly smile. Aokiji's mouth twitched. This old guy. Let yourself go back alone, and accept the scolding for failing the mission to invite Portgas d'Ace to become a Shichibukai. Chapter 114. Out of nowhere. The Emperor of Fire, Holy Land, Mariajoy. In the spacious and luxurious office, the 5 elders were either sitting or standing, looking at the door of the office with unhappy expressions.
So, is this the explanation you, Marine, gave us? Sengoku.
Saint Satan's crutch hit the ground heavily and said in a deep voice. At the door of the office, Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku, Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, Admiral of Headquarters Akainu were standing there with a gloomy expression. Enies' lobby was destroyed by Buster Call, but thanks to the favor given by the pirates, Buster Call was able to return with the loss of only 1 Vice Admiral.
What a gaffe. Incompetence. Waokyu, who has a birthmark on his forehead, Li Sheng shouted angrily.
As Marine Marshal, Sengoku's expression suddenly changed, and then veins popped out on his forehead. Isn't it the case that CP9 took action against Nico Robin of the Entei pirates without authorization, which led to such serious consequences? Sengoku suddenly raised his head and said, Presumptuous, Sengoku, watch your words. You Marines are just subordinates of the world government, and you are not qualified to accuse the world government. Saint Nasjiro smashed the sword in his hand hard on the ground and looked at Sengoku with cold eyes. Aokiji, the plan to make Portgas D-Ace A Shichibukai failed. Why not arrest Portka's D-Ace directly in the Seven Waters capital?
At least, his Entei pirates must be severely damaged.
With Garp there, your combat power is sufficient, so why are you holding a banquet with Portka's D-Ace? Saint Pit with short blonde hair attacked Aokiji. That banquet was just a preparation for inviting Portka's D-Ace to become Shichibukai. Aren't 7 warlords of the sea originally created by the world government and one of the subordinate organizations of the world government? As for whether the combat power is sufficient, do you think that one warship is enough to face an almost complete 4 Emperors level pirate group? Portka's D-Ace, that man's fighting power is stronger than you think. Aokiji's eyes were cold and he looked directly at St. Peter. Aokiji was not surprised at all that the 5 elders knew about the banquet. After all, although CP9 has been destroyed, there are still many CP agents throughout the capital of 7 Waters. But as Aokiji said, they went with the mission of inviting Portka's D-Ace to become Shichibukai. Attending a banquet organized by the invited party is not considered a violation at all. Speaking of Admiral of Headquarters, it's funny that the Marine hero openly attended a pirate's party. Then this is also the ridiculous part of the 7 warlords of the sea system. Aokiji, are you blaming the 7 warlords of the sea system? Don't get too carried away, it's just a Marine admiral. Saint Wichuli was furious. HMPH, I'm afraid it's Garp who refuses to take action against his adopted grandson, right? A Dorag, a Portkas. D-Ace, does Garp deserve to be called a Marine hero? Mosheng, who has long hair and beard, has cold eyes. Garp is called the Marine hero because of rocks. I don't think this is a title given by the world government. Besides, Garp is in the city of 7 Waters and Portkas, Ace Sheep. Facts have proved that Portka's D-Ace now has terrifying combat power at the level of 4 Emperors. The Entei pirates under his command are already an almost complete 4 Emperors level pirate group. Aokiji and Garp, even if they try their best, they will pay an unbearable price. Besides, don't forget that Portka's D-Ace has the door fruit in his hand. The devil fruit captured from CP9 is the reason why Garp and Aokiji didn't take action. Sengoku looked directly at Mosheng and said in a deep voice. So, are you blaming world government? Sengoku. St. Peter's eyes were as bright as fire. No, I'm just stating a fact. Without the gate fruit, we, Marine, were able to capture the Entei pirates regardless of the cost. But with the existence of the gate fruit, plus Portka's D-Ace, observation Haki who can already see the future. Even if our Marines risk everything and I personally lead the team, there is almost no possibility of keeping the Emperor pirates behind before their subordinates activate the gate fruit. Sengoku said solemnly. HMPH, in the final analysis, it's your Marine's incompetence. He is just a kid who has just been at sea for a year. It actually stirred the sea to this extent, Saint Wichuli said angrily. Regarding the Entei pirates, a new bounty order will be issued immediately. Announce the statement that Portka's D-Ace threatened to attack Kaido through a phone bug in the Holy Land. The buster call was concealed, but Portka's D-Ace destroyed the Enies lobby, attacked the Marine fleet, killed the Ghost Spider, and injured 4 naval headquarters vice admirals. It was announced and listed as a maritime incident, the 5th Emperor. Let Kaido go collide with Portka's D-Ace. No matter who wins in the end between the Beast's pirates and the Entei pirates, they will definitely be severely damaged. This is in the interest of world government, Saint Satan said coldly. Buster call, as the absolute justice of the world government to eliminate all people and things that threaten itself. The failure and the destruction of Enies lobby by Portka's D-Ace would damage the face of the world government and must be concealed. But the blame for destroying Enies lobby can be placed entirely on Portka's D-Ace.
And Buster call was damaged, changed to Portka's D-Ace, and attacked the Marine fleet that went to reinforce Enies lobby.
Release the title of the 5 Emperors of Portka's D-Ace. Advertisement let Portka's D-Ace completely enter the eyes of Kaido, the other 4 Emperors, and the ambitious people on the sea. This is also a kind of flattery, since Portka's D-Ace wants to stir up the sea. Then let Portka's D-Ace become the center of Uzumaki. After announcing the death of Ghost Spider and the injuries of 4 naval headquarters vice admirals, where does Marine's face go? Akainu on the side heard this, his eyes were blood red, he raised his head and said angrily. What Akainu follows is extreme justice. This extreme also makes Akainu very tough when facing the 5 elders. Akainu was naturally furious when this matter related to Marine's face and the frustration of Marine's justice. The reason why the 5 elders support Akainu as marshal is simply because Akainu's extreme justice is more in line with the interests of the world government. Sakazuki, what does your Marine's reputation mean? Saint Satan's eyes were cold. Don't get carried away, Sakazuki. You Marines are just the outer face of the world government. Nashu Langsheng said coldly. Regarding the matter of Portka's D-Ace, we will leave it to CP to handle from now on. You Marines, it seems, are no longer able to deal with the matter of Portka's D-Ace, Sengoku. Saint Pierre said calmly. Stand down, make Portka's D-Ace the 5th Emperor, and threaten to attack Kaido, let the whole sea know. You Marine can still do this, right? Sengoku, Mosheng said calmly. No. Sengoku replied calmly and walked outside.
Aokiji followed Sengoku's footsteps with piercing eyes.
Akainu looked gloomy. According to his idea, he should launch a super buster call, and he should personally lead the team to completely destroy Portka's Ace and the Entei pirates who killed the Ghost Spider and violated justice. However, the 5 elders in the world government, for the sake of the so-called balance, and the gate fruit in the hands of Portka's Ace strictly prohibited him from attacking. As expected, the identity of Admiral of Headquarters still cannot fully implement justice. Only by becoming a marshal can we implement true justice. Akainu tossed his cloak and walked out of the office.
HMPH. Portka's Ace indeed has the ability to hunt devil fruit.
Just because Marine wanted to make Portka's Ace a Shichibukai, it was slow step by step. The door fruit's troublesome ability actually fell into the hands of Portka's Ace. After Sengoku and others left, Saint Nasturo struck the ground with his sword angrily. At this point, it is meaningless to say this. According to Marine reports, the future growth of Portka's Ace has threatened the balance of the sea. Holy Way of Wachuli. How do you want me to attack? Saint Satan's eyes are like torches. We have more important things to do. Wait until Portka's Ace and Kaido collide. 2 emperors on the sea collided, and it was impossible to escape unharmed. Not much to say about Kaido's victory, he continued to maintain the balance of the sea. If Portka's Ace wins, then we will take the opportunity to wipe out the Entei pirates. St. Peter's eyes were cold. But Portka's Ace's next stop is also somewhat troublesome, the Devil's Triangle. Mo Sheng said in a deep voice, one of the Shichibukai, is Beria there? Saint Wachuli frowned. That's right, Moonlight, Moria is no match for Portka's Ace. If we lose the prestige of another Shichibukai, 7 warlords of the sea, we will have some trouble getting back. Saint Peter said. Let Moria leave the Devil's Triangle and avoid any further friction with Portka's Ace before he collides with Kaido. The holy path of Mosh. But Moria, will you listen to us? That guy is very arrogant. The holy path of Pit. If he obeys and leaves, it proves that he is not stupid enough if he really wants to die. Saint Wachuli's eyes flashed coldly. Let the bear go and get rid of Moria. Bear's ability can also ensure that he evacuates from the hands of Portka's Ace. Saint Wachuli said coldly. If Shichibukai is solved by Shichibukai, at least Shichibukai's prestige will not be questioned too much. Just accuse Moria of betraying the world government. Just in time to warn these Shichibukai not to do unnecessary things. Agree. 0, please give me flowers. The remaining 5 elders quickly agreed. Naval Headquarters. Vice Admirals. Boom. Branu, who had been promoted to Colonel of Naval Headquarters, stood in front of a board and pasted the Entei Pirates logo heavily on it with a solemn expression. Advertisements sitting on both sides are the murderous Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals. All the Vice Admirals in the headquarters, except the injured Flying Squirrel and Huashaoshan, gathered here. The terrifying aura made the guard guarding the door. The soldiers all swallowed hard. The Entei Pirates have become one of the most dangerous factors in this sea. Since going to sea, he has killed one of the original 7 warlords of the sea, Sand Crocodile. Invaded Enies lobby and completely destroyed the 800-year-old Enies lobby. Attacked Buster Call, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral died in the line of duty, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, Fire Mountain Vice Admiral was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Momosagi Vice Admiral, the T-Dolphin Vice Admiral was seriously injured. The Entei Pirates are undoubtedly the enemies of justice. Branu looked at the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals on both sides and said loudly. After hearing Branu's words, the faces of these Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, who are also well known on the sea, became more and more serious. Such strength is no longer something they, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, can handle. Now, the Entei Pirates, the latest bounty. Branu flashed out the reward orders one by one. The Entei Pirates, musicians, vocal fruit users, people of Sky Island, Conus of Heavenly Thunder. Bounty. 65 million Baileys. Conus's reward order was heavily posted. The Entei Pirates, the ship's doctor, the user with the healing fruit ability, the strong taijutsu Haki, the fallen Dr. Kaya. OO bounty. 120 million Baileys. Kaya smiled brightly at Ace and the reward order was heavily posted. Entei Pirates, swordsman, former Logetown Marine Captain, swordsman, fallen swordsman, Tashigi. Bounty. 130 million Baileys. Because he was a former Marine, Marine intentionally increased Tashigi's bounty. The Entei Pirates, the sniper and helmsman, the gate fruit ability user, the Black Rose, Nokigo. Bounty. 180 million Baileys. The reward order for Nokigao showing off the Entei Pirates logo tattoo was heavily posted. The title of Black Rose is the best interpretation of Noriko's danger in the shadows. Every time a gun is fired, the enemy's blood will bloom into a rose. The existence of the Menman fruit has also increased the bounty of Nuoki's nose. Entei Pirates, historian, only 8 years old, with a bounty of 79 million, flower fruit ability user, Devil's Son, Nico Robin. Bounty. 190 million Baileys. A brand new Robin bounty has been posted. Entei Pirates, combatant, former Princess Alabasta, has been severed by King Alabasta and deprived of her surname. Sand fruit ability user, Desert Princess, Vivi. Bounty. 350 million Baileys. Vivi's reward order was heavily posted. Many Vice Admiral look ugly, Logia's sand fruit. The Entei Pirates, chef, man of Sky Island, Possesses the ability to burn and purify everything. Bird fruit phantom beast species. Suzaku form ability user. Firebird, Lackey. Bounty. 380 million Baileys. Lackey attacked Bluno in the Seven Waters capital, and his arms turned into burning strange fires with bounty orders, which were heavily attached. Many naval headquarters vice-admirals began to sweat on their foreheads. Comparable to Four Emperors Kaido's devil fruit, bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku form. The Entei pirates, navigators, have one of the invincible abilities even in Logia, thunder fruit ability user, thief cat, Nami. Bounty. 500 million Baileys. Nami's body was covered with bounty orders that were flashing with terrifying lightning. Shock began to appear in the eyes of many naval headquarters vice-admirals. In Logia, thunder fruit ranks above the existing three admiral, lava fruit, frozen fruit, and sparkling fruit. So scary, the Entei pirates, as well as, Branu's expression changed, and his voice reached its highest pitch. The great pirate who leads these dangerous men, Conqueror's Haki, who has as much red-haired shanks as the Four Emperors. Threatening to use Four Emperors Kaido's heads as a stepping stone to rule the sea. Possessing the terrifying ability to hunt devil fruit. The Black Hand that destroyed Enies lobby, the enemy of justice. Captain of the Entei pirates, the fifth Emperor of the sea, the Emperor of fire. Mara fruit user, Entei, Portgas d'Ace, no matter life or death. Bounty. 1.18 billion Baileys. Ace's reward order was heavily posted. All the naval headquarters vice-admirals looked horrified. On the sea, the fifth Emperor, truly, out of nowhere. Marine's bounty order, under the instruction of the five elders, quickly spread throughout the sea. The sea is shaking. Advertisement chapter 115. The rampaging sea. The meeting between Red Hair and Emperor Yan? On this day, newsbirds were all over the sky, and countless reward orders were printed. With the full promotion of world government, naval headquarters. A bounty was placed on all members of the Entei pirates, and the news that the fifth Emperor of the sea was born quickly spread around the world. Even the Calm Belt, which is rarely reached by newsbirds, received this explosive news through the special channels of naval headquarters. The whole sea was shaken by this, East Blue, Windmill Village. Second gear, armed, rubber, jet gunfight. Luffy, who was red and steamy all over, roared angrily, and his fists turned into countless raindrops, hitting Garp at the wolf. HMPH, Luffy, it's still too early for you to defeat Grandpa. Garp laughed loudly. Haki wrapped his fist and punched out fiercely. Boom. It hurts. Luffy, who exited second gear, covered his head and screamed. Why? This is a move that Ace and I created together. Why can't I hit you? Luffy shouted unwillingly. Ha ha ha, your Haki has not yet mastered his training, Luffy. Garp laughed. Looking at Luffy's eyes, there was also relief. It seems that Ace is more suitable to be a teacher than him. Luffy's ability to reach this level at this age has exceeded Garp's expectations. Not only did he develop the second and third gears of rubber fruit, but he also learned armament Haki and observation Haki. The strength is no less than that of the General Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Of course, if you compare with that brat Ace, it would be a bit fun to be worse. Mr. Garp. Luffy. At this time, in the distance, Makino was holding a food box and running toward Luffy and the others with a somewhat messy pace. Oh, Makino, are you ready to eat? Ha ha ha. When Luffy saw Makino, he immediately put the defeat behind him and smiled. 240. When you are hungry, nothing is more important than eating. This was his and Ace's idea. Mr. Garp, Luffy, and Dayton. Ace. Makino was panting and holding his knees. What's wrong with him, Ace? Dayton was a little nervous. Any news about Ace again? Luffy's face was full of excitement. Ace, is called the fifth Emperor of the sea, his bounty. Before Makino could finish speaking, he nervously took away the reward order. Luffy also laughed and moved forward to take a look. Garp's expression was a little complicated, and then he showed a relieved smile. This day has finally arrived. The fifth Emperor of the sea, the Emperor of fire. Bounty. Dayton's pupils tightened and his whole body was trembling. 1,180,000,000 Baileys. Dayton's eyes and tongue popped out in shock. Ha ha ha, the fifth Emperor on the sea is indeed Ace, ha ha ha. Luffy laughed wantonly. Furthermore, Ace has also found many excellent companions, which is really great. Luffy looked at the reward orders one after another and smiled. Ace, wait for me. When I am 17 years old, I will also go to sea. I want to become the Pirate King, be the freest person on this sea. Luffy looked at the sky, where Ace's smile seemed to appear, revealing a smile from the heart. Then, Ace, my brother, agreed that I would be your right hand. Create that, the world of our dreams. Luffy laughed and immediately ate all the food Makino brought. Oh, my lunch. Garp yelled. Come on, Grandpa. Keep practicing, rubber, rocket launcher. Luffy is very motivated. Silop Village. Usopp, did the great pirate Portgas d'Ace really teach you? The three children looked at Usopp with admiration. Ha ha ha, of course. Why do you think my sniper technology and manufacturing capabilities have improved so rapidly? I told him at that time, Usopp, must become a true brave man on the sea. Ace, but trust me, so, I went on an island and fought with a goldfish that was bigger than the island for 3 days and 3 nights to kill it. Usopp laughed and boasted. Awesome, the brave man of the sea, Usopp. The 3 children looked at Usopp in adoration. Usopp used Ace's banner to brag, which convinced the 3 children. Ha ha ha. Usopp put his hands on his hips and laughed without the slightest hint of embarrassment. After all, even Ace recognized that he could become a brave man on the sea in the future. Advertisement, Ace, my sniping ability is so much stronger, thanks to your original understanding field. After the 3 children returned home, Usopp looked at the sea. I really want to go to sea, Ace said at the time. What kind of man would his younger brother, Monkey D. Luffy, who my father knew, be like? Usopp looked at the sea and suddenly stood up. No, I have to train harder, Ace's younger brother, that's not something ordinary snipers can match. I want to become a brave man on the sea, Ace, I have already said that he believes in me. Usopp is full of fighting spirit, and inside the villa. Mary looked at the reward order with Kaya's smiling face, and the photos about the Entei pirates and the merry ship. A big smile appeared. Miss, I am very happy, very happy. Kokoja village. Hey, everyone, Nami and Nokiko have become super pirates. Ace, as called the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Aegean held a stack of reward orders and knocked on every villager's door while laughing. The Gate Fruit power user, Black Rose, Nokigao, has a bounty of 180 million Baileys. The user with one of the invincible abilities, the Thunder Fruit ability, Little Thieving Cat Nami, has a bounty of 500 million belly. The villagers looked at the reward notices from Nami and Nokigao and exclaimed again and again. Amazing, they are indeed the Nami and new Okigao of our village, ha ha ha. The villagers smiled happily. And Ace, who saved us, has a bounty of 1.18 billion Baileys. The 5th Emperor of the Sea. There were also villagers who laughed proudly. No, that's not the point. Aegean placed the reward orders for Nami and Nokigao on the table with a big smile on his face. Look, Nami and Nokiko are showing off the Entei pirates' tattoos they have tattooed on their arms. They laughed so happily. Aegean's eyes flashed with tears and he laughed. Many villagers also laughed. The pirate flag that is treasured by Nami and Nokiko. Ha ha ha, there's a party today, many villagers laughed. Alabasta. Your Majesty King. Look at this. Jakka rushed into the king's office, holding a stack of reward orders and saying nervously. Behind him, Bell, Ikaram, and the fast-running duck Karu followed closely behind. I've already seen it. Cobra, who was standing by the window and looking into the distance, smiled and looked towards his desk. Everyone looked around and saw their princess, raising a storm of sand in the sky, with a smile from the bottom of her face and a bounty order from Vivi. Placed in the center of Cobra's desk, next to it, is Ace's reward order. It's unbelievable that Porcas D. Ace, that man, is actually called the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Jakka murmured. Princess Vivi's bounty has reached 350 million belly. This is several times higher than the original crocodile. Ikaram said nervously. Karu also raised his wings, looking nervous. What does it matter? With Ace here, Vivi will be taken good care of, and... Cobra looked at Vivi's reward order and raised the corners of his mouth slightly into a big smile. Look at Vivi, how happy she is smiling. Jakka, Bell, Ikaram, and Karu looked at Vivi's bounty order. Then, a big smile appeared. Princess Vivi is really, really happy. Ace, Princess Vivi, please. New World, a place above the sea. The Whitebeard Pirates, above Moby Dixie. Dad, the sea is really in chaos. Even Enies' lobby was wiped off the map by Porcas D. Ace. He also regarded 4 Emperors Kaido's heads as a stepping stone. Porcas D. Ace is called the 5th Emperor of the Sea by the world government. Marco held a stack of bounty orders and looked at Whitebeard with a bottle hanging all over his body and said, Grr. Under the dissuasion of the medical staff around him, Whitebeard drank a large bottle of wine in one gulp and laughed loudly. Gu la la la, 5 emperors, he is really a boy who cannot be underestimated. The world government is helpless, do you want to use our hands to get rid of him? La la la? Whitebeard took Ace's reward order and laughed. The virtues of world government are all too clear to Whitebeard, who has been sailing across the sea for decades. If it wasn't for the fact that Porcas D. Ace had nothing to do, how could he have destroyed Enies' lobby, killed 1 naval headquarters vice admiral, seriously injured 4 naval headquarters vice admirals, and 2 of them were admiral candidates? After that, he was immediately called the 5th Emperor of the Sea. This is something that makes the world government lose face. According to the intelligence released by Marine, Porcas D. Ace alone killed a naval headquarters vice admiral. Let 2 naval headquarters vice admirals be seriously injured and dying, and 2 admiral alternates be seriously injured. In addition, under his command, he has Logia's sand fruit, thunder fruit, my bird fruit, phantom beast species, the high-level devil fruit in the form of a phoenix, and the bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku that is comparable to Kaido of the beasts, form, and the terrifying power of being able to hunt devil fruit. Advertisement with such strength, it is indeed not an exaggeration to call him the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Marco said with a solemn expression, Huh, Teach, why don't you look good? Whitebeard suddenly looked at a rough-looking man with many gaps in his teeth. Ah, Dad, I was thinking that this Porcas D. Ace is really too arrogant. He actually regards the 4 Emperors Kaido as targets for subjugation, as if he doesn't look at you at all, Dad. It's really too hateful. Marshal D. Teach, at this time showed a simple and honest smile. His fists were clenched unconsciously. On the sea, the 5th Emperor appeared. In Logia, Thunderfruit, known as one of the invincible abilities, also appears. Portka's D-Ace actually has the power to hunt devil fruit. Damn it. What happened? Why did this power appear in the hands of Portka's D-Ace? How long do you have to wait for me? The strongest devil fruit in Logia, dark fruit. Where is it? Teach's heart roared, and his expression became thicker.
Even Whitebeard's observation Haki couldn't detect it at all.
Gu la la la. There's nothing to be afraid of, my son. Whitebeard laughed. Teach's smile grew brighter, as if being called Whitebeard's son was a very proud thing. But inside, it's the complete opposite. Lousy, it's Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed. The other members of the Whitebeard pirate group all smiled. New World, a pirate island. Red hair pirates are having a party here at this time. Hey, Redhead, Marine said that Portka's D-Ace's Conqueror's Haki is no less than you. Call him the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Marine would not give such an evaluation to a pirate's Conqueror's Haki casually. After all, that is Conqueror's Haki who is hindering their rule. Hawkeye took a sip of wine and looked at Shanks, who was a little hungover and covering his head. Ha ha ha, Conqueror's Haki is no worse than me. Shanks laughed when he heard this. The 5th Emperor of the Sea. It seems that the world government and Marine want to use Kaido's help to get rid of Portka's D-Ace. It also proves that Portka's D-Ace is no longer something that Marine and world government can take the initiative to solve. It's probably because of this fruit. There are also the abilities that the Entei pirates have as announced by Marine. If we do not consider the sphere of influence and the backbone combat strength. The Entei pirates are indeed a 4 Emperors level pirate group. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at the reward warrant in his hand. Known as the wisest man, he figured out the key in an instant. Well, given the fact that there is such a thing, unless Portka's D-Ace takes the initiative, no one can keep him in the Entei pirates. After all, his Entei pirates are following the same elite route as your red hair pirates, red hair. Eagle Eye 5.1 looks toward the redhead. Ha ha ha, not only that, I also care about this ability, the power of being able to hunt devil fruit. The red-haired man looked at Ace's reward order in his hand and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Sail. The red-haired man stood up and raised his voice. Sail. Where are you going? Boss, said Lucky Ruchi, holding a chicken drumstick. Sail to the Grand Line. I want to meet Portka's Ace. The redhead laughed. Why? Many people in red hair pirates immediately made a sound. Is there going to be chaos over there at Marine? The 2 emperors, red hair and Entei, met. Will the sea riot because of this? Hawkeye showed a look of interest. Let Marine and world government deal with that kind of thing. No one can change the red-haired decision. We're about to set sail, are you going, Hawkeye?
Beckman looked at Hawkeye. No, Portka's D-Ace is not a swordsman, and I am not interested.
Hawkeye stood up and walked towards his boat. What a boring guy. Beckman laughed. The eyes full of wisdom also flashed with a wave of emotion. What kind of man would Portka's D-Ace be? The 5th Emperor on the sea is really exciting. At this time, in a room of Drake Rosa, Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, holding a stack of bounties. Jung answered the phone with an ugly expression. Hey, you didn't tell me this kind of thing, Joker. The rough voice sounded like a hangover, making Doflamingo break into a cold sweat. The matter about Portka's D-Ace who wants to conquer Lousy. 4 Emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, Chapter 116. Kaido of the Beasts, attacks. Dressrosa, in a luxurious room. One of the Shichibukai, known as Heavenly Yaksha, the Joker of the Dark World, used despicable means to turn Dressrosa into Doflamingo, the pirate nation. At this moment, he was looking at the phone bug in front of him with a cold sweat on his face. Listening to the angry roar of the hangover, Doflamingo not only did not dare to show any anger, but broke out in cold sweat. Because the caller is standing at the top of this sea. The world's strongest creatures, 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Doflamingo knows the strength of this monster very well. Even though he is 7 warlords of the sea, Haki who possesses Conqueror's string fruit has also completed his awakening. But if he were to face Kaido, he might not even be able to take a blow from his rage. He and Kaido are not in the same dimension at all. Although he and Kaido now have a cooperative relationship, Doflamingo knows very well that Kaido only needs the artificial devil fruit he provides to help him complete his purpose of building a devil fruit army. Once he loses his use value, Kaido will not show any mercy to him. Joker, are you listening to the phone? Kaido's drunken rage brought Doflamingo out of his thoughts. I was at the Shichibukai meeting regarding Portka's D-Ace's threat to attack you. But I think, who asked you this? Gulu Gulu. Before Doflamingo could finish his answer in a cold sweat, he was rudely interrupted by Kaido. There was a sound of drinking, which made Doflamingo grit his teeth. This monster drinks all day long. Basically, there is no way to communicate normally. I'm not talking about that brat's plan to attack Lousy, but Lousy, the strongest in the world, Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido yelled again and again. Of course, that kid can't be your opponent. Doflamingo gave a forced smile. What I'm talking about is what Marine said, that kid has the ability to hunt devil fruit. Even Paramecia and even Logia devil fruit can be hunted. See what Marine said, that brat has a Suzaku form that is comparable to my devil fruit. That kid, are all devil fruit 06 capable of hunting? What a wonderful ability. With this ability, I will be able to create an invincible devil fruit army. Why didn't you tell me such important information, Joker? Kaido laughed a lot, then got angry again. Guan, about Portkas. DA's having the ability to hunt devil fruit. I also learned about it through the news released by Marine this time. Prior to this, no information had been obtained on this aspect. Doflamingo had long been accustomed to Kaido's moodiness, and he twitched his lips and showed a forced smile. At the same time, I was extremely shocked by this information. In other words, the information released by Marine this time about Portkas d'Ace, and the information that Portkas d'Ace is called the fifth emperor of the sea. Doflamingo has been stunned. During that Shichibukai meeting, Doflamingo knew that Conqueror's Haki was absolutely terrifying through the Conqueror's Haki released by Portkas d'Ace. For this reason, after Doflamingo returned to Dressrosa, in addition to maintaining the artificial devil fruit, Smile, that must be delivered to Kaido on time. Doflamingo has handed over all other business to his Don Quixote family. Instead, he went all out to improve his own strength. Over the years, in order to expand his own dark power, Doflamingo has not reduced his strength, but it has not improved much. But after experiencing the powerful Conqueror's Haki from Portkas d'Ace, the huge pressure made Doflamingo fully improve his combat power. The purpose is to prepare for the possible battle with Portkas d'Ace in the future. But the news this time shocked Doflamingo. Immediately afterwards, Doflamingo immediately obtained more information about Portkas d'Ace through his own connections. The news he received completely frightened Doflamingo. Destroyed the 800-year-old Enies lobby, one of the three major institutions under the world government. Marine announced that the so-called Portkas d'Ace alone attacked the reinforcements with 5 Admiral of Headquarters leaders. In fact, it was Portkas d'Ace who attracted Buster Call and defeated Buster Call alone. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider died in battle. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrel, Hua Shaoshan was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral Alternate, Momosagi, whose strength is not inferior to any of them, was seriously injured. And in the end, it turned out to be Portkas d'Ace, who was closely related to the military hero, and Garp had no face. Only by Buster Call could they return home with the loss of only one Ghost Spider. Otherwise, Portkas d'Ace alone can bury Buster Call in Enies lobby. There was another news that shocked Doflamingo. Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji, fought against Portkas d'Ace before the Enies lobby incident. As a result, Aokiji was seriously injured, although he did not inquire about Portkas d'Ace's injury. But not long after, the Enies lobby incident occurred, which was enough to prove that advertisement Portkas d'Ace was not affected by the battle with Aokiji at all. These achievements are enough to prove that Portkas d'Ace, this man, has stood at the top of this ocean. Basically, it was not caused by his outsiders. Even the news released by the world government, Portkas d'Ace, has the ability to hunt including Paramecia, Logia, phantom beast species, and all devil fruit. Under his command, a small army of devil fruit has been formed consisting of sand fruit, thunder fruit, bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form, and other powerful abilities. Not to mention facing Portkas d'Ace, these powerful devil fruit abilities alone are enough to destroy his Don Quixote family several times. This made Doflamingo feel a terrifying pressure coming towards him. Fortunately, Portkas d'Ace has long regarded Kaido behind him as a target of crusade. Otherwise, just by virtue of his ability to hunt devil fruit, Kaido might abandon him and cooperate with Portkas d'Ace instead. After all, the only artificial devil fruit he can create is Ordinary Zone, which has the lowest potential among all devil fruits. And Portkas d'Ace can even hunt Logia devil fruit. Although it cannot be produced stably in batches like his artificial devil fruit to form an army of hundreds of ability users. But a powerful Logia devil fruit, for example, the thunder fruit in Portkas d'Ace's hand is stronger than the hundreds of artificial demon fruit power legions. The Logia devil fruit, all standing at the top, and the phantom beast species in zone form the devil fruit army. That's called the real demon fruit power army. Fortunately, it is impossible for Portkas d'Ace to reach cooperation with Kaido. In that case, the world is really so big that there is no place for Doflamingo. Well, since it was Marine who announced the news that Portkas d'Ace was going to conquer Kaido, it wouldn't affect his Conqueror's Haki. And it also allows Kaido and Portkas d'Ace to collide. This is not only what the world government wants, but also what Doflamingo wants. After all, according to the information he learned through his connections, Enies lobby was destroyed because a member of CP9 took action against Nicole Robin under Portkas d'Ace. He couldn't even call for action, he just provoked and was killed on the spot. But because of this incident, one of the three major institutions under the world government, the 800-year-old Enies lobby, completely became history. Portkas d'Ace is using this incident to show his majesty as the Emperor of the Sea. Z. The power of those who touch it will be wiped from the map. And the idiot under his command, Bellamy, really P************* D off Portkas d'Ace. Judging from the domineering behavior of that man, it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Fortunately, the news released by world government has now let Kaido know that Porcas d'Ace will use his head as a stepping stone. Just let the two monsters collide. Doflamingo twitched his lips and revealed a strange smile. But then, a loud roar came from the phone, making Doflamingo confused. Hey, Joker, go kill that kid and bring him to me. Kaido yelled. The smile on Doflamingo's face suddenly froze. Doflamingo subconsciously pointed at himself. The expression on his face looked so funny. I'm going to kill Porcas d'Ace, capture Porcas d'Ace alive and bring him to Kaido? Don't you think too much of lousy, Kaido, Doflamingo cursed in his mind. Kaido, you be *************** D, must have drunk too much. If lousy had the strength to defeat the nearly complete 4 Emperors level pirates, the Entei pirates, and capture Porcas d'Ace alive. Lousy, can you still make artificial devil fruit for this B********** D like you? Wouldn't it be better if we just kill you B******** D and become 4 Emperors? Although he was cursing in his heart, Doflamingo still smiled on the surface. Marine's evaluation of Porcas d'Ace, his Conqueror's Haki, is no less than the 4 Emperors' redhead. Me, I haven't mastered Conqueror's Haki, entanglement yet, I'm afraid I'm not a match for Porcas d'Ace. Doflamingo resisted the urge to curse and said with a corner of his mouth. What a useless guy, Haki is so weak. Kaido poured a few more gulps of wine into his mouth and cursed. This made veins pop out on Doflamingo's forehead. This B*********** D, does he think he is a monster like you? Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, this power that can stand on the top of the sea, is it so easy to master? At the same time, I was also cursing in my heart. How did Porcas d'Ace practice? Marine's evaluation of his Conqueror's Haki turned out to be no less than that of the red-haired one. Combined with Porcas d'Ace's record, it is obvious that that man has completely mastered the power that stands at the top of the sea, the Overlord. Colorful Haki-tangled. A newcomer who has only been out at sea for just 1 year has this power. Simply, even more monster than Kaido. Bellamy actually provoked himself such a powerful enemy, UB ********** D. Advertisement. After Doflamingo vented his heart, he suppressed the emotions in his heart and continued to speak. About this matter, I still have something to report to you. One of my subordinates has offended Porcas d'Ace. Judging from his domineering behavior, I have been targeted by Porcas d'Ace. To make matters worse, Dressrosa, on the route of Porcas d'Ace. If he comes here, my Don Quixote family may not be a match for the Entei pirates. There is a smile factory here, and it will be very troublesome if it is destroyed. Doflamingo said solemnly. Grr, the constant sound of drinking coming from the phone bug made Doflamingo's cheeks twitch. Do you want to use the smile factory as a bargaining chip and let Lousy protect you? It's really ugly, such a cowardly guy, no wonder Haki is so weak. Kaido laughed, causing more sweat to drip from Doflamingo's forehead. Immediately afterwards, the moody Kaido roared again. Stop playing tricks with Lousy, Joker, be careful Lousy kill you. Kaido's roar made Doflamingo wet all over, me. Doflamingo felt that his throat was dry and he couldn't say anything. However, as for the ability to hunt devil fruit, I just need to give it a try, ha 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 ha. New World. Ghost Island. This is the headquarters of 4 Emperors and Beasts pirates. 4 Emperors, Kaido drank all the wine in his hand. Bah. Boom. In the sky, dark clouds cover the world, and countless thunder and lightning bite wantonly in the dark clouds. Under the horrified gaze of the Beast's pirate soldiers, Kaido's already huge body turned into a psychedelic white light. Immediately afterwards, the body began to expand rapidly. Call out. A behemoth appeared in the sky, supported by countless flame clouds. The antlers are like a deer, the head is like a camel, the eyes are like a rabbit, the neck is like a snake, the belly is like a mirage, the scales are like a fish, the claws are like an eagle, the palms are like a tiger, and the ears are like an ox. Standing on this sea, one of the pinnacles of all devil fruit abilities. Fish fruit phantom beast species azure dragon form. The strongest creature in the world. Kaido of the beasts, blue dragon beast form. Roar. Kaido, who transformed into the form of a blue dragon, opened his mouth, and the wind blade breath of the factor swept across the entire Ghost Island. Countless beasts pirate soldiers were trembling under this natural disaster-like attack, praying to their admiral to wake up quickly. Hey, Jin. Kaido yelled. Call out, Admiral? A man with wings on his back, wearing a mask, and his body burning with flames, flew into the sky. Beasts Pirates Big Sign, the first of the 3 major disasters, 4 Emperors Kaido's right hand. Zone Dragon Fruit Ancient Species Pteranodon Form Ability User. Fire Disaster. I'm going to go to the first half of the trip to catch that kid named Porcas d'Ace. I'll leave Ghost Island to you. The drunk Kaido roared. Admiral, according to the information disclosed by Marine, the Entei Pirates are almost a complete 4 Emperors level pirate group. Are you going to start a war against the Entei Pirates? Jin said in a deep voice. No need to bother, it's enough for me to go alone. What Yan Emperor, lousy, is Kaido of the Beasts? Kaido laughed loudly, and his huge body was lifted into the sky by Yan Yun. Joker. Send me the location of Porcas d'Ace, Kaido roared at the phone bug on his body. Furofera, I understand. Doflamingo smiled and began to mobilize his subordinates' forces to investigate the real-time location of Portgas d'Ace. Jin looked at Kaido disappearing and started to take charge of the work of Beast's pirates very accustomed to it. Their admiral, relying on the fact that no one could kill him, had gone around alone countless times. Even if they were besieged by many powerful marines, exhausted the admiral, and then captured, there was no way they could kill their admiral. After recovering his strength, the admiral will naturally return to Ghost Island. If the admiral wants to cause trouble for the Entei pirates alone, just let the admiral make enough trouble. Since then, the 4 emperors of the New World, red-haired Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts. Heading towards the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 117. Boya. Hancock, assembled marines, calm belt. There is neither wind nor current in the sea area, and the entire sea is absolutely calm. Therefore, this is a dangerous sea area that is almost impossible to navigate. In addition, there are a large number of supergiant sea kings living in the calm belt. Each of these supergiant sea kings is dozens or even 100 times the size of ordinary sea kings. Before the Marines invented warships capable of crossing the calm belt, it was almost completely safe. And in the calm belt, there is an island called Amazon Lily, also known as the Island. At this time, above Amazon Lily, in the most luxurious palace. On the throne standing at the top, sat a woman with a perfect figure and amazing beauty. I saw that the woman had long black hair, combed in a G hairstyle. He has bright eyes, slender and delicate corners, and a little coldness in his almond-shaped eyes. The bridge of the nose is high, the nose is small, and the lips are soft without any wrinkles. Wearing a pair of snake-shaped gold earrings under her ears. The whole person exudes a noble and elegant temperament. Known as the most beautiful woman in the world, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Paramecia, the one with the sweet fruit ability. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock. On both sides of Boya Hancock are her 2 younger sisters. The painting style is completely different from Hancock's. Boya Sandersonia, Boya Marigold. Under the throne, an old woman on crutches was looking at Hancock with a stack of newspapers and a reward order. The previous emperor of Amazon Lily, mother-in-law. Shiji, something big happened at sea. The 5th emperor of the sea was born. Grandma Z held up the newspaper in her hand and looked at Hancock. The 5th emperor? Sandersonia and Marigold's pupils shrank. Although their sister, Hancock, is known as the pirate empress and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But on this sea, the 4 emperors of the New World, who truly stand at the top and rule over the second half of the sea like emperors, are the 4 emperors. The gap is still extremely huge, or in other words, they are not in the same dimension. After all, the reason their sister joined the 7 warlords of the sea was to protect Amazon Lily, who was no longer safe after Marine invented a warship capable of sailing in the calm belt. The 7 warlords of the sea is the world government, a system established to allow the naval headquarters to fight against the 4 emperors and maintain the balance of the sea. One can imagine how powerful the 4 emperors are. Now, a 5th sea emperor has appeared? Who asked you to appear in my palace without permission? Hancock raised his pretty face slightly, supported his chin elegantly with his right hand, and proudly looked down at his mother-in-law. I don't care about that kind of thing at all, I just throw her out. Hancock's pretty face was full of indifference. Hey, Shiji. I am the emperor of my predecessor, you can't do this to me. Grandma Z saw the guards looking at her unkindly and said in panic. No matter what I do, I will be forgiven. A stunning smile slowly bloomed on Hancock's elegant and pretty face. Because I am so beautiful. Ah, Lord Snake Princess. Seeing Hancock's smile, the female guards in the palace suddenly turned into nymphos. Then, amidst Grandma Z's screams, Grandma Z was lifted up. Wait, Grandma Z kept struggling, but was still thrown out by the guards. Sister, my mother-in-law is also kind-hearted. Sandersonia looked at Hancock and persuaded. I'm not in a good mood during this period. Hancock rubbed his forehead, his beautiful eyes a little wandering. Sandersonia and Marigold looked at each other with some understanding, and then their eyes became a little hazy. It must be because of the summoning order for the Shichibukai meeting issued by the Holy Land Mariajoy before. The Holy Land Mariajoy, that place is the greatest haze hidden in the hearts of these sisters. Just hearing this name made them feel uncomfortable. However, this 5th emperor of the sea is really powerful. At this time, wanting her sister to divert her attention, Marigold picked up the newspaper on the ground. Destroyed Enies lobby, one of the 3 major institutions of the world government. It also attacked the Marine fleet that came to support, killing 1 naval headquarters vice admiral and seriously wounding 4 naval headquarters vice admirals. He also has the ability to hunt devil fruit, and has sand fruit, thunder fruit, bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form under his command. So awesome. They are all top-notch devil fruit backquote. Marigold read while paying attention to Hancock's expression. Seeing that his sister was not interested at all, but instead frowned, Marigold also sighed. Then sister, please go to bed early, and we'll go first, eh? Before Marigold could finish speaking, a piece of thick newspaper suddenly fell from his hand. This is, Marigold's pupils shrank and she stared at the fallen newspaper with a bright expression. What's wrong? Sandersonia saw her sister's look and went to get the newspaper. Hancock also noticed something strange about Marigold, and his beautiful eyes started to light up. This is, after getting the newspaper, Sandersonia's expression suddenly changed and she stared at the newspaper in her hand. What happened? Hancock frowned slightly. This is a big news temporarily released by the World Economic News Agency. Sandersonia looked horrified. Big news break. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Portgas d'Ace, during the Shichibukai meeting held before the Holy Land Mariajoy. Advertisement by unknown means. In the Holy Land of Mariajoy, a telephone bug was used to demonstrate the Emperor's majesty. Putting many celestial dragons into coma, the Holy Land of Mariajoy fell into chaos. Marigold's words made Hancock's pupils shrink. She took the newspaper in Sandersonia's hand and read it with shocked eyes. The Majesty of the Emperor, this is the same Conqueror's Haki as Oni-sama. Unexpectedly, in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, Conqueror's Haki was released through unknown means with the help of phone bugs. He also put many celestial dragons into coma. This man attacked the celestial dragons. Sandersonia looked horrified. The red-haired man who can be called the 5th Emperor of the Sea and hailed by Marine as Conqueror's Haki is no less than the 4 emperors. The control of Conqueror's Haki must be above that of their sisters. This man deliberately targeted the celestial dragons in the Holy Land. How dare someone dare to use Conqueror's Haki to attack the celestial dragons in the Holy Land of Mariajoy? The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace. Hancock read the newspaper carefully and took out Ace's reward order from a stack of reward orders. Looking at Ace's smile on the reward notice, Hancock bit his red lips. Go and call Grandma N. Hancock looked up sharply. Yes, Oni-sama, Sandersonia said immediately and ran outside. Unexpectedly, someone dared to take action against the celestial dragons, still in Mariajoy. Really, do such stupid people exist? Hancock bit his red lips, his beautiful eyes making waves. She wanted to confirm whether the news was true or false. Revolutionary Army, headquarters. At this moment, laughter is loud and clear here. Sabo, you did a great job this time. You completed the task perfectly. A woman with orange hair looked at a man with wavy hair and a scar on her left eye and smiled. Ha ha ha, he is indeed the leader of our revolutionary army. A fishman also laughed and said, Crawl, Haku, I just did what I was supposed to do. And to talk about being the second in command, my qualifications are far from enough. The man with wavy blonde hair showed a smile. It is Ace's younger brother, Luffy's older brother, Sabo. No, compared to your excellence, age doesn't matter at all, Sabo. A man with large tattoos on his face looked at Sabo and smiled. The leader of the Revolutionary Army is called the most vicious criminal in the world by the world government. Monkey. Dorag, go and take a rest, the next task will be even more difficult. The sea also fell into riots. Dorag sighed. Yes, there really is an incredible person appearing on the sea. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Conqueror's Haki is not under the red hair of 4 emperors. Mera fruit ability user, Flame Emperor, Portgas d'Ace. What an amazing description, I seem to be about the same age as you, Sabo. Therefore, when it comes to the second in command position, don't use your age as excuse. A cadre of the Revolutionary Army looked at Sabo who was going to rest and laughed. Sabo was walking out when his steps suddenly stopped. Mera fruit ability user, Emperor of Fire, Portgas d'Ace. Boom. Sabo desperately grabbed the newspaper from the cadre's hand, and because he was too eager, he even knocked the cadre away. Hey, Sabo. What's wrong? Clar looked at Sabo who had a major abnormality and said anxiously. Drago also looked at Sabo. Sabo is usually the most protective of his companions, but something that can make Sabo so anxious that he knocks his companions away. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Tears kept dripping on the newspaper. Sabo? Is there something wrong with this Portgas d'Ace? Crawl, Haku said nervously. Portgas d'Ace, no, Ace. Ace is mine, brother. Sabo burst into tears and yelled. Elder brother? Many Revolutionary Army cadres suddenly screamed in horror. Ace, I remember, and Luffy, my brother, sure enough. Your name resounded throughout the sea. I heard your name, Ace. Sabo's tear-filled face revealed the brightest smile since he left Windmill Village. Ace, from now on, the 3 of us brothers may have to go to the sea separately, and we don't know when we can get together again. Otherwise, we design a contact code, then we can find the other party based on the contact code. After drinking together, I once said this to Ace. At that time, Ace, facing the sea, showed a smile that made him feel extremely Haki. Contact code. No need for such a thing. Ace Haki laughed at that time. My name will spread to every corner of this ocean. Sabo, Luffy, you will definitely hear my name no matter where you are. Really, I heard it, even in the Revolutionary Army, even if I lost my memory. Advertisement your name has spread across the sea, allowing me to find all the lost memories. Ace, my brother, I remember everything. Sabo burst into tears. Hey, Sabo, Portgas d'Ace, is this your brother? What's going on? Clar said in shock. I will tell you slowly about these things in the future, leader. Sabo wiped away his tears and looked at Dorag. Seeing the high fighting spirit in Sabo's eyes, Dorag raised his eyebrows. I want to talk about a future with you. My brother, Portgas d'Ace, spoke of the future. I want to be Ace's right hand and build the best future together. Sabo said loudly. I am looking forward. Dorag raised the corners of his mouth slightly and walked towards the conference room. Sabo clenched his fists and followed Drago closely. His eyes ignited the ultimate fighting spirit. Ace, I remembered. Now I am no longer weak in strength, but, as expected, I am still not as good as you, the fifth emperor of the sea. However, I will become stronger, strong enough to help you, like Luffy, become one of your right hands and realize that great dream. Also let you become the king of the world. Wait for me, brother. A smile appeared on Sabo's lips, and he followed Dolog into the conference room. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. Sengoku held his forehead with a headache. Opposite Sengoku, he sat there quietly. Momoshage, still wrapped in some gauze, sat next to the crane. Damn Morgans. Boom. Sengoku slammed a newspaper on the table. Unexpectedly, the events of the Shichibukai meeting were broadcast. Now, our marine is going to be in big trouble again. B******************. D. The veins on Sengoku's forehead swelled. During the Shichibukai meeting, Portgas. D. Ace used Conqueror's Haki to stun the celestial dragons countless times. It is a tacit understanding between world government and marine. After all, celestial dragons are the real nobility of the world, and the image they create externally must not be violated in any way. Once the celestial dragons are harmed, the Admiral of Headquarters must be sent to protect them, and all those who harmed the celestial dragons will be arrested. The reason why the world government was suppressed before was because countless celestial dragons were knocked unconscious in the Holy Land. It was simply a slap in the face of the world government. Now marine and the world government are under pressure from a tacit understanding. Is it because it must be suppressed? Otherwise, would the Admiral of Headquarters really be sent to hunt down Portgas d'Ace? If you go with one Admiral of Headquarters, you can't capture him at all. Good job. If you go with two Admirals of Headquarters, even if you can win, Portgas d'Ace, too bad to use the gate fruit. Evacuate. If the capture of Admiral fails, it will have an extremely terrible impact on marine. So suppressing this news is also a tacit understanding. As a result, Morgans, who only wanted to make big news and feared that the world would be in chaos, somehow found out about the news and broadcast it. Put them on the fire, marine. Boom. Just when Sengoku had a headache, he was suddenly opened violently. What's up? Sengoku raised his head suddenly and screamed in his heart. Marshal Yuan. The red-hair pirates of New World suddenly disappeared from the station and headed for the first half of the Grand Line. What? Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly. Crane also frowned. Momoshage looked even more shocked. Also, it's not just that. 4 Emperors Kaido transformed into the form of Blue Dragon Beast and left Onigashima. According to our observations, his destination is also the first half of the Grand Line. This marine reported with a horrified expression. Dense beads of sweat appeared on Sengoku's forehead. 4 Emperors headed to the first half of the Grand Line? In the first half, what could attract the attention of the 4 Emperors? Sengoku raised his head suddenly, his eyes filled with horror. Crane's expression also began to change drastically. Portgas d'Ace, Sengoku, and he said at the same time. Could it be that in the first half of the chapter, the 3 Emperors are going to meet? Hurry up and call Garp back. Gather all the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and above for an emergency meeting. And all generals who do not have urgent tasks are recalled, and all vacations are cancelled. Sengoku yelled. Yes, yes. After hearing Sengoku's words, the marine officer rolled away and crawled away. The sea is about to riot. Crane sighed. Momosage's face was filled with horror. Sengoku's eyes twitched and his expression was gloomy. War may break out. Chapter 118. The highest combat power is assembled, the clouds of war. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. At this moment, the largest violent organization on the sea is making a huge noise. Like migratory birds returning to their nests, countless warships, from various branches of the Grand Line and even various branches of the New World, all converged on the place that controls the justice of the sea, the Naval Headquarters. One by one, the generals, exuding astonishing murderous aura and covered with battle scars, stepped off the warship. Every one of them is wearing a code with justice written on it. The most elite and backbone force of Naval Headquarters, the generals of Naval Headquarters. At this moment, people from all over the sea are gathering crazily towards the Naval Headquarters. Seeing many of their colleagues whom they had not seen for a long time, the generals at Naval Headquarters did not feel the slightest joy, and their faces were full of solemnity. Just because Naval Headquarters issued a summons order. All Naval Headquarters generals who do not have the most urgent tasks must quickly assemble at Naval Headquarters. What is the most urgent task? That is the Naval Headquarters general who is already fighting with the pirates and cannot escape. All other Naval Headquarters generals are deemed to have no urgent mission. Assemble towards Naval Headquarters. Gulu. The reception guards at Naval Headquarters, who were responsible for guiding the gathered generals, swallowed hard when they felt the terrifying momentum coming from these generals who had killed countless enemies. Naval Headquarters, as the center of justice for the entire sea, maintains a peaceful and tranquil scene on weekdays. Most of the generals in the Naval Headquarters are also hunting down pirates and upholding justice in every corner of the sea. This department has never had so many generals gather at the same time. At least during their time as guards, they had never seen so many generals gathering. Hey, those warships are. Some guards looked at the behemoth sailing in the distance in horror. Boom. Several giants tens of meters tall, wearing the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, stepped onto the Naval Headquarters port. Boom. The huge sound even caused some weak guards to fall to the ground with horrifying expressions. Naval Headquarters, giant Vice Admirals, even the giant Vice Admirals have gathered here? Many generals who gathered at Naval Headquarters had shadows on their faces. Although full mobilization has not yet taken place, the power gathered in Naval Headquarters has reached an unprecedented level. Obviously, something big happened on the sea. This kind of major incident has reached a point where even the usual garrison strength of Naval Headquarters cannot solve it. A summons order needs to be issued to summon the various marine elites in the Grand Line. And the only thing that can make this happen, except during the World Summit, is fight. 153 and now, obviously not during the World Summit. Is the war sweeping the sea about to begin? Looking at countless colleagues, many Naval Headquarters generals gathered towards the headquarters with gloomy expressions. Hey, what an exaggerated call, what happened, Hina? On a warship, Smoker slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at the stern-faced Hina at the port, and said. Even the giant Vice Admiral came so many. Smoker, who had been promoted to Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, looked gloomy as he watched the giant Vice Admirals walking towards the room specially prepared for giants under the guidance of the guards.
The matter involves the highest level. Hina doesn't know everything. The little information she only knows is also strictly blocked and cannot be told to you. But, Hina lit a lady's cigarette, her pretty face full of solemnity.
She knew a little bit about the Buster Call incident in the headquarters. However, this matter has been blocked by Marine senior officials and treated as confidential. But after all, she was in the headquarters and was promoted to Rear Admiral. Hina still heard some rumors. It must be related to the 5th Emperor on the sea. The whole sea started to riot because of him. Hina exhaled a puff of smoke and said solemnly with a pretty face. Hina's words made CJ clenched his fists fiercely. The 5th Emperor, Portgas Diaz. There is also the fallen swordsman, Tashigi, who has completely joined the Entei pirates. Are you going to start a war with the Entei pirates? Smoker walked into the headquarters with a gloomy expression. Admiral, everyone is waiting for you inside, we'd better hurry up.
A Naval Headquarters Commodore looked at the tall figure walking slowly aside and said with sweat on his face.
It's so scary. A summons order was issued. Something really big has happened. A tall man wearing a coat of justice, a yellow and white striped suit, and sunglasses with a vulgar look on his face tilted his mouth and spoke in a very slow tone. Admiral of Headquarters, Logia Sparkling Fruit, Sparkling Man, Kizaru, Perusalino. Although he was urged, Kizaru's pace was still leisurely. Crack. The door of the conference room was slowly opened. Kizaru walked in, his eyes slightly raised under his sunglasses. Kizaru. It's too slow. Did it take you so long to come from Mariajoy? Advertisement Sengoku sat on the marshal's seat and said solemnly. Under the Sengoku, there are 3 seats. Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji, Akainu, is sitting there. The remaining seat was empty, and it obviously belonged to Kizaru. On the left and right sides of the 3 seats, there are 2 rows of Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals standing with ferocious faces and exuding astonishing evil aura. In front of all Vice Admirals, there are 2 special seats. Naval Headquarters Chief of Staff, Crane. Marine Hero, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp, was sitting there. Almost all the high-level combat forces of Naval Headquarters are gathered here. Really, Marshal, didn't you want me to report to the 5 elders urgently? Regarding your request, Marshal, the 5 elders have already agreed. Kizaru said slowly, looking at Aokiji sitting on the far left with his eyes under his sunglasses. Hey, Aokiji, you're back. Really, it was supposed to be God's turn for a holiday. Kizaru tilted his mouth, looked at Aokiji, and said slowly. Don't think about the holiday, come back to your seat quickly. Sengoku has long been used to Kizaru's lack of tone and said in a deep voice. It's so scary. All 3 of us are here. Kizaru took steps and slowly sat in the last position of the 3 seats. As Kizaru sat down, even the Vice Admirals of the Naval Headquarters who have gone through countless fierce battles, many feel their throats are a little dry. The highest record of Naval Headquarters, 3 Admiral of Headquarters, gather. Everyone, I think you all have some guesses as to why you are summoned here. Sengoku raised his head, looked at the elite forces of Naval Headquarters gathered together, and said in a deep voice. The 4 emperors of the New World, the Red Hair Pirates, left their station and headed to the first half of the Grand Line. The 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido of the Beasts, transformed into the form of Azure Dragon Beast alone and headed to the first half of the Grand Line. Sengoku's words made all the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals present look extremely horrified. The 4 emperors of the New World went to the first half of the Grand Line at the same time? Among them, there is also the pirate group known as the Iron Wall, the entire Red Hair Pirates group. In the first half, what could attract 2 New World 4 emperors to leave their territory and go there at the same time? Suddenly, some Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral seemed to think of something, and cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. After intelligence confirmation, Kaido of the Beasts and Red Hair Pirates have the same target. Sengoku raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of solemnity. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, the 5 Emperors, the Entei Pirates. All Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals' pupils shrank suddenly. The whole group of Red Hair Pirates, the target of Kaido of the Beasts. It is the 5th Emperor of this sea, Emperor Yan, Portka's D-Ace. After the Battle of Enies Lobby, the name completely spread across the sea. In particular, many naval headquarters vice-admirals already know the terrifying strength of Portka's ace. With one blow, the Vice-Admiral Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Huashaoshan, Momosagi, and T-Dolphin were defeated together. Ghost Spider died on the spot, Flying Squirrel, Huashaoshan, and are still recovering in the hospital. Although Momosagi and the T-Dolphin are able to move, they are also seriously injured. This kind of strength is already comparable to the 4 emperors who stand at the top of this sea. The Entei pirates under his command even have sand fruit, one of the former Shichibukai sand crocodile, which is also considered powerful in Logia. On top of the Logia devil fruit, lava fruit, sparkling fruit, and frozen fruit owned by the 3 highest combat powers in their naval headquarters. Thunder fruit is known as one of the invincible abilities. Also, it has the same level as the 4 emperors Kaido, the reason why it is called the strongest creature in the world, the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. The evil, Ayab, demon fruit that stands at the top of all devil fruits, the bird fruit phantom beast species, Suzaku form. Plus Portka's D-Ace himself, such a force is undoubtedly comparable to that of almost the entire 4 emperors pirate group. Portka's D-Ace is already the undisputed 5th emperor on this sea. 2 of the 5 emperors on the sea were heading towards another emperor. The 3 emperors, for unknown reasons, are about to meet in the first half of the Grand Line. No wonder, the headquarters will summon so many combat forces here. Even the 3 most powerful people gathered here at the same time. Standing at the front of all the vice-admirals, Momosagi and Otaku, who were still slightly injured, had a shadow on their faces. Portka's D-Ace's strength is terrifying, and they know it all too well. They didn't even use the power of Mera fruit, relying only on martial arts and Conqueror's Haki, leaving them powerless. If one-on-one, one strike is enough to kill them. Especially Momosagi, there is still deep unwillingness and uneasiness in his heart. At that time, because she wanted to preserve the power of justice, she brought out Vice-Admiral Garp and gave it a face in Portka's D-Ace. Only with the loss of only Ghost Spider, Buster Call was brought back to the headquarters. But after that day, Momosagi made some shocking discoveries. In her heart, she gave in to Portka's D-Ace. In other words, he surrendered to Portka's D-Ace's Conqueror's Haki. This kind of surrender cannot be completely washed away even by the influence of the washing fruit of her sister, Crane Vice-Admiral. The impact of Portka's D-Ace Conqueror's Haki is on top of the fruit washing ability. Advertisement obviously, the T-Dolphin, Fire Mountain, and Flying Squirrel that also suffered the impact of Portka's D-Ace Conqueror's Haki did not have this situation. It's because I was in Portka's D-I during the impact of Conqueror's Haki, did he say the words, please pray to you? But I have never heard of the consequences of saying similar words under the impact of Conqueror's Haki. If you simply can't bear Conqueror's Haki, the best you can do is faint. But this time, there was obviously a serious problem. The most important thing is that she doesn't know what kind of terrible consequences this kind of problem will cause. But in her mind, she simulated the scene where Portka's D-Ace gave her some instructions. She turned out to be flat. Although it was just some uncritical instructions, Momosagi didn't dare to try them at all. But this has proven that Portka's D-Ace's Conqueror's Haki has had some influence on her behavior. How could there be such a ridiculous thing? Portka's D-Ace's Conqueror's Haki, there's a problem. Momosagi's pretty face was filled with uneasiness. It's so scary when 3 emperors meet. What terrible things will happen? Kizaru spoke slowly, but his eyes under the sunglasses also flashed with a deep look of solemnity. HMPH, it would be best if the 3 of us die together, so that the sea can be quieter. Akainu raised his head with a look of panic. A war in the first half is no joke. Don't forget, the Entei pirates are heading to the Sabaody archipelago. Aokiji said slowly. These words made everyone present suddenly change their expressions. Sabaody archipelago is the first half of the Grand Line and the only way to the New World. If you want to go from the first half of the Grand Line to the second half of the New World, there are only 2 ways. One is to make a request to the world government, and then go directly through Ryujin, the Holy Land at the top of the Red Line. Another way is to use the Sabaody archipelago to wrap the boat with Argman mangrove resin, dive 10,000 meters, and pass through a huge hole under the Red Line. Undersea line, the Fishman Island reaches New World. So in Sabaody archipelago, there are many pirates, businessmen and bounty hunters gathered. But this is not the point. The point is Sabaody archipelago, which is very close to naval headquarters. And the rulers of the Sabaody archipelago are the real nobles of this world, the celestial dragons. If 3-4 emperors turn the Sabaody archipelago into a battlefield, the consequences will be unimaginable. If Kaido, Red Hair, and Entei start a war in the Sabaody archipelago, we at naval headquarters will not be able to escape. Sengoku stood up with a stern look on his face. Even though he is a marine marshal, there are some things that he can't avoid just by thinking about it. Once the Sabaody archipelago becomes a battlefield, naval headquarters can only attack. After all, the rulers of the Sabaody archipelago are the celestial dragons.
This is also the reason why Sengoku issued an emergency call.
War is somewhat inevitable. Intelligence Department, pay close attention to the movements of the Entei pirates, Red Hair pirates, and Kaido of the Beasts. Issue a call for Shichibukai and tell them that if they don't want to be deprived of their Shichibukai qualifications, they should all come to Ryujin. Kizaru, prepare for the attack of our science unit. Sengoku looked solemn as he issued instructions one after another.
Summoning Shichibukai, otherwise depriving Shichibukai of qualifications, means that he wants Kizaru to return to the Five Elders' demands.
Naval headquarters, facing 3 emperors directly, the pressure is really too great. Moreover, no one knows what this sea will turn into because of this incident. Everyone, enter a state of war preparation, everyone, get ready for war. In the worst case scenario, we may have to face 3 emperors this time. Don't be lazy, otherwise we may be the ones defeated in the end. At 2h at carat at plus the naval headquarters vice admiral was present, and his expressions were extremely solemn.
Garp sat in his seat with his head lowered so that no one could see his expression.
Aokiji's expression is cold, but his eyes have complex colors. Akainu's eyes flashed fiercely, like a ferocious beast that chooses and devours people. The cynicism on Kizaru's face also disappeared, and the color of his sunglasses deepened. Justice will prevail, Sengoku yelled at last. Justice will prevail.
All naval headquarters vice admirals roared in unison. Naval headquarters is assembled. 7 warlords of the sea summons, issued.
The second of the 3 major forces on the sea will face the 3 emperors on the sea. 4 emperors, the strongest creatures in the world, beasts, Kaido. 4 emperors, Redhead, Shanks, and, the 5th emperor of the sea, Fire Emperor Portgas, Ace. At this time, the Entei pirates entered a sea of shadows. Chapter 119. Mobile Treasure House. Chapter 119. Mobile Treasure House. The Devil's Triangle. This place is also called the Dark Sea, which is shrouded in dark and gloomy black clouds all year round, without any sunlight or any direction. Even with a record pointer, it is very difficult to navigate here. Because it is a must-pass for the Grand Line, hundreds of ships disappear here every year. It's really spooky, the Devil's Triangle. Looking at the gloomy sea where I couldn't even see my fingers, Nami looked at the record pointer on his hand and murmured. There are still places like this in Shanghai. Konas and Lackey looked into the distance curiously. Call. Lackey stretched out his right hand, and the Suzaku flames suddenly ignited. No, it can't be completely penetrated, it's such a magical sea area. Lackey looked at the still gloomy sea and said, Observation Haki, who was amplified by Thunderfruit, also suffered some effects. Can this fog block some of Devil Fruit's power? Nami's right hand flashed with lightning, slowly moving through the maze-filled atmosphere. It is a natural wonder of the Grand Line after all. Ace smiled. I heard that there are ghosts in this sea area. Robin's red lips were slightly raised. Hey, ghost. All the girls shivered violently. Although they are now very strong, the nature of girls still makes them feel a little panicked when they hear things like ghosts. That's just a legend. Nami twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled. Really? But I heard that someone really seems to have seen a ghost here. If you encounter a ghost, will you be torn into pieces? Robin's right hand slowly passed across her red lips. Ace looked at Nami, Vivi and Kaya hanging on him in amusement. Vivi and Kaya took one side and grabbed Ace's arm, resting their little heads nervously on Ace's shoulder. Nami even hung on Ace's back, her little face full of nervousness and fear. Even though he is so strong, he is still afraid of ghosts. Ace looked at Nami, Vivi and Kaya lovingly. Don't say such horrible things so calmly, Robin. Nami was now clinging to Ace's back, hugging Ace tightly, and said loudly. Sorry. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled, but it was obvious that he was not sincere. Really, how can there be such a thing as a ghost? And Nami, you are so strong and yet you are so timid. Nuo Kagao looked at her sister and said, Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho. At this time, there was a burst of weird laughter in the gloomy sea, and Nuo Chigao's expression began to become a little stiff. Don't make such a scary laugh on purpose, Ace. Nami stammered. You were on my back, and I didn't make a sound, don't you know? Ace looked at Nami who was deceiving herself and said amusedly. No, it's not Ace, that's... Nami turned her little head mechanically. The girls also noticed something and turned their heads suddenly. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, send Binks's wine to you. Like the sea breeze, you can do whatever you want, ride the wind and break the waves. Accompanied by melodious singing, a dilapidated pirate ship slowly emerged from the fog and headed towards the Mary. Is someone singing? Konas's beautiful eyes widened. Ace's eyes flashed slightly. Brook, on the other side of the sea. The sunset is also noisy, the song of birds, draw a circle in the air. As the pirate ship approached from the fog, the girls finally saw clearly what was going on the pirate ship. A skeleton with an afro sat elegantly at a tattered round wooden table, drinking black tea. While his jaw was rising and falling, he sang this popular pirate song, Pox's Winery. The girls stared blankly at this strange scene. Can sing, skeleton? Hey ho ho ho, I'm so happy, I actually encountered a new pirate ship. Brook let out his signature laugh. Hey, skeleton ghost. Bah. Nami let out bursts of screams, and his whole body was emitting astonishing lightning. Boom. Along with the terrifying roar, Brook was drowned. Bah. 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 Evil, the devil fruit ability really numbed me to the bone, even though I only had a handful of bones left. Brook, with lightning flashing all over his body from time to time, is still telling his bone jokes. Boom. Brook fell to the ground. bring me some milk. Ace looked at Brook, who fell down funny. Nami was afraid and subconsciously launched an attack without using too much force. However, several bones in Brook's body were still shattered by lightning. Advertisement: the power of Thunderfruit is still too overbearing. Hearing the familiar words of Devil Fruit's ability, the girls also recovered from the shock of seeing the skeleton. Since the skeleton knows the Devil Fruit ability and can be hit by the Thunder Fruit ability, it should not be a ghost. I'm afraid it's because of some Devil Fruit ability that it became like this. Ace poured a bottle of milk into Brook's mouth. Gulu, gulu. As the milk was consumed, Brook's bones recovered quickly. Ace was not surprised at all about this, because Ace, who has fully absorbed it, can do even more exaggerated things than Brook. Ah, I'm alive. Thank you so much. I haven't had such fresh milk for a long time, yo ho ho ho. Brook stood up and bowed very politely. This polite look actually made Nami a little embarrassed. That's right, that ghost you just mentioned. Where's the ghost? I have lived here for so many years and I have never seen a ghost. Brook looked around nervously. Suddenly, Brook felt all eyes on him. You, the skeleton ghost you were talking about, couldn't be me? Brook pointed at himself in shock and exclaimed. Looking at this skeleton that was born with a happy atmosphere, the corners of the girls' mouths twitched slightly. When they looked at the skeleton at this time, they no longer felt that it was so gloomy. My name is Brook, I'm a musician, nice to meet you, yo ho ho ho. Brook gave a gentlemanly salute. It was strange that he did not fall into his old habits after seeing so many beautiful ladies. I always feel that if I keep making the same old mistakes, terrible things will happen. Brook shuddered as he remembered the lightning flash before. This kind of terrifying thing is still evidenced by the thunder and light. Brook? This name seems a bit familiar. Hearing the name, Nami thought thoughtfully. Brook, it can't be Brook from the Rumba Pirates, right? Kaya's beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she exclaimed. Why? Brook looked at everyone in shock. How do you know about the Lumba Pirates? Brook said in an urgent tone. My teacher, Crocus, told us, and Laboon. Kaya's words made Brook's bones tremble. Laboon? Have you seen Laboon? Is it okay now? Brook's bones were shaking with excitement. In my mind, the little whale slowly appeared. Of course, Laboon has grown as big as the island and has been waiting for you at Twin Capes, Brook. Ace patted Brook's shoulder bone and smiled. It has been trying to knock down Redline and come to you, but it has been stopped by us and is now healthy. Kaya smiled. It's great, it's very good now, it's really, really good. Brook looked at the sky, tears streaming down his face. His Lumba pirates were completely wiped out in the Devil's Triangle more than 40 years ago. After his death, his underworld fruit activated its ability, allowing his soul to return from the netherworld. But in this foggy Devil's Triangle, when his body was found, only a handful of bones were left. His musical performance, also from quartet, to trio, duet. Until now, solo. He was the only one left, Japan District. It's great that Laboon is still alive and well. Brook kept wiping his tears, but they couldn't stop. Thank you for telling me this news. Today is really the happiest day for me. Brook raised his tear-stained skull face. After knowing Brook's identity, the girls looked at Brook's skull face and were no longer afraid. On the contrary, I felt extremely moved. Laboon's waiting is not meaningless. I really want to see Laboon again, but now I can't leave here. Brook looked at his feet a little lonely. Huh? Can't leave? The girls were startled and then looked at Brook's feet. Why don't you have a shadow? Nami exclaimed. Yes, I can't appear in the sun without a shadow. My shadow was taken away by a terrible guy. Brook clenched his fist bones. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, a shadow fruit user, Moonlight, Moria, right? Ace looked at Brook and said calmly. Hey, Shichibukai. There are Shichibukai in this sea area? Vivi raised her pretty face and blinked her beautiful eyes. Shadow fruit, this devil fruit ability is not what you said, Ace. Kaya said excitedly. At this time, Melly also appeared in front of him. Ghost. Brook looked at the sudden appearance of Mary, frightening Tien Chen's soul. This is my ship spirit, Mary. Ace introduced Melly with a smile. Hello, I'm May. Melly raised her little hand cutely.
Really, it really scared me to death, even though I only have a handful of bones left, yo ho ho ho.
After learning Melly's identity, Brook told his bones joke again. Advertisement, Ace, when you enveloped Mary with the field of understanding, you said that as long as you get the shadow fruit, Mary can fight with us. Kaya's pretty face was a little excited. Well, Mary, who is a ship spirit, can temporarily leave the Mary ship under the influence of my understanding field, but after all, it cannot last long. 0. Please give me flowers. But if you have the shadow fruit, you can use the power of the shadow fruit in the realm of understanding to become the most special ship elf. Ace laughs road. After all, the shadow can be stretched very long, and the power of the shadow fruit can be used to temporarily separate the shadow of the Melly from the hull. As for Mary, he can rely entirely on the shadow of the Mary and move freely. And the realm of understanding can help Melly eat this fruit. Moonlight, Moria, what she did was extremely bad, and she was a very cruel pirate. Get rid of him and get the shadow fruit for Mary. Ace laughed. Oh, the girls are full of fighting spirit. Melly is also their partner. Melly is also full of expectations. She has long wanted to fight with Ace and everyone.
If I obtain the shadow fruit, I can help Ace in matters other than sailing.
Looking at the high-spirited girls, Ace's eyes flashed with a strange color. Under Moriya's command, he also has the devil fruit ability that he must obtain. Paramecia, transparent fruit. This devil fruit is just big enough for Tashigi to eat. Become a swordsman in the shadows like Shiryu of Rain later. The swordsman in the shadow can just make up for Tashigi's shortcomings in strength growth as a woman. And it also increased Tashigi's threat level by more than one level. Well, there is also Wanakuna's national treasure, Black Sword Kiyoshue, which is also a must-get. Tashigi will definitely like this famous sword. Moriya has a lot of good things in her hands, which can be called a small treasure house. Moreover, this transparent fruit has its own use. Ace's eyes looked strange when he looked at the girls. Transparent fruit, what a good thing. Ace, why are your eyes looking so strange? Kaya looked at Ace and said curiously. The girls also looked at Ace, feeling like he was thinking about something weird. Nothing, let's go, Brook, take us to find Moriya. Ace looked at Brook. Why? Brook looked at Ace blankly. Well, that person is very scary, he has an army of zombies under his command. I didn't even see his face, and I couldn't even defeat his zombies. Although Brook wants to take back his shadow, he doesn't want to take the risk of Ace and others who know Laboon. Moriya, it's just a Shichibukai. Our captain is a man who can defeat even the Marine Admiral. Robin pursed her red lips and said, Marine Admiral? Brook covered his head and exclaimed. Marine Admiral has always been the strongest combat force under the world government. Of course I have heard of Brook, but I have never seen a person of that level. So, under the leadership of Brook, the melee headed towards Moriya's location, the Thriller Bark. At this time, Thriller Bark is on. Hee, you actually asked me to evacuate? In the shadows, there is a man with a hair like a shallot, who looks like a demon, and has two horns on the side of his forehead. There are cross-shaped sutures from the head to the neck that resemble stitches. The man wearing a shirt with a bat-shaped collar and gothic art clothing slowly opens his mouth full of fangs. One of the Shichibukai, the shadow fruit user, Moonlight, Moriya. I'm just a brat who just went to sea. Idiot from the world government, you actually asked me, Moriya, to evacuate. Comparing with the four emperors? No kidding. Can the four emperors take such a brat seriously? Moriya laughed loudly. He is the man who has challenged Kaido. Lord Moriya. At this time, accompanied by a somewhat panicked voice, a woman dressed in gothic Lolita and looking as delicate as a Barbie doll floated in. What's the matter? Perona. It's not like those idiots from Marine again, trying to find something to avoid the so-called Porcas d'Ace, right? Tell them that I am the great pirate, Moonlight, Moriya. Moriya looked arrogant. No, it's not. This time it's Marine's summons. Their target is the fifth emperor of the sea, Porcas d'Ace. Summon all the Shichibukai and rush to Mariajoy. It seems that the man named Porcas d'Ace, according to the world government, is now approaching the Devil's Triangle, right? Come on, the first half of the Grand Line? Perona's words immediately made Moriya's smile freeze. Four Emperors Red Hair, Four Emperors Kaido, is rushing to the first half of the Grand Line. Guy, Kaido? That kid, Porcas d'Ace? Moriya looked horrified. He is just a newcomer who has only been out for a year. If he dares to come, I will make him a zombie. Moriya's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, again. No, how about bringing Duo over here? Hee. Come on me? Marine said that there was going to be a war and asked Leah to come to Mariajoy quickly. Suddenly, Shalia's expression froze. Chapter 120. Emperor Yan appears. Conquerors falling from the sky. Moriya's huge body could not stop trembling at this moment. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was deep hatred in them. But even the overwhelming hatred could not hide the deep fear on Moriya's face. Just because of that name, Four Emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. This name is Moriya's absolute nightmare. The former Moriya was also a very ambitious and courageous pirate who fought for hegemony in the New World. Unlike today, which only relies on the ability of the Shadow Fruit, Moriya at its peak used kendo and haki as the means to compete for hegemony. However, after fighting Kaido, everything changed. All his subordinates and companions were ruthlessly slaughtered by Kaido and Beast's pirates. He was the only one left in Moriya's pirate group. From then on, Moriya believed, if you live, the regiment will be lost. While escaping from Wano Kuni in embarrassment, he also stole the powerful corpses of the dragon-slaying samurai, Shimotsuki Ryoma and others, together with the famous sword Shisui enshrined as a national treasure by Wano Kuni. Came to the Devil's Triangle and built his zombie army. Moriya no longer believes in any living power. Only dead zombies make Moriya think that she will not send them again. The body that was originally strong, capable of wielding a knife and fighting Kaido, has become extremely bloated. Haki, also in this mentality of not believing in any living creatures, was completely lost. Because Moriya doesn't believe that he is still alive, everything needs to be done by relying on his subordinates. Moriya has gone from a big pirate who dared to fight Kaido in the New World to one who can only rely on the Shadow Fruit. Among the Shichibukai, he is also the walking zombie with the lowest strength. Kaido. Moriya's eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth full of fangs roared out the name. Moriya wants revenge. But just hearing this name, my body couldn't stop trembling. not to mention Haki, who had already lost it long ago. Even the power of the 617 shadow fruit began to become sluggish. Ta. At this time, there were 2 rapid footsteps. The remaining 2 of the 3 monsters, the transparent fruit user, Absalom, and Hogbark, who is called a genius surgeon and actually puts money before saving lives, also came to Moria's room. Lord Moria. Absalom and Hogbark looked nervously at Moria, who was out of control. The heart started beating violently. Could it be that Lord Moria wants to challenge 4 Emperors Kaido again? As expected of their master, a great pirate who is a Shichibukai. Get all the zombies out, fire up the thriller bark, and go to Mariajoy. Moria gritted his teeth and said, it's really unsafe here. According to world government, Portgas d'Ace's next stop is the Devil's Triangle. Although the Devil's Triangle is very vast, what if it gets hit? Kaido and the red-haired 4 emperors actually came to the first half of the Grand Line from the New World for Portgas d'Ace. And what Marine means is that these 3 people may trigger a terrible war. Marine has put the new guy named Portgas d'Ace on the same level as Kaido and the 4 emperors redhead. Although Moria is arrogant, he has not reached this point yet. Being able to get Marine to issue the Shichibukai summons order, it is obvious that Marine is ready to launch a full-scale war. And it has been recognized by the world government. After all, the 7 warlords of the sea do not belong to the Marine, but directly belong to the world government, and together with the naval headquarters and the 4 emperors, they have become the 3 major forces on the sea. Has even the world government put Portgas d'Ace on the same level as Kaido and Red Hair? Damn it. Could it be said that a mere newcomer can really be as powerful as Kaido and the red-haired one? What kind of bullshit zombie joke is this? Moria gritted her fangs and her eyes were bloodshot. Just thinking about Kaido's strength, Moria felt her bloated body begin to tremble uncontrollably. If that newcomer really has comparable strength, there is also Kaido, who is rushing to the first half of the Grand Line for the newcomer. If Kaido, and even the red hair, can be lured here. A deep fear couldn't help but surge into Moria's eyes. I feel uneasy here, must evacuate immediately, go to Mariajoy. Why? Perona, Gubak and Absalom were stunned, looking at Moria, who could not hide the fear on her face even though her face was full of ferocity. Cold sweat began to break out on the foreheads of the 3 of them. Lord Moria, are you scared? Ming, I understand. Then, he swallowed hard and said loudly, boom. After watching the 3 Peronas leave, Moria sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Wiped the sweat from his forehead. Since his defeat at the hands of Kaido, his huge and bloated body has never exercised at all. He even started to feel a little tired even after standing emotionally for a period of time. If Marine really goes to war with Kaido and the others, this battle might yield many powerful corpses. By then, my zombie army will be even bigger. Advertisement. Moria bared her fangs and let out bursts of sinister laughter. As for facing Portgas d'Ace and the possible arrival of Kaido, the red-haired person avoided fighting and ran away. Can Shichibukai respond to the forced recruitment? This is called shifting the battlefield. Who? The ground squirmed, and countless arms broke out of the ground, making people shudder. Zombies with strange shapes crawled out of the ground under the orders of Absalom, Hogbark, and Perona. Gathered towards the center of the island. Then, the entire island began to shake. Countless rubbles continued to fall into the sea, and a huge pirate ship slowly appeared. The true identity of this island is Gecko Moria's thriller bark, which is known as the largest pirate ship in the world. Countless zombies are gathering towards the center of the thriller bark. What's going on? Moria, what is he going to do? In the shadows, a group of ragged people poked their heads out cautiously. At the front of them was a strong-looking woman with pink twin tails and a rough appearance, carrying 2 knives on her back.
4 emperors, Big Mom's daughter, Charlotte. Lola.
Anyway, let's go and have a look. Lola gritted her teeth and said. In the center of Thriller Bark, in front of a huge and eerie building.
Countless zombies gathered here. At the forefront of these zombies is a zombie wearing a Wano-kuni service, with the national treasure enshrined by the Wano-kuni, the famous sword Chushui, on his waist, and he makes yo-ho-ho-ho sounds from time to time. It is the zombie who was implanted in Brook's shadow, the great swordsman Wano-kuni, the dragon-slaying swordsman who is regarded as the god of swords, and Ryoma. At this time, these zombies were looking around, whispering from time to time, and they didn't know why they were brought here. Quiet. At this time, Absalom stood on the terrace of the building and let out a loud roar. All the zombies immediately turned their attention to the terrace. 3 weirdos, Absalom, Hogbark and Perona, were standing there. Please, our great master, Lord Gecko Moria. Seeing all the zombies' eyes turning to him, Absalom nodded with satisfaction and said loudly. Hee. Accompanied by a burst of sinister laughter, the 3 weirdos quickly and respectfully stepped away. In the shadows, with heavy steps, Moria slowly walked out of the building. Seeing Moria, except for a few zombies such as Ryoma, all the zombies had a look of fear on their faces. My zombie army, next, you will join me in a great war. Naval headquarters, we Shichibukai, are about to face a war between the 4 emperors Kaido, the 4 emperors Red Hair, and the so-called 5th emperor of the sea, Portgas d'Ace. During the war, if you see a powerful corpse, take it from me, do you understand? Hee. Moria looked at her zombie army, bared her fangs, and laughed. 4 emperors Kaido,
4 emperors red hair, repeatedly starting wars? In the shadows, Lola heard Moria laughing and was shocked. Together with her mother, 2 of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and Red Hair, who are equally famous as Big Mom, are going to start a war together. The target is the 5th emperor of the sea, Portgas, Ace. What happened to the sea when she was trapped here? Anyway, the 5th emperor appeared, also let 4 emperors start a war against each other. But Moria, being one of the Shichibukai, what she said was definitely not a lie. Naval headquarters is really summoning the Shichibukai and preparing for this terrible war. 4 emperors Kaido, the red-haired 4 emperors, is really going to start a war against the 5th emperor of the sea, Portgas Ace? Is the sea about to riot, Captain Lola? If Moria leaves here, won't we be exposed to the sun? At this time, one of Lola's pirates said with a look of fear. What should I do? Do you want to escape from here? Everyone present looked suddenly with panic on their faces. People who have lost their shadow cannot survive in the sun. Fortunately, this is the Devil's Triangle, where there is no sunshine all day long, so they can survive here. If they leave here, they will be wiped out as soon as they see the sun. The only way is to find a boat and leave here before Moria drives the thriller bark away from the Devil's Triangle. Lola looked gloomy. She also thought of this, but they couldn't stop Moria. Now, Moria has gathered all the zombies together. If they could stop it, they would have taken the shadow back long ago, and how could they still be lingering here? But if Moria is allowed to leave, if they don't want to die, they will have no choice but to wander aimlessly in the Devil's Triangle forever. Never, can't leave here. Things seem to have reached a dead end. In a desperate fight, the possibility of recapturing the shadow is infinitely close to 0. If you escape, you will only be able to survive in the Devil's Triangle, and you may die from lack of food at some point. What should I do? Before leaving here, catch those mice first, my zombie army. Advertisement. At this time, Moria suddenly laughed sinisterly, which made Lola startled, and then her pupils suddenly shrank. Not far away from them, shadow monsters emerged from the shadows, bearing fangs like Moria's and looking at them sinisterly. All the zombies, under the guidance of the shadow monsters, looked towards Lola and the others. Oops. Lola gritted her teeth. In this way, the way to escape is also blocked, so we have no choice but to fight with Moria. Get our shadow back. As a child of the 4 emperors, Lola, who was forced into a desperate situation, also showed the ferocity in her blood, holding 2 swords and roaring. Is it just you? Obediently be caught by me and become the supply of my zombie army. Moria burst out laughing when she heard Lola's roar. If the shadow's body hadn't died, the shadow would have disappeared, causing the zombies stuffed into the shadow to lose their power. Moria had already killed Lola and the others. If we want to leave here now, of course we must catch all these people and put them in a dark prison. Otherwise, if they die, won't his zombie army suffer losses? I'm afraid I don't have time to look for that explosive skull. If Mirai dies, can we only find other shadows and fill them in Ryoma's body? Forget it, the war is about to begin. Marine has no shortage of swordsmen, Moria thought for a moment and smiled. It would be best if the afro-headed skeleton survives in the Devil's Triangle, and Ryoma can also be used normally. If you die, just find a swordsman in the Marine. Yo ho 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 ho. Call out. At this time, a familiar laughter, accompanied by a terrifying roar, came from midair. This laughter is. Ryoma looked up sharply. Is this war a lucky moment for me, Moria? As soon as I thought of this afro skull, my wish came true. Moria laughed and looked up. Immediately afterwards, the pupils shrank suddenly. That's, boom. Call out. I saw a Haki pirate ship in the sky, the hull of which looked like burning flames. It emitted astonishing thunder from its tail, turned into an afterimage, and rushed out of the fog. Coming towards his castle. Lord Moria. That pirate flag was sent by the world government, the Entei pirates. Perona screamed in shock. Portgas. Ace. Moria gritted her teeth violently, veins popped out on her forehead, and her eyes were bloodshot. Still, didn't you hide? If that's the case, then let's take your name. 4.2 is just right and can be used by Oz the Devil. Moria's eyes also flashed with a fierce light. The Entei pirates? The 5th emperor of the sea? Lola also raised her head suddenly, looked at the Mary falling from the sky, and let out bursts of exclamations. Aboard the Mary. Too fast. The skin is going to be blown off by the wind. Although I have no skin, I only have a handful of bones left, yo ho ho ho. Under the huge wind pressure, Brooke burst into tears and kept telling jokes about bones. Use Thunderjet to fly the Mary, Ace. You've gone too far. Under the influence of the full version of Thunderjet, the terrifying wind pressure brought by the speed of the melee caused the girls to hug the hull of the melee. Nami looked at Ace with tears streaming down her face. She knew that the method proposed by Ace was unreliable. However, she believed Ace's words. This is how our Entei pirates should land. Come over here. Stop joking. Ace Haki stood at the bow of the boat, bursting into laughter. Woo! Ace's whole body was ignited with terrifying flames, and he left the merry ship and came to the top of the zombies in Moria Castle. In his eyes, thick purple-black color suddenly erupted. Under Moria's horrified gaze, countless violent black and purple lightnings appeared out of thin air and roared crazily in the atmosphere. The terrifying power made the entire thriller bark tremble. Then, the countless roaring violent black and purple lightnings suddenly shrank and wrapped around Ace's right fist. This power is, Moria cried out in horror. Boom. Boom. Amid Haki's loud laughter, Ace's right fist slammed down. Under the sea, fall down. Boom. The violent Conqueror's Haki exploded violently in the atmosphere. Chapter 121. Perona, you don't want him to die either, right? Buzz. Ace's right fist suddenly opened and he grabbed it in the air. The violent black and purple lightning, combined with martial arts, actually grasped the atmosphere in the palm of his hand. Then, wrapped in the atmosphere, Ace's martial arts, Conqueror's Haki, entangled terrifying power. It exploded 100 meters above the thriller bark. Boom. The violent power was instantly released in the atmosphere. A hemispherical film shining with violent black and purple lightning was instantly formed. At the center of this film was the atmosphere captured by Ace with Conqueror's Haki. The combination of atmosphere and Conqueror's Haki, entanglement creates a terrifying and violent shockwave. Conquerors under the sea, fall, boom. This is known as the world's largest pirate ship, thriller bark. Under this violent shockwave, the center broke instantly. Seawater gushes out from the break, causing terrifying waves. Countless zombies, under this violent power, did not even have a chance to struggle and were instantly shattered. Countless shadows turned into afterimages and returned to the feet of their masters. Moria's huge eerie castle exploded instantly and turned into pieces of rubble, floating powerlessly in the atmosphere. Then, under the violent energy impact in the atmosphere, it turned into debris and fell into the seawater at the thriller bark fracture. Countless zombies, under this attack, only the zombie of the swordsman Ryoma was left, holding a famous sword with a black blade and an astonishing cold light to resist the exhaustion of the shockwave. Then, that's the knife. In the sky, Nokagawa and Mary, under the command of Nami, controlled the Mary ship that was affected by the violent shockwave. Under the terrifying wind pressure, Toshigi opened his beautiful eyes with some difficulty, looked at the knife in Ryoma's hand, and let out an exclamation. The blade is a large reverse T-shaped blade. The blade is black and purple, with red serrated patterns. No, it can't be wrong. This knife is one of the 21 skills of the great knife, Wanshui. Toshigi let out an exclamation of surprise. What a powerful attack. It seems that I have also encountered such an attack before I died. Although I don't remember everything, a person with such power is a big shot who must not be messed with. Yo ho ho ho. Ryoma zombie burst out laughing, call out. With his whole body ignited with flames, Ace returned to the Flying Mary, looked at his masterpiece below, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. As expected of the great swordsman Shimotsuki Ryoma who can forge autumn water into a black 08 sword. Even if he has been dead for many years, his body is still extremely strong. Ace laughed loudly as he looked at the remaining zombie dragon and horse after his blow. To forge a sword into a black sword, it must be forged with the powerful armament Haki. The only black swords known in this world are Ryoma's Chu Shui, and the world's #1 swordsman, the Black Sword Knight, one of Mihawk's supreme swords. Even the sword of Whitebeard, now known as the strongest man in the world, Kong Yunchi, one of the most powerful swords, is not a black sword. It can be seen how difficult it is to forge a sword into a black sword, and it should not only look at the strength of armament Haki. There should be other mysteries, but no matter what, having the extremely powerful armament Haki must be a necessary condition for forging a famous sword into a black sword. Haki, the great swordsman Ryoma, must have been extremely powerful during his lifetime, and his physique was naturally not bad. Unfortunately, Haki has been alive and dead for many years now, so Haki can no longer use it. Swordsmanship can only be achieved by using the shadow inserted into the body, Brooks swordsmanship. Otherwise, Ace really wants to see what the strength of Ryoma, the great swordsman who has never failed in his life and killed a dragon with his sword, is. Shimotsuki Ryoma, the swordsman who once killed a giant dragon. When Toshigi heard the name, his red lips slightly opened, and his face was full of shock. No wonder, the famous sword Kiyoshui would appear here. Yes, my shadow is in his body, although he uses the same swordsmanship as me, his strength is much stronger than mine. Even though he has been dead for many years, he still has such a strong body, which is really incredible. Brooke said solemnly. Toshigi, Ryoma will be left to you. Ace looked at Toshigi. If Ryoma is still alive, Ace is still interested in seeing the strength of the great swordsman who can forge Chu Shui into a black sword. Ryoma, who has been dead for many years, should still serve as Toshigi's whetstone. Give it to me. Toshigi nodded seriously. Her beautiful eyes were full of fighting spirit. The legendary great swordsman and the famous sword Chu Shui. What an exciting fight. Call out. At this time, Lola watched countless shadows return, and looked at the shadows appearing under her feet and those of her companions, with a look of surprise on her face. At the same time, looking at the horrific scene in front of them, Lola and others also had horror on their faces. Is this power, Conqueror's Haki-tangle? Lola looked at the Mary in the sky, above the violent shockwave, flying smoothly with the wind, her eyes filled with horror. Fortunately, they were far away from Moria's castle because they were afraid of being discovered by Moria. Otherwise, once they are involved, they will never survive. But even so, they rolled countless times under the impact of the shockwave before finally stopping with difficulty. The power to cause such horrific destruction with one strike, and the violent black and purple lightning roaring in the atmosphere. There is no mistake, it is the terrifying power standing at the top of the sea, her mother, the root cause of being called the Four Emperors, Conqueror's Haki-tangle. No wonder he is called the Fifth Emperor of the Sea, what a terrifying power. Simply, it's even scarier than when my mother was going crazy with Soraya. Lola's eyes were full of horror. Advertisement? Boo. Plop. Under the command of Nami, and with the joint efforts of Nako and Meili at the helm. Under the joint control of Vivi, Laki, Kaya, and Toshigi, the Meili accurately fell into the center of the broken thriller bark and into the constantly surging seawater. What a perfect landing, ha ha ha. Ace stood on the bow of the boat, laughing loudly. Can you choose a more normal login method next time? Nami looked at Ace and said with tears streaming down her face. As Ace's navigator, ordinary navigation skills are of no use at all. Ace always chooses the most dangerous way to appear. Normal login method? Isn't this normal? Ace raised his head, looked at the broken thriller bark, and smiled. Call. With flames igniting beneath his feet, Ace stepped onto the deck of the thriller bark. Let's go, this is Ace. Nuo Kagao looked at Nami, patted Nami on the shoulder, and smiled like a flower. Yeah, and it's exciting, isn't it? Kaya's pretty face was full of smiles. You're so doting on Ace, Kaya. Nami looked at Kaya and covered her forehead. Call out. Kaya smiled and used moonwalk to jump onto the deck of thriller bark. The smile on her pretty face grew even brighter. Yes, Ace dotes on my tree too much. Looking at Ace's back not far ahead, Kaya's beautiful smiling eyes narrowed. Stay alive, don't pretend to be dead, Moria. Looking at the ruins in front of him, Ace's eyes flashed red and he smiled. Boom. In the ruins, black shadows suddenly exploded. A pitch black, huge box made of shadows slowly appeared. Call. The dark shadow box slowly dissipated, revealing the figure inside. Yes, return to evil. Moria's head was dripping with blood, and there were scars all over her body. His eyes were bloodshot, looking at Ace in horror. There is nothing wrong with this power. It's the power that stands at the top of the ocean, Conqueror's Haki-tangle. It is Kaido who rules over the new world and becomes the strongest force of the Four Emperors. Portgas D. Ace, actually, has this kind of power. Moreover, with this power, in one blow, only dragons and horses were left in his zombie army. The three weirdos only had time to cover Perona, who was closest to him, with a shadow box. Absalom and Hogbark had already died in the shockwave area just now. And this is because Portgas D. Ace uses a range attack to attack the target, which is actually his thriller bark. What they endured was nothing more than the aftermath of that terrorist attack. If he were to receive the blow from Portgas D. Ace head-on, no one here would be able to survive. The body of the dragon and horse will also collapse. The purpose of Portgas D. Ace's attack was just to create a landing point for his pirate ship. B**************** D. Look down on me so much. Moria looked at Haki's laughing Ace, his eyes blood red. But the fear on Moria's face could not be concealed. Now Moria completely understands, why did the world government ask him to quickly evacuate the Devil's Triangle to avoid encountering Portgas D. Ace? Portgas D. Ace, this man can be equal to Kaido, the emperor who rules over the sea. Mo, Shalia Chinchung. Perona looked at Ace in the distance with fear, looked at the seriously injured Moria and exclaimed. Perona is an orphan that Moria picked up when she was young. To Moria, Perona has always been regarded as a father figure. Even though he is dead, he can still feel the amazing spirit, yo ho ho ho. Ryoma held the autumn water in his hand and looked at Ace. Chang. Along with the sound of a knife, Yin Siki appeared in front of Longma. Armament Haki, Raps Xiaoya Shigur's blade, your opponent is me. The legendary swordsman who killed the dragon, Lei. Toshiji's pretty face was full of fighting spirit. Shimotsuki Ryoma, what a familiar name, however, here comes the horse, yo ho ho ho. Ryoma has long lost the memory of his past, but facing the swordsman's challenge, his muscle memory still makes Ryoma high-spirited to fight. Chang. Armament Haki's entangled Xiaoyi Shigur and Kurodo Shisui collided violently. Moonlight, Moria, you are really bloated and weak now. Ace said calmly as he looked at Moria, who was seriously injured and almost unable to move in the aftermath of his blow. After being defeated by Kaido, Moria never exercised again. Bloated and weak, except for the power of the shadow fruit, it cannot even support normal fighting. Today Moria does not deserve to be called Shichibukai. Hateful. Advertisement. Moria gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but now his body was unable to stand up after suffering serious injuries. Remove no. He uses the shadow gathering ground to absorb a large number of shadows into his body with the power of the shadow fruit, gaining a power beyond his own. But all the zombies have been destroyed, except for the shadow in Ryoma's body. All the shadows have returned to the people who were deprived of their shadows. And even if the shadow collective is used, what will happen? Portgas D. Ace, who has completely mastered Conqueror's Haki-tangle, is a man who can be on an equal footing with Kaido, who has now become the Four Emperors. Although unwilling and angry, but compared to Portgas D. Ace, who has mastered Conqueror's Haki, entanglement, his strength is not on the same level as him. Kaya. Ace looked at Kaya. Kaya placed an apple in Ace's hand. Bah. Ace's eyes narrowed, and a ruin in the distance was instantly destroyed by a violent black-purple lightning. A corpse, bitten by Conqueror's Haki, was brought to Ace. Absalom! Perona exclaimed. Moriya's eyes twitched. This control method of Conqueror's Haki has never been heard of. Ace's right hand was filled with mysterious light, wrapping the apple. Grr! The devil factor was quickly captured by this apple. Along with bursts of squirming, mysterious patterns appeared on the apple. Under Perona and Moriya's horrified gaze, the apple turned into a devil fruit. Paramecia, transparent fruit. Ace looked at the devil fruit and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. There is something strange in his eyes. Transparent fruit, what a good thing. Absalom's clear, transparent fruit. 870 Perona covered her red lips and exclaimed. Is this what the world government calls the ability to hunt devil fruit? I really can't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes, hee hee. Moriya pushed herself up with difficulty and let out a gloomy laugh. Yes, although your strength is mediocre, you still have the devil fruit under you, which is pretty good. Ace took an apple from Kaya again and slowly walked towards Moriya. Leave your shadow fruit to me. Ace's eyes were shining with thick purple-black color. Call out. The ghost of negativity, Perona, who had been trembling with fear before, stretched out her hands and summoned dozens of small ghosts. Ace's eyes suddenly focused, and violent black and purple lightning flashed all over his body. With the flash of black and purple lightning, the flying ghost was instantly shattered. A ghost fruit? It's a pretty good devil fruit. Ace looked at Perona, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The real Perona is much prettier than the one seen in the comics. Exquisite, like a real Barbie doll. Perona, stop. You are no match for him, let's go. Seeing that Perona's attack was ineffective, Moriya gritted his teeth. Facing such a powerful Haki, it is impossible for Perona's ghost fruit to be useful. No, I'm not leaving, ghost. There were tears in the corners of Perona's eyes. She was about to use the power of the ghost fruit when her pupils suddenly shrank. The power of my ghost fruit, how? Perona looked at her hands in disbelief. The power of the ghost fruit disappeared? Ace's eyes flickered black slowly. Conqueror's Haki devil fruit ability, blocked. Unexpectedly, even the power of devil fruit can be sealed, it's incredible Haki. No, don't. Lord Moriya, Moriya said solemnly. Perona, after he picked her up when she was young, he kept her by his side and treated her like a daughter. I'm very interested in the ability of the ghost fruit. Portgas Ace, Perona, poses no threat to you. After killing me, let her go, okay? Perona, death, not scary, alive, group exhibition. Why? Death in the hands of a man like you is not an insult to me, Moriya, hee hee. Perona covered her red lips and stared blankly at Ace, who was looking at her with a smile. Ace smiled lightly. He stood up with difficulty and laughed loudly. Moriya raised her head and said in a deep voice, Portgas Ace, your Conqueror's Haki is different from the ones I know. Perona looked at Moriya with a death wish in her eyes, tears streaming down her pretty face. You also won't let Moriya die, right, Perona? Perona smiled with some relief. Moriya also knew that there was no possibility of survival. Moriya's pupils shrank, showing a hint of murderous intent. Chapter 122. Goal achieved. Great harvest. You don't want Moriya to die either, right? When the scary man in front of Perona said this, she covered her red lips and a little hope appeared in her beautiful eyes. Can you let Master Moriya go? Perona's pretty face full of tears looked at Ace in silence. Moriya also opened her mouth full of fangs. It's true that he wants to fight to the death to keep his dignity as the great pirate Shichibukai before he dies. He believes that, because you are alive, it is right to lose the regiment. But only when you really face death can you understand the preciousness of life. And the mentality of wanting to hold on tightly when seeing a glimmer of hope for life. If he could live, Moriya would naturally not want to die. But why does Portgas Ace's words sound weird? It's impossible to let nature go. Moriya's shadow fruit is what I must get. Ace smiled lightly. Although I am very optimistic about the potential of Perona's ghost fruit, and I also admire Perona in the original novel. Taking Perona aboard the Melee is also an interesting thing. But compared to Mary's shadow fruit, it seems not worth mentioning. The shadow fruit is related to Mary's future, and Ace will naturally not be soft-hearted just for the sake of Perona, whom he just met. BB. Ace's words immediately extinguished the light of hope in Perona's eyes. Moriya's eyes once again had a fierce and desperate look. Is this B************* D playing tricks on them? However, for the sake of your ghost fruit, there is a possibility that you can try it. If Moriya doesn't die in the end, how about you get on my ship? Ace looked at Perona and smiled lightly. Why? Perona covered her red lips and looked at Ace with disbelief. Do you want to threaten Perona with my life, Portgas Ace? Do you think I would agree to this kind of thing? Moriya screamed. How could he agree to trading Perona's freedom for his life? Promise? Do you think I'm giving you a choice? You think too highly of yourself, Moriya. The smile on Ace's face slowly disappeared, and the purple-black flashes in his eyes made Moriya's whole body begin to tremble faintly. This opportunity is a reward for her courage to take action against me just now for you, whom she regards as her father. Facing my Haki, she dared to use the power of the ghost fruit on me for you, whom she regarded as her father. It is already stronger than many so-called big pirates in this sea. That's why you get this opportunity. Furthermore, you only have one option to accept the opportunity I gave you. Boom. As Ace finished speaking, black and purple lightning remained in the atmosphere, and it suddenly began to roar wildly. The opportunity given by the king is not the choice given. Those who are given the opportunity can only accept this path. Ace's words made Moriya's expression distorted. Then, he lowered his head feebly. Facing a man with this level of Conqueror's Haki, indeed, there is no choice. Plus, Alona. Moriya looked at Perona, her fierce eyes becoming a little complicated. This girl whom he had picked up since she was a child and had been raising by his side, truly regarded him as her father. Facing a Conqueror's Haki of Portgas d'Ace's level, he was actually able to activate the power of the ghost fruit. Moriya, who has fought against Kaido, knows very well how much obstacles need to be overcome in her heart. Only with that level of Conqueror's Haki can the devil fruit ability be activated. Because alive, the group will expand, but after death, can I still have this emotion? Moriya opened her eyes suddenly, and on her right hand, a touch of black that was different from the shadow fruit began to gather. My Haki is back because of you, Perona. If I could understand this earlier, maybe I can still protect you today, right? Perona, hee. Moriya laughed shrilly. Lord Moriya. Perona covered her red lips, tears streaming down her fingertips. Call me Moriya daddy. I never thought that I, Moriya, would have such emotions, hee. Moriya laughed shrilly. Father Moriya, Perona howled. What a surprise, found a new meaning in life, Moriya. Ace looked at the armament Haki condensed on Moriya and was a little surprised. Although unlike Haki who was back to almost his peak at Crocodile, Moriya's Haki is not very strong. After all, although Crocodile is immersed in the obsession of finding the King of Hades, and does not believe in himself, coupled with the fear of Whitebeard hidden in his heart. But Crocodile hardly stopped training itself. Moriya, on the other hand, has given up on herself for more than 20 years. Her body, which was originally extremely strong and capable of fighting Kaido head-on with her sword skills, has become bloated. In this situation, Moriya, although at this time because of Perona, broke the twisted mentality of losing because you were alive and regained Haki. But the strength, compared to other Shichibukai, is really appalling. Come on, Portgas d'Ace, take this shadow fruit, I don't need this power anymore. Even if I die, I will not resent you. Because of you, I have found something more important, hee. Moriya gritted her fangs, and with the help of armament Haki, she straightened up her bloated body with difficulty and laughed loudly. Father Moriya. Perona bit her red lips and shed tears. Very good, it still looks like a Shichibukai, Ace laughed. Then he looked back. Brook, Ace called. Advertisement. Brook was nervously watching the fight with Ryoma, relying on Tashigi who Haki had the upper hand. Hearing Ace's call, he immediately ran over lightly. He even encountered a break in the thriller bark on the way and ran directly through the seawater. Are you curious? Because there is only a handful of bones left, which are light enough to run on the sea, yo ho ho ho. Brook told Moriya, who was looking at him, his bones joke. Moriya's cheeks twitched as she listened. Who the hell asked you? Let me borrow your underworld fruit. Ace's mouth curled up slightly, and he waved his right hand violently, wrapping around Rook. Buzz. This is, Brook opened his mouth wide and roared in disbelief. Call out. Brook's soul floated out from his bones, and the surrounding deck and atmosphere began to freeze, exuding a chill that was different from frozen fruit, which made people feel a biting chill in their souls. Wangshen fruit comes from the cold air of Wangshen. Ghost. Perona saw Brook's soul and screamed in panic. The power of devil fruit, and this weird devil fruit ability. Moriya screamed. There is some enlightenment in his eyes, probably because he wants to use the power of the devil fruit. We'll capture Moriya's soul later, Brook. Ace looked at Brook's soul that was shrouded in the field of understanding, and his eyes suddenly condensed. Clear, Brook yelled. At this time, Brook felt that his control over the underworld fruit had reached an incredible level. Dit. Moriya opened her mouth, and her huge body was suddenly pierced by Conqueror's Haki's violent black and purple lightning. His eyes quickly dimmed. Stop, soul, Brook roared. The power of the underworld fruit, under the influence of the field of understanding, reached the ultimate level. Buzz. Moriya's soul flew out of Moriya's huge body and was fixed in midair by the power of the underworld fruit under the influence of the field of understanding. My soul, really feel the lightness I haven't seen for a long time, hee. Moriya looked at his soul hands and let out a sinister laugh. Dilt. The violent black and purple lightning flashed, causing Moriya to scream. Don't laugh like that, Moriya. Ace looked at Moriya and said calmly. Originally, Moriya's voice was shrill and uncomfortable, but Moriya's laughter in her soul state. It even made Ace feel a little uncomfortable. Yes, I'm sorry, I just haven't had this light feeling for too long, and I'm a little excited. Moriya obeyed obediently. Joke. He had never even heard of this power that could directly increase other people's devil fruit abilities. Coupled with Conqueror's Haki, which can even directly block devil fruit's ability. And the Conqueror's Haki-tangle, which is completely mastered and can kill him with one blow. And that, the power that can directly hunt devil fruit. Portgas d'Ace, this man is simply scarier than Kaido. After all, Kaido doesn't have so many terrifying abilities. If it wasn't for being too excited, he wouldn't have laughed so wantonly in front of such a terrifying man. Ever since he lost to Kaido, he has completely given up on himself and his body. It's also getting bloated day by day. Until now, even running is a bit strenuous. I haven't experienced such a light feeling for a long time. Mr. Ace, you have to hurry up, otherwise I can't guarantee that I can get Moriya's soul back into his body. Brook's soul showed a devilish smile. Hey, although I have cut off your shadow, please don't mess around at this time. When Moriya heard this, she suddenly became anxious and kept shouting. If the underworld fruit didn't capture his soul, he would really be dead. Master Ace, please hurry up. When Perona heard this, she became a little anxious, and looked at Ace pitifully with her beautiful eyes still filled with tears. For the sake of my future crew, I'll just speed up. Ace looked at Perona and smiled. Perona looked at Ace's smile, her beautiful eyes froze, and she bit her red lips. Captain, please hurry up, Perona shouted. Okay. Ace laughed, and the field of understanding wrapped around the apple. Gulu. The demonic factor in Moriya's body was quickly captured by an apple. With a burst of squirming and expansion, a devil fruit covered in patterns and made up of shadows slowly appeared. Ready. Looking at this familiar devil fruit, Moriya also had a complicated look in her eyes. This devil fruit, which has been with him for many years, is now. After that, he left him completely, but he also got more. Looking at Perona, Moriya's somewhat gloomy soul began to soften. Got it, a daughter, it's nothing without the shadow fruit. I am the man who once challenged Kaido with my physical strength and haki. Shadow fruit, on the contrary, limits his determination because he relies too much on devil fruit and others. I will definitely be able to return to my former peak. Moriya's soul was squirming at this moment. Advertisement. Backquote. Haki is enhanced. Ace's eyes were slightly focused, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Interestingly, after losing the shadow fruit, did Moriya start to completely believe in her own power? Let his soul go back, Brook. Ace's eyes condensed, and the field of understanding around Brook's soul shone brightly. The realm of understanding is fully open. Follow Mr. Ace's instructions, ho 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 ho. Brook laughed. The power of the underworld fruit has reached ultimate. Call out. Moriya's soul instantly returned to the huge body. Brook's soul also returned to his bones. Father Moriya. Perona clasped her hands together and looked at Moriya nervously. Ahem. In Perona's surprised eyes, Moriya spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Really, what a wonderful experience. Is this death? Is this the true feeling of living? Hee. Moriya opened her eyes, bared her fangs, and laughed. Worrying you, Perona. Moriya looked at Perona, and her high-pitched voice became gentle.
Father Moriya, that's great. Perona's beautiful eyes trembled and she cried loudly.
Although this title is a bit hard to express, your inner thoughts will not be known, right? Stupid daughter. Moriya's smile became gentler. Mary. Ace called to Mary in the distance. Call out. Ace. Melly floated over and looked at Ace obediently. Ghost. Perona looked at Mary in shock. This is my ship spirit, Mary. Ace looked at Melly and smiled. Mary, say hello, she will also be my crew member from now on, Perona. Ace introduced. Perona, please give me more advice in the future. Melly said very politely. Kr. 17. Perona pursed her red lips and slept with the little monster. Her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. What a magical pirate group. The reason you took away my shadow fruit wasn't to let her eat it, right? Moriya looked at Mary, her mouth wide open. Moriya naturally knows the legend of the ship elf, Jiao Ma. But isn't it incredible to let the ship elf eat devil fruit? Of course, come on, Mary, your devil fruit, I found it for you. Ace looked at Mary and handed the shadow fruit to Mary. Because it was the ship elf who ate the devil fruit, it did not affect the Mary's sailing on the sea. This is also the result that Ace guessed using the field of understanding. Melly took the devil fruit in surprise. Buzz. Wrapped in the realm of understanding, Melly opened her small mouth, took one bite, and ate the shadow fruit. Call out. The shadow of the Mary stopped at the break of the thriller bark suddenly turned into a phantom. Call out. The shadows of Mary and Mary merged into one. Ace. Mary clenched his fists vigorously and hugged Ace in surprise. I can touch you. Ace. Melly's face was full of surprise. Well, you will fight with us from now on, Mary. Touched Melly's little head, Moriya screamed. What an incredible man. Melly, gotta sell it. Moriya looked at Mary who really ate the shadow fruit, with disbelief on his face. That is. Moriya looked at it and her pupils shrank. Besides, there is an uninvited guest. Ace laughed loudly. The transparent fruit of Tashigi is also obtained, and the autumn water is also in the bag. Ace looked into the distance, and saw a huge body looking at this place from afar on a ruins. Looking at this little elf who was born from his ship and looked like his own daughter, Ace smiled gently. Melly nodded heavily. Even the ship elves can eat devil fruit. It would be hard to believe it unless you see it with your own eyes. Perona also got on his ship. Let's go, Tashigi's battle is about to end. This trip to the Devil's Triangle was essentially a complete success. Bartholomew Bear. Chapter 123. getting excited. Moria's high-pitched voice attracted everyone's attention. Bartholomew Bear. Isn't that the name? Nami, who was watching Tashigi and Ryoma fighting, her beautiful eyes narrowed. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the tyrant with a bounty of 296 million Baileys, Bartholomew Bear. Why are you here? Perona exclaimed. Bear? Ace looked at the tall figure in the distance, his eyes twinkling slightly. Possessing a bug-level devil fruit, a user with the fleshball fruit ability. Because of the ability of the meatball fruit, his strength is at the top level among all Shichibukai. Underneath the roughest appearance, he has the gentlest heart in this sea. In order to save Jewelry Bonnie, who suffers from sapphire scale and is not her biological child but treats her as her own. He was willing to become a humanoid weapon studied by the world government, and finally lost his sense of self. But even so, when Bonnie encountered a crisis, the unconscious Bartholomew Bear still went to Egghead Island. Ace admires bears very much. Such people are the real men in this sea. Has it been discovered? Shang Yaoyuan looked at Ace, his eyes slightly condensed under his glasses. Not surprised by this either. Even if Haki came here using the meatball fruit and wanted to hide it from such a man, it would be fanciful. Haki of this level is already above the leader of their revolutionary army, Dorag. He is worthy of being called the 5th emperor in this sea. Just by being stared at by his eyes, even from such a long distance, I felt waves of terrifying pressure rushing towards me. There was sweat on the bear's forehead. If it weren't for his actual identity as an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, and that he came here to pass information to this man. Faced with this terrifying pressure at this time, he might have used the power of the meatball fruit to escape from here. Tashigi, let's settle the battle, Ace smiled lightly. Although I am happy to be able to fight the legendary swordsman, my captain's matter is more important. Tashigi placed Xiaoyi Shiger in front of him, and in his eyes, the jet-black color representing armament Haki flashed fiercely. Buzz. Clang. Xiaoyi Shiger was wrapped in thick armament Haki, and as the lucky charm given by Ace flashed around Tashigi's neck. Xiaoyi Shiger was actually undergoing some strange changes.
It's such a familiar feeling. Ryoma looked at Saya Shiger.
Your knife seems to be changing to the state of the knife in my hand, because it is the rear bandit of penultimate.
I am very happy to be able to compete with you today, yo ho ho ho. Ryoma laughed. No, you are wrong about this. Tashigi raised his pretty face with a confident smile.
My talent can bloom like this because of my captain. Chang. The Saya Shiger in her hand made an astonishing sound of swords. I see. It's an honor for me to fight against a swordsman who has been influenced by a man of that level. Ryoma's voice became more serious. Junior of penultimate, can you tell me the names of you and your captain? The autumn water in Longma's hand exudes an astonishing chill.
Tashigi, my captain's name is Entei, Portgas d Ace.
Tashigi shouted loudly, and slashed off Xiaoya Shiger in his hand. Yi Ming Song True Thorn. Ryoma shouted loudly, and Shu Shui thrust out fiercely. Chang. Phew. The figures of Ryoma and Tashigi quickly intertwined and landed on both sides. Call. Tashigi exhaled heavily. Having been dead for so many years, he still possesses such amazing strength. It's such a pity that I can't see your true swordsmanship. Tashigi turned around, looked at Ryoma with a shocking scar in front of his heart, and said regretfully. Ah, I'm sorry too. If only I could find my former strength and have the courage to face that man. Portgas d Ace, swing your sword, yo ho ho ho. Ryoma looked at Ace from a distance and burst into laughter. Junior, your sword is very good, but it is not enough to become a truly top swordsman. It will gradually be unable to carry your strength. Although this knife has been marked with my mark, it is not absolutely suitable for you. However, until you find a sword that is truly strong enough to handle your kendo, it will be enough for you to use. Ryoma threw the autumn water in his hand towards Tashigi. A sharp sword with 21 skills, the famous sword Shu Shui. Put the autumn water in front of you, its beautiful eyes will keep shining. I will find a sword that is truly famous enough to carry my sword skills. Tashigi looked at Ryoma, a confident smile appeared on his pretty face. My swordsmanship is to follow Ace and let Ace become the king of the world. I want to see that wonderful world that Ace said. This is my Tashigi's kendo. It is not a shame for a samurai to be defeated by a swordsman who has been influenced by a man of this level. Yo ho ho ho. Amidst the laughter, Ryoma slowly lowered his head. Shadow, get rid of it, Mary, who maintained Ryoma's movements, said softly. Advertisement: the reason why Ryoma was still able to move when Molia became a soul just now. It's because Ace wants Ryoma to continue to sharpen Tashigi and maintain the power of the shadow fruit with the field of understanding. After that, after Mary ate the shadow fruit, it was Mary who maintained him. Now, the shadow is lifted. Call out. A shadow returned from Ryoma's body to Brook's feet. My shadow is back. Yo ho ho ho. Looking at the shadow at his feet, Brook looked at Ace. Mr. Ace, thank you so much, Brook said sincerely. Not only did you get my shadow back, but in your mysterious realm just now. My control over the power of the underworld fruit has become too much stronger. I also have a lot of insights into my swordsmanship, how to proceed in the future, and how to develop my fruit abilities. Brook was filled with emotion. You're welcome, just the friendship between you and Laboon is enough for me to take action. And, Ace looked at Brook, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. My brother, Monkey D. Luffy, loves musicians like you. Ever since I was a kid, I have always wanted to find a ghost or a skeleton musician in my dreams. Ace's eyes were filled with confusion. When I was in Windmill Village, I once said that there might be musicians in the world who only have a handful of bones and can still sing. Luffy was so excited that he almost wanted to go to sea on the spot.
What my idiot brother likes most is this kind of novel things and people.
Mr. Ace's brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Brook's eyes widened, looking at his hands with only bones left. Really, would anyone dream of me being his musician? Brook's hand bones were shaking, although he is optimistic, even though he keeps telling jokes about his bones. But there was only a handful of bones left in his body, and Brook knew very well that he was an anomaly to everyone. Become someone else's musician? Regain a precious companion? I have never even thought about such a luxurious thing. Of course, my brother, he dreams of having a musician like you, Brook. Ace affirmed. Is this like this? Is there really such a person? I really want to take a look at him. Brook's hands were shaking, and tears were slowly flowing down his face. My younger brother will also go to sea in the future, but it will probably take another 2 years. Ace looked at Brook. It's only been 2 years, and I've been drifting alone in this sea for almost 5,000 times. Thank you, Mr. Ace, for giving me hope again. Yo ho ho ho. Brook smiled wildly. Then, I'm looking forward to our next encounter. My brother will become my important right hand in the future. The next time we meet, maybe it will be at Twin Heads, Laboon. Ace laughed. If it is Mr. Ace's brother, I believe there will be one day. Yes, it's exciting. Brook's empty eye bones were actually shining with light. Will Mr. Ace's younger brother become Mr. Ace's right hand? Then, as a musician who is Ace's younger brother, I can not only regain a precious partner, but also. Can you also do your part for Mr. Ace? It's really exciting.
Bartholomew Bear, shouldn't you come over? Ace turned his head and shouted towards the bear in the distance.
Call. The bear's huge body disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared in front of Ace. What is Devil Fruit's ability?
The Nami girls came behind Ace and looked at the sudden appearance of the bear, their beautiful eyes slightly suspicious.
During the detection of the girl's observation Haki, this person came here in a way of ejection. The power of ejection comes from this person's palm. That's right, the meatball man of the meatball fruit, who can bounce away anything that comes into contact with the meat pads, has been Suratunung. Shichibukai, what are you doing here, bear? Moria screamed. The bear's fleshball fruit can be said to have extremely powerful abilities even among the devil fruit that can give people magical powers on the sea. The degree of weirdness is definitely higher than the shadow fruit ability he had before. Emperor Yan, it's an honor to meet you. The bear bowed to show respect to the emperor like strong man in this sea. On behalf of Sabo, I say hello to you, Shang said solemnly. My brother, saw? The corners of Ace's mouth curled up slightly, and in the end, it turned into bursts of wanton laughter. Ha ha ha, have you recovered your memory? My brother, Sabo. Is he doing well in the Revolutionary Army? Ace's eyes were full of nostalgia. The bear's pupils shrank sharply. It seems that I have never said the words, Revolutionary Army. What's so surprising? When Sabo was rescued by Drago, my observation Haki could see it clearly. Ace looked at the bear and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Advertisement, I see. Although Shang felt that there were still things he didn't know, it was obviously not his place to ask. At the same time, Shay was filled with emotion in her heart. Dorag was only 10 years old when he rescued Sabo, right? At that age, were you able to use observation Haki freely? As expected of a man with this level of Conqueror's Haki. Revolutionary Army? Shang, you guy, is an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army? Moria's eyes widened and she screamed, isn't your current state similar? Moonlight, Moria. The bear looked at Moria and said calmly. Moria was about to say something when she was interrupted by Ace. Don't get me wrong, the current Moria is not qualified to join my Entei pirate fleet. My crew, just Perona. Ace smiled lightly. Ace's words made Moria feel as if a knife had been stabbed in the heart, and she covered her heart with pain. Although it is true, after losing the shadow fruit and neglecting to exercise for a long time, Haki and his physical strength have dropped to the lowest point in history. However, I still feel heartbroken. Immediately afterwards, Moria's eyes showed bursts of high spirits. So what if he has been training for a long time? His talent is still there. Moreover, just now, his soul was slightly affected by the mysterious light, and it felt like he had also undergone some changes. Moria looked at his hands, stunned. Sabo is doing well and is now the second in command of our Revolutionary Army. Shang briefly introduced Sabo's situation. Ha ha ha, he is indeed my Ace's younger brother. Ace laughed. Sabo, who has been training with him since childhood, is much stronger than he was at the same time in the original work. It is natural to become the second in command of the Revolutionary Army in advance. After hearing your name spread across the sea, Sabo regained his memory. They also talked a lot with Dorag. After the conversation, Dorag seemed to have thought a lot.
In words, I admire you very much, Emperor Yan. Quote. The bear looked at Ace and said.
Dolag is a person that Shang admires very much, not only Dolag's strength, but also Dolag's ideals. Someone who can make even Dorag admire. What a mysterious man, Portgas D. Ace. Tell Sabo that I received his greetings and I look forward to meeting him in the future. Upon hearing this, Ace raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said slowly. Between brothers, there is no need to say too much. In just a few words, you can understand what each other is thinking. Just like the greeting from Sabo, Ace can clearly know, Sabo, he should not continue to be fishy. Becoming so strong that he can become one of his right hands who will attack the throne of heaven in the future.
And Sabo will definitely understand what he said.
Myself, wait for that day to come. This is it, bro. I will bring it, there are very important things. The bear's face became extremely serious. 4 emperors, red-haired shanks, suddenly left New World Station and were heading towards the first half of the Grand Line. 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, transformed into the form of Azure Dragon Beast, left the Beast's Pirates base camp, and headed towards the first half of the Grand Line. Their target is you, Minister. According to the navigation calculations of the 3 of you, it is likely that you will meet at the Sabaody archipelago. Naval headquarters, in order to deal with the possible war between you 3 emperors in the Sabaody archipelago, almost all high-end combat power has been assembled. The world government even authorized the naval headquarters to issue a compulsory summons order for Shichibukai. It can be said that the second of the 3 major forces on the sea, naval headquarters, Shichibukai, is ready for war. Whether this war will break out depends on you, the 5th Emperor of the Sea, Emperor Yan. Shang said seriously, oops, you forgot such an important thing. Moria held her head and screamed repeatedly. Hikari is immersed in the joy of Haki's recovery and finding the emotion that is most important to him. Forgot such an important thing, Perona is going to join the Entei pirates. If this trend continues, wouldn't Perona be trapped in that terrible war? How could she forget about this? Nami, Vivi pointed at Ace with tears in her eyes. The Nami girls exclaimed. 4 emperors, coming towards Ace? Now that this information is known to Portgas d Ace, you can of course avoid this encounter. Doesn't this mean that once she joins the Entei pirates, she will have to face 4 emperors? Moria turned her head mechanically, and when she saw Ace's eyes shining with stars, her eyes and tongue popped out in shock. Ace, I'm so excited. Nami, Vivi, the timid duo of the Emperor pirates burst into tears. Ace laughed loudly. What an interesting war, Sabaody archipelago, I'll order it, ha 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 ha. 4 emperors, red hair? Kaido? Those are 4 emperors, as well as naval headquarters and Shichibukai, who would be so stupid as to bump into them? Hee, don't worry, Perona. Perona was trembling all over. Woo. Moria screamed to comfort Perona. Chapter 124, Nika is real. Are you crazy? Moria looked at Ace and exclaimed. Those are the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and the red-haired shanks. After them, there are all the naval headquarters, 7 warlords of the sea. Although I admit that you were very strong, no weaker than the 4 emperors, but facing such a lineup, there is nothing wrong with avoiding it, right? Moria screamed. Ha ha ha, it's really exciting. The 4 emperors, as well as the naval headquarters and the rest of the Shichibukai, can have a good time now. Ace's eyes gleamed and he laughed again and again. I didn't listen at all. Moria blinked his devilish eyes, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead from his 2 devilish horns. How could such a person exist? Those were 4 emperors, and there was a whole group of 4 emperors pirates. After that, there are almost all the elite combat forces of the naval headquarters, as well as all the members of the 7 warlords of the sea. It can be said that the 3 major forces on the sea, 4 emperors, naval headquarters, and 7 warlords of the sea, except for the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates, are almost all here. You knew you were going to face such a lineup, why didn't you avoid it? Completely incomprehensible, haha, our captain is such a person. Robin looked at Ace, lightly covered his red lips, and showed a bright smile. She once believed that no one could challenge the behemoth of world government. But Ace told her that it was just a mere world government. Ace like this saved her, there's nothing stopping Ace from getting excited. Nami closed her eyes and shed tears of resignation. Vivi also shed tears resigned to her fate. It's just 4 emperors, Ace will definitely win. Kaya clenched her little fists, her pretty face full of pride. 4 emperors, that is to say, they have to face 2 people who are stronger than the former naval headquarters General Aokiji. It seems that I need to work harder to master the power of the bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku form. Lackey clenched his fists, and a strange flame ignited in his eyes. I will work hard too. Konus clenched his little fists and said loudly. Although her frontal combat ability is not very strong, her vocal fruit can provide everyone with combat power. 4 emperors and naval headquarters? Nuo Kagao put the sniper rifle on his back, his beautiful eyes flashing with danger. Tashigi said nothing, Kiyoshui unsheathed slightly. I'll do my best too. Ace, Melly raised his little hand, full of fighting spirit. Danger. This group of people is so dangerous, facing 4 emperors. There are also naval headquarters and Shichibukai who may join the war, and they have to rush into it. Hey, Perona, I still can't let you board their ship. Moria broke out in cold sweat and looked at Perona, her eyes instantly straightened. But it's so cute, Perona looked at Melly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The perfect combination of the legendary ship spirit and the shadow is so cute, Mary. Perona clasped her hands in front of her heart, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Hey, didn't you like zombies before? Moria looked at Perona, whose beautiful eyes were shining, and secretly cried out. No, I have decided that Melly will be my favorite from now on, Melilon. Perona rushed up, hugged Melly, and rubbed her pretty face against Melly's pretty face. Ace, save me. Mary, who had just been able to contact people with the shadow fruit, was obviously very uncomfortable with Perona's enthusiasm and asked Ace for help. There will be many opportunities for you and Mary to get close to each other in the future. Don't scare Mary, Perona. Ace grabbed Perona by the collar and lifted her up like a kitten. Melly quickly hid behind Ace and looked at Perona carefully. Shy Mary-chan is so cute. Perona held her cheek and looked at Melly, who was hiding behind Ace with her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Clang. Woo. Perona covered her little head and looked at Ace, her beautiful eyes trembling. Oh no, I was too excited to see the cute Mary-chan. It's over, will you be taught a lesson by Wolf? Beautiful eyes, some tears welled up unconsciously. Perona is also very cute. Melly looked at the pitiful Perona, stuck out her little head, and whispered. Really? I love you so much, Mary-chan. Perona's ears twitched, and when she received Mary's praise, she immediately became happy and wanted to pounce on Mary, but was caught by Ace and could only keep fluttering in the air. It's really cute, like a real Barbie doll. One Kaya looked at Perona and nodded in agreement. I want to pull her over and give her delicate face a good rub. A smirk appeared on Nami's face. Vivi nodded in agreement. Ooh, when Nami said this, Ace had already done so. I saw Perona's delicate and pretty face like a Barbie doll, which was kneaded into a small bun by Ace. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Ace pitifully. It's so cute, you are worthy of being my crew member, ha ha ha. Advertisement. Ace kneaded Perona's delicate and pretty face like a Barbie doll into several shapes. Ooh, Perona was unable to resist and could only whimper. Hey, Portkas. Ace. Put down Perona. Moria screamed in a high-pitched voice. Well, don't take it too seriously. Your daughter is completely different from you and is very cute. Ace laughed. Hee, my daughter is really embarrassing. Hee. Moria touched the shallot and her smiling face changed shape. Daughter, huh? Shang's eyes under his sunglasses flashed with deep nostalgia. Thinking of Pony, the corners of Shang's mouth unconsciously curved into a gentle curve. Hey, bear, did I read that right? You are called a tyrant, but you still laugh? And you still smile so gently? Moria's eyes widened and she stared at the bear in shock. The corner of Shang's mouth twitched, controlling his facial expression, and turned into an indifferent look again. It's so enjoyable to knead. Ace laughed and walked over. Perona rubbed her delicate red face pitifully. Seeing this, Mary hesitated for a moment and came to comfort Perona. As a result, Perona immediately changed her appearance when she saw Mary. She hugged Mary excitedly and kept rubbing Mary's face. Melly could only whimper. It seems that it is very suitable for your daughter to come to my ship, Moria. Ace's eyes flashed, and violent black and purple lightning formed a small seat behind Ace. Ace sat down slowly, his eyes flashing an astonishing black-purple color. So I'm really embarrassed to talk about my daughter, hee. Moria touched the shallot and her smiling face changed shape. What an amazing Conqueror's Haki control. I have never seen anyone control Haki like this. Incredible man, Emperor Yan. No wonder he dared to go there in the face of 2-4 emperors. Shang looked at the small black and purple seat behind Ace and exclaimed. Right, hey. Do you really want to move on? That's 2-4 emperors, and they might face the naval headquarters and all the Shichibukai. Moria finally broke away from the word, daughter, and looked at Ace with a cold sweat on her face. With Perona's strength, it would be a nightmare to be involved in such a dangerous Uzumaki. Don't worry, that guy Kaido is most likely here to cause trouble. But red hair shouldn't be an enemy, at least for now. My younger brother, who also received his care, has long wanted to meet that man. Ace waved his hand and smiled lightly. As for Shichibukai, whoever can do his best for Marine should be ignored. The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. However, there is someone in Shichibukai that I want to meet. The one who is called the most beautiful woman in the pirate world, the pirate empress, Boya Hancock. I see. In this case, the only ones left that need to really fight are Kaido and the naval headquarters who may participate in the war. Moria suddenly understood and tapped her left palm with her right fist. Then, his face began to twitch. Just a Kaido and a naval headquarters? Why would he say such arrogant words? Yes, was it influenced by Portkas Ace? He is indeed a very dangerous man. Is it really safe for Perona to get on this guy's boat? Moria thought a little tangledly, but sighed after a long time. It seems that they have no choice, and Perona is also very happy. Moria looked at Perona, who was holding Mary and smiling like a flower, and a touch of softness appeared on her devilish face. Indeed, naval headquarters will not attack without authorization. After all, we are facing you 3 emperors. If a war does begin, it is still unknown who will win in the end. But Emperor Yan, just call me Ace. Ace looked at the bear and smiled lightly. For Shang, a man he admires very much, Ace doesn't mind being an equal. Then I would be rude. Shang was stunned for a moment, then sat down cross-legged and then spoke. But Ace, Naval Headquarters, is just the outer face of world government. The power hidden in world government is more terrifying than you think, if it evolves into a terrible all-out war. World government may also come to an end, Shang said solemnly. He was being transformed into a human weapon. Through Vegapunk, he also spied on all the secrets of the world government. I also understand why there are only 3 admirals and 1 marshal in Naval Headquarters, plus the high-end combat power of marine hero Garp. But he was able to face the 4 emperors and countless pirates on the sea together with Shichibukai, as well as their revolutionary army, and still maintain the stability of Tianhai. The hidden power of world government, I'm afraid, lies far above Naval Headquarters. A hidden power like Seraph? Ace smiled lightly. Ace's words made the bear's pupils shrink suddenly. How do you know this name? The bear looked at Ace in shock. Advertisement, he learned this name from Vegapunk. 0, please give me flowers 0, and, I only know a rough idea. All we know is that Vegapunk calls Seraph the strongest human being and is an invincible man-made weapon. This should be an absolute secret, except for the real top secretaries of the world government. No one at the top level has the authority to know. I know far more than you do, and I also know a lot about you. How long can your consciousness last? Bear. Ace pointed at the bear's head and smiled lightly. The bear's expression became complicated. I didn't expect you to know so many secrets, it really exceeded my expectations. That's right, I'm afraid my consciousness will be completely erased in a few years. The bear raised his head and smiled freely. Erased? The Nami girls came behind Ace and were stunned when they heard what the bear said. Moria also frowned. That's right, in order to save his daughter, he was willing to be transformed into a humanoid combat weapon by the world government. Bartholomew Bear is called the strongest cyborg by Vegapunk. Ace looked at the bear and said calmly. Why? The girls looked at the bear. Cyborg? Cyborg like Frankie? Shichibukai, for his daughter, was turned into a cyborg by the world government? Bear, you guy. Moria stared blankly at the bear, the man called the tyrant. So, was that gentle smile just now because of your daughter? At this time, Moria felt some empathy in her heart. Yes, since you know everything, I have no need to hide it. I am lucky to be able to find someone to talk to before losing consciousness. Shang thought of his daughter Pony, and a deep and gentle smile appeared on his face. Next, Shang, who had opened her heart, no longer concealed anything, and slowly told the story about her daughter Bonnie. As he talked about his daughter Pony's growth, the expression on Shang's face became more tender and nostalgic. Bear. You guy. You are really a real man. There were tears in the eyes of the Moria demon, and he patted the bear's shoulder heavily and howled loudly. He might not have been able to understand it before. But now that she has understood her heart and found important emotional sustenance, Moria can understand. I can understand this mentality of being willing to sacrifice everything for my daughter. The girls also had red eyes and nodded. Bartholomew Bear, who is called a tyrant, is actually a great father. Perona's beautiful eyes were red. When she saw Moria crying like never before, Perona pursed her red lips and put on a happy smile. If he is in danger, Father Moria will do whatever it takes to save him. Even if you shoot like this, I won't feel any pain. I'm already a reformed person, Moria. The bear looked at the crying Moria and knew that Moria felt the same because of Perona, whom he regarded as his daughter. Shang's view of Moria also changed a lot at this time. The bear was in a good mood and even joked, you guy. Moria bared her fangs and showed a friendly smile. It has to be said that it is a pity for a man like you to lose his memory and consciousness like this. Ace looked at the bear and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Although Shang's narration only tells about Pani's growth and his willingness to become a template for the world government's man-made weapons for the sake of Pani's sapphire-scale disease. Not much was said about Pony's life experience and Bear's former lover, Ginny. But Ace didn't have anything to add. Pony's life experience is not important at all to Shang. Jewelry Bonnie is Bartholomew Bear's most precious daughter. Having this is enough. Hey, Ace, can you help the bear keep his memory? Hearing Ace's words, Nami, who knew Ace very well, widened her eyes and said in surprise. The bear's love for his daughter reminds Nami of Belmere. Ace's words made Shang's expression shocked as never before. Ace's right hand exuded an astonishing and strange light, and the corners of his mouth curved. Whether I can preserve my memory and consciousness mainly depends not on me, but on you. Is the power of Nika real? 9. How deep is your love for your daughter? Use this love as a bargaining chip to regain consciousness. Use this power from Nika. However, I also have an agreement with Vegapunk that I should let Pony know everything about me. Looking at the smile on Ace's face, the bear's expression changed again, and finally he smiled freely. Is it possible to preserve the memory of this great love for my daughter? Ace's mouth curled up slightly, and he stood up, with a strange light emitting from his right hand. As Ace said, it would be very regrettable if this great love disappears. Nika. Ace. How can such a thing be possible? Ace will never say meaningless words. This erasure is absolutely irreversible. Hearing this, the girls also looked at Ace. In the end, my consciousness will be completely wiped out by Vegapunk. Vegapunk is a user with brain fruit abilities. Chapter 125. The Mystery of Awakening. Head to the battlefield. B. The bear's expression was unprecedentedly shocked. Looking at the mysterious light on Ace's right hand, his huge body even began to tremble. Nika, I seem to have heard this name somewhere, Moria mused. The legendary liberation warrior who liberated enslaved people 800 years ago. Known as Nika, the sun god, the bear trembled all over and his expression became extremely excited. 800 years ago? Hey, isn't that a taboo involving world government? Moria's scalp was numb as she looked at the mysterious light on Ace's right hand. It is this power that Portgas Ace uses to hunt devil fruit. It was this power that allowed the afro-headed skeleton to use the power of the underworld fruit to catch his soul. It is this power that allows the legendary ship spirit to eat the shadow collection. It is also this power that makes those who are slightly affected by this power feel that the world is a little different. Sure enough, Portgas Ace is really too dangerous. Surprisingly, there is a power that is considered taboo by the world government. I have seen what happened here in Moria just now. After all, is it because of Nika Ace, you actually have the power it is? The bear trembled all over. He had seen the process of hunting the devil fruit, the process of letting the ship elf eat the devil fruit, and the process of increasing the devil fruit. This incredible power seems to be somewhat similar to the legendary sun god Nika. Bear remembered the legend about the sun god Nika. Nika, the sun god, is a legendary liberation fighter with the most incredible power. Everything he wants to do becomes a reality. Is it difficult to say that it is precisely because of this that Ace can do all this? However, it seems to be a little different from the legend. 723. This power can be regarded as a unique combination between Hu Ka and my body. Ace looked at the bear and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The combination of the unique imagination of Renren's fruit phantom beast species Nika form, and his own heaven-defying understanding has created a realm of understanding in which he can realize his dreams. With this power, if the bear's love for Pani reaches an incredible depth, a miracle will be born. Buzz. Ace waved his right hand violently, and the mysterious light in the field of understanding condensed crazily at this moment, forming a light spot like a seed. Slowly, it entered the bear's body. As Ace's strength increases, his control over the field of understanding and the intensity of the field of understanding also strengthens. It has become possible to create a seed of understanding that is completely formed from the field of understanding without the help of specific things like lucky charms given to the girls. Of course, what Ace gives to the girls is that Ace has spent a lot of effort and can use it multiple times. It can be called a scaled-down version of the realm of understanding. The bear's seed of understanding is a one-time thing. Remember, bear, what can create miracles is whether your love for your daughter is deep enough. Of course, your meatball fruit is also indispensable. The moment your consciousness is erased, it can be ejected with the ability of the meatball fruit. Devil fruit exists to respond to the desires of its owner. As long as your desire is big enough, you can have even more incredible power. Ace looked at the silently feeling Shang, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I see, it is indeed a little different from the legendary sun god Nika. However, it is even more magical. Shang's eyes slowly opened under his sunglasses and he sighed. The bear can feel that the seed in his mind can take effect as long as he changes his mind. It can give him incredible power. This power, combined with his meatball fruit, may really be able to preserve his consciousness in a pop-up state. Vegapunk seems to have said something similar about your understanding of devil fruit. Vegapunk once said that anyone who can reach the stage of devil fruit's awakening will have a completely different perception of the power of devil fruit. Shang said solemnly. Indeed, whatever can awaken the devil fruit is the corresponding desire for the power of the devil fruit in the body, which has reached an extremely strong level. When the body and mind are sufficiently combined with this desire, the devil fruit ability will naturally awaken. Ace raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled lightly. By now, it's almost time to teach the girls about the power of devil fruit's awakening. Devil fruit's awakening also has risks. If you are not strong enough, you approach awakening too early, that is, your desire for devil fruit's corresponding ability reaches too deep. Then, like zone demon fruit power, there is a risk of losing personality and becoming a beast. On this point, Conus, Perona, you are not strong enough yet, don't try to tap into the power of devil fruit too deeply. What you need to do now is to continuously strengthen your physical and mental strength. Ace looked at Conus and Perona and smiled. Conus and Perona have not yet come into contact with devil fruit and awakened. Del. Conus nodded obediently. At the same time, he clenched his little fists tightly, secretly cheering himself up. You must become stronger. After devil fruit awakens, he will definitely be able to help everyone and help Ace even more. Perona bit her red lips, and there were still traces of Ace's ravage on both sides of her pretty face. Does this man care about himself? Nu Okagao. The time you have to obtain the Menman fruit is too short, so don't overexploit this desire. You still focus on your sniper ability and the improvement of Haki. Nokagao nodded obediently. Advertisement, lackey, you are Zone's phantom beast. The risk of awakening is not small, and the time to obtain the bird fruit, phantom beast, Suzaku form is not too long. What you need to do most now is to improve your health. In terms of spirituality, I am not worried about having to fit in with the Zone phantom beast species. The first half of Ace's words made Lackey nod from time to time. The power of the bird fruit, phantom beast species, Suzaku form is indeed very powerful, but she still can't say that she has fully mastered it. But in the end, Ace's meaningful words and meaningful smile made Lackey blush. My little wildcat. This is what Ace said when he gave her special training alone. Was he really that wild at that time? Lackey's face was red, but she also felt a little bit proud. Born in Sandia, she was originally wild and wild. Besides, Ace said at that time that he liked it very much. Nami, Vivi, Kaya, Robin, you can try it. I will conduct special training for you individually. Ace looked at Nami, Vivi, Kaya and Robin, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The desire for the power corresponding to the devil fruit. Then the mind and body match. Nami, Vivi, Kaya and Robin thought quietly. But after hearing the second half of Ace's words, Nami, Vivi and Kaya's pretty faces suddenly turned red. I'll wait for you, Captain. In terms of the balance between body and mind, I need to ask the Captain for advice. Robin pursed her red lips, bit her red lips lightly with her teeth, and smiled meaningfully. Me, we can do it too. Nami, Vivi, and Kaya suddenly blushed even more when they heard Robin's meaningful words. But then, he held his little fist and said with full fighting spirit. Why, let Luo Shi escape alone, ha ha ha, I will help you well. The smile on Ace's lips became stronger and stronger. After having the transparent fruit, Yu seems to be able to do a lot of interesting things. By the way, Toshigi, you can eat the transparent fruit. Ace handed the transparent fruit in his hand to Toshigi. You who focus on swordsmanship don't need the power of devil fruit to increase your direct combat power. This will only distract you from your kendo. Transparent fruit should be the most suitable devil fruit for you. Ace touched Toshigi's little head and smiled. Let Toshigi eat the transparent fruit not just to satisfy Ace's bad taste. What's more, the transparent fruit is really suitable for Toshigi. If he eats other powerful devil fruit, Toshigi will definitely be distracted and unable to concentrate on kendo, so for Toshigi, the gain outweighs the loss. The transparent fruit can bring great auxiliary effects to Toshigi. Transforming into a deadly swordsman in the shadows, Toshigi makes up for Toshigi's shortcomings in strength as a female swordsman. Toshigi nodded heavily and took a bite of the transparent fruit. Woo! Toshigi covered her red lips and her pretty face turned pale. The pretty faces of the girls who have eaten devil fruit all look a little strange. Obviously, the taste of eating devil fruit is unforgettable for them. Toshigi, it's your fault, Kaya exclaimed. Toshigi's hand seemed to have disappeared. Master it, Washi. Ace waved his right hand, and the field of understanding enveloped Toshigi. Toshigi's talent still needs to be matched with the field of understanding in order to master the power of the transparent fruit faster. Toshigi closed her beautiful eyes and quickly mastered the power of the transparent fruit with the help of Ace's understanding field. Toshigi didn't feel the slightest burden about needing Ace's help to quickly master the transparent fruit. Instead, Toshigi's kendo went further. Her swordsmanship blossomed at the team level because of Ace. After a long time, Toshigi slowly opened his beautiful eyes. As the ability of the transparent fruit was activated, Toshigi's delicate body quickly faded and then disappeared. Is this the power of the transparent fruit? Even observation Haki can't even notice it? Nami's beautiful eyes widened and she exclaimed. That's right, when devil fruit's power is strong enough, it will be enough to deal with Haki. The power of the transparent fruit can shield observation Haki who are weaker than the fruit's ability. Ace smiled. This is why, after eating the transparent fruit, Ints can become the swordsman of Shadow Ku. When the devil fruit power emitted by the transparent fruit reaches an extremely strong level, observation Haki who is not strong enough will not be able to capture Toshigi's traces. If we talk about thunder fruit, observation Haki who can enhance himself with radio waves. Then the transparent fruit can use its transparent characteristics to avoid detection by the enemy observation Haki. This is devil fruit. Haki does not restrain devil fruit's abilities. Devil fruit is powerful enough can also defeat Haki. Of course, if you want to escape my observation Haki detection, you still need to practice hard, Toshigi. If I could develop the transparent fruit to the point of awakening, maybe my observation Haki wouldn't be able to find you so easily. Ace held it with his right hand and said with a smile. Advertisement. Buzz. Toshigi's figure slowly appeared. Toshigi's pretty face turned red as Ace held him in his arms. I will try my best, Toshigi said with a blushing face. Huh? Is it the effort to awaken the devil fruit, or the effort to let Ace help you complete the physical and mental matching when the devil fruit awakens, Toshigi? Nami looked at the cute and blushing Toshigi and said with a bad smile. Woo! Toshigi's beautiful eyes turned into mosquito-repellent incense, steam was rising from his little head, and he temporarily lost his ability to think. Don't worry, I've been thinking about your special training for a long time, Washi. Ace said meaningfully. At the same time, his eyes swept over the girls. Well, myself and Toshigi, a win-win special training. I always feel like you're thinking about something weird, Ace. Nami looked at Ace and pouted her red lips. After getting the transparent fruit from Ace, something weird happens. But after Nami finished speaking, he no longer cared and continued to think about Thunderfruit's awakening. After all, the Entei pirates may be about to face their biggest battle soon. If Thunderfruit can be awakened, it will definitely help Ace more. As for whether Ace is going to do something weird, Nami doesn't care. She had long been prepared, both physically and mentally, for Ace to do strange things. Nami's pretty face blushed slightly as she thought of what Robin said about needing Ace's help to complete the physical and mental matching. Those meaningful words. By the way, Shang, do you want to entrust your daughter to me like Moria? Ace looked at the bear, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Hey, pony? Shang was stunned for a moment, then looked a little strange. Well, as a father, I can't make a decision for my daughter on this matter. The bear said hesitantly. What a dishonest guy, ha ha ha. Ace looked at the bear and laughed. Okay, all the preparations have been made and we are ready to sail. Target, Sabaody Archipelago. Ace dispersed Conqueror's Haki's condensed seats, stood up, and laughed. Oh. The girls raised their tender white hands and responded. Perona hugged Mary and responded loudly unconsciously. During this journey, I will guide you carefully about the awakening of Devil Fruit's abilities. Ace's meaningful words made Vivi, Nami, and Wei Ya blush. But this time, Nami, Vivi and Kaya bravely looked Ace in the eyes. They are ready. From the body to the heart. 4.1. Looking at the merry ship gradually disappearing into the black mist, Shang and Moria watched from a distance. Hey, Moria, are you open? Shang said slowly without squinting. Who is crying? Who is worried about whether Perona will be unhappy or not be able to sleep well because of the change in environment? Will I not be able to adapt to the trip on the ship? Will I catch a cold? Will I? Moria started to choke as she spoke. Perona, don't catch a cold. Eat well and sleep well. Moria mustered up all her strength and screamed loudly towards Mary Chong, whose shadow could no longer be seen in the black mold in the distance. Bear, you said Perona, did you hear me? Moria looked at the black mist in the distance, dazed. She heard it. The corners of Shang's mouth curved into a gentle curve. Look. The bear pointed at the black mist. I saw a group of little ghosts that could not be hidden in the black mist, slowly forming a line of words in the black mist. Take care of yourself, Dad. Moria looked at this line of words, his huge body began to tremble. Whoa, Perona. My daughter, Moria howled, log. Bonnie, I really want to see you again. With this power, I may tell you personally in the future. Happy birthday. The corners of Shang's mouth curved into a warm smile. Definitely, I can tell you personally, because of my father, I got the calendar area given by Ace. Chang. Gone. Bear. The bear turned his head and watched as Moria put a giant knife on his shoulder. Go Mariajoy, lousy. Get stronger. Hee. Moria was holding the knife that he and Kaido had fought with before, laughing again and again. Ah. Bear smiled. They have the same desire to make their daughter stronger. Chapter 126. Magical use of Devil Fruit, big success. The Mary heading towards the Sabaody Archipelago. On the third floor above the Meli, there is an extremely luxurious bathroom that has been renovated. At this moment, the water here is filled with mist, and the looming shadows, accompanied by the sound of water flowing, slowly exhale a breath of hot breath. Ha! It's so comfortable, it's more comfortable here than the bathroom in our Alabasta Palace. Vivi emerged from the hot water, like a hibiscus emerging from the water, shook her long blue hair, her pretty face turned red from the hot water, and sighed. After the renovation, the Meli can already be said to be a moving castle on the sea. After all, this place has been transformed using Ace's understanding field. Although this hot water is replenished with seawater, after it is filtered by the device, even if a person with abilities takes a hot bath, it will not have any impact. Nami held the hot water in both hands and lightly poured it on her pretty face, which was full of smiles. After eating devil fruit, a person with abilities will become weak when encountering seawater. For pirate ships that continue to sail on the sea, fresh water is a very precious resource, and bathing water can only be replenished with seawater. Although bathing in heated seawater will not cause big problems for those with abilities, it is inevitable that they will feel weak. For girls, the experience of soaking in a bath without any energy is really bad. This is something that Ace specially asked Frankie to renovate. I heard Frankie and Mr. Bingshan say. Without Ace's realm of understanding, this kind of filtering device wouldn't be possible. Even with Ace's field of understanding, this filtering device still took nearly half the time to modify the Meli. Ace, always so attentive. Kaya soaked in hot water, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed into a crescent shape, and her pretty face was filled with a happy smile. Captain, you are indeed very attentive, especially in taking care of the physical and mental health of the crew. Robin leaned on the edge of the bathtub with his hands, his red lips slightly raised, and his pretty face was full of meaning. No, don't say such misleading words. Kaya's pretty face suddenly turned red. Is it possible that you didn't misunderstand? The curve of Robin's red lips became more and more wanton. Guru, Nami, Vivi, Kaya's pretty face turned redder. Then he dived into the hot water and puffed up 11 bubbles. By the way, do you have any thoughts about Devil Fruit's awakening? Your mastery of Devil Fruit is the strongest among us. The subtle atmosphere lasted for a moment, and Vivi suddenly remembered the reason why the four of them took a bath together and looked at Nami. Her beautiful eyes were full of envy. Nami's powerful talent for weather is also reflected in her ability to control Devil Fruit. Nami had just eaten the Thunder Fruit and immediately mastered the power of the Thunder Fruit without using Ace's field of understanding. And he just ate the Sand Fruit, and he couldn't even control the elementalization. It was with the help of Ace's understanding field that he mastered the power of the Sand Fruit. My talent in combat is indeed not very strong. Vivi's beautiful eyes were a little sad unconsciously. Clang. Woo. Vivi covered her little head in pain. Idiot, you are now a big pirate known as the Desert Princess. 1. Nami looked at Vivi with a smile. They saw the latest reward order shortly after leaving the Devil's Triangle. After seeing the bounty, even though the bounty amount was a bit exaggerated, Vivi was a little worried. But Vivi was still happy for a long time, and secretly put her own bounty order and Ace's bounty order together. DGI. Vivi looked at Nami and nodded her head vigorously. Yes. Now, I am no longer the Vivi who has no talent for fighting or being a princess. Now, I am the core combatant of the Entei Pirates, the leader of the Entei Pirates fleet, and the Desert Princess, Vivi with a bounty of 350 million belly. It belongs to Ace, Desert Kilometer himself. There's Ace. Vivi's beautiful eyes are shining. With Ace here, she feels like she can do anything. Huh? Vivi's beautiful eyes suddenly widened slightly, and she lightly touched the hot water with her delicate hands. Call out. The water touched by Vivi dried up instantly. All the water in the bathroom is absorbed by the power of sand fruit in an instant. Vivi. What's wrong? Looking at Vivi who was staring blankly at her fingers, Nami said anxiously, regardless of the change in all the water being absorbed instantly. Vivi, Kaya also had a serious look on her face. Robin's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. My grasp of sand fruit seems to have touched something. Ability has become much stronger. Vivi looked at her hands in confusion. Why? Nami, Kaya was slightly startled. Is it difficult? Could it be that Devil Fruit's ability has awakened? Kaya said in surprise. No, it's far from the point of awakening. It can only be said that Vivi has touched that area. But it does feel a bit like awakening. Not only the water touched by Vivi's hand, almost all the water in the space was instantly absorbed by sand fruit's ability. Vivi, what were you thinking about just now? Robin gently raised his hand, feeling that the space that was originally filled with mist was so dry that it even made his skin feel a little uncomfortable. Her beautiful eyes flickered, looking at Vivi. Asterisk 31 plus 4. Vivi's pretty face was slightly startled. Advertisement. What I was thinking just now was that I wanted to become Ace's Desert Princess, and then. Vivi's pretty face turned red. Oh, it seems that I have thought of the people and things I have been thinking about day and night, Vivi. Robin's red lips were slightly raised. I didn't want to be Ace's Desert Princess, and then. Vivi blushed horribly and hurriedly wanted to explain something, but as she spoke, her voice became quieter, and steam began to rise on her little head. It seems we didn't mention Ace. Robin smiled. Woo. Vivi covered her pretty red face and wanted to find a place to bury herself. But all the water was absorbed by her sand fruit, and there was no place to hide. It turns out that I want to be Ace's Desert Princess, Vivi. This is the desire in your heart corresponding to the power of sand fruit, Vivi, right? Sand fruit responds to this desire. When this desire reaches an extremely deep level in your body and mind are able to match this desire. Devil fruit should be able to awaken. The mind and body are matched. Nami looked at Vivi and smiled evilly. Immediately, Nami's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. According to what Ace said, Nami also thought a lot about the mystery of Devil Fruit's awakening. I also understand a lot about how to master the power of Devil Fruit. Her talent for weather and her desire to use her navigation skills to control all climates on the sea are the reasons why she can become very powerful once she eats the Thunder Fruit, right? The power of Thunder Fruit responded to the desire in his heart. However, if you want to awaken, it seems that the current level is still a little bit far away. The mind and body must match this desire. Nami seemed to have thought of something, her pretty face turned slightly red. Eager, Kaya's beautiful eyes twinkled. Deep down in my heart, what I long most for is the power of the healing fruit. Of course, I want to use the power of the healing fruit to cure all possible injuries of Ace. However, Ace has never been injured except for the battle with Aokiji, and Kaya does not want Ace to be injured. This desire gradually became much smaller. What else can I do for Ace using the healing fruit? In Kaya's mind, the scene of one night in the capital of Seven Waters appeared unconsciously. Woo, Kaya's pretty face suddenly turned frighteningly red. Ace's physique was indeed so strong that Robin couldn't hold on a few times. It seems that the healing fruit can also be used to make one's recovery stronger. As she thought about it, Kaya's beautiful eyes became twitching like mosquito coils. Robin looked at Nami, Vivi and Kaya, all trapped in inexplicable fantasies and unable to extricate themselves, and her red lips were slightly raised. Robin could still make a rough guess about the three women's thoughts at this time. It seems that besides herself, Nami and the others will also be using Kaya's special medicine soon. Mary, let's make some more natural water. Robin looked at Nami, Vivi and Kaya in increasingly strange states, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said softly. Here you go. Robin, the filtering is complete. Melly's voice came from the deck. As a ship spirit, Mary can listen to the voices of his companions and respond to them anywhere on the ship. Gulu. Gulu. As Melly's words fell, the showerhead and the bathtub were immediately filled with hot water of just the right temperature. And, there are new features. Melly's voice sounded excited. Hey, new feature? After being washed by hot water, Nami and Vivi woke up with curiosity on their faces. Shadow Revolution. Expansion. Buzz. As Melly finished speaking, the space in the bathroom suddenly expanded. Okay, so awesome. Looking at the much larger space, I replied. Is this the power of the shadow fruit? Robin's beautiful eyes twinkled. Use the power of the shadow fruit to change the shape of the shadow here, and then affect the size of the space here. Ace taught me this. Mary said happily. That's amazing. Doesn't this mean that our ship can become infinitely large? Kaya praised. It can be maintained in a short period of time, but if it is maintained in this state for a long time, it will be very hard for Mary, right? Robin smiled. Using the devil fruit ability also requires stamina and energy. As a ship spirit, Mary ate the devil fruit with the help of Ace's understanding field, although he has no concept of physical strength. But energy is also limited, then restore it to its original state after showing it, Melly. Nami heard this and smiled. No, it doesn't matter, it's still very relaxing at this level. Melly's tone was a little strange. Why did it feel like the bathroom door opened and closed just now? Nami raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the door not far away strangely. Mary accidentally touched it while expanding. Melly said, but his tone was a little strange. Advertisement. Nami, Kaya and Vivi suddenly understood. Only Robin's beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she looked at the door not far away, and Mary's tone was a little strange. Try to find it's your turn, Mary-chan, sleep with me tonight. Perona. At this time, Melly's nervous voice came. Oh, Meili-chan is so cute, don't run away, Meili-chan. Whoa, Sha Ranjung responded to Melly's voice. Mary, it's very hard too. Kaya covered her red lips and smiled. Perona is so enthusiastic. Nami covered her forehead helplessly. But actually, Mary also likes Perona very much. Mary, who just got the shadow fruit, is not used to this kind of contact yet. Vivi also covered her mouth and chuckled. Not far away where Nami, Vivi, Kaya, and Robin could not see, the atmosphere was slightly fluctuating in a way that even observation Haki could not detect. How? Toshigi, the development of transparent fruit, a big success. Even Nami's observation Haki, who was amplified by thunderfruit, cannot detect your presence. Well, they can't hear our voices at all. How about it? In the future, you can even use the ability of the transparent fruit to make the sound of drawing your sword transparent, so that the enemy can completely detect it. Less than. Isn't that a perfect fit for your devil fruit abilities, Toshigi? Ace looked to the side, his whole body was wrapped in the realm of understanding, and he activated his transparent fruit ability, turning the two of them completely transparent. Toshigi's pretty face turned red, and he laughed loudly. Shadow fruit and transparent fruit cooperate with the infiltration plan, a great success. DS. Toshigi on the side blushed horribly, and her beautiful eyes turned into mosquito-repellent incense. Ace, said he helped her develop the transparent fruit. How did he come here? Nami, they're all here. Looking at the looming silhouette in the mist-filled space not far away, Yin Siki's little head stopped thinking. Ace, this is. Toshigi blushed horribly, stammering and looking at Ace. This is all to help you develop transparent fruits, Washi. Ace said seriously. Your development path from now on is to become a swordsman in the shadows. Before launching an attack, no matter what situation you encounter, you must use the power of the transparent fruit to completely hide yourself. Cherish this hard-won training opportunity, Toshigi. As Ace spoke, he looked at the beautiful figure in the mist in the distance and nodded frequently. It's really a completely different feeling. Yes, is that so? Toshigi murmured cutely. Yes, so we need to get closer to Nami and the others. The training content is, even if the enemy walks in front of you, you must not expose yourself at all. Are you confident, Toshigi? Ace patted Toshigi's little head and said sternly. I'll do my best. Toshigi clenched his fist and said loudly. Very good. Let's go. As Ace spoke, he opened the power of his understanding field to the maximum. After all, based on Toshigi's current mastery of the power of the transparent fruit, they have already been discovered by Nami's observation Haki, who has been amplified by the thunder fruit 800 times. Only by using the realm of understanding can one dive in perfectly. Toshigi nodded his head heavily and prepared to move forward. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly distorted slightly. Under the film revolution, the expanded space quickly returned to its original state. Ace, who was leaning against the wall, looked at the space that was about to recover and shouted something bad, grabbed Toshigi and moved forward quickly. In this scenario, Ace will naturally not use observation Haki to see the future. After all, what is in front of you is the best. Who knew that the power of the shadow fruit would suddenly disappear? Toshigi, who was already extremely nervous, was shaken by this unexpected situation. Even with the blessing of the realm of understanding, the ability of transparent fruit cannot be maintained. Buzz. With Ace's face slightly twitching, in the exclamations of Kaya, Vivi, and Nami. In Robin's meaningful smile, the figures of Ace and Toshigi slowly appeared. Hey, the weather is nice today. Nami, Vivi, Kaya, Robin. Ace waved his hand and forced a smile. Ace, Kaya, Vivi, Nami exclaimed. The next moment, when she noticed the environment they were in, her pretty face turned red. The weather is fine, Captain. Robin lightly covered her red lips, propped herself up generously by the pool, and smiled like a flower. Woo! When Toshigi saw her being discovered, he couldn't stand the stimulation and his little brain completely shut down. Perona. Observation Haki found the culprit that made Mary's shadow fruit ineffective, and Ace's face twitched. Immediately, he saw a beautiful figure walking slowly in front of him, his pupils trembling. Chapter 127. Blooming for you, BB. Looking at Nami, whose pre-face was slightly red, but taking strange steps and walking openly in front of him. Ace's pupils trembled. Using Devil Fruit's ability to do something like this, Ace is really awesome. Nami traced Ace's lips with her delicate hand, her pre-face blushing slightly. No wonder Vivi, Kaya and the others all want to use Devil Fruit abilities to please you and get closer to the realm of awakening. Ace really. Nami's words made Vivi and Kaya's pretty faces turn even redder. Ahem, this is a man's romance. Ace felt a little uncomfortable at Nami's bold gaze, but he still calmed down and raised his voice. What man doesn't have the idea of using his transparent fruit ability to do such a thing? Ace was very candid even if he was discovered. As for the romance of men, Captain, I really realize a different side of you again. Robin boldly supported his body with his left hand and supported his chin with his right hand, a charming smile on his pretty face. Ace likes this. Kaya's pretty face turned red, then she gritted her silver teeth and stood up. Wow. Her long blonde hair was like a hibiscus, with scattered water droplets, which made Ace's pupils tremble. Really, if Ace, just say no and use the power of shadow fruit and transparent fruit. Vivi's pretty face turned red and she stood up, her blue hair swaying slightly, making little ripples. Really, do you think your captain is such a superficial person? Ace criticized righteously. But the thumb of his right hand, I don't know when, had already been stretched out. Kaya and Vivi covered their mouths and chuckled, no longer shy. They had no secrets in front of Ace. How dishonest, Captain. Regarding the awakening of Devil Fruit, can you teach me a lesson tonight? About matching body, mind and desires. Robin looked at Ace, covered his mouth and chuckled, then bit his red lips and said. Ace felt the warmth on his body and his pupils trembled. Not tonight, Robin. Nami was pressed against Ace's body, turned her head, looked at Robin, and smiled softly. As for the physical and mental matching and the ability to respond to Devil Fruit, teach me tonight, Ace. Nami raised her pretty face, her beautiful eyes filled with mist. As a captain, of course I have to respond well to the wishes of the lovely crew members. Ace looked at Nami, this is my first crew member. She occupies a very special place in my heart, stroking Nami's long orange hair. Ah, let me give it to you, Nami. Robin covered her red lips and made a beautiful curve. Ace. Luo gave a thumbs up. Great assist. Robin, Kaya and Vivi looked at each other and smiled. If it's Nami, leave it to her today. The door to Ace's room. Click. The door opened slightly and Nami's little head stuck out. This medicine is for you, Nami. This is the kind you eat beforehand. Seeing the coolness on Nami's body, Kaya's pretty face turned red and then handed the medicine in her hand to Nami. Nami is my first friend, also Ace's first crew member. Not only Nami, but also Kaya have been looking forward to today for a long time. After all, after Nami, I can. Seeing Nami taking the medicine she specially made to prevent accidents, Kaya's pretty face blushed slightly. I'm about to eat it myself. This medicine to prevent accidents, developed with the help of Ace's understanding field, has no side effects. Nami took the medicine, and thinking about what was about to happen, her pretty face, which was always bold, turned a little red at the moment. That's right, Kaya. Nami looked at Kaya, who was blushing and ready to run away, and grabbed her. Can your ability be activated remotely? Nami blushed horribly. Why? Kaya was startled for a moment, then understood. Isn't this what I have in mind? Nami, she really guessed what she was thinking. Chao's face turned red, and Wei Nan nodded. Crack. There was a sound of the room door being closed, and Ace felt a burning sensation pressing against him. Ace. Nami looked at Ace's handsome face and beautiful eyes. Biting her red lips, Nami called Ace's name, Nami. Ace's eyes were filled with a fiery color at this moment. Nami, my first crew member, has always occupied a very special place in my heart. Nami, I once said I wouldn't let you cry. Ace's words caused little ripples in Nami's beautiful eyes. This sentence was what Ace said to himself in Kokoja village. Advertisement in the days that followed, following Ace, I felt nothing but happiness and happiness. But I may have to break my promise today. Why? Seeing the fire in Ace's eyes that was completely different from Mara fruit, Nami reacted immediately. With a slight blush on her pretty face, she put Kaya's special medicine into her mouth to prevent accidents. Woo! Turning over, Nami let out a cry of pain. Nami's beauty, at this moment, completely bloomed for Ace. You and Kaya's devil fruit abilities, used in this place, are really. Ace held Nami in his arms, with a strange expression on his face. Just now, Nami's thunder fruit ability was controlled to ultimate by Nami. Crispy and numb, just right, giving Ace a very different experience. And whenever Nami was about to run out of energy, a familiar yellow light would float down from Kaya's room on the second floor. Integrate into Nami's body. Restores most of Nami's consumed physical strength in an instant. It went on for many times. At this time, Ace's eyes also had a different taste. Just now, Ace noticed that Nami's body and mind had undergone changes that surprised Ace. At this moment, Nami was lying on Ace's heart, his heart heaving slightly, and his pretty face had an intoxicating blush. Hearing Ace's words, Nami raised her little head with some difficulty, looked at Ace, and smiled like a mature woman. Healing fruits are not omnipotent. It is naturally impossible to achieve such a bug-level thing as being able to completely restore physical strength unlimited times. At this moment, Nami's body and mind were completely exhausted, but her pretty face was full of satisfaction. I wonder when it will start, Ace. Nami leaned against Ace's heart contentedly and murmured. My dream is to use navigation skills to sail through all sea areas and draw the most perfect nautical chart. But now, this dream needs to be preceded by another word, with you. The with you in the front is more important than the dream in the back. I'll sail through all the seas with you, and use my sailing skills to help you conquer the Grand Line's climate. And the power of Thunderfruit, makes you the king of the world. My captain, my love, Portgas D. Ace, is the man who will become the king of the world. And I am your navigator, Ace. Ace listened to Nami's confession, and the curve of his mouth became more and more gentle. Then, together, we draw the most perfect nautical chart. My drawing skills are also very good, which is great. Nami raised her head suddenly, looking at Ace's ultimate gentle smile, her beautiful eyes narrowed in laughter. Nami, focus on buying. Buzz. The mysterious light of the realm of understanding completely enveloped Nami. This is. Nami stared blankly at the lightning flashing on his hand. Nami has a feeling that if she changes her mind, those ordinary clouds in the sky will instantly turn into thunderclouds. Devil fruit, awaken. Nami, Thunderfruit, answers your heart's desire. In Ace's eyes, the red color representing ultimate observation Haki kept flashing, completely capturing Nami's situation, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Desire, it turns out that the biggest desire in my heart is you. Nami looked at the lightning in her hand, and the smile on her pretty face became stronger and stronger. Use your sailing skills to help Ace conquer any climate on the Grand Line. Completely master the power of Thunderfruit, help Ace become the king of the world. Then, draw the perfect navigation chart of the entire new world created by Ace. This is the true greatest desire in your heart. Thunderfruit responded to this desire in my heart. The stronger this desire, the stronger the power of Thunderfruit. But the most important step to complete awakening is to match the body and mind with this desire, Nami. Ace's meaningful words made Nami's pretty face blush suddenly. Just now, she was too immersed in it and didn't notice it. But now after Thunderfruit completed its awakening, Nami discovered that. Just now, Ace's realm of understanding has been surrounding her. In the process of constant exhaustion and recovery, her body and mind, with the help of the field of understanding, matched this desire. Thunderfruit, also at the end, completes its awakening. Ace. Nami's red lips parted slightly. Ace looked at Nami. After awakening, it seems that you can use it like this, right? Nami raised her delicate hand slightly. Boom. Along with a terrifying roar, some of the clouds in the sky instantly turned into thunderclouds. Dit. Along with a harsh sound, lines of jumping static electricity appeared in Ace's room. This static electricity quickly poured into Nami's body, making the curve of Nami's red lips become more wanton. Logia Devil Fruit Ability Awakening, Nature Blessing. Once the Logia Demon Fruit power is awakened, you can use the natural physical strength affected by the Devil Fruit to recover. The sustained combat effectiveness reached an incredible level. Ace, the night is still long. Nami's delicate hand slowly moved across her red lips, and she looked at Ace with a mature woman's smile. Looking at Ace, I am excited to buy it. Woo, advertisement. With a turn, Ace began to respond enthusiastically to Nami. The night is still very long. The next day. Lackey, today's cooking is a bit inferior. Ace smiled deliberately while eating the food carefully prepared by Lackey. Hearing this, Lackey's pretty face suddenly turned red. Last night, she didn't have a good sleep. The sound in Ace's room, as well as the sound of thunder, rang all night. Nami, congratulations, the power of Thunderfruit has been awakened. Robin held his chin up and looked at Nami, who exuded the charm of a mature woman at the moment, with her red lips slightly raised. Late last night, in the sky, thunderclouds were constantly transforming from clouds to. Robin, who has seen the awakening scene of Mara Fruit, naturally understands what is going on. Robin looked at Nami's beautiful eyes, which twinkled slightly. To complete the awakening in this way is really unexpected. It turns out that this is the step needed to awaken. Kaya's pretty face turned red and she secretly raised her fists. In the middle of last night, after Kaya used the healing fruit to help Nami regain her strength, she also clearly felt that she was closer to awakening. It seems that what I thought was indeed correct. Now that Nami has succeeded, it seems that he will also find a chance. Kaya's beautiful eyes twinkled with thoughts, so this is awe. Vivi's pretty face was also red. Thinking again of what I was thinking about yesterday in the bathroom, and what brought me into contact with the realm of awakening. It makes Vivi believe that if she wants to complete her awakening, she needs to complete the last step with Ace. The little fists are clenched tightly, Vivi Mizibo. Lackey and Konus looked at each other, their pretty faces blushing slightly. Awakening, do you need to do the same thing as Ace? Lackey gave Ace a bold look. Ace once said that if you want to complete the awakening of Zone, you must cherish this wild nature. Lackey no longer hides her feelings for Ace. Lackey, who was born in Sandia, has the courage to love and hate. I like it, I just like it. Ace was the light of fire that saved her when she was at her most desperate. Ming, do you want to be more proactive? Konus covered her pretty face that was a little hot, her beautiful eyes twinkling. In my own mind, she wants Ace. He. Looking at Nami, Nokigao's red lips were slightly raised. My younger sister has accomplished it. As the elder sister, can I still be far behind? Is it still possible to complete Devil Fruit's awakening? It seems that I have to work harder. Ace felt the strange atmosphere at this time, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Did these girls misunderstand something? How could Devil Fruit's awakening be accomplished through something like that? Nami can complete the awakening in many aspects. First, Nami's talent for climate control is extremely strong, and her desire to conquer the climate has been there since she was a child. Second, after what happened last night, Nami found her true desire for Thunderfruit and stress. Because the core factor of that desire is to be with oneself, that's why the good mind can reach the point of awakening afterwards. Coupled with Nami, with the help of the healing fruit, herself, and the field of understanding, the body has also completed the matching of this desire. Body and mind, at that moment, were matched, only then can we complete the awakening of Thunderfruit. If that kind of thing could allow Devil Fruit to complete its awakening, people with awakened demon fruit power would have been rampant in this sea. Besides, if that kind of thing can complete awakening, shouldn't Robin be the first one to awaken? But Ace didn't say much when he saw the girls thinking about it. Even if I told them, they wouldn't believe it. In other words, what they believe is what they want to believe. Anyway, you won't suffer a loss, but will make a lot of money. The corners of Ace's mouth curled up slightly, eventually turning into a laugh. Mary, head towards the Sabaody archipelago at full speed. Ace laughed. After Thunderfruit completed its awakening, Nami's strength was also promoted to the ordinary admiral level. Nami, who has always been unwilling to cause trouble, is actually looking forward to showing off the power of Ace in Sabaody archipelago. Nami gathered her hair that was blowing in the wind and looked at Ace standing on the bow of the boat, exuding amazing fighting spirit. Under Mary's control, the speed of the Mary reached a terrifying level. At full speed, heading towards the Sabaody archipelago. Call out. Melly raised her little hands. The red lips were slightly raised. It seems like it will explode any time, although what happened yesterday turned out to be good. At this time, the tense atmosphere above the Sabaody archipelago continued to condense.
Anyway, Nuo Chigao has all kinds of abilities. No matter what situation she encounters, she can handle it. Ace, can't wait to have a fun fight. But there still has to be punishment. To cope with the upcoming war, the Entei Pirates' combat power is even more sufficient. Moreover, Ace can't put it down because of Perona's delicate and pretty face like a Barbie doll. Next to Mary, there was a pitiful Perona, rubbing her delicate and pretty face that was slightly red.
6T Chapter 128. The Center of Uzumaki, Holy Place, Mariajoy. Fufufu, regarding the matter related to red hair, you will still come as expected, Hawkeye. Doflamingo walked as if he didn't recognize his relatives, with a gangster-like smile on his face, looking at the eagle-eyed monster who had just arrived and said with a smile. 7 warlords of the sea, affiliated with the world government. Even if the world government authorized Marine to issue a compulsory summons order, the gathering place would be the Holy Land of Mariajoy, where the world government is located. With the technology currently mastered by the world government, it only takes a very short time to get from the Holy Land Mariajoy to the naval headquarters. I came here just for the title of Shichibukai and to avoid the trouble of being chased by Marine. Hawkeye glanced at Doflamingo and said calmly. Fufufu, these words are not like what you, once known as the Marine Hunter, would say, Hawkeye. Doflamingo smiled strangely. What you said is a bit too much, Doflamingo. The eagle-like eyes condensed slightly, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved. You, on the other hand, came here not only because you want to keep the title of the 7th Sea, right? Hawkeye's words made the smile on Doflamingo's face gradually disappear. During the last Shichibukai meeting, I was targeted by Porcas d'Ace, Doflamingo. With your strength, if you were to face that man, your escape rate would be 0%. Does coming here, under the protection of world government and naval headquarters, give you peace of mind, Doflamingo? Hawkeye smiled lightly. Doflamingo's face looked uglier than ever before, his fists were clenched, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Hawkeye's words were like a sharp knife, peeling off his disguise. That's right, when he arrived at Mariajoy, he actually felt relieved. After all, there is naval headquarters here, and there is world government. Here, he doesn't need to face that man alone, Porcas d'Ace. Although I don't want to admit it, during Mariajoy's last Shichibukai meeting. That man, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki released by Porcas d'Ace, had planted a seed called fear in his heart. And this seed, as he began to work hard to improve his strength, was gradually suppressed by him. However, what happened next caused this seed to sprout uncontrollably again. Injure Aokiji, destroy Enies lobby, defeat Buster Call. Such strength is completely different from his. Just like Hawkeye said, if he faced Porcas d'Ace, his chance of survival would be infinitely close to 0. This huge gap in strength brought about a sense of powerlessness and despair that I had never experienced even with Kaido. After all, Kaido is still in a state of cooperation with him. Judging from Portgas d'Ace's overbearing behavior, Bellamy's provocation of Portgas d'Ace. Behind the scenes, I am afraid that I have already been sentenced to death by Portgas d'Ace. Every time he thinks of this, Doflamingo feels his soul trembling. This is not only because of the difference in strength, but also because of the influence of Portgas d'Ace's Conqueror's Haki. The fear of Portgas d'Ace, because of Portgas d'Ace's Conqueror's Haki, completely took root in his heart. If you want to eliminate this fear, there are only a few ways.
First, enter Dao Botkas d'Ace head on. This method is the most direct and thorough, and can eradicate the fear of Portgas d'Ace.
Eliminate the influence of Portgas d'Ace, the former Conqueror's Haki, on himself. Moreover, the previous fear will be turned into nourishment, so that one's own Haki will be greatly improved. But how is this possible? If we could defeat Portgas d'Ace head on, how could he become a Shichibukai and provide Kaido with artificial devil fruit, smile, to gain Kaido's protection? I have already become 4 emperors myself. Doflamingo doesn't become 4 emperors, is it because he doesn't want to? Another way is to master the power of standing at the top of this sea, Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Although it is not as direct and complete as defeating Portgas d'Ace head on. But once you master the power of Conqueror's Haki, you can at least suppress this influence strongly. But as the top power in this sea, once fully mastered, Conqueror's Haki can dominate the sea like an emperor. How can it be so easy to master? What makes Doflamingo even more desperate is that because he knew the terrible deeds of Portgas d'Ace later. After the seeds influenced by Portgas d'Ace, Conqueror's Haki completely took root and sprouted. His Haki could no longer sleep, unless this impact is resolved. Haki can't even improve, let alone master the extremely difficult power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement. With this approach, he hit a dead end. Then, there is only one last resort. That is, waiting for Portgas d'Ace to be destroyed by other powers. Although this method is very passive and has hidden dangers, preventing him from reaching the highest peak. But at least, as time goes by, there is still room for improvement in his Haki and strength. Therefore, Doflamingo, who originally needed to continuously provide Kaido with the real-time coordinates of Portgas d'Ace, needed the title of Shichibukai and continued to provide Kaido with the title of artificial devil fruit, smile. And the reason why the power under his command is not enough to monitor Portgas d'Ace, who has a powerful observation Haki. Came to Mariajoy. He wants to witness the demise of Portgas d'Ace here. This kind of escape also contains despicable thoughts, which are ruthlessly exposed by Hawkeye. Even Doflamingo, who calls himself the Sea Rogue, has a bit of a look on his face at this moment. Advertisement Hawkeye looked at Doflamingo, who had an ugly face and bulging veins on his forehead, and the corners of his mouth curled up with some sarcasm. It seems that Doflamingo has been completely frightened by Portgas d'Ace. Obviously, we haven't fought each other yet. He was already crushed in front of Portgas d'Ace's Conqueror's Haki and Portgas d'Ace's impressive record. Doflamingo has completely withdrawn from the center of this era. What a nice view. When Hawkeye was about to cross Doflamingo and walk towards the lounge prepared for them by Mariajoy, a commotion broke out in the port behind them. This is the most beautiful woman in the world, the Pirate Empress. At the port, the sailors on duty could not control their emotions at this moment, and looked excitedly at a warship that had just docked at the port. At the very front of the warship, a beautiful and suffocating figure stood there proudly. What a stomach-churning place. Hancock frowned slightly, his pretty face cold. The power to put away the sweet fruit, Boa Hancock. Behind him, Momoshagi walked up to Hancock with long legs and looked at Hancock with his beautiful eyes. This is Mariajoy. If the sailors here are turned into stone statues, it will not be as simple as being deprived of their Shichibukai title. Momoshagi said solemnly, this woman's ability is really too dangerous. She was responsible for bringing Boa Hancock to Mariajoy, which was extremely unsatisfactory. As soon as she opened her mouth to explain her purpose, the sailors she brought over were all turned to stone by the sweet fruit's power. If it weren't for her powerful Haki, even the naval headquarters vice admiral might not be able to resist this petrification. But even so, it was still a hard fight. No matter what she said, being deprived of the Shichibukai, Boa Hancock and Kuji would face being annihilated by Marine. And how the former emperors of 9 Snakes persuaded them. This woman is like crazy, constantly launching terrible attacks. As expected, the woman with Conqueror's Haki, known as the Pirate Empress, is even more powerful than her admiral candidate. Although Conqueror's Haki has not yet reached the level of being able to entangle, Devil Fruit's abilities, as well as Haki, are already extremely powerful. Especially the sweet fruit, coupled with its astonishing beauty, even she, a woman, was somewhat affected. At the end of the battle, her arms were even turned to stone, and she was almost cornered. As a result, this woman actually stopped her attack when she learned that the naval headquarters had been summoned to face the upcoming collision between Kaido, Red Hair, and Entei. After muttering the unknown invitation of Fire Emperor, and amid the incredible exclamations of her 2 sisters, she lifted the petrification of her subordinates and agreed to follow her to Mariajoy. Is this woman's target Portgas d'Ace? Momoshagi looked at Hancock's breathtakingly beautiful face and frowned slightly. As far as she knew, Portgas d'Ace should have no connection with the Pirate Empress. Why, this woman who goes crazy when she hears Mariajoy, BBEB, came here because of Portgas d'Ace. Completely, I have no idea what this woman is thinking. Do you want to say that these people are like this because of the ability of the sweet fruit? Hancock glanced at Momoshagi, his red lips slightly raised. I don't have the ability to use sweet fruits. The reason for all this is because I am so beautiful. Hancock looked at Momoshagi proudly. Boom! The sailors below fell instantly. What a narcissistic woman. Momoshagi looked at the turbulent port and Hancock's pre-face twitched slightly. Hee, I didn't expect the pirate empress to come too, it's really strange. Along with a high-pitched laughter, two huge figures appeared at the port. Bartholomew the Tyrant, Gecko Moria. Momoshagi looked at the two people who appeared at the same time, and his pre-face sank. Did they arrive together using the power of the meatball fruit? Eagle eyes stared at Moria, who was carrying a giant long knife. Have you picked up the sword again? The pirate who once challenged Kaido, Moria. Hawkeye said calmly. Hawkeye. I am completely changed now, do you want to compete with me? Moria pointed the knife at Hawkeye and let out a high-pitched laugh. Right now, you don't have the desire to let me draw the sword. Hawkeye said calmly. You guy. Although Moria knew that she was no match for Hawkeye, she was just being tough. But after hearing what Hawkeye said, he immediately became angry. He is ready and has the consciousness to become stronger again. Call out. Invisible threads immediately bound Moria's hands and feet. Doflamingo. Moria immediately understood who did it, looked at Doflamingo and screamed angrily. Moria, you didn't come to Mariajoy to fight. I heard that you encountered Portgas d'Ace. How could a guy of your level survive that man? Advertisement, was it the bear's ability that helped you escape from that man? Did you feel any stimulation when you picked up the old knife, Moria? Furofurafor. Doflamingo's fingers shook slightly, making Moria unable to move at all, and laughed. At this time, Moria has a twisted mentality that she wants to recover some of her shattered self-esteem from Moria. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Hancock's small ears on the warship twitched slightly. Don't compare lousy to you, Doflamingo. It's true that I lost to Ace, but I wasn't scared. You guy, everyone knew about the fact that you were scared to death by Ace's Conqueror's Haki at the Shichibukai conference, hee. Moria's high-pitched laughter was extremely harsh. Moria looked at Doflamingo without any psychological burden on what she said. He was not frightened by Ace in the first place. After all, his daughter Perona has become Ace's crew member. Moria even secretly made up her mind to become stronger, to the point where Ace would be impressed. Then he joined the so-called Entei pirate fleet and became a Senbu. In this case, we can better protect Perona. How dare you speak nonsense after losing Haki? Doflamingo suddenly lost control when he heard Moria's words. Hawkeye said there was nothing he could do to him. Who is Moria? A loser who failed to challenge Kaido and even lost Haki, dared to mock herself. Call out. The out-of-control Doflamingo stabbed his finger fiercely, entangled armament Haki's thread, and shot out instantly. Boom. Alt. Accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, Doflamingo's body drew a deep mark in the port, resolving the atmospheric pressure. Bear. Doflamingo suddenly raised his head and looked at the bear's outstretched right paw, looking directly at the fleshy pad that looked like a bear's paw. Why help Moria? Bear. Doflamingo's cheek twitched, feeling that something happened that he didn't know. This is not a place for you to mess around, brother Talaming. The bear looked at Doflamingo expressionlessly. Why? Very simple, because Moria is also a father who loves his daughter. And the daughter is still on Ace's boat. I lost Haki? Moria let out a high-pitched laugh, and the thick black material wrapped around the huge knife. Dilt. Swinging the giant sword suddenly, the invisible thread controlling Moria suddenly broke. Haki. Doflamingo's cheeks twitched. Hawkeye also stared. Your Haki is back? Doflamingo looked at Moria with an ugly expression. Why? All of Moria's confidence should have been shattered by Kaido. Why can we rebuild this confidence and get Haki back? But my own Haki cannot improve because of Portgas d'Ace. What happened when you met Portgas d'Ace? Don't underestimate Lousy. Lousy is Moria. Moria screamed. It's really lively, the Shichibukai is more popular than ever before. Call out. In the seawater of the port, a figure jumped up from the sea. Sea hero, Jinbei. Seeing the fishman appear, Momoshagi also jumped off the warship. Now that we are all here, please go to the lounge to rest. This is Mariajoy, not a place for you to mess around. If something happens here, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Momoshagi said solemnly. Call out. The consequences of the trouble? Portgas d'Ace once used Conqueror's Haki to turn this place upside down, right? Hancock jumped off the warship, raised his red lips slightly, and said with a faint smile. Boa Hancock. You? Momosagi's expression changed when he was told the truth about this slap in the face of Marine and the world government. It seems to be true. Hancock's beautiful eyes flashed slightly and he walked towards the lounge. The rest of the people also walked to the lounge. Portgas d'Ace. Looking at the disappearing figures of the Shichibukai, Jumping Rabbit looked suspicious. Many people in Shichibukai have entanglements with Portgas d'Ace. This man is, indeed, the center of Uzumaki. Chapter 129. 3 Emperors Take Action, Total Riot. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office, Marshal, all members of the Shichibukai have assembled at Mariajoy. A Marine Commodore, reporting. Really? I understand. Sengoku nodded. The Marine Commodore understood, saluted and backed away from the office. This Shichibukai gathering went smoother than expected, Sengoku. He, who was sitting not far from the desk, crossed his hands in front of him and said slowly. It went smoothly, even the Pirate Empress came, but... Sengoku's face looked a little gloomy. What's wrong, Sengoku? Crane's face straightened. According to intelligence, Moriya's thriller bark has been destroyed. Sengoku said solemnly. Destroyed? Portgas d'Ace is doing? Crane's eyes narrowed. He is the only one who can do such a thing when passing through the Devil's Triangle. Sengoku said solemnly, with deep uneasiness in his eyes. Even more puzzling is the fact that in Mariajoy, Moonlight, Moriya was unscathed. According to the bear's report, he brought Gecko Moriya to Mariajoy with the power of the meatball fruit. But something was very wrong. In Mariajoy, Doflamingo and Moriya had a conflict. Moriya seems to have completely lost the power of the shadow fruit, and instead uses the sword in Haki. Sengoku's cheeks twitched. What? Crane's pupils shrank. Moriya, after failing to challenge Kaido many years ago, was depressed. Her confidence was completely shattered by Kaido, she lost Haki, and gave up on martial arts. Marine is very clear about this. Moriya's confidence was completely shattered by Kaido, she lost Haki, and gave up on martial arts. Moriya's strength is at the absolute bottom among all Shichibukai. Even Jinbei, who became Shichibukai because of the Fishman Island, is enough to win Chienliria. But in the eyes of most ordinary pirates on the sea, Moriya is still the terrible pirate who challenged Kaido. Marine only needs Moriya's former fame to frighten the sea. Moreover, although Moriya lost Haki in martial arts, relying on the power of the shadow fruit, she was enough to deal with the pirates in the first half. But now, Moriya's pirate ship, Thriller Bark, was destroyed, but she came to Mariajoy unscathed. And lost the ability of the shadow fruit, but used the lost martial arts and Haki. This kind of thing is really unusual. Can you confirm that Moriya has lost her shadow fruit ability? Crane looked at Sengoku with shocked eyes. The power of hunting devil fruit is only possessed by that person in this sea. But why is Moriya still alive after being hunted with abilities? He also regained possession of Haki and recovered the martial arts he had abandoned. From the report sent by Momoshage, it can be basically confirmed that Leah has lost the ability of the shadow fruit. Sengoku said with a gloomy expression, then why is he still alive? Was it Portgas d'Ace? Crane felt a little chill all over. The ability to hunt devil fruit has been achieved by some people in the 800-year history. For example, dark fruit in Logia has what is called the most vicious ability. Just have the power to hunt devil fruit. But I have never even heard of such a thing that a person with devil fruit's ability could survive even after his devil fruit ability was taken away. Unknown things are the most terrifying thing. If Portgas d'Ace could really do such a thing. Crane looked gloomy. Portgas d'Ace's ability has surpassed any strong person recorded in the Marine database in the past 800 years. Even the one who almost caused a world riot, rocks. More than that, according to Momoshage's report, the Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock, is suspected to have responded to the call and came to Mariajoy because of Portgas d'Ace. You know, the Pirate Empress has not responded to the world government's call before. And, Bear, as for what happened at the Thriller Bark, Shang actually chose to hide it this time. Sengoku's cheek twitched. Bear, how could he choose to hide the matter about Portgas d'Ace? Crane's expression changed. As one of the top brass in naval headquarters, he couldn't be more clear about Shang's matter. For the sake of her former lover Ginny, she was forced to give birth to a daughter with celestial dragons who was regarded as her own by bears and suffered from sapphire scale. Willing to choose to become a humanoid weapon template for world government research. And during this period, the instructions issued by the world government can be said to be in a stratagem. Such a bear would hide something about Portgas d'Ace, whom he has never interacted with before. There must have been something going on at the Thriller Bark that we don't know about. Damn it, Portgas d'Ace, what on earth did you do? Moriya, who lost the shadow fruit and the bear, actually kept silent about what happened at the Thriller Bark and what happened to Portgas d'Ace. And the Pirate Queen, why did she come to Mariajoy for Portgas d'Ace? Sengoku slammed his right fist onto the desk. Advertisement. Sengoku felt that something was starting to get out of control because of Portgas d'Ace. As one of the three major forces, the Shichibukai used by naval headquarters to balance the forces of the four emperors, there are so many people in it who have entanglements with Portgas d'Ace that Marine does not know about. By then, they had to bear countless infamy before forming the 7 warlords of the sea, and finally Portgas d'Ace made a wedding dress, right? That would become the biggest joke in this sea. Eagle Eye also has an irreversible friendship with Red Hair. Don't think that if war really breaks out then, the Shichibukai who are summoned will stab us at the naval headquarters, right? His face looked extremely ugly at the moment. As the chief staff officer of naval headquarters, he must consider all possibilities.
When the time comes, let Momoshage and the others watch over Shichibukai to prevent some accidents from happening.
Damn it, I originally asked Shichibukai to come here to help them. As a result, now, our manpower is restricted. UB*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** who caused all this is Portgas d'Ace. Boom. Marshal. At this moment, the door to the marshal's office suddenly opened. A rear admiral from naval headquarters rushed in with a horrified expression. What's going on? Sengoku's expression changed. We went to scout the red-haired guard ship of the 4 emperors and completely lost contact. There were also reconnaissance posts for observing 4 emperors Kaido, all of which were destroyed. And from the Devil's Triangle to the Sabaody archipelago, the huge investigation network laid out against Entei has all been lost. Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral looked extremely flustered. What did you say? Sengoku's complexion changed drastically, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. I'm sorry, but we have completely lost all traces of the 3 emperors. 3 emperors attacked us Marine at the same time. The Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral stood at attention, with tears in his eyes and yelled. Boom! Sengoku punched the table and gritted his teeth. Right now, call Shichibukai to the headquarters, call Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, and be ready to go. Sengoku yelled. At this time, there is no time to think about whether anyone in Shichibukai is related to Entei. Must use all combat power. After all, they were just guessing, and they couldn't give up Shichibukai's combat power just based on this guess. Moreover, Shichibukai's summons was also what he requested from the 5 elders. At this time, even if he had any scruples, he must use Shichibukai's combat power. Even if there may be poison in it. Yes, Marshal. The Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral's expression changed and he ran out immediately. He actually did it. Let's not talk about Kaido and Portgas d'Ace, but the red-haired guy actually took action directly? Sengoku looked ugly. Kaido is a drunkard, so it's not surprising that he takes action. Portgas d'Ace is also a reckless man. Red hair, why did you attack the guard ship? The 4 emperors suddenly arrived at the first half of the Grand Line, and Marine sent out a guard ship to observe the movement. This was already an unspoken rule. And the warning ships sent by Marine are also outside the default conflict distance. Under such circumstances, why did the red hair suddenly take action? What did he want to do? Hey, Sengoku, we don't even know the location of the 3 of them now, and we are completely passive. The red hair's sudden attack was unexpected. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and was alone, so it was difficult to track his whereabouts. But for Portgas d'Ace, we have laid an intricate security network from the Devil's Triangle to the Sabaody archipelago. Even the ultimate observation Haki cannot completely remove such a huge warning network. Portgas d'Ace, how did he do it? What was he trying to do? He stood up suddenly and said in a deep voice with sweat on his forehead. After all, Kaido, the redhead, is all for Portgas d'Ace. As long as they master the whereabouts of Portgas d'Ace, Marine will be able to take the initiative. No matter what happens, they can make relevant action plans based on Portgas d'Ace's whereabouts. Therefore, from the Marine side, the Entei pirates, where Portgas d'Ace belongs, are the real focus of the investigation. In the Devil's Triangle, on the way to Sabaody archipelago, they, Marine, can be said to have cast a warning network like a dragnet. And according to Aokiji's report, the Marine already know that Portgas d'Ace has a powerful observation Haki that can see the short-term future. Therefore, the warning network laid out is even more huge and complex. Even with ultimate observation Haki, it is absolutely impossible to completely unplug the network. Sengoku's expression changed again and again as he listened to his words. Yes, just now Hikari was immersed in the situation where the 3 emperors, Red Hair, Kaido and Entei, attacked their Marine at the same time. Asterisk 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 how on earth could such a huge warning network be cleared away by Portgas d'Ace? What made Sengoku feel even more uneasy was that Entei pirates, Portgas d'Ace, the core that created this big storm has completely disappeared at this moment. Advertisement Portgas d'Ace, that man, what do you want to do? Sengoku had a splitting headache when he thought about the things Portgas d'Ace once did recklessly. Immediately, send more warning ships to all the waters around the Sabaody archipelago. You must find the Entei pirates for me. Sengoku picked up the phone bug and roared at the phone bug. Yes, Marshal. A somewhat panicked response came from the phone. UB asterisk 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 D. If we don't know his location, we can't let the celestial dragons on the Sabaody archipelago evacuate. Unable to let go, some preparations were made at Sabaody archipelago. These troublesome guys. Sengoku's right fist hit the table hard, his expression gloomy. As true world nobles, celestial dragons enjoy supreme power anywhere in the world. Sabaody archipelago, as the territory of celestial dragons, has countless entertainment venues prepared for celestial dragons. Celestial dragons entertain themselves in the Sabaody archipelago all year round. Sabaody archipelago may become the breaking point for Kaido, Red Hair, and Entei. But this is only possible. Without precise information, it is simply impossible for the celestial dragons to give up having fun and leave the Sabaody archipelago. If the 3 emperors really clashed in the Sabaody archipelago, the celestial dragons are not all fools. For their own safety, there is nothing wrong with returning to the Holy Land temporarily. However, a pirate may only arrive at the Sabaody archipelago, but there is no exact location yet, and the conflict with Kaido, a red-haired pirate, may only be at the Sabaody archipelago. If possible, let the world's nobles leave. Where to put the face of the world's nobles? At this moment, there are celestial dragons having fun on the Sabaody archipelago. On the Marine side, it is therefore impossible to make large-scale preparations on the Sabaody archipelago. Sengoku, what did you just say? Crane's pupils shrank suddenly and he looked at Sengoku. I said, because Celestial Dragons is still in Sabaody Archipelago, we simply can't let go and prepare in Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku said a little irritably, not this sentence, the previous sentence. He said with his cheeks twitching. Last sentence. If we don't know the exact location of Port Gazdiace, the Celestial Dragons will not evacuate. As Sengoku spoke, his pupils suddenly shrank. No, it can't be. Sengoku looked at he, and his whole body began to fight. If it's Port Gazdiace, what's impossible? Don't forget what happened in the Holy Land Mariajoy. Port Gazdiace used Conqueror's Haki against the Celestial Dragons. He said solemnly. Get those idiots from Celestial Dragons to evacuate right now. Sengoku roared. You know, it is simply impossible to ask the Celestial Dragons to evacuate without precise information. Crane's face was full of irritation. Immediately, have the personnel stationed at Sabaody Archipelago report to the headquarters as soon as they find any trace of Port Gazdiace. Have Akainu head to the Sabaody Archipelago immediately. Tell Kizaru to prepare for attack immediately, Sengoku said loudly as veins popped out on his forehead. In this case, even if it may cause a shortage of manpower in the headquarters, measures must be taken immediately. Celestial Dragons, absolutely cannot die in the Sabaody Archipelago. Clear. He nodded and walked out of the office with a gloomy expression.
In the face of possible terrorist incidents, even if it is just a possibility, we must put an end to it.
After all, this possibility is really too scary. If Port Gazdiace's target is really the Celestial Dragons, that matter is completely out of control. Absolutely, we must completely eliminate this possibility. Port Gazdiace, you guy, please don't mess around. Do you want to start a riot in the whole world? Sengoku kept pacing back and forth in the office anxiously, with cold sweat on his face, but there was nothing he could do. After all, at this moment, the headquarters could not even trace the Entei pirates. Subsequently, a phone bundle started playing in Sengoku. Garp. UB***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e I want you to tell Port Gazdiace not to cause any more riots. How the hell do you communicate? B***********************. Sengoku growled at Garp on the phone. Buddha Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, was completely out of control emotionally at this moment. What? Garp, who was trying to set the donut record, was confused when he heard Sengoku's roar. At this time, Sabaody Archipelago, in a small shop called Shaki's Rip-Off Bar, the doorknob turned slowly by itself. Shaki, who was at the bar, suddenly raised his head. Chapter 130. The world will change from now on. Sabaody Archipelago, open black lens bracket Shaki's Rip-Off Bar close black lens bracket. In front of the bar, the former emperor of Amazon Lily and the previous captain of the Nine Snakes Pirates, Shaki. Shaki, who had just finished teaching a few pirates who wanted to cause trouble here, was wiping his wineglass. Shaki's eyes suddenly froze and he looked up at the door of the bar. Crack. I saw the door handle of the bar spinning on its own in broad daylight, and the door slowly opened. And outside the open door, there was only a piece of air. Observation Haki cannot capture the slightest breath, sound, trace, breath. Everything is silent, as if it does not exist in this space. This ability is.
Shaki looked at the open door with a solemn expression.
Buzz. The atmosphere in front of the bar fluctuated, and figures transformed by transparent fruits slowly appeared. Sure enough, as this silent power that even observation Haki cannot capture, a user with the ability of paramecia, the transparent fruit? Shaki looked at Tashigi who was wrapped in a strange light, his eyes flickering. After the transparency is lifted, her observation Haki can immediately detect who activated the ability. Call. Tashigi exhaled heavily, a look of exhaustion on his pretty face. We will make all employees transparent and completely shield ourselves from observation Haki's investigation. Even with the help of Ace's understanding field, Vishi's physical strength is almost reaching its limit. Thank you, Tashigi. Ace touched Tashigi's little head and praised it. Tashigi's pretty face was slightly red, and a happy smile appeared on her cute little face. A really big shot has arrived. The fifth Emperor of the Sea, Emperor Yan, Potkas, D. Ace. Shaki looked at Ace, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled. Speaking of big shots, you are not bad at all. The former Emperor of Amazon Lily, the former captain of the Nine Snakes Pirates, Shaw, 460, Chi. Ace looked at Shaki, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and smiled. The Emperor of Amazon Lily? Vivi looked at Shaki and whispered. Vivi, do you know this country? Kaya looked at Vivi curiously. Well, it's an island in the Grand Line Com Belt where only women live. Every emperor will form an all-female Kuja pirates group belonging to Amazon Lily. Famous on the sea, the current emperor of Amazon Lily, the Pirate Empress, is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Vivi nodded. A pirate group composed entirely of women? That's awesome. Kaya covered her red lips and exclaimed softly, although the Entei pirates, except Ace, are all women. But that's because Ace's understanding field is there. Without Ace's realm of understanding, she wouldn't even be able to travel far away, and could only cultivate in an empty villa. Even if he eats the healing fruit, without Ace's help, he would never be able to achieve what he is today. The same is true for Vivi, Konus, Lackey, Nokia and others. It's all because of Ace that they're able to bloom like they are today. However, the Kuja pirates do not have the same level of understanding as Ace. However, the Kuja pirates, whose members are all female, are still able to achieve a high reputation on the sea. They're indeed very powerful. You are not bad either, except for the captain, Entei, and Portgas D. Ace. The Entei pirates are all female. And your reputation is much stronger than that of the 9 Snakes pirates. You are now a super pirate group comparable to the 4 Emperors pirate group. Shaki looked at the girls and marveled, with some kindness and nostalgia in his eyes. Obviously, Shaki also remembered his past career at sea as the captain of the 9 Snakes pirates. Hearing Shaki's words, the Nami girls looked at each other with a proud smile on their pretty faces. Of course they must have such strength to be worthy of their captain. I didn't expect that the famous Emperor Yan on the sea would actually know my insignificant identity. But I gave up the job a long time ago. Please sit down. Do you want something to drink? Breaking away from the memories, Shaki made a gesture of invitation and chuckled. Decades of experience on the sea told Shaki that the 5th Emperor, Emperor Yan, who was famous on the sea, had no ill intentions when he came here this time. And even if she has bad intentions, she can't do anything. After all, she had almost no power to fight back against this man who was one of the top figures in this new era. Even if Rayleigh is here, he can't handle a complete 4 Emperors level pirate group. Not to mention, Rayleigh isn't here at all right now. Let's have a drink at the most unique bar, ha ha ha. Ace started ordering like an ordinary customer, awaited. Soon, Shaki brought the specialty wine that Ace ordered. Grr, ha, it tastes good, very distinctive. Ace drank the wine Shaki served in one gulp and praised. Of course, the wine prepared for Emperor Yan naturally requires some real skills. This is a unique specialty of 9 Snakes, a fine wine made from it. Shaki chuckled. So, the sea turned upside down and attracted 2 4 Emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and the red-haired Shanks. The big shot that Naval Headquarters is waiting for, Yandy. What's the point of coming here to me, a weak woman who has been eliminated by the times? Shaki's expression gradually became serious. He looked at this young man and said.
But he has become as big a figure as an emperor on this sea.
Advertisement: a terrifying man who single-handedly caused almost the entire sea to riot. If it weren't for the fact that the man in front of me was exactly the same as the one in the reward order. Shaki couldn't believe that this handsome man with a gentle smile on his face was actually the core of the riots that started in the sea today. Why would such a big shot come to live with her, the retired captain of the 9 Snakes pirates? Not to mention her who has retired to seclusion, even the entire Amazon Lily can only tremble in front of this man. This man is one of the most important figures standing at the top of this sea in this era. What is the purpose of such a big shot coming here? Shaki's face was extremely solemn. Purpose? When Ace heard Shaki's words, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then turned into a laugh. I just want to taste a glass of wine made by the former Amazon Lily Emperor himself, that's all. I was not disappointed. Ace looked at the wine glass in his hand in admiration. Just, that's it? Shaki's expression gradually became dull, and he looked at Ace blankly. Of course, I just wanted to have a glass of wine, so I came here. Is there any other reason? Ace laughed. It is indeed very unique. It is indeed a wine made by the Emperor who went to Amazon Lily before. The Nami girls looked at each other, covered their mouths and chuckled. Then he started tasting the wine made by Shaki, and the whole bar was filled with laughter. Their captain is such a person. When you are hungry, you have to eat. If you want to drink, you have to drink. It's so simple, so free. Shaki looked at Ace, who was laughing, and the girls who were smiling coquettishly, and pursed his red lips. Then, the curvature of the corners of his mouth became wider and wider, and he laughed. Ha ha ha, he is indeed the legendary Emperor Yan. No wonder, no wonder. Looking at Ace, Shaki laughed loudly. 4 Emperors, Kaido, the redhead, is heading towards the Sabaody archipelago. Naval Headquarters has assembled almost all its combat power and is ready. Sabaody archipelago, as well as the surrounding sea area, the depressive atmosphere before the war, even she, a retired person, can clearly feel it. The outcome could trigger the most horrific war since the Naval Headquarters, Shichibukai, and 4 Emperors balanced the sea. Let Marine's tight security network be in vain. Treat 4 Emperors Kaido, red hair as nothing. Came here just because I wanted to have a drink. Shaki laughed loudly and looked at Ace with eyes filled with wonder. This freedom, this consideration, once, there was also a person who passed through it. That one sentence made Rayleigh follow the man her whole life. Pirate King D. Roger. Indescribable capacity, a free mind and body that nothing can limit. No, even D. Roger has never had this kind of tolerance and freedom at this age. What an amazing man, Portgas D. Ace. As for the title, can I call you Ace? Shaki held his chin up and smiled. For such a free man, calling him Emperor Yan really made her feel a little awkward. It's just a title, you can call me whatever you want, but I haven't had enough of this glass of wine yet. Ace laughed loudly and raised his glass, as long as your wallet is thick enough. The corners of Shaki's mouth raised slightly, as if he was joking with a friend. Ha ha ha, let's see if Shaki's rip-off bar can take away all my money, ha ha ha. Ace laughed. With a thick smile on his face, Shaki prepared cup after cup of wine for Ace. Ace welcomed everyone who came and drank almost all of Shaki's wine inventory. Well, I enjoyed my drink today. Ace put the wine glass down and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. With Ace's current complete absorption, alcohol can be metabolized at the fastest speed. After drinking this last drink, we have to say goodbye. Ace looked at Shaki and smiled lightly. You're such a good drinker, little Ace. It's a pity that Lao Lei isn't here. He would definitely want to meet a man like you. Shaki chuckled. Lao Lei? There is an extraordinary person on this island. Ace looked at Shaki, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Then, he glanced at Nami. Clear. Nami's red lips curled up slightly, and her eyes suddenly focused. Dilt. Shaki looked up suddenly, stunned. Amazing ability, the whole sky above Sabaody archipelago seems to be covered with a layer of static electricity. This ability is one of the invincible abilities even in Logia, Thunderfruit, right? Unexpectedly, it has reached this point. Shaki looked at Nami and exclaimed. Relying on the ability of my lovely navigator, all those annoying warning nets were solved. The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. After Thunderfruit completed its awakening, the coverage and accuracy of Nami's observation Haki reached a terrifying point. It is also because of this that Marine emerged from the Devil's Triangle. To the Sabaody archipelago, countless efforts were spent on laying a huge and complex warning network. Advertisement that would be solved so easily. Found it, what an amazing smell. Nami suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and sighed. In the auction house, this kind of aura is even better than that of Aokiji. Shaki, this person is the Lao Lei you mentioned, right? Nami looked at Shaki, her beautiful eyes shaking. Stronger than Aokiji? Vivi, Robin and the other girl's beautiful eyes narrowed. Although Aokiji is not Ace's opponent now, but it is still the Admiral of Headquarters, one of the most powerful combat forces on this sea. Actually, is it stronger than Aokiji? It's really impossible to hide in front of Thunderfruit. The corners of Shaki's mouth curled up slightly. Thunderfruit can amplify observation Haki. This is clear to Shaki, who has been crossing the sea for decades and now has a secret intelligence network. But being able to find Rayleigh in the Sabaody archipelago so quickly and accurately, this girl's Thunderfruit may have developed to the point of awakening. Thunderfruit is one of the invincible abilities in Logia. It stands at the top of all devil fruits. Once the awakening is completed, even without Haki, just relying on the devil fruit ability can be compared to the ordinary admiral in the history of Marine. How could such a young girl develop Thunderfruit to such an extent? What an amazing pirate group. His name, Pluton, Silver hyphenation Point Rayleigh. I've long heard that Sabaody archipelago has a very skilled coding craftsman here. It's the former pirate king's right hand, Silver. Ace didn't wait for Shaki to finish speaking. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he smiled lightly. One Piece Vice Captain? The girls exclaimed. Even the Entei pirates have become a 4 Emperors level pirate ship. Ace also became the 5th Emperor on the sea, but this kind of legendary level pirate is still like thunder. I can't hide anything from you, little Ace. Yes, Rayleigh, he liked to gamble when he had nothing to do. He owed a lot of debts, and after he had no money to pay back, he sold himself as a slave in a human trafficking auction house. If someone buys Rayleigh, they may get a lot of money from them. The corners of Shaki's mouth curled up slightly. Rayleigh's scandal was exposed without mercy. Facing such a free man, of course I have to share this kind of thing with little Ace. The legendary Pluton, does he still have this kind of hobby? Is it true that people standing at the top of this sea like to do weird things? Nami looked at Ace helplessly. Obviously, I was reminded of those quarrelsome group relationships that Ace had in the past. Ha ha ha, it's not a strange thing, right? Human trafficking shouldn't exist. It just so happens that I also want to go find the human trafficking auction house here to find something to do. Ace laughed at the end, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cruel arc. Ace, who traveled from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, hated human trafficking. Human traffickers should all die. Shaki looked at Ace and moved slightly. Human trafficking shouldn't exist, right? Huh? Ace. Not far from Rayleigh, there is another aura, not under Aokiji either. At this time, Nami's beautiful eyes narrowed and she looked at Ace. Shaki's eyes hardened. As powerful as the Admiral of Headquarters? By Rayleigh's side? Oh, it looks really lively, now the Sabaody archipelago. When Ace heard this, his eyes moved. Nami, where are those celestial dragons, idiots? Ace looked at Nami, also at the human trafficking auction. Nami heard this and said immediately, oh, are we all gathered together? It saves trouble? The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly. Thanks for the wine, Shaki, please wait until we get back to pay. The world, after today, will change. There was a sound of stepping on the ground, and Rayleigh slowly raised his head. Ace laughed and walked out of the bar. Both eyes, but exudes amazing Haki. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, Ace stood up, smiling. When Shaki heard this, his eyes were shocked. An old man with long curly hair, silver beard and hair, wearing glasses, and a straight scar on his right eye is sitting here in shackles. Human trafficking auction house, in a dark prison. Rayleigh raised the corners of her mouth and smiled lightly. Celestial dragons, little Ace, you guys, want to take a gamble? Interesting. Remember, turn on the video phone. There is an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead, and the scar extends to both eyes, the blind man said in a deep voice. A man with short black hair and a beard around his mouth. Advertisement Chapter 131. It is a blessing to be blind. Human trafficking auction house, where people who are about to be auctioned are imprisoned. Ta-ta. In the darkness, the crisp sound of dice colliding sounded. It's the minimum number again. Rayleigh looked at the points he had shaken out, with a look of helplessness and ease on his face. My gambling luck has always been bad, but... Rayleigh looked at the person opposite. This man is blind, holding a cane, and looks like a knight-errant. It's my turn. The blind ranger gently rolled the dice in his hand. Ta-ta. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the dice, the same minimum number as Rayleigh appeared in the Minister of DU. It's a draw again. This is the first time. Our gambling luck is equally bad. Rayleigh looked at the blind ranger and laughed. Bad luck? I don't think so. The blind ranger opened his eyes, but only the whites of his eyes were visible. I feel that today may be a lucky day that I have never had before. The blind ranger's mouth curved in an inexplicable way. Oh, a lucky day? I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful person of unknown reputation in this sea. What do you want to do when you come here? Rayleigh looked at the blind ranger, the smile on his lips began to shrink, and his eyes were surprisingly sharp. This blind ranger is very strong. The strength is definitely not inferior to the Admiral of Headquarters. But such a character has never been heard of on the sea. Reputation? The blind ranger's mouth moved slightly, revealing a half smile. So, why are you here? The blind ranger smiled lightly. Me? I'm just here to exchange for some drink money? The corners of Rayleigh's mouth raised slightly, Min said. As an old man, I just follow my fortune, it tells me to come here today. The blind ranger pointed at the dice in front of him and smiled lightly. Your observation Haki is very strong, but you can't see the truly distant future. So, is it based on intuition? Rayleigh looked at the blind ranger and realized something. I don't need to see anything. There are really too many dirty and despicable people in this world that people can't bear to look at, and there are too many miserable situations that people can't bear to look at. Like, here on the Sabaody archipelago, these filthy places that serve the celestial dragons. Those people who fear misfortune in the presence of celestial dragons. There is also this human trafficking auction house that relies on the power of celestial dragons and openly exists in legal areas. It is also a blessing not to see things with your eyes. The blind ranger stared directly at Rayleigh with the whites of his eyes open and unable to see anything. I'm starting to appreciate you, ha ha ha. When Rayleigh heard this, her eyes were as bright as fire, and then she laughed. Can you tell me your name? Rayleigh looked at the blind ranger who was called by the slave auctioneer, stood up, and was sent to the auction house, and smiled lightly. With a smile, he is just an unknown person, Yishao said lightly. Then he walked towards the auction house. A smile comes from fate? Huh? The corners of Rayleigh's mouth raised, but then his eyes suddenly froze. Human trafficking auction house. Dear guests, our auction continues. Here, let us once again express our high respect and thank the great celestial dragons for their presence. On the auction stage, a man wearing star-shaped glasses with a flattering expression was flattering the three people sitting at the front of the auction room. Auction host at Human Trafficking Auction House, Disco. And the three people who made Disco extremely flattering and made countless people in the auction venue hold their breath. The three of them all had their hair standing up and curled at the ends. They were wearing white coats that looked like spacesuits and bubble hoods on their heads. It is the celestial dragons who claim to be descendants of the creator of the world, the true nobles of the world. That's really verbose, otherwise I'd better kill him. Advertisement. A celestial dragons with a wretched face and his nose blowing bubbles from time to time, slowly took out a gun. Charos, kill him. Who will host the next auction? I don't want to buy a strong slave before you do it. Said an obviously older celestial dragons. The slaves I bought before were a bunch of trash, but they couldn't do it even if they were asked to run for 5 days and 5 nights, and they died suddenly while vomiting blood. What a bunch of useless things. A female celestial dragons, with a disgruntled look on her face. Just add some more slaves this time, Shalulia, said the older celestial dragons. Then, our auction will continue. Disco also heard what Charles said and suddenly became a little panicked. Celestial dragons kill people without any reason. Even if he accepted Doflamingo's employment, his death would be in vain if he was killed by the celestial dragons. Bring me some good stuff right away. Somewhat afraid that celestial dragon's patience was exhausted, he shot into the Disco, whispering in the background. Saint Roswad, Saint Charlos, and Charulia Palace, look at it. The servants of the Rothschild family said enthusiastically when they saw the novel auction items. Celestial dragons can call each other by their first names. However, others who are regarded as mortals by celestial dragons need to add holy after their names when calling celestial dragons men. To call a celestial dragons female, you need to add a palace after the name. This is a rare good item. Roswad looked at the goods being pushed out and nodded. It's a mermaid. Charos blew a bubble with his snot, stood up, and showed a somewhat silly smile. It's actually a mermaid. Ever since the Whitebeard pirates turned the Fishman Island into their sphere of influence, mermaid auctions have rarely been seen. A rare and good product. There were also discussions in the auction venue. Yes, distinguished guests, he is the legendary mermaid. The Disco shows a mermaid soaking in a water tank with an exaggerated smile. The mermaid in the water tank looked at the naked eyes in the auction house and shrank her neck timidly, with a look of panic on her face. After the Whitebeard pirates designated the Fishmen Island as their sphere of influence, it became increasingly difficult to capture the mermaids. This kind of beautiful and young mermaid is the best of the best. Disco looked at this beautiful mermaid, his eyes were shining. To Disco, this mermaid is money. Okay, then for a female mermaid, the starting price is 500 million belly. Disco shouted. Today, the Fishmen Island is protected by Whitebeard, and very few captured mermaids have escaped. Prices are also rising. But even with Whitebeard's protection, the price of mermaids has become increasingly high, and some desperados are willing to take the risk of offending the Whitebeard pirate group and go to the Fishmen Island for poaching. 600 million Baileys. 650 million Baileys. As soon as the host Disco finished his words, the auction house suddenly burst into enthusiastic bidding. Since the Fishmen Island was protected by Whitebeard, fewer and fewer mermaids have been captured and escaped. Young and beautiful people like this are rare and rare. Although the price is high, there are still many wealthy businessmen who want to try it. After all, if I don't take the photo this time, I don't know how long it will take for such a young and beautiful mermaid to appear next time. After the price rose to 800 million belly, the voice of the auction house became obviously weaker. 800 million belly, this price is already extremely high. In order to taste the delicacies of the mermaid, Chen Ying, a wealthy businessman, also backed down after paying such a high price. 80 million Baileys, is there anyone else bidding? This is a young and beautiful female mermaid, the best of the best. The Fishmen Island is protected by the Whitebeard pirates. There are very few mermaids leaking out now. Dear guests, you must seize the opportunity. Seeing that the bidding voice weakened, Disco pointed at the frightened mermaid with tears on his face and said loudly. The price of 800 million Baileys is too high. Well, even with the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, many mermaids will still be captured and escaped. Wait until next time. People at the auction venue were talking a lot. After waiting for a while, Disco felt that no one would bid, and he was a little disappointed and prepared to drop the hammer. A billion Baileys, at this time, a silly voice sounded. St. Charlos. The great St. Charlos offers a billion belly. When Disco saw the bidder, he immediately had a flattering look on his face and kept praising the greatness of Charros loudly.
Advertisement. Charros, do you want to buy it back and try it out? Judging from the appearance of this mermaid, he is not far away from turning 30.
Roswad looked at his son and said, after a female mermaid reaches the age of 30, her tail fin will bifurcate and she can have children with humans. No, Dad. Charros blew bubbles from his nose and looked at the beautiful mermaid. I want to buy it back and see if this mermaid can swim in water of 100 degrees Celsius. Charros said. Swimming in 100-degree water. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting. At that time, you can also invite other families to come and watch. When Roswad heard this, he burst out laughing. Shalulia on the side also smiled. Letting a mermaid swim in 100-degree water sounds very interesting. Much more interesting than those useless slaves. Celestial Dragon's words made many people in the stadium silent. Spending a billion belly to buy a young and beautiful mermaid back, just to see if she can swim in hot water of 100 degrees Celsius. As expected of the real-world noble, Yinlong district. This mermaid will probably be cooked alive, right? In the venue, some dirty and excited discussions could be heard from time to time. It's a pity that they are not qualified to go to the Holy Land and cannot see such an interesting scene. It's really, really dirty. Backstage at the auction house, because Disco was afraid of making Charles impatient again, 963 was supposed to be auctioned this time, but ended up being put behind the mermaid with a smile. Veins popped out in the hand holding the cane. World nobles, celestial dragons, this is the actual ruling group of the world government that claims to be the guardian of justice, the actual group in power of the naval headquarters. It was so filthy. According to my previous thoughts, can joining a marine controlled by such a group really protect civilians? With a smile, he recalled what he had experienced since setting foot on the Sabaody archipelago, and his hand held the cane even harder. 1 billion Baileys, deal, congratulations to Charles Saint. Because of his previous experience, Disco didn't dare to talk nonsense. As soon as Charros finished speaking, he immediately yelled flatteringly. Plus the price of billion Baileys is already extremely high. Besides, Celestial Dragons has already made a bid, who dares to go against Celestial Dragons? 1 billion belly is still a bit too much, so let me give you 500 million belly. Charros thought for a moment and stretched out 5 fingers. Hey, but, before you. Disco was stunned. Do you want to die? Charles's eyes flashed with a fierce light. No, I don't mean that. 500 million Baileys. Just 500 million Baileys. Disco suddenly panicked. In the auction house, none of the previous higher bidders made a sound and lowered their heads. These are the celestial dragons, the true nobility of the world. Anywhere on the sea is actually their paradise. Rules? This kind of thing does not exist at all in the eyes of celestial dragons. The auction house became even more silent. Along with a terrifying roar, the ceiling of the auction venue suddenly exploded. Remember, use your tail to walk back. Ha ha ha, 11 feet. Charles climbed onto the auction stage and reached out to pull the mermaid. There was extreme confusion and distortion on his face. The mermaid looked frightened. Even if you don't look at things, you can't avoid the filthiness of this world. Boom. The corners of Shilulia's lips curled up. Charles immediately showed a satisfied smile. Okay, you stinky mermaid, come home with me now. Backstage at the auction, Yi Xiao's cheeks kept twitching. Roswald also clenched his beard and laughed. No, do not want. What a filthy person. With a smile, his hand full of veins slowly placed on the handle of the crutch. Give them money? I don't think you need to pay a penny. Chapter 132. Announced to the world. Big event. Boom. This city is engaged in human trafficking, which is explicitly prohibited by the world government, but it exists openly in the Sabaody archipelago. The ceiling of the human trafficking auction house, which provides services to countless wealthy businessmen and even celestial dragons, exploded in an instant. Countless huge rubbles fell instantly. Boom. Haki suddenly wrapped around his right hand. Yi Xiao swung the explosive collar around his neck once he was freed from the slave, causing it to explode in the air. Abu, with a movement and a smile, he appeared next to the frightened mermaid, and together with the water tank, he was brought to a safe place at the backstage of the auction house. What happened? He raised his head with a smile, only the whites of his eyes trembled. Although invisible, Haki, who has developed the ultimate observation, can also sense everything happening here. But what puzzled Yi Xiao was that his observation Haki seemed to be disturbed by something, although he knew that someone had launched an attack. But it cannot cover that range. It's like observation Haki's detection is prohibited in that area. What exactly is this kind of power? A smiling face was full of shock. Have you finally taken action? A smile. From the shadows of the backstage, Rayleigh slowly walked out, looking at him with a smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's really shameful that in the face of such dirty behavior, I have so many worries because of celestial dragons. Only in this chaos did the old man make up his mind to save the young lady. Yi Xiao's face at this moment was full of shame. Yi Xiao is worried about not only the identity of celestial dragons. What is even more worrying is that once the slave is rescued from the celestial dragons, it means that he will stand on the opposite side of the world government. Rescuing their slaves from the celestial dragons, who are wanted, is almost a sure thing. In this case, his desire to join Marine and better protect the people may be completely frustrated. But, smile without regret. If you remain indifferent in the face of such a thing, how can you talk about your ideals and protect the people? Even if he joins the Marines, he is just a walking zombie who goes against his heart in order to achieve his own goals. Yi Xiao's right hand slowly wrapped around armament Haki. There was a look of relief on his face. No, what you did is good enough. Rayleigh smiled slightly. Rayleigh, who possesses a powerful observation Haki, can naturally detect the confusion of care and use at this time. Although he has only been in contact with Yi Xiao for a short time, Rayleigh can clearly feel that. The man in front of me is so upright, plus at this moment, combined with this man's performance. I'm afraid that this upright man still has many concerns about rescuing the celestial dragon's slaves because he still wants to join the seemingly righteous camp in this world, the Marine. But don't you regret it either? Seeing the relief and gentle smile on Yi Xiao's face, the expression on Rayleigh's face became more and more appreciative. Boom. With the powerful Haki wrapped around his right hand, Rayleigh flicked the collar around the mermaid's neck. Boom. The collar exploded in the air. In this case, I am also your accomplice. Rayleigh looked at it and smiled. Why are you involved in this matter? He looked at Rayleigh with a smile, his face a little shocked. Although the delivery has not yet been completed, from the moment celestial dragons took the photo, this mermaid belongs to celestial dragons. Freeing the slaves of the celestial dragons will definitely be regarded as a thorn in the side of the world government. Observation Haki has cultivated to ultimate and can see the future briefly. But for Yi Xiao, who is blind, although he can sense everything happening around him, he cannot truly see everyone's appearance. What observation Haki perceives is breath, emotion, and movement. So when I smiled, I knew that the man in front of me was very strong, but I didn't know that the man in front of me was Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. Well, before I retired to seclusion, I had been targeted by the world government for decades. 1. As for why I, who is living in seclusion, am involved in this matter. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth curled up slightly. It's fate. The curvature of the corners of Rayleigh's mouth became wider and wider, and she laughed. Intuition is something more than just a smile. Destiny? With a smile, he slowly grabbed a few dice with his palm. At this moment, the venue was in chaos. Hurry up and protect the celestial dragons. Looking at the chaotic scene, the servants of celestial dragons immediately yelled in horror. If something happens to the celestial dragons here, not only them, but also their families will be executed. Charos. Roswad watched a huge boulder hit Charos, who looked dazed and frightened, and roared in anger. Boom. Under Charos' horrified gaze, one hand easily grabbed the boulder that hit him. If you die now, there will be some trouble. A figure with its back to the auction house let out Haki's laughter. This man is. Rayleigh, who happened to be in the background and could clearly see the face of the figure, shrank his pupils. Immediately, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I see. Is this the reason why I feel my destiny through my intuition? Advertisement, what's wrong? You seem very happy. Who is coming? Such a strong aura and strength, superior to me. Observation Haki, who smiled, noticed the appearance of the visitor and Rayleigh's emotional change, and his face became serious. Such a terrifying aura, just standing there actually brought him a burst of pressure. Only Tutu and a few people have such strength in this sea. I'm afraid the fate you sensed has come. Rayleigh raised the corners of her mouth slightly and laughed. He smiled and his face was shocked. Well done. Who are you? I will reward you for saving Charles Ross. Looking at the figure with his back to the auction house, Roseward was overjoyed. Reward? You really have the courage to say it, rubbish? The figure with his back to the venue had his mouth slightly raised. The words that were spoken made the three celestial dragons, Roswald, Charos, and Charulia, froze in place. Trash? This person, calling them celestial dragons, is trash? Everyone in the auction house stared at this figure in disbelief. Insult, celestial dragons, what a wonderful opening, Portgas d'Ace. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth quirked up. Yishao's expression also became a little frozen. Portgas d'Ace, the one who is called the fifth emperor of the sea, because of pirates? Showed up at a human trafficking auction and called celestial dragons garbage? Buzz. At this time, in the corner of the venue, several beautiful figures suddenly appeared, each holding several image telephone bugs wrapped in mysterious light. Buzz. That mysterious light flourished instantly. Naval Headquarters, Sabaody Archipelago, Mariajoy, East Blue, Alabasta. Ace passed by and the phone bugs he affected instantly turned into videophone bugs and began to play everything that happened here. Then, Nami and the others worked even harder on the image phone bugs wrapped in mysterious light in their hands. Starting to affect more phone bugs around the world. West Blue, North Blue, South Blue, Grand Line, New World. Countless phone bugs in the world, at this moment, were affected by the image phone bugs shrouded in Ace's fully opened understanding field, and began to play this scene simultaneously. New World, Whitebeard Pirates. Buzz. A phone bug vibrated violently and played a picture. Dad, what is this? Marco looked at the picture that appeared, and was suddenly shocked, and looked at Whitebeard. It seems that the phone bug was forced to show the screen by unknown means. This kind of thing seems to have happened in Alabasta during our investigation, right? However, it seemed that only Alabasta was affected at that time, and the world government used many means to suppress that incident. Did Yang Shang actually come to Laozi this time? Whitebeard looked at the picture and laughed. Then, the person who did this is. Marco looked up suddenly and saw a figure taking a seat in front of celestial dragons. Portgas d'Ace, Laozi saw him. Whitebeard laughed, with deep interest in his eyes. Since it affects him, I'm afraid this scene is being broadcast all over the world. Big deal, Portgas d'Ace. Although I don't know what means were used, but what on earth do you want to do such a big thing? There was strong interest in Whitebeard's eyes. Heading towards the Sabaody archipelago, the red hair pirates are about to arrive. The red-haired man looked at a phone bug, and a picture was instantly played, and his pupils froze. The phone bug forced to play the video. It's the same as the Alabasta incident. Beckman looked at the screen and exhaled a puff of smoke. Portgas d'Ace, looking at the towering figure in front of embarrassed celestial dragons, the red-haired eyes froze and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Finally, I see you. Look what he wants to do, force the broadcast of such images. The redhead smiled lightly. That be asterisk 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 D Joker. Just kill him next time. He actually completely lost the whereabouts of that kid. How long will it take for Laozi to be here? On a mountain range, Kaido was sitting cross-legged, roaring angrily. Kaido frowned, and the phone bug on his body that communicated with Doflamingo suddenly released an image. Kaido looked at the back of the picture and seemed to feel something, and his eyes began to flash fiercely. Big Mom, who was enjoying a tea party, also looked at the screen with bloodshot eyes. East Blue, Windmill Village. Ace, it's Ace. Looking at the phone bug Ace left behind in the player's back, Luffy immediately yelled. Ace, you brat, are you still healthy? Dayton looked at Ace's back, his eyes filled with tears. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Chief, look, this is my brother, Ace. Sabo pointed to the standing figure in the picture played by the phone bug, with a look of pride on his face. Advertisement between brothers, even if they haven't seen each other for so many years. But as soon as he saw this figure, Sabo knew clearly. This is the back of his brother, Ace, Porter Cass, Ace. The corners of Dorag's mouth raised slightly. Not only Sabo's brother, but also his own son, Monkey. Luffy's brother. And he wants both Sabo and Luffy to be his right hand, a man with incredible charm. Alabasta, something like this happened before, but now the scope of this image is probably not as simple as a country. Dorag looked out the window, his expression shocked. What do you want to do, Portgas d'Ace, to do such an incredible thing? Dorag pondered. Who knows, but what Ace wants to do must be correct and great. Sabo laughed. Yeah? Dolog thought of Sabo's conversation with him after he regained his memory. A smile began to appear on his face. Then, let yourself see what you want to do when you declare to the world. Portgas d'Ace. Alabasta, Your Majesty, this is it. Jakka looked at the video played by the phone bug, his face full of shock. Ah, it's the same as then. Ace, let's see what great things we want to do this time. Cobra's eyes were full of memories and gratitude. The original Ace used this method to expose Crocodile's evil deeds to the public and save Alabasta. Also, Vivi has become mature. Cobra looked at the prefigure holding a phone bug in the corner of the image, and a big satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Holy Land, Mariajoy. Why, it can affect us here. Saint Satan looked at the scene that appeared with a gloomy face. They have special means here, and it is absolutely impossible for them to be eavesdropped by phone bugs. But now, the phone bug was forcibly affected and started to play the picture. Similar to Alabasta and the phone bug that affected the Holy Land. Is it Portka's Ace? What does this man want to do? Peter Saint looked at the back in the picture with gloomy eyes. The one who fell to the ground was the unimproved son of the Rothwald family, right? The location should be at Sabaody Archipelago. Portka's Ace was able to break through our layers of security nets and suddenly appeared in Sabaody Archipelago. What do you want to do if you still play such a scene? Mo Sheng's face turned cold. Let those losers cut off the broadcast signal quickly. Saint Wachuli said angrily. It's not possible at the moment. We're trying to find a way over there. Let Marine move out quickly. No matter what Portka's Ace wants to do, he can't succeed. Saint Nisholang's sword slammed to the ground. XX. Naval Headquarters. This is, in the Shichibukai conference room, Sengoku, who was warning this group of marine garbage about what to do next, shrank his pupils when he saw the picture that suddenly appeared. It's the same as the Alabasta incident, Portka's Ace. Sengoku looked at the picture played by the phone bug, and his pupils shrank when he looked at the back figure standing not far away from a celestial dragons who fell to the ground in a panic. When he saw Charo's, cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Really, Portka's Ace's target is the celestial dragons. Damn it. Are you still a step too late? How on earth did they manage to make their carefully deployed security network useless and suddenly appear in the Sabaody Archipelago? A hole. Moreover, what do Portka's Ace want to do when he plays such a picture? Sengoku's forehead had swollen veins and cold sweat dripping down his face. The bear's eyes flashed. Hee, Moria grinned. Is the big event about to begin? Bo, Portka's Ace. This be ********* D, in, at my auction house. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar picture, Doflamingo trembled all over. Portka's Ace, why did he appear in his auction house? And, that guy, is Celestial Dragons, play this picture, what do you want to do, Portka's Ace? Doflamingo looked at Charos in the picture with bloodshot eyes. The deep uneasiness almost swallowed Doflamingo up. Etel. Looking at the person in the picture, lying on the ground, extremely embarrassed, wearing familiar clothes. Hancock's pretty face, which had always been cold, changed drastically at this moment. The world's nobles, her long-standing psychological shadow, Celestial Dragons. Is that man Portka's Ace? Hancock looked at the back standing in front of Celestial Dragons, his beautiful eyes flashing. At this time, the playback screen flashed violently. Chapter 133. Crazy move. Has the scope of influence reached its limit? In Ace's eyes, the red color representing observation Haki flashed away. Ace has carefully prepared these phone bugs for a long time. Since today's plan, Ace has been using the field of understanding to improve the abilities of these phone bugs. It is precisely because of this continuous improvement in the field of understanding that these phone bugs can now influence such a large range of phone bugs in the world to play this image in the field of fully opened understanding. However, it is still a bit unrealistic to want to affect the entire world and every corner of the world at the same time. Not to mention, many places don't even have telephones. After all, there are too many countries and people in this world who are in extreme misfortune. In the original work, the focus is on the adventures of Luffy and others. The description of ordinary people can be said to be skipped. But from Oda's few descriptions, we can clearly feel that war and hunger are the main themes of this world. Phone bugs, in addition to the big pirates and various departments of the world government. It is only popular in more developed countries and important cities in world government countries. Many small islands, as well as people in war, do not have such a thing as a telephone.
But the scope of the impact is enough. 4 Seas, Grand Line, New World, Naval Headquarters, Mariajoy.
This scene can be seen in the most important areas of the world. As for the remaining areas of influence, as well as some places where there are no telephones, that guy Morgans will definitely not let this big news go, let him solve it. Just as Ace thought, the person who saw this picture was Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency. At this moment, he was excitedly shouting about the big news. Crack. There was the sound of a bullet being loaded. Charles held up his pistol, his stupid face full of anger. You be ********************* D. How dare you call us celestial dragons, you're just a mere idiot. Boom. Charos was about to curse angrily, with the loud sound of the boulder hitting the body. Charos's bubble hood shattered instantly. His eyes turned white and he spit out a mouthful of blood. It hit the ground hard and made no sound. You talk a lot of nonsense, rubbish. Ace looked at the blood flowing down his head, staining the ground red in a moment, and the silent Charlos. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, and his eyes were full of anger. Everyone in the auction house widened their eyes and looked at the auction table in horror. Celestial dragons, beaten. Disco, who was in charge of hosting, also looked dull, and then looked frightened. God, celestial dragons, they were beaten to the point of not knowing whether they were alive or dead. 407. How dare you do it, Portgas de Ace, ha ha ha. Seeing Ace beating the celestial dragons to death, Rayleigh laughed. Ace's actions reminded Rayleigh of the past, a battle that took place in the Valley of the Gods. His eyes were full of nostalgia. Did you fight the celestial dragons? Observation Haki also captured Ace's actions with a smile, his expression full of shock. It seems like it's not just as simple as beating the celestial dragons. Rayleigh pulled out a phone bug. Rayleigh, is little Ace at your place? He really dared to do it. Now the whole world is broadcasting the scene of him fighting celestial dragons. Just like what Lil Ace did in the Alabasta incident. What he said to me, the world will change from now on, turned out to be this kind of thing. It's so crazy. Shaki's voice kept coming from the phone bug. Am I right? Rayleigh looked at the shocked smile and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. After Yishao left, in the prison backstage, Shaki couldn't wait to tell him about Portgas de Ace's visit to Shaky's rip-off bar. After knowing what Ace said there, Rayleigh couldn't stop laughing. Rayleigh has long been extremely curious about this newcomer, who has risen rapidly and has become the 5th Emperor of the Sea in less than a year after going to sea. I didn't expect that he was such a free person. This freedom and ease also reminded Rayleigh of his deceased old friend. D. Roger. Looking at Ace not far away, the smile at the corner of Rayleigh's mouth became wider and wider. Broadcast what happened here to the whole world. No, we weren't so crazy back then, were we, Roger? Rayleigh's eyes were full of emotion. Play it around the world? Yishao looked shocked and turned to Ace sharply. How crazy, this man, Portgas de Ace. Will the world order be completely destroyed? Could it be that the dice he rolled, the fate he brought himself to meet, was really this man? Advertisement. At this time, looking at the picture, Ace turned around and revealed his handsome face. Countless people all over the world exclaimed in disbelief. Celestial dragons were beaten, and they don't know whether they are alive or dead. Grr. How dare you do it, Portgas de Ace. Whitebeard looked at the celestial dragons in the picture who were hit by a blow and didn't know whether they were alive or dead. And BFAB, is afraid that you can feel the figure of Haki across the screen, bursting into laughter. In front of the world, the celestial dragons were beaten to death without knowing whether they were alive or dead. This man. Marco looked at the scene in front of him and felt his whole body trembling. Marco has already confirmed the territory belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. Except for some territories on the edge and without phone bugs, even the Fishmen Island is all playing the same picture at the moment. It is no exaggeration to say that the celestial dragons were defeated all over the world without knowing whether they were alive or dead. Those are celestial dragons. The image of celestial dragons established by the world government to everyone in the world has always been descendants of the Creator, sacrosanct and inviolable. Celestial dragons outside the Holy Land will be hunted by the Admiral of Headquarters as long as they are harmed. When people in the world meet celestial dragons, they need to kneel down and greet them without any offense. Not to mention, in front of the world, directly fighting the celestial dragons without knowing whether they live or die. This kind of thing has never happened in the 800-year history of the establishment of world government, right? Marco swallowed hard. Even the Whitebeard pirates will not cause such big trouble as the celestial dragons. Not to mention that in front of the world, I don't know whether the dragon is alive or dead. This man, Portgas de Ace, is really. Marco had no adjectives in his mind that could express his mood at this time. Looking back, this kind of grand announcement to the world cannot be as simple as playing the celestial dragons. Portgas de Ace did something neither Roger nor I had ever done. Gu la la la. Whitebeard threw his head up and laughed. There are some memories in his eyes. Marco on the side, his expression kept shaking. Is it just an appetizer to fight a celestial dragons around the world without knowing whether he is alive or dead? Red hair pirates. Huh, I really made a move, Portgas de Ace. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and his eyes narrowed. Huh? Do you have any idea about what Portgas de Ace is going to do? The red-haired man looked at Beckman, his corner curved with interest. It's just some speculation. Judging from the Alabasta incident, this incident, and what Portgas de Ace did. This man is completely different from ordinary pirates. Beckman's eyes sparkled with intelligence. Oh? The redhead's eyes narrowed. I'm afraid this man is pretending to be the real world in his heart. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke. The real world? It's so interesting. I want to see you more and more, Portgas de Ace. The redhead murmured, and then the arc of the corners of his mouth became wider and wider, until finally, it turned into an unbridled laugh. Should we go to the Sabaody archipelago immediately? Beckman asked. No, let Portgas de Ace finish what he wants to do. I'm also looking forward to what he will do next. Let's go ahead and get rid of all the people who will get in the way. In the red-haired eyes, the red light representing ultimate observation Haki flashed suddenly. Naval Headquarters. Damn it, he really did it, Portgas de Ace. You will make the world completely riot. Sengoku looked at the video being played, his teeth clenched and cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, were beaten to death by Portgas de Ace in front of the world. Celestial dragons, in the 800-year history of world government, have not died of unnatural deaths. After all, there are many descendants of celestial dragons who are regarded as descendants of the Creator and possess extremely exaggerated privileges. There are also many people who provoke some powerful people and do things that make powerful people lose their minds. Otherwise, not everyone in the world would know that hurting the celestial dragons would lead to the Admiral of Headquarters. There are actually too many people seeking death in celestial dragons. But as the celestial dragons are hurt, the rules of the Admiral of Headquarters will become more and more popular. This rule to protect those celestial dragons who seek death has made celestial dragons less and less offensive in front of ordinary people. Those who dared to harm the celestial dragons are now almost extinct. Even if someone really kills celestial dragons, the world government will erase the identity of this celestial dragons after dealing with the troublemaker. No one has ever harmed celestial dragons without acknowledging them as celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, in front of everyone in the world, is an image that is absolutely inviolable. But now, in front of the whole world, Portgas d'Ace has completely broken this rule. In public, one of the celestial dragons was beaten alive or dead. This kind of thing is forcing naval headquarters and Portgas d'Ace to go to war. Advertisement originally, Sengoku was still planning, and he had to restrain his subordinates to exercise restraint. Wait until Portgas d'Ace and Kaido, the red-haired man, meet before taking action behind the scenes. After all, the red hair aside, Kaido must be here to cause trouble for Portgas d'Ace. If these two collide, Marine and the others will reap the benefits. After all, even their naval headquarters cannot afford such a terrible price in a war with several emperors. But now, all plans have come to nothing. Naval headquarters was taken down by Portgas d'Ace. What is the purpose of this madman, by doing this? What's in it for you? Sengoku looked at Ace in the screen and gritted his teeth. Fufu, playing celestial dragons in front of the whole world was really exciting. Doflamingo laughed strangely. Although the beating of celestial dragons happened in his auction house, Doflamingo was not worried about how it would affect him. After all, he was once a celestial dragons. Although he lost his status as a celestial dragons because of his stupid father, he still has some privileges. At least, he won't be involved because of this matter. Seeing Charos lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, Doflamingo's eyes flashed with joy. The identity of the celestial dragons is a pain in Doflamingo's heart. His stupid dad gave up his status as a world noble and became a shitty commoner. Even if he killed his stupid father and returned to the holy land of Ryujin with his head, he still could not regain his identity as a celestial dragons. Now seeing the celestial dragons being beaten to death by Portgas d'Ace in front of the whole world, a morbid joy flashed through Doflamingo's heart. At the same time, I was also happy that naval headquarters was forced to go to war with Portgas d'Ace. This guy is so crazy. The naval headquarters, and their Shichibukai, gathered here to prevent a possible war between this man and Kaido, the redhead. As a result, Portgas d'Ace actually beat the celestial dragons to death in front of the whole world. Force naval headquarters, take Kaido first, red-haired one step, and start a battle with Portgas d'Ace. Although I don't know what this guy's purpose is. But Doflamingo has only one comment on this, madman. Perish under your madness, Portgas d'Ace. The smile on Doflamingo's face grew bigger and bigger. How dare you, Portgas d'Ace? His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. In front of the whole world, beating a celestial dragons without knowing whether he is alive or dead is really an extremely crazy move. As expected, Haki is not a man with red hair, and, even more, crazy. The bear's eyes were obscured by sunglasses and his expression could not be seen clearly. But the hands holding his chest became tighter and tighter, which can explain No's mood at this time. The eyes under the sunglasses kept flashing, and Shang was silently thinking about something. That's really crazy, Ace. Moria's cheeks also twitched a little at this time. Although she already knew how Haki this man was, this kind of thing like fighting the celestial dragons without knowing whether they were alive or dead in front of the whole world was beyond Moria's expectations. The most important thing is, wouldn't Perona also become a felon in the eyes of the world government because of this? Moria's cheeks twitched and Anbu gritted his teeth. He must speed up his growth. His current strength is not enough to protect Perona, who is in the huge Uzumaki. At this moment, in the conference room, the expression was the most shocking. It's Boya Hancock. I saw the most beautiful woman in the world, covering her red lips with all her strength, and looking at the scene in front of her with her beautiful eyes in horror. Portgas d'Ace, in front of the world, beat one of the celestial dragons alive or dead. But now, the previous information no longer needs to be confirmed. There were a few tears in the corners of Hancock's eyes. Even though she never wanted to set foot on the Holy Land again, she came here. Let everyone in the world be completely shocked, still, in this way that is broadcast around the world. There really are idiots who dare to take action against the celestial dragons. Portgas d'Ace, this man, beat a celestial dragons to death in front of the whole world. The inviolable identity given by the world government to the celestial dragons was trampled underfoot in front of the whole world. It also made the five elders completely furious like never before. I want to confirm that there are really idiots in this world who dare to take action against celestial dragons. Celestial dragons are still the biggest shadow in her heart. Because everything that happens on the screen next. Sengoku noticed that something was wrong with the Pirate Queen's mood, but at this moment, he had no extra experience to care about the Pirate Queen. Even now, she has become the Emperor of Amazon Lily, one of the Shichibukai, and is called the Pirate Empress. So after learning that Portgas d'Ace was in the Holy Land and used Conqueror's Haki to make the celestial dragons comatose, she wanted to confirm whether this information was true. Celestial dragons have always been a shadow in the hearts of the three sisters. Let Sengoku, let Whitebeard, let Redhead, let Kaido, let Big Mom, let Hancock, let all Shichibukai, let Dorag. Chapter 134. Public Execution. Sabaody Archipelago, inside the human trafficking auction. Yes, someone hurt the celestial dragons. Run, the Marine Admiral is coming. In the stands, countless wealthy businessmen looked at the unconscious Charles in horror. Fear permeated the entire auction venue. Hey, then, that person is. In the auction house, some pirates looked at Ace in disbelief and began to sweat on their foreheads. No, there's nothing wrong. It's the captain of the Entei pirates who has a total bounty of more than 3 billion belly. The fifth emperor of the sea, with a bounty of 1.18 billion belly. Entei, Portgas d Ace, a pirate captain exclaimed angrily. Tisk, is this guy who has suppressed all the glory of our generation of pirates, and within less than a year of going to sea, is he called the fifth emperor of the sea? A pirate captain, although cold sweat was streaming down his forehead, there was still a look of dissatisfaction in his eyes. The first half of the Grand Line, the route leading to the final island, has a total of 7 magnetic routes. Recording pointers, recording different magnetic forces, the pirates will also be distributed on 7 routes, and ultimately they all point to an intersection, the final island. In the first half of the Grand Line, there is also a meeting point, which is the Sabaody Archipelago. Pirates who want to go to the New World must pass through the Sabaody Archipelago, be coded, dive into the deep sea, pass the Fishman Island, and go to the second half of the Grand Line, which is the New World. Therefore, every year, there will be new pirates who go to sea. After passing through the first half of the Grand Line and being eliminated countless times, they come to the Sabaody Archipelago. The bounty that reflects the threat of pirates is the most intuitive criterion for judging the strength of pirates. Arriving at the end of the first half of the Grand Line, the pirates on the Sabaody Archipelago, with a bounty of more than 100 million belly, are called supernova. Every supernova that comes to Sabaody Archipelago will be the center of attention. Although the title of supernova will be regarded as a thorn in the marine side, such attention also makes the pirates crazy. After all, they went to sea for the ultimate secret treasure, One Piece. If you get One Piece, you will get all the wealth, prestige and everything. Reputation is naturally sought after by pirates. But for the pirates who came to Sabaody Archipelago this time, all the attention was snatched away by one person. Known as the fifth emperor of the sea, Emperor Yan, Portgas d Ace. When the pirates in their current period are still chasing the identity of supernova. This man has become one of the 4 emperors of the New World, who is comparable to the 4 of the New World, who reigns over the second half of the Grand Line like emperors, and stands at the top of all pirates. Among the Entei pirates under his command, there is only one new member who does not have a bounty of over 100 million. The remaining 7 people hope that the reward will exceed 100 million. There are 3 people with bounties exceeding 300 million. My bounty is as high as 1.18 billion Baileys. There are only 9 members in the pirate group, but the bounty for the entire group exceeds the terrifying 3 billion Baileys. It can be said that adding up the bounties of all the pirates in the current Sabaody Archipelago, they have. There is no trace of the Entei pirates. All the attention, all the glory, were taken away by the Entei pirates and Portgas d Ace. Such a terrifying reputation makes most pirates fear the Entei pirates. But there are also many who have outstanding bounty rewards among pirates in the same period and feel extremely dissatisfied. Why? Didn't he just invade the Enies lobby and kill 5 Marine Vice Admirals? They, the best pirates of the same period, had not encountered Marine Commodore and Rear Admiral. Although he is strong, he is only on par with them. If he can kill Marine Vice Admiral, is he strong? Is he worthy of being called the fifth emperor? These pirates who have only sailed in the first half of the Grand Line have no idea of the huge gap in the strength of Marine generals between the Marine Central Branch and the main headquarters. The real elite combat power in the Marine above the Rear Admiral and Naval Headquarters will not appear in the first half of the Grand Line at all. They are all gathered in the second half of the Grand Line, the New World. There are many frogs in the well who have never seen high altitudes, and they want to use the head of Portgas d Ace as a stepping cloth. After all, it has become a common practice for those with great ambitions in supernova to target one of the 4 emperors after entering the New World. As long as 4 emperors is killed, the Crusaders will gain unprecedented attention and reputation. However, after all these years, the 4 emperors are still like emperors, hiding in the New World. The terrifying strength and prestige also made many ambitious people look at the Flame Emperor at the same time as them, Portgas d Ace. If you kill Emperor Yan, you can still gain huge reputation. Compared with the 4 emperors who have ruled the New World for so many years, the 5th emperor seems to be much easier to defeat. How do you want to go? If we kill Emperor Yan, we will become famous and attract the attention of the world. A captain of this generation's supernova pirate group, with a bounty of more than 100 million, is holding a knife and has a fierce look in his eyes. HMPH, I don't believe that pirates who are at the same time as us can be much farther away than us. Another pirate captain of the supernova, who had a bounty of over 100 million, transformed into a human animal form, showing his fangs. Zone ability person. To be able to reach the end of the first half of the Grand Line, the captain of the Sabaody Archipelago pirate group has a lot of demon fruit power. If we swarm forward, Emperor Yan may not be able to withstand us. Another captain of the Supernova pirate group with a bounty of over 100 million Baileys said in a deep voice. Although they want to defeat Emperor Yan to gain huge reputation, they are not completely fools. Facing this guy whom Marine calls the Fifth Emperor, it's better to come together to be safe. After killing it, even if the reputation is divided, it will be enough. The remaining pirate captains of the scene looked at each other and nodded. The opportunity to kill Emperor Yan and become famous is right in front of you. Advertisement, go. Kill Entei, before the Marine Admiral arrives. The captain of the pirate group, who had transformed into a human animal form, roared angrily and headed down towards Ace in the stands. Tisk, Zone's guy has no brains after his transformation. Several pirate captains looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Here, kill Emperor Yan and gain great fame, then evacuate before the Marine Admiral gets here. We have taken your head, Emperor Yan, whizzing. In front of the whole world, nearly 10 pirates who were extremely vicious, notorious in the first half of the Grand Line, and whose bounty orders were known to the world, rushed towards Ace at the same time. They're the supernovas of this generation. There are also some big pirates with bounties exceeding 80 million. Are they going to attack Emperor Yan? In the venue, some pirates who did not dare to take action looked at the captains of the pirate group who rushed towards Ace, and exclaimed again and again. In response, Ace didn't even raise his eyelids, did. Accompanied by the terrifying thunder, there was a terrifying roar that echoed across the sky. Boom. Ah. Screams sounded instantly. In the eyes of many people around the world who are in disbelief, these notorious pirates have gone through countless hardships in the first half of the Grand Line and come to Sabaody Archipelago. The best pirates in this issue. In the violent lightning, not even the slightest ability to resist was turned into charcoal in an instant. Whoosh! Does a guy of this caliber want to challenge our captain? Nami landed on Ace's left hand, swung the weather stick, and showed a proud smile on her pretty face. Yes, it's the navigator of the Entei pirates, the one with a bounty of 500 million belly, the Thunderfruit's ability user, the thieving cat Nami. A pirate with a bounty of more than 60 million shouted in fear. Kokoja village. Nami, it's Nami, she's so strong. Nami, those are big pirates whose bounties are many times higher than Arlong's. Nami's name has spread all over the world, today's toast. The villagers looked at Nami's figure and laughed loudly. Supernovas, they don't have the ability to resist at all, and they all died in one blow? The pirates present looked at these with cold hands and feet. The sky pirates who were so majestic before were now completely reduced to coke. Difference, the gap, how could it be so big? Some captains of the pirate group, who had high bounties on their heads, fell to the ground, muttering absent-mindedly. Emperor Yan has not taken action. The navigators under his command buried all the best pirates in their group with one blow. Is the sea really so vast? I don't want to be a pirate anymore. Are all the new world monsters like this? There were also many captains of the pirate group who could not accept this cruel reality at all. They broke down emotionally and ran towards the entrance of the auction house in a state of collapse together with the wealthy businessmen. You are very strong, this young lady. Yishao frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Observation Haki's perception is that such an attack is no longer beneath him. Logia's Thunderfruit? It hasn't appeared in the sea for a long time. Its power is really amazing. Rayleigh raised the corners of her mouth slightly and exclaimed. This is one whose pure devil fruit ability is enough to rival Admiral's terrifying devil fruit. A casual blow has such power, coupled with Shaki's description, this little girl's development of Thunderfruit. I'm afraid, you have awakened, right? One, with Admiral-level combat power? Rayleigh looked at Nami with extremely curious eyes. In this sea, Admiral-level combat power, no matter where it is, in any era, is at the absolute top, and they are all terrifying combat power that can determine the direction of a war. Not to mention, he has the ability of Thunderfruit, one of the top of countless devil fruits. Vivi. Ace looked at the pirates and wealthy businessmen who were trying to escape and said calmly. Call. A gust of wind and sand filled the air, and Vivi's figure appeared on Ace's right side. Her right hand slowly touched the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Erosion of reincarnation. Buzz. Boom. The ability of sand fruit is released instantly at this moment. Bang. Bang. Phew, earth, walls, buildings, everything is rapidly drying out and collapsing. All the water is instantly absorbed by the sand fruit ability and then turns into sand. Advertisement, bang. This majestic auction house has stood in Sabaody Archipelago 1 for many years and has been engaged in human trafficking. Amid the exclamations of countless people around the world, it collapsed instantly and turned into sand without any moisture. These countless sands, under Vivi's control, turned all the pirates and wealthy businessmen who wanted to escape into piles of sand, leaving behind terrifying faces outside. Yes, he is a combatant of the Entei pirates, with a bounty of 350 million belly, a user with sand fruit ability, the Desert Princess, Vivi. A pirate captain, who was buried in the sand with only his face left, screamed in horror. Help, help, don't kill me, woo. A wealthy businessman yelled in fear, and then his face was buried in sand. If you disturb my captain, I will kill you. Vivi raised her pretty face, full of pride. Woo. All the pirates and wealthy businessmen who were still struggling immediately shut their mouths. Does the sand fruit hunted from crocodile have the ability? Can it turn rocks and buildings into sand on a large scale? Rayleigh looked at the drastically changed environment around him, as well as the seemingly dead earth, and his expression condensed. Such sand fruit ability is only one step away from awakening. Although sand fruit is not as good as thunderfruit, once it is awakened, it will be infinitely close to the admiral level. But this is just the ability of devil fruit. A strong person who can develop devil fruit to the point of awakening will naturally not be able to use Haki. Is it another one who is about to become a general level combatant? Rayleigh looked at Vivi with emotion on her face. No wonder, even before they sailed to the New World, they were regarded by the world government as a pirate group comparable to the Four Emperors. The combat power and potential of the core members are not at all inferior to that red-haired brat's red-haired pirates. The smiling face became more solemn. Alabasta, Princess Vivi. Looking at Vivi, Jakka, Belle, and Ikaram were extremely excited. Vivi, you are very energetic. Looking at Vivi's pretty face, Cobra's eyes wet unconsciously. Are you crazy? Dare to attack us celestial dragons? A capital crime? An absolute capital crime? Shilulia was also buried in the sand at this time, leaving only a mask. His face was now extremely ferocious, and he was yelling at Ace. Buzz. The sand around Shilulia squirmed, and Shilulia looked frightened. All the water in her body was being absorbed by the sand. Soon, Shilulia, who was in a dehydrated state, could not even speak a word and was dying. You are. Roswald, who was also buried in the sand, looked at Ace's face with a look of shock and anger. In the holy land of Mariajoy, release the Conqueror's daring men, Portgas d Ace. Roswald gritted his teeth and said, as the head of the Roswald family, Roswald knows very well what is happening in the Holy Land. Regarding Portgas d Ace, the mastermind behind the storm that caused countless celestial dragons to fall into coma, Roswald also teamed up with several family heads to ask Marine to blaspheme the celestial dragons. Arrest the bastards of people and turn them into slaves. However, they were all suppressed by 5 elders. But now, Portgas d Ace has taken action directly against the Roswald family. What a daring person. What do you want to do, Portgas d Ace? Roswald looked at Charos, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and Shilulia, who was buried in the sand and was in a state of water shortage and was dying, and said in shock and anger. What do I want to do? Public execution. Vivi controls the sand, and a high platform made of sand slowly appears in the eyes of the world. Portgas d Ace, could it be? The corners of Ace's mouth raised slightly, and he slowly raised his right hand. Sengoku looked at the picture with an expression of extreme shock and anger. Execution targets, 3, Celestial Dragons workers. This shape and appearance are really fresh in Baizi's memory. Watching the execution platform appear, which was exactly the same as the high platform that I will never forget, watching the Conqueror's Haki use Conqueror's Haki to press the 3 Rose Waiters on the execution platform, leaving the 3 heavenly beings. It was exactly the same as the execution platform in Logue Town where his old friend, D. Roger, had been executed. A whole, crazy, completely crazy, Portgas d Ace. Rayleigh looked a little dazed. Buzz, this guy, does he want to? 013803415 Filu 234,332,280. Ace, issued Haki's declaration to the whole world. Dragon Man, the figure in front of the whole world. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Chapter 135. Want to prevent execution? Akainu.
An execution platform made entirely of sand, but its shape and appearance are still fresh in the memory of countless people around the world.
That was exactly the same execution platform as the one where Pirate King D. Roger was publicly executed in Logue Town, broadcast live to the whole world. An incomparable figure of Haki stands here, under the full operation of the world government and naval headquarters. Its name is known everywhere in the world where the newsbird reaches. Known as the 5th Emperor of the Sea, with a bounty of 1.18 billion belly, Emperor Yan, Portgas d Ace. At its feet are 3 of the world's true nobles, enjoying countless privileges, descendants of the world's creator, the Celestial Dragons. At this time, these 3 Celestial Dragons, under the power of Emperor Yan, actually walked down the road in front of the whole world. And Entei, Haki said the words that naval headquarters once said to suppress the Pirate King. Public execution. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Emperor Yan, publicly executed 3 Celestial Dragons. Boom. The whole world suddenly became chaotic. Crazy. Completely crazy. It has always been the world government that publicly executes the most heinous criminals. Now, this pirate who destroyed Enies' lobby is regarded by the world government as the most heinous pirate in recent years. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Emperor Yan, Portgas d Ace. The descendants of the 20 kings who created the world government, the real nobles of this world, the Celestial Dragons, were broadcast live to the whole world simultaneously, and executed publicly. While walking outside, the 3 Celestial Dragons, who would have been immediately kneeled down by ordinary people, were being pressed down by Portgas d Ace. Kneeling in front of the whole world, waiting to be sentenced. The whole world, at this moment, was completely detonated. Holy Land, Mariajoy. Boom, are you kidding? Portgas d Ace. Saint Satan looked at the Roswald family kneeling to the whole world under the power of Ace, and was completely furious. 607, 3 Celestial Dragons. Shaped by their world government, they have unlimited privileges and are welcomed by countless people wherever they go. They're the descendants of the creator. At this moment, in front of the whole world, kneeling down, waiting for the trial and execution of a pirate? In the 800 years since the founding of world government, such a bad incident has never happened. Portgas d'Ace is looking for death. Do you really think that our world government can't do anything to him? Wuchuli Sheng, who had a birthmark on his forehead, punched a big hole in the wall of the office at this moment, roaring angrily. Portgas d'Ace, I didn't pursue him with all my strength before, but I just wanted to maintain the balance of the sea and let him collide with Kaido. And we have more important things to deal with, so we indulge him a little bit. It seems that this kind of indulgence made him a little carried away. Most Sheng, who has long hair and beard, has cold eyes. Marine is incompetent. It seems that we need to solve this big trouble. Satan, you should be the vanguard. Celestial dragons must not be publicly executed by a pirate. This is trampling on the face of our world government. Saint Nisholang's sword hit the ground hard and he roared. The titles of all the 5 elders are martial gods. They are the strongest combatants in this world government. I also want to go out, but those losers haven't been able to cut off the signal yet. Our abilities cannot be exposed to the whole world. Saint Satan looked at the played picture with a gloomy expression. A-hole. Portgas d'Ace, what method did you use? We are all helpless with this signal. We should have completely mastered the signal of the phone bug. Many of our methods cannot be used live in front of the whole world. Saint Pitt's eyes were also bloodshot at this time. Does it mean that Portgas d'Ace is allowed to be so rampant? Saint Wuchuli's forehead was full of veins. Let all members of Marine mobilize to prevent this public execution by any means possible. Marine's method, even if he can't kill Portgas d'Ace, the bottom line is to force him to use the power of the gate fruit to escape in panic. Stop this public execution, Mo Sheng said in a deep voice. No, let Marine's main target be those videophone bugs. Saint Peter looked at the screen with cold eyes. Once the signal is interrupted, Sardin, it's up to you to call us over. I want Portgas d'Ace to regret what he did today. Saint Peter's eyes were bloodshot. The eyes of the other 5 elders also became extremely cold. Obviously, this unscrupulous behavior of completely trampling the face of the world government in front of the whole world has completely angered these 5 most powerful people in the world. Then I'll get ready first. Saint Satan stood up and walked towards the door of the office. The remaining 5 elders began to give orders to Marine. A-hole. Portgas d'Ace. You madman. Sengoku looked at the 3 celestial dragons kneeling in front of the whole world, waiting for trial and execution, with extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Then, picked up the phone bundle. Akainu, Portgas d'Ace, Human Trafficking Auction House in Sabaody Archipelago, GR1. Now, get there and stop Portgas d'Ace. You must not let this guy publicly execute the celestial dragons in front of the world. You must not. Sengoku roared while holding the phone bug in his hand. I'm on my way, it will take a while. I have no control over the fate of the celestial dragons, but what I can guarantee is to kill the evil Portgas d'Ace. Advertisement. There is no better opportunity than to kill Portgas d'Ace in front of the world. Akainu's cold voice gave Sengoku a headache. This, extreme B**************************************** D. Akainu, who knew the latest information about Portgas d'Ace, went completely crazy. Kizaru, immediately, use your sparkling fruit ability to rush to Sabaody Archipelago-1. Be sure to stop Portgas d'Ace. Use your sparkling fruit ability to give me a video call that will be broadcast to the world. Interrupt this live broadcast, do you understand? Sengoku picked up another unaffected phone bug and roared angrily. 10 minutes. At this moment, Kizaru stopped playing tricks, put away his cynical attitude, and said in a deep voice. Click. Then, the phone hung up. Public execution of celestial dragons, Portgas d'Ace, you madman. Sengoku gritted his teeth and began to convey instructions one by one. The 5 elders are completely crazy. Now, Portgas d'Ace can no longer be allowed to run amok. Marine, you have to go all out. The marine warships deployed in the waters around Sabaody Archipelago are heading towards Sabaody Archipelago GRL at the fastest speed. The warships in the headquarters also began to be mobilized. Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, leaving no one behind, all boarded the battleship and headed for the Sabaody Archipelago. Everyone, you have also seen that if the celestial dragons are publicly executed, no one knows what the world order will become. Whether your Shichibukai privileges can continue to exist is still unknown. Now, head to the Sabaody Archipelago and stop Portgas d'Ace. Sengoku looked at the Shichibukai and said solemnly. Call. Shang didn't say much, he stood up first and walked out of the lounge. The other Shichibukai present were not surprised. Shang is the one who listens to the world government the most among the Shichibukai. But Shang's behavior at this time made Sengoku feel uneasy. Shang, what happened at Thriller Bark has not yet been reported to the world government. This time, will we really listen to the world government and deal with Portgas d'Ace like before? Bear's ability is extremely troublesome, if you help Portgas d'Ace. Sengoku shook his head and threw the thought away. It is impossible for Shang to do such a thing. He and his daughter are in the hands of the world government. Moreover, the bear itself has been almost transformed into a weapon of the world government, and it is impossible to disobey the world government's orders. But Sengoku, who was focusing all his attention on Ace at this time, didn't notice. Moria, who was following the bear, had a strange look in her eyes. That's crazy, Portgas d'Ace. Doflamingo looked gloomy. Although Portgas d'Ace has become a thorn in the side of the world government, Doflamingo is not happy at all at this time. This man's madness even made him feel scared. Compared to this man, what is a drunk Kaido? This is a real madman. How dare you publicly execute celestial dragons in front of the whole world? After all, is there anything else that this man dares not do? Doflamingo gritted his teeth and walked out. It would be better for a madman like him who has his eyes on him to die here. Otherwise, I will really have trouble sleeping and eating in the days to come. Portgas d'Ace. Hancock looked at the image of the 3 celestial dragons kneeling in front of the whole world, waiting for trial and execution. Covering her red lips, her beautiful eyes were shocked like never before. There seemed to be something broken in my heart. Biting his red lips, Hancock walked towards the door. There was a hint of emotion in his beautiful eyes that he had never seen before. The other Shichibukai also stood up and walked out the door. Shichibukai, on the move. How crazy, public execution of celestial dragons. Rayleigh looked at the familiar execution platform and was filled with emotion. What's the matter? A smile. Looking at the man holding the cane with a fluctuating smile, Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. It is not a pity to die for such a scumbag, but if the world's nobles are publicly executed, will the world's order collapse? If the world order collapses, will the people fall into unprecedented chaos? I'm old, I'm coming now, Yishao said in a deep voice. A breakdown of order? The corners of Rayleigh's mouth raised slightly, and she looked at Ace on the execution platform, her eyes a little dazed. His old friend had done something like this before. With his short life, he started a new era called the Great Pirate Era. Then, it is not a collapse of order. Now, here's another man who wants to usher in a new era with the public execution of 3 celestial dragons. The old order is still surviving. In the past 800 years, many people have died in vain? Rayleigh's words made Yishao look shocked. Advertisement. Besides, the new era cannot be stopped, with a smile. Rayleigh laughed. On the high platform. A public execution trial will naturally not be without reason. Ace looked at the 3 celestial dragons who were kneeling at his feet, all of them breathing only one breath, and raised his hands towards the playing phone bug. Before we execute them, let's have an appetizer garden. Ace's eyes narrowed and he looked at Disco, who was lying limply on the ground not far away. Call out. A point of light was thrown out by Ace and merged into Disco's brain. Boom. Under Disco's horrified gaze, a ball of light emitting mysterious light was ejected from Disco's brain. This is, in the Holy Land, the 5 elders' expressions suddenly changed as they looked at the pop-up light ball. Buzz. Ace touched a phone bug shrouded in the field of understanding to this ball of light. The screen changed suddenly. The memory of Disco begins to be read. Everything about this human trafficking auction house, about the dirty trade of human trafficking, appeared in front of people all over the world. Mermaids, members of the participating countries who should be protected by the world government, were actually caught less because of Whitebeard's protection. Although under the protection of Whitebeard, there are still some poachers who risk catching mermaids for high profits. But compared to the miserable situation before Whitebeard's asylum, it was nothing. There is more darkness, all of it, exposed to the world. Doflamingo, the boss behind the human trafficking auction house, was coming to see him, and his expression changed again and again. D. How could the memory be read? It's the bear's meatball fruit ability. The memory was ejected. In the Holy Land, Saint Moshe looked extremely ugly. Portgas d'Ace, how can you use the power of the meatball fruit? The bear is in naval headquarters and heading to the Sabaody archipelago. Saint Wachuli said angrily. Is it Portgas d'Ace, the one with the ability to hunt devil fruit? But why can we use the same ability when the ability user still exists? Saint Nisholing looked gloomy. Could it be that you partially hunted? Saint Pierre's expression changed. Can this kind of thing be done? Damn it. Saint Wachuli's face was gloomy. No, with the power of the meatball fruit, this D wants to read the memories of the celestial dragons and broadcast them to the world. Saint Pitt's expression suddenly changed and he roared angrily. The expressions of the remaining 5 elders changed dramatically at the same time. On the high platform, I sentence you to death. Ace looked at Disco, the black and purple in his eyes flashing fiercely. Peefed. Black and purple lightning appeared out of thin air, turned into a sharp blade, and pierced into Disco's body. The severe pain, the pain that penetrated deep into the soul, made Disco's facial expression distorted, but he could not make any sound. In despair, he ended his ugly life with the most terrible pain in the world. Human traffickers must die. Anyone who comes to this auction house and engages in human trafficking will be punished by death. Ace is indifferent. Call. After Ace finished speaking, Vivi suddenly activated the sand fruit ability. The ugly wealthy businessman buried in the sand, as well as the pirates who came here, had their bodies quickly drained of moisture and became mummies, waiting for death to come. So, it's your turn, celestial dragons. The corner of Ace's mouth raised slightly and he took out 3 light spots. This light spot is indeed, as the 5 elders said, the power of the flesh ball fruit. But it's not just because of Ace's realm of understanding. Instead, it is combined with Shang's bud-level meatball fruit ability and with the help of the field of understanding. Take some of devil fruit's devil elements out of your body. And the user's part of the demon factor, 10, needs to be used in the emotional field. After use, this demon factor will dissipate and reappear in the body of the Esper. Therefore, it can be called a one-time right to use devil fruit's abilities. Meatball fruit, this bud-level ability, Ace is bound to get, and has already made a layout in the bear's body. If everything goes well, Ace will get the consciousness of the bear and the ability of the meatball fruit together. Ace's eyes flashed, and he threw 3 light points into the bodies of the Rosewald family. 3 memory light spots pop up. Take a good look, these are the celestial dragons. Ace used an image phone bug and suddenly touched Charles's memory ball. The memory of Charles Ross began to be played in front of the whole world. Great eruption. At this time, a roar came. Boom. The terrifying magma fist, which was completely composed of terrifying magma, blasted towards the execution platform. Want to stop the execution? Akainu? Chapter 136. Exposed? Ace's bloodline? Great eruption, accompanied by an iron-blooded roar. Gulu. Gulu. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound, a giant fist of lava composed entirely of magma caused the temperature of the atmosphere to soar rapidly and even began to distort. The violent magma shows amazing destructive power. This is, in the introduction to the Devil Fruit Illustrated book, the ability that stands at the top of all devil fruits in terms of pure attack power. Logia, lava fruit, fist. Boom. Boom. With a Haki laugh. The roaring flames instantly turned into a terrifying flame beam with a diameter of tens of meters, flashing with violent black and purple lightning. He hit hard on the roaring magma fist. Boom. Magma and flames, the 2 major natural disasters in nature, exploded violently in the atmosphere. Boom. Whoosh. 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 Flames and magma exploded in the sky, turning into rain of fire and lava meteors, causing the temperature in the atmosphere to soar to an extremely terrifying level. Want to stop the execution? Akainu? Ace stood on the high platform of the execution platform. Next to him, countless fire rains and lava meteors passed by the execution platform. Looking at the man in the distance whose entire right fist turned into lava, the man with a terrifying murderous intent on his iron-blooded face laughed loudly. The strongest fighting force in the world government, the Admiral of Headquarters, my god. When the whole world saw this figure, countless people exclaimed. Many of the big pirates, who were regarded by the public as extremely vicious, showed fear when they saw Akainu's figure. An iron-blooded man who protects extreme justice. This is the name for this man on the sea, who is called the Naval Headquarters, the strongest marine admiral in history. He is also the strongest man in history. Possess the devil fruit with the strongest attack power in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book, and the lava fruit that is a natural disaster. Facing the pirates, and even hindering his extremely just colleagues 15 and the people, his iron-blooded methods are frightening. Akainu? Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. It is indeed the lava fruit that is said to have the strongest attack in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book. This kind of pure destructive power is even inferior to Thunderfruit and Whitebeard's Shock Fruit. With the powerful destructive power of lava fruit, it can even equal the attack of Conqueror's Haki-tangled by Mera fruit. Although it does not have the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, but with the terrifying destructive power of lava fruit and the powerful armament Haki. Akainu is a strong man who can truly fight the 4 emperors head-on and stand at the top of the sea. In terms of physique, Haki, and fruit abilities, Akainu today is almost at the peak of his life. It is not an exaggeration to say that Akainu is the strongest combat force in Marine today. However, this man is still standing at the pinnacle of this sea. Rayleigh looked at Ace's young face, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. The new era, as you once said, is coming, Roger, Admiral of Headquarters, God? He smiled and frowned slightly. The coverage area of such an attack is too large, and even falling lava meteors may involve civilians. Such a move is completely contrary to Yishao's philosophy of putting civilians first. Is this the Admiral of Headquarters who is said to be the most likely to take over as the next Marshal in the Marines? The expression on Yishao's face became more and more complicated. Whoosh, whoosh, fire rain and lava meteors passed by Akainu. Akainu stood in the center of the fire rain and lava meteors and slowly raised his head. Preventing an execution? No, an iron-blooded smile slowly appeared on Akainu's face. I'm here to give you a gorgeous funeral, Portgas d'Ace. Gulu. Gulu. Akainu's entire right arm turned into terrifying lava, and his eyes exuded an astonishing killing intent. Your tone is not small, I hate it. Ace looked at Akainu and laughed. Whoosh! Advertisement Ace's figure disappeared from the high platform and appeared not far from Akainu in an instant. However, there can be no flaws in this public execution because of you. The corners of Ace's lips raised, creating a hint of Haki's curvature. What is a public execution? Naturally, the execution will be carried out after the trial. After showing the filthiness of the celestial dragons to the whole world, they were put on trial and sentenced to death. This is the most perfect public execution. Similarly, only through such a perfect public execution can he gain the greatest benefit. This perfect public execution against the celestial dragons will become the nourishment for my Haki, allowing my Conqueror's Haki to be greatly improved. This is why Ace didn't kill 3 celestial dragons immediately, but instead used the image phone bug and the bear's meatball fruit ability. The reason for spending time and energy to publicly execute 3 celestial dragons in front of the world. And similarly, this public execution will also usher in the full efforts of the naval headquarters and the world government to prevent it. This is also another purpose of posting. No matter how much you, the naval headquarters and the world government try to stop it, you will still complete this public execution in front of the whole world. With heaven-defying understanding, the improvement of Haki will be historic. Moreover, it will also tear apart the bloody and cruel reality of the dirty rule of the world government and display it in front of the whole world. Start paving the way for yourself to become the king of the world. After all, under the suppression of the world government and the extremely inconvenient communication environment in this world, most people in the world know almost nothing about many dark realities. They only know that celestial dragons have the supreme privilege of being the descendants of the Creator. What I know is all the image that has been beautified by the world government, and the information that the world government wants the people to know. Although even if they know this, most people in the world will still be numb, escape, or feel that it has nothing to do with them. However, there is never a shortage of bloody people who dare to resist in this world. Just like the era of great pirates opened by One Piece, Gold D. Roger, not everyone will become a pirate and chase One Piece. But the wave it set off has opened a new era. And now, at this moment, the order of the world will undergo drastic changes for the second time since the Great Pirate Era because of him. Just like Ace said to Shaki, the world will change from this moment on. And this great change that happens to you will also become your own Haki's nourishment, making you stronger. Ace's top priority is to become the core factor of becoming the king of the world. That is to have powerful force in an absolute sense. Without powerful force in an absolute sense, everything is just an illusion. Celestial dragons, changes in the world structure, naval headquarters, world government, everything is just nourishment for Ace to improve Haki and his strength. This is Ace's current level. Ace looked at Akainu, and in his eyes, the purple-black color that represented Conqueror's Haki became thicker and thicker. The curve of the corners of his mouth became even more Haki. Rayleigh's eyes suddenly froze. What's wrong? Observation Haki smiled and noticed Rayleigh's emotional changes. Didn't your Haki notice it? Is it an illusion? Or? Rayleigh looked at Ace and frowned slightly. Or is it that observation Haki cannot detect it and only Conqueror's Haki can sense it? I always feel that the essence of this man's Conqueror's Haki is improving. During the battle, Haki's essence is improving. Can this kind of thing be done? Portgas de Ace? It was as if this public execution was Haki's nourishment. Let me see, what are your future limits if you make the same big event that can bring huge changes to the world like Roger did? Portgas D. Ace. Rayleigh's eyes flashed with memories. Also, this name also makes me a little concerned. D. Ace, same as you D. Also, as you once said, if there are descendants, they will be named after the famous sword, Ace. One of the 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword in your hand. Now, this man with D and Ace in his name, who is freer than you, will once again start an era that may be even crazier than your great pirate era. I won't die, old friend. Roger's Haki free and easy smile appeared in Rayleigh's mind. There were tears in the corners of Rayleigh's eyes unconsciously. Is it really fate, Roger, advertisement, chance? Whoosh, whoosh, at this time, along with a loud sound of being trampled, 3 figures appeared above the execution platform. Coming with Akainu, 3 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Doberman, Stalemate, stirs. While Akainu Admiral is holding Entei in check, I will go rescue the Celestial Dragons and you will destroy the image phone bug. Doberman shouted. Del, holding a katana, Storo, Barry, and Stirs looked towards the execution platform, reading the image of the Celestial Dragon's memory sphere. Then, Haki was wrapped around the knife and slashed towards the videophone. Well done, Barry, Stirs. Looking at the 3 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals appearing on the execution platform, Sengoku shouted loudly. Dex. Accompanied by a strange bird's chirp, strange flames suddenly shined in the sky above the execution platform. Doberman, Barry, and Stiers, facing this sudden attack, only had time to hold the knives in their hands in front of them. Boom. Peefed. Blood spilled into the sky. 3 Naval Headquarters Senior Vice Admirals who were qualified enough to participate in the Buster Call instantly fell from a high altitude like broken kites and hit the ground hard. DEK. Under Sengoku's ugly expression. High above the execution platform, a strange bird spread its wings, covering the sky and covering the earth, with strange flames burning on its dreamlike feathers, like an auspicious bird. There was a shocking bird chirp. Bounty, 380 million belly, chef of the Entei pirates, black bird fruit, phantasmal beast species, Suzaku form abilities. Bird, chi. Blood was left along the corners of Doberman's mouth. The 3 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, who were seriously injured, looked at this strange sparrow in the form of Kaido Chinglongmon that covered the sky and the earth with ugly expressions. What a terrifying ability, it can actually burn Haki, this is no ordinary flame. There was a look of pain on Storo, Barry's face, and Haki's body protection, but they couldn't resist the damage. The high altitude here is a no-fly zone, Marine. Lackey, who transformed into Suzaku, issued a declaration. Damn it. They are all troublesome abilities. Sengoku looked at the strange bird in the picture, which was comparable in size and power to the form of Kaido Chinglongmon, and his expression was extremely ugly. With this top-notch Phantom Beast ability, it is almost impossible to break in from high altitude. Even for Kizaru's sparkling fruit, it is very difficult to break through from high altitude. After all, compared with the fish fruit Phantom Beast species Green Dragon form, the bird fruit Phantom Beast species Suzaku form is the real overlord of the sky. Can we only attack head-on? Sakazuki, it's up to you. Looking at Sakazuki on the screen, Sengoku's forehead had veins bulging out and his face looked extremely ugly. Gulu. Gulu. The most sinful bloodline has actually been preserved. It seems that you can't prevent the evil of the celestial dragons from being exposed in front of the world, Akainu. Gold Ace. Akainu looked at Ace with crazy killing intent. The corners of Ace's mouth quirked up slightly, because in the screen, the memory of Charos has started to play simultaneously with the battle screen. Snort. Is there anyone more evil than you in this world? Porcas Ace? That originates from the Pirate King, the most evil bloodline in the world. Call. Ace's right fist suddenly turned into flames, and he looked at Akainu and said with a smile. The world, at this moment, was completely shaken. Porcas Ace, this B***************** D, is actually really good at storyboarding. Akainu's right fist turned into terrifying lava, and he looked at Ace with his eyes like fire. The descendant of the Pirate King, your name should be Sin? Chapter 137. The situation escalates, the bloodline of the Pirate King? Your real name is Gold Ace. Akainu's voice is heard all over the world. People all over the world watching this live public execution. After hearing Akainu's words, his pupils shrank suddenly, and the atmosphere became more solid than ever before. Then, it completely exploded. One Piece? The bloodline of that Pirate King, that most sinful bloodline, actually still survives. A reporter who was watching suddenly fell to the ground. The fifth Emperor of the Sea, Porcas Ace, is actually a descendant of the Pirate King? Big news, super big news, hurry up, spread this news, we want to occupy the headlines. Another reporter yelled at his assistant, the Whitebeard Pirates. Boom. The wine bowl in his hand suddenly fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Whitebeard, whose expression did not change much even when he watched the public execution of celestial dragons. At this moment, his face was shocked like never before. Roger's bloodline? Porcas Ace, is that the bloodline of Konami? Whitebeard suddenly stood up from his seat, and the infusion cannula on his body suddenly fell off. Dad. The eyes of Marco and others were also filled with shock. Seeing their father's unprecedented mood swings, although Marco and others were a little worried about their father's health, they also fully understood Whitebeard's mood at this time. Marco and others who had followed Whitebeard and fought against the Roger pirates knew the friendship between their father and Roger very well. That is, although they are opponents, it is a deeper emotion than any friend or even family member. Roger, do you still have any descendants? You also made the same shocking move as you did. No, you did it because you were not going to die very soon, and you were somewhat helpless. And Porcas Ace, despite his young age, took the initiative to initiate this change that swept the world. Porcas Ace is better than you, Roger, Gu la la la. Boom. Whitebeard looked up to the sky and laughed. Conqueror's Haki, who had been silent for an unknown amount of time due to injuries, burst out at this moment. The clouds in the sky rolled back crazily. The sea set off waves of terrifying waves. The sky is trembling, the sea is trembling. This belongs to the world's strongest man, Conqueror's Haki. What a joy. Young ones, Whitebeard slowly suppressed his smile, his eyes flashing violent purple-black. Dad, Marco and other squad captains all came to Whitebeard, seemed to feel something, and showed a smile. Sail in the direction of the Sabaody archipelago. Gu la la la. Roger's bloodline is going to do something big, how can Yuanzi not help out? The ship of the new era has begun to set sail. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Although now, Wei Neng can no longer keep up with the Battle of Sabaody archipelago. However, the Whitebeard pirates' pressure towards the Sabaody archipelago is an attitude. Marine, world government, if you want to touch Porcas Ace, ask lousy Whitebeard first. The ship of the new era is about to set sail, how come Marine and world government come back to get in the way? Sail, it's sailing, accompanied by loud shouts. The four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, are heading towards the Sabaody archipelago at full speed. Red hair pirates. The captain's bloodline, so that's what it is that so? Shank's face was shaking violently at this moment. With his eyes fixed on the screen, his right hand slowly touched the broken part of his left arm. Shanks, are you thinking about Luffy? Beckman looked at Shanks and exhaled a puff of smoke. No, it has nothing to do with Luffy, I'm just, very happy. Advertisement. The smile at the corner of Shanks's mouth grew bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a laugh. The captain's bloodline actually survived and he did such a big thing. I am even more convinced that my arms are pressing on the new era. Shanks laughed. So, I can't let you get in the way, Kaido. Shanks suddenly drew his sword with his right hand and looked at the sky, where was the love swimming in the clouds. Are you going to get in my way, redhead? Kaido's dragon head glared at the redhead. The new era has arrived, and you do not belong to the new era. Shanks laughed, wielding the famous sword Griffins, the Conqueror's Haki, and swung around. Whoosh! Shanks' figure instantly appeared in front of Kaido at an extremely terrifying speed. God avoids. Shank's eyes, the purple-black color representing Conqueror's Haki, flashed crazily, and he swung out the famous sword, Griffin, in his hand. The slash inherited from the Pirate King Gold D. Roger suddenly knocked Conqueror's Haki out. You're talking nonsense, you red-haired brat. Shunlong ate trigrams. Kaido roared angrily. The dragon's head in beast form wraps around the furious Conqueror's Haki. It turned into a phantom and collided violently with Shank's divine avoidance. Boom! The violent Conqueror's Haki of the 2-4 emperors exploded instantly while high in the air. Holy Land, Mariajoy. Have you exposed the bloodline of Porcas d'Ace to the world? Akainu, this is to cut off all escape routes, to cut off the bloodline of the Pirate King in front of the world. This guy is still so extreme in what he does. Looking at Akainu on the screen, Saint Mace said in a deep voice. The search for the bloodline of Pirate King Gold D. Roger. After Roger was executed, Marine and world government continued to work together. In order to cut off the bloodline of the Pirate King, Marine and the world government disbanded Roger from the pirate group, and then arrested all pregnant women and babies in the places where Roger stayed that were suitable for delivery. But even so, world government and Marine are still worried, and they still have a lot of power, searching for Roger's possible bloodline in East Blue. And with the sudden rise of Ace, for this newcomer who just came out of the sea, he immediately possessed extremely terrifying combat power and continued to make provocations against the world government. World government naturally invested more power. Finally, clues were found on Battleila Island, Marine and world government, where Roger had stayed. On the island of Battleila, there once was a pregnant woman whose pregnancy took a strange time. The pregnant woman's name is Porcas Rouge. After knowing the name, world government and Marine immediately understood that the matter was not simple, and immediately used all means to finally learn the truth. Porcas d'Ace is the bloodline of Gold D. Roger and Porcas D. Rouge. Porcas D. Rouge actually gave birth to Porcas d'Ace for 20 months while being hunted by their Marines and world government. Porcas d'Ace is the bloodline of the evil Pirate King. However, it is also good for us to announce it at this time. The world's attention will also be attracted to the One Piece bloodline. In this way, even if something unexpected happens in the end, we will attribute all problems that arise to the sinful bloodline of the Pirate King. It's ridiculous that Porcas d'Ace wants to use the memories of several celestial dragons to bring down the world government. Peter Saint said solemnly. There are many ways for world governments to control public opinion. Even if the evil deeds of the celestial dragons are exposed, they will only need to continue to brainwash the people that this is the conspiracy of the sinful bloodline of the Pirate King. As for the memories, they are all forged by the sinful bloodline of the Pirate King. It can even be said that the 3 celestial dragons are just substitutes found by the sinful bloodline of the Pirate King. After all, that is the sinful bloodline of One Piece. What can it do? Although this kind of brainwashing method cannot be hidden from the strong men and wise people on the sea. But most ordinary people in the world will slowly accept it after a long period of brainwashing. What the world government wants is stability for the majority of people in the world. Although this public execution and the exposure of Porcas d'Ace's bloodline will bring about huge changes to the world just like in the Great Pirates era. But just like the era of Great Pirates opened by Pirate King Gold D. Roger, the world government is not located at the top of the sea, holding the highest power and controlling the balance of the sea. It was just a little turmoil. How could the world government, which had stood at the top of the world for 800 years, be overthrown so easily? When the other 5 elders heard this, he even sneered. But the 5 elders don't know that Ace has already considered all these situations. With the world government's public opinion brainwashing methods and the insensitivity of the vast majority of ordinary people. Even if Akainu didn't reveal Ace's bloodline, it wouldn't be a public execution that could completely reverse the situation. Advertisement. What Ace wants is the change of the world, and turning everything from celestial dragons, world government, and naval headquarters into nourishment for improving his own haki and strength. Absolute force is Ace's goal. These so-called machinations of the 5 elders are nothing more than a joke after Ace reaches absolute strength. Akainu, you extreme B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* The bloodline of the Pirate King was announced at this time. Akainu, the B*******************, D, did not want any retreat and wanted to cut off the bloodline of the Pirate King at this moment in front of the whole world. Otherwise, if the bloodline of Portgas d'Ace is announced, and his public execution is successful in the end, and he escapes unharmed in the end, their marine's justice has really become a joke, there's no way out. Besides Sengoku, Garp looked at the screen with a complicated expression. Finally, has it been exposed? Ace's life experience. However, your strength should be enough to ensure your survival, right? Stay alive. You be ********************, D. Garp clenched his fists. Lala. Aokiji on the side exhaled a cold breath. He also knew about Ace's bloodline not long ago, however, Aokiji doesn't care about Ace's bloodline. After all, what that man is doing, in Aokiji's opinion, is even greater than One Piece. Aokiji's eyes at this time were looking at the screen reading Charo's memory. His eyes were constantly fluctuating. It's really ugly, Tianlongqing. Aokiji's hands clenched unconsciously. Although he had known for a long time that the celestial dragons were in trouble, it was a matter of justice. Even if he knew, Aokiji would not find out. Moreover, even the Admiral of Headquarters does not have the authority to understand the life of celestial dragons in detail. Now, this ugliness was directly displayed in front of Aokiji. He is facing the real aristocrats of this world and the ugliness of the celestial dragons who control their marines and hold the highest power in the world. Although Aokiji also understands that among celestial dragons, there are not only such scumbags, but also ambitious and hardworking people. But his attitude towards the people is also the same as Tien evil in the celestial dragons in the picture. In Marine under the rule of such powerful people, even if the changes are completed, can they really achieve their goals? Can we create a world where everyone has enough to eat? In Qing's eyes, Marshal, at this time, a naval headquarters rear admiral rushed in, shouting in panic. What's wrong? When Sengoku saw him, veins popped out on his forehead. Every time the rear admiral in charge of intelligence comes in this way, nothing good comes of it. 4 emperors red hair and Kaido, fighting, New World, the Whitebeard pirates suddenly left their territory and headed towards the Sabaody archipelago. Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly. After Akainu exposed the bloodline of Portgas d'Ace, he immediately came towards the Sabaody archipelago. This public execution must be carried out quickly. Toward the Sabaody archipelago, Naval Headquarters Marshal, Buddha Sengoku, is gone. Are the 4 emperors, Redhead and Whitebeard, getting involved in the war? It can be proved that the red hair is completely involved and is leaning towards Portgas d'Ace. Sengoku gritted his teeth and sweat poured down his face. Situation, breakthrough. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had never done anything before. Then, Sengoku looked sharply at the screen. Sengoku clenched his fists, moved his joints, and in his eyes, the purple-black color representing Conqueror's Haki began to flash, and said in a deep voice. What? Kaido, no doubt, is here to cause trouble for Portgas d'Ace.
There is no doubt that he is supporting Portgas d'Ace and putting pressure on their marine.
At this time, the red hair and Kaido were fighting. The naval headquarters rear admiral stood at attention and yelled in panic. At least, before Whitebeard, the redhead, rushes to the battle chapter 138. Pluton, come out, staff knife, unsheathed. Sabaody Archipelago, GR1, public execution scene. Descendant of the Pirate King. Yishao was also shocked when he heard Ace's identity. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, the man who destroyed Enies' lobby, actually has a shocking identity. Was the bloodline considered the most evil by Marine and the world government to be inherited by this man? No, that's not right. Yishao used observation Haki to sense the read memories of 3 celestial dragons. The hand holding the cane was full of veins. His face was as ugly as ever, although he lost his eyes and could not completely see the accurate picture. However, his observation Haki can sense how ugly and sinful the celestial dragons are. The slave who was tortured was so desperate, and then became numb, and then was freed from being played with death by the celestial dragons. Greed, rage, lust, despair, numbness, sadness. The evil, filth, and obscenity of human nature are filled with the celestial dragon's minister of memory. In his travels around the world, he has also seen countless dirty and despicable people. But the evil of the celestial dragons was the worst he had ever seen. Is blood a sin? So how should we evaluate this behavior of celestial dragons? Merely relying on his status as a so-called world noble, he turns the people into slaves and treats them like pigs and dogs. Isn't this the greatest sin? And the man who was regarded by Marine and the world government as the heir to the bloodline of the greatest crime was being publicly executed for this crime in front of the world. Even if the opponent is celestial dragons, even in the face of the encirclement and suppression by Marine and even the entire world government. Also, publicly execute this crime. Faced with such a man, Admiral of Headquarters Akainu, the highest combat force in the world government and said to be the most likely successor to the next Marine Marshal. Turning a blind eye to the evil done to the people by the celestial dragons. And just want to use the so-called sinful bloodline to deny such a man? The smile was full of disappointment. If in the future, Marine is really led by such a person, and if such a Marine joins, what will happen? Can it really protect the people? So, fate brought me here to meet this man? Could it be that his destiny is to join the Entei pirates and become the supporter of Portgas d'Ace? But, Yishao pinched the dice in his hand and looked at Ace's back, his expression constantly changing. Based on this trial alone, based on Akainu's performance, and the revelations he had received from the dice he had thrown before. It is really difficult for someone like him, who has an extremely firm heart of justice and wants to protect the people, to make up his mind to become a pirate. Again, let yourself see more clearly. Also, there's the former princess of Alabasta on Portgas d'Ace's ship, right? Regarding the Alabasta incident, he has also conducted some investigations, but he still has some doubts. I hope this time, I can clear up all my doubts. If it is really fate, joining the Entei pirates can really realize the protection in one's heart. What's wrong with being your helper? I have never cared about such things as identity. At this time, Yishao suddenly turned his head and noticed the strong mood swings of the man beside him. Roger's bloodline? Portgas d'Ace, that's it, no wonder it's called this. Silver hyphenation point Rayleigh. This man called Pluton, the right hand of the Pirate King, was crying uncontrollably at this moment. The smile on the corner of his mouth is so wanton and so happy. Tears soaked his eyesight. Hey, your boat is great, it's very suitable for sailing. Join my pirate team, my name is D. Roger. Come with me and turn the world upside down. Rayleigh, ha 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 ha. The wanton smile of the man who talked to himself and made himself join in with a few words, even after so many years, is still deeply imprinted in his mind. Roger, you are not dead. Rayleigh looked at Ace's back, and the smile on her lips became more and more wanton. The man who inherited your bloodline is turning the world upside down at this time. No, it's even more troublesome than what you did before, and it's even more earth-shaking. Rayleigh's smile became more and more wanton. Who are you? After hearing Rayleigh's words, Observation Haki noticed Rayleigh's emotions and seemed to feel something. He turned towards Rayleigh with a dazed look on his face. I originally retired and didn't want to mention my name anymore, but... Rayleigh looked at it and smiled, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved into a Haki arc. Silver Rayleigh. The curvature of the corners of Rayleigh's mouth became more and more Haki. The ship of the new era is about to sail far away. Advertisement, shouldn't this old bone of mine need some exercise? Rayleigh's eyes, the purple-black color representing Conqueror's Haki, began to flash. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. A smile and a look of shock. The legendary pirate, the vice-captain of the Pirate King, the man called Pluton. Are you going to come out again, Pluton? Yi Xiao looked solemn. Who knows? The smile on the corner of Rayleigh's mouth was somewhat meaningful. At this time, Yi Xiao and Rayleigh's expressions suddenly froze. Rayleigh's eyes were a little shaken, and he looked towards Ace's crew. Ace is the descendant of the Pirate King. It was also the first time for the girls to know about Ace's bloodline. When they heard the news, they couldn't help but shrink their beautiful eyes. The Pirate King is too legendary in this sea and in this era. The phrase, "You want my treasure? Go find it, I put it all there." The era of great pirates has begun. Countless people who dreamed of the great secret treasure One Piece went to sea and became pirates. It is not an exaggeration to say that D. Roger changed an era. I've never heard Ace say that. Kaya covered her red lips and looked at Ace's back. No wonder Ace would go to the execution platform alone in Logue Town. Tashigi, Noki is tall, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a look of wonder. Especially Tashigi, she took Ace to the execution platform of One Piece. It turns out that Ace is the descendant of the Pirate King? Becoming a crew member of the descendants of the Pirate King is like a dream. Tashigi's beautiful eyes kept twinkling. It's not that I don't say it, but it's not necessary. Robin quickly recovered from the shock of learning about Ace's bloodline. Looking at Ace's back, her red lips raised slightly. What Ace has done is surpassing One Piece, isn't it? With this capacity and freedom, Ace is definitely a man greater than One Piece. Ace is the man who wants to become the king of the world. Robin's red lips set off a beautiful and thrilling arc. From the moment you saved me, I believed in you. Ace, you will become the king of the world. Your capacity and freedom are far superior to those of the Pirate King. To you, the bloodline of the Pirate King is just an insignificant step on the road to becoming the king of the world. Yes, Ace, that's Ace. Ace is a man who wants to become the master of the world. Nami smiled. It has nothing to do with any of this. Kaya bit her red lips and looked at Ace's back, her beautiful eyes a little moist. Kaya. Nami looked at Kaya, seeming to feel something, and bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes looking at Ace's back with some distress. Ace, he is of the bloodline of the Pirate King. It must have been very hard when he was young. Although I have never experienced it, once the bloodline of the Pirate King is known to Marine, there will definitely be the most terrifying encirclement and suppression. Growing up alone, BHDH, the newspapers continued to publicize the sins of the Pirate King bloodline. The world is denying the existence of Ace, and Ace has been experiencing all of this since he was a child. But Ace is still so gentle and so strong, it must be very hard, right? Kaya's tears flowed down her pretty face, and she looked at Ace's back with heartache. She has been in poor health since she was a child. She can only stay in the villa, cannot travel far, and has no friends. This kind of life made Kaya often lose her temper at that time. However, when she was young, at least she still had her parents around and their love. And Ace, obviously he did nothing wrong, but he still carries the blood of the Pirate King. Even in Silobu village, the newspapers there are constantly telling about the sins of the Pirate King's bloodline. The bloodline of the Pirate King has been promoted by the world government as evil and the world's biggest mistake. The overwhelming publicity is like the whole world denying the existence of Ace. But Ace, who grew up in this kind of environment, is so gentle. Also, saved her. Yes, growing up in an environment where even his own existence was denied by the world, Ace is still so gentle. I still want to create a world where everyone can have enough to eat and everyone can have a party. Ace is the greatest man in the world. Ace will definitely become the king of the world. Ace is the man who wants to become the king of the world. Advertisement Vivi looked at Ace's back, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, but there was also a hint of extreme determination. I also want to be your strength. My current strength is not enough. But also, become more eye-catching, sand fruit, answer the desire of my heart. I want to be Ace, the desert princess, who will be the king of the future world. Buzz. On Vivi's neck, the lucky charm that Ace personally made for Vivi and regarded as a treasure by Vivi was flashing crazily at this moment. That's right, Ace is the man who wants to become the king of the world. Kaya wiped away her tears, full of longing. Ace, very strong, super strong. In his heart, Ace is the strongest, but the road to becoming the king of the world is destined to be full of thorns. I desire to use the healing fruit to heal Ace and heal all the pain of the future king of the world, whether it is physical or mental. Healing fruit, respond to my desire. Buzz, on Kaya's neck, the lucky charm made by Ace himself was flashing crazily at this moment. A reduced version of the realm of understanding, completely enveloping Vivi and Kaya. This is, Rayleigh's pupils shrank suddenly. Call, moisture in the air, rapid evaporation, earth, rocks, vegetation. Everything is withering and decaying, and then the earth and rocks turn into sand. Buzz. In the atmosphere, countless yellow light spots emerge. The withered and decaying vegetation, under the countless yellow light spots, is rapidly recovering and regaining its vitality. Devil fruit, wake up! Rayleigh looked at all this with a shocked expression. Sand fruit, and this should be Paramesh's healing fruit, awakened. What is that mysterious light that surrounds the phone bug? Without that light, it would have been impossible for these two girls to complete the awakening of Devil Fruit's abilities at this moment. Is this also Ace's ability? But, unlike the power of Devil Fruit, what is this? Rayleigh's eyes kept fluctuating. Become the king of the world, and then create a world where everyone can have enough to eat and everyone can have a banquet. Even the bloodline he inherited and even his own existence are denied by the world. What a respectable man, Portgas d'Ace. At this moment, Yishao was paying attention to the declaration made by Vivi and Kaya. His expression was extremely shocked. Yishao, who has traveled to many countries around the world, has also seen too much hunger. And being blind, relying on observation, Haki's smile to sense everything, he can clearly understand that hunger is the most terrifying thing for the people. Can we create a world where everyone can have enough to eat and where everyone can hold banquets? This is the goal that I have been pursuing, ha ha ha. You don't want to be the pirate king, but you want to be the king of the world? However, it is completely different from the previous rocks, but to create a world like that? I originally wanted to ask you if you wanted to know about the final island, but now it seems that there is no need for this. Rayleigh also looked up to the sky and laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Buzz. At this time, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in midair. It's so scary. Devil Fruit has awakened. I can't just sit back and watch. 1. Along with the dazzling light, a somewhat scattered sound suddenly sounded. Admiral of Headquarters, Sparkling Fruit User, Kizaru. Robin's eyes suddenly condensed. Buzz. Kizaru's figure slowly appeared, pointing his finger at Vivi. The power of Sparkling Fruit quickly gathered at Kizaru's fingertips. Call out. Chang. 2 knives cut across Kizaru's body at the same time. Call out. Kizaru turned into a ray of yellow light and hit the ground that had turned into desert, causing a terrifying explosion. Kizaru, can you please be patient? Rayleigh holds a long knife and smiles at the corner of her mouth. Haki-tangle. I think so too, old man. He took out the staff and sword from its sheath, smiled and said in a deep voice. Chapter 139. Uncle, I'm so excited. Call out. In the shocked eyes of the whole world, there was cold sweat on Sengoku's forehead and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The strongest combat force in the world government, Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru, just appeared. He was chopped down by the 2 men with knives and turned into a ray of yellow light, setting off a terrifying explosion in the ground that had turned into sand. Call, Pluton, Silver. The dust that filled the air from the explosion slowly dissipated. Kizaru looked at the 2 people who appeared, and cold sweat began to flow from his forehead. Boom. The whole world exploded instantly. The legendary pirate, the right hand of the Pirate King, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. Countless newspaper offices began to rush to print newspapers like crazy. This legendary pirate actually appeared. Damn it. Sengoku looked at the 2 people on the screen holding knives against Kizaru, and the veins on his forehead swelled. That was Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, whom he had interacted with countless times when he was the Admiral of Headquarters. Sure enough, in the Sabaody archipelago, wouldn't it be better for an old guy who has retired to become a legend? Why should he take action? Sengoku gritted his teeth and sweat continued to flow from his forehead. Recently, Sengoku has been a little exhausted with too many things. My mind is filled with all about Entei, red hair and Kaido. I actually forgot that there was a piece of information that said that Rayleigh once appeared in the Sabaody archipelago and sold himself as a slave. However, Marine did not pursue the legend who had retired. Although it would be of great benefit to Marine if the Pirate King's vice-captain could be captured. But equally, Marine will surely pay a terrible price. Marine's power still needs to be reserved to deal with the 4 emperors and other big pirates on the sea who are doing whatever they want. Moreover, it is not easy to catch such a legendary pirate, so sufficient preparations must be made. By the time they are ready, who knows if Rayleigh is still in Sabaody archipelago. After all, Sengoku knew that Rayleigh was a man who could cross the calm belt with his physical body. It is not surprising for such a man to appear anywhere in the sea. Therefore, after this piece of information, Sengoku no longer paid attention to Rayleigh's related news. Who knew, Rayleigh was still in Sabaody archipelago. It seems that Sabaody archipelago is Rayleigh's retreat. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* really about to go out? Sengoku's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his eyes were shaking constantly. Originally, what Sengoku was worried about when the bloodline of Portgas Da's Pirate King was exposed was whether he could cut off this evil bloodline in front of the whole world today. But now it seems that there was some miscalculation. Pluton, Rayleigh actually chose to take action with the whole world watching, almost announcing his reappearance. Why? Silver Rayleigh, the blood of Portgas d'Ace shouldn't be enough for you to take action in front of the world. Why? Sengoku gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. Sengoku, who has fought countless battles with the Roger Pirates, knows Rayleigh and the others very well. Rayleigh and the others, what they value more than blood, is the inheritance of will. Rayleigh and the others couldn't possibly choose to take action just because Portgas d'Ace was of Roger's blood. Unless, Rayleigh confirms that Portgas d'Ace is not only Roger's bloodline, but also has some kind of will. Could it be said that it is, Sengoku gritted his teeth. As Marine Marshal, he didn't know much about D's will. He only knew that D was a will that the world government could not tolerate at all. This is the great secret hidden by world government. Even if he is Marine Marshal, he has no right to know. If D appears, it will be erased by the world government. For example, the former Pirate King, Gold D. Roger, under the control of the world government, spread his name to Goldo Roger. Portgas d'Ace's bounty order was spread without being confirmed by the world government, which once made the Five Elders furious. The level of rage at that time was far greater than the death of Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. If Portgas d'Ace really inherited this will, then will the old members of the Roger Pirates reappear because of Portgas d'Ace? There are a lot of troublesome guys there. Damn it, just one Entei Pirates group has already given their marine a huge headache. If the old members of the Roger Pirates were also absorbed by Portgas d'Ace, we would really be in big trouble. Sengoku gritted his teeth and stared at the screen. In other words, the trouble is already big, at least this war, Pluton, Silver, Rayleigh has joined. With the addition of such a legendary combat power, the balance of war has changed again.
And it's not just Silver Rayleigh. Sengoku's cheeks twitched as he looked at the burly, blind, middle-aged man standing next to Rayleigh.
Admiral-level combat power. Advertisement. Although it was only a single shot, the strength displayed by this middle-aged man was definitely Admiral-level combat power. They, Marine, had no information about this blind middle-aged man. An Admiral-level combat power seemed to appear out of thin air. What's even more frightening is that this Admiral-class combat force, together with Rayleigh, joined Portgas d'Ace's side in this war. Portgas d'Ace's side has two terrifying warriors added at once. Now, it's really bad. Is Marine's power enough to hunt them down? Sengoku's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. What's worse is that Kizaru and Akainu are in a dangerous situation. Hurry to Sabaody Archipelago, hurry up, and Shichibukai, urged them to hurry up. Sengoku roared angrily. Portgas d'Ace, Silver Rayleigh, and the blind middle-aged man. Now on the Sabaody Archipelago, Portgas d'Ace's side has at least 3 terrifying combatants standing on the top of the sea. Also, all members of the Entei Pirates. As for Sabaody Archipelago, there are only 2 people, Akainu and Kizaru, and some naval headquarters vice admiral. The balance of combat power had been broken the moment Silver Rayleigh and the blind middle-aged man took action. Tell Kizaru to use his speed to hold those 2 down and wait for us to arrive. Sengoku took out a phone and called one of Kizaru's subordinates on his waist. Sengoku felt like he was going crazy at this point. A good encirclement and suppression battle, and now they are almost ready to launch a rescue battle with Marine. Garp and Aokiji on the side were also a little silent. They somewhat knew why Rayleigh wanted to take action. I'm afraid it has something to do with Ace's declaration that he wants to become the king of the world and create a world where everyone can have enough to eat and everyone can have a party. But for the blind middle-aged man, Garp and Aokiji, they have no clue. But this time, I'm afraid I really have to take action. The balance of combat power has been broken. Garp and Aokiji's eyes were a little complicated. On the Shichibukai warship, Hancock looked at Rayleigh, who appeared on the screen, his beautiful eyes flashing. Rayleigh, did you even take action? It seems that my decision was correct. Using speed to involve 2 top combat forces, Marshal, have you misunderstood something? Kizaru received the phone bug message from Sengoku. He squatted half-crouched, with a little blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and a lot of cold blood dripping from his forehead. Bah! Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a flash of thunder, there was a terrifying roar that resounded across the sky. Logia's Thunder Fruit. Kizaru sweated more on his forehead. This fruit ability is very troublesome. The speed is not much slower than his Sparkling Fruit. The attack power far exceeds Sparkling Fruit and is infinitely close to Sakazuki's Lava Fruit. The overall ability is definitely above his Sparkling Fruit and Lava Fruit. What makes Kizaru even more frightened is that his observation Haki sensed. Although the strength of this girl who appeared is not as good as mine, she is definitely strong enough to reach the threshold of Admiral. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* face, does the Entei Pirates have another Admiral-level fighter? Plus, Pluton, Rayleigh, and this blind man who I don't know but also has Admiral-level combat power. And Thunderfruit, which can contain its own speed. Myself, 1 against 3? Kizaru's face turned a little green. Your name is Mei, right? Looking at the girl appearing next to him, Rayleigh also had a smile on his face. At such a young age, Thunderfruit has been developed to such an extent that it possesses Admiral-level combat power. Ace has so many talents under his command. Well, Uncle Rayleigh. Nami looked at Rayleigh and smiled playfully. Uncle. Rayleigh looked at Nami, and her eyes suddenly widened. That's right, you are the vice captain of the Roger Pirates and the right hand of the Pirate King. Isn't he Ace's uncle? I called him, so there's no problem. Please give me flowers. Nami's smile became sweeter and sweeter. Rayleigh was stunned for a moment and reacted immediately. What a good boy, he's very capable of what he does. Uncle, this is a really good title. Rayleigh looked at Nami with a smile on her lips. Uncle, let's knock this guy down first. My Haki is not strong enough, so I have to rely on you, Uncle, to complete the final blow. Uncle, that knife you just struck was so powerful, was it Haki entanglement? Can you teach me how to do it?
Nami said. Uncle, on the left and, Uncle, on the right, with a sweet voice and pretty face.
Advertisement. The smile on the corner of Rayleigh's mouth could not be suppressed. Okay. Just smile. Let's go together. Rayleigh swung the knife around. Buzz. Clang. Under Kizaru's sweat-dropping gaze, Conqueror's Haki fiercely wrapped the sword around him. Boom. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki caused the sky and the earth to tremble. Pluton, Rayleigh, for real, can we just leave Marine Admiral alone and not affect Mr. Ace? A few drops of cold sweat flowed from Yishao's forehead. Just now, Mr. Rayleigh was saying, just let Kizaru be good. Now, why do you look like you're going to hack Kizaru to death? Want to kill an admiral of headquarters here? Yishao couldn't make up his mind about such a thing. After all, although there are many mods in Marine, in general, they are still protecting justice on the sea. Pirates are not just men worthy of admiration like Mr. Ace. Most of them are extremely vicious people. Here, if an admiral of headquarters is really killed, the people on the sea will definitely be affected a lot. What are you talking about? As an elder, of course you have to show your skills to the younger generation. Moreover, didn't you just take action? Rayleigh looked at Haki and smiled, his eyes becoming thicker and thicker. Mr. Ace's philosophy deeply moved me. Although he may not have completely made up his mind, the knife has already been unsheathed subconsciously. I have no regrets about this move. There will always be a moment in a person's life when he subconsciously wants to draw a sword. Yishao said in a deep voice. I drew my sword subconsciously. That's very well said. The Haki in Rayleigh's eyes became thicker and full of admiration. But just like Roger's free-spirited style, I am very happy now. Of course I have to draw the sword. Then stop talking nonsense and capture Kizaru first. Rayleigh has made up her mind to give Kizaru as a meeting gift to Nami. If you don't take action, I can't guarantee whether Kizaru will survive, Yishao. The smile on the corner of Rayleigh's mouth became even more Haki. When Kizaru's sparkling fruit meets Nami's thunderfruit, the speed advantage can be said to be smoothed out to the greatest extent. Without an absolute speed advantage, he and himself, plus a Nami with admiral-level combat power, were fighting at the same time. Failure is just a matter of time. However, Kizaru's life is nothing in Rayleigh's eyes. This man, with his smile, is what Rayleigh values. Strong and upright. Taking this opportunity to help your juniors and completely tie this upright and powerful fighting force to the chariot is a good meeting gift for your juniors. After all, he is his uncle. The smile on the corner of Rayleigh's mouth was so intense that even the warship couldn't hold it back. Okay, let's capture him then. Lao Chan is a gravity man with many fruits. His sparkling fruit speed can be suppressed by Lao Chan to the greatest extent. Yishao's cheeks twitched, and then he sighed as if he was resigned to his fate. The gravity of the heavy fruit suddenly wrapped Yishao's knife.
Kizaru was instantly in dire straits. Marshal, save, save.
Not far away, Akainu's face turned completely dark at this moment. Thunder fruit ability, multiple fruit abilities, explode at the same time. Kizaru's face turned green at this time. You guys. Buzz. Looking at Rayleigh, who was laughing and having Conqueror's Haki fully wrapped around him, slashing at him crazily, Kizaru's face turned completely green. Buzz. I have already boarded a pirate ship, isn't this going to kill you? Forget a thunder fruit, how about a gravity fruit? At this time, Ace, who used observation Haki to capture everything, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Bah. Boom. Boom. What made Kizaru want to curse even more was, is this B*********** D. Rayleigh too excited? Although it is subconscious, if you take action, you will take action. Chapter 140. The world, for my use, the Emperor of Fire. Ace captured everything that happened here with observation Haki. At this time, the curve of the corner of his mouth became more and more wanton. Ace was not surprised at all that his bloodline was known to Marine and world government. After all, from the moment when his name, Portgas D. Ace, resounded across the sea. Marine and world government, as long as they conduct rigorous exploration again on the island where Gold D. Roger spent the last part of his life. It is very easy to find the name of Portgas D. Rouge. With these clues in the world government's intelligence system, it is very easy to find the truth about one's bloodline. It can be said that from the moment his name resounded across the sea, it was a certainty that Marine and the world government knew the truth about his bloodline. When Akainu announced it in front of the whole world, Ace had no intention of stopping it and watched everything happen calmly. Bloodline, for Ace, is also part of his own strength. There is no difference between Mera fruit, the field of understanding and other powers. If there are any different psychological fluctuations about one's own bloodline, it can only mean that the person's ability is nothing more than that. For example, Ace in the original work hated his own One Piece bloodline and even gave up the Conqueror's haki brought by his bloodline. How stupid is it? To hate one's own bloodline, to deny one's own bloodline, to deny an objective fact that one cannot change. Isn't it just like what the world government propaganda says, and together with the whole world, it completely denies its own existence. Even denying the meaning of one's own existence, defeat is already doomed. And Ace, although 653, came from time travel and replaced Ace in the original work, he has never denied his own bloodline. I am the one who traveled from Blue Star, possesses heaven-defying understanding, inherited the power of One Piece, Gold D. Roger, and is born a natural king with Conqueror's haki. The man who will become the king of the world. Mera Mera fruit, heaven-defying understanding, One Piece's bloodline, S*X realm 2. Everything is just the power controlled and controlled by oneself. Turn all the power you can use into your own assistance to achieve the ultimate goal. This is the true measure of the king. This is also true. The blood of the Pirate King made Pluton, Rayleigh take action. Although Rayleigh and others, the old members of the Roger Pirates, pay more attention to the inheritance of wool than blood. But the objective fact of bloodline cannot not affect the behavior and judgment of these legends of the old era at all. At least, my own bloodline has a natural sense of closeness and expectation for Rayleigh and the others. So, what about the bloodline of the Pirate King, plus his will? That will be a big hit for Rayleigh and the others. Even Rayleigh and the others knew about Joy Boy, because they had been to the final island, and more treasures, like the red-haired Shanks, had eaten the human fruit phantom beast species Nika form of Luffy. But first of all, for Hanfa and others who don't know the plot of the original work, this is also a big gamble. After all, even if you eat the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, Nika form, before awakening, this devil fruit will only show a rubbery body. The most important imagination of Nika, the ability to freely realize everything in the heart, did not appear at all. Whether Luffy can complete his awakening or not, apart from Ace, who is 100% sure. Just like what Red Hair said, he bet his arm on the new era. This matter is a big gamble for Red Hair and Rayleigh. After all, in the 800-year history of the establishment of world government, Yibo has never appeared again. And now, Ace gives them another visible choice, that is, I inherited the One Piece bloodline, and had the Joy Boy imagination I got from Luffy. Maybe, it's still not enough to make Rayleigh, the red-haired couple, completely determined to join their side completely. After all, Rayleigh and the others have been to the final island, and the red-haired Shanks knows many secrets. I have a deep obsession with the real Joy Boy, but so what? Ace just gives them another possibility. And he forced these people onto the stage he built. The stage, Ace has been set. On this stage, Rayleigh, Red Hair, Naval Headquarters, World Government, and even the rest of the 4 emperors. Kaido, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and everyone in the sea. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, Ace had already forced them onto the stage they had built. Ace dominates all this. The world has been forced onto the stage created by Ace. Besides, what if the Redheads and the others chose Luffy in the end? Luffy, the Joy Boy, in this life is his younger brother and his future right hand. It is also a power that belongs to oneself. Ace's smile grew wider. Advertisement all the forces in this sea, no matter what their inner thoughts, their final actions must be for their own use. If you want to completely manipulate, play with, or even control people's hearts, that's just Doyle. Just like Crocodile in the original work, in the Alabasta incident, such manipulation played with people's hearts, and the final result proved that his behavior was ridiculous. And in Dressrosa, Doflamingo, who uses the childlike fruit to control everything, is the same and is destined to fail. To manipulate, to play with, to try to completely control people's hearts, in the final analysis, they are still not confident in their own abilities. Even the power they control and some of their thoughts in their hearts are afraid that the power will escape their control. You can only satisfy your ridiculous sense of security through such behavior. Looks strong, but is actually extremely cowardly. It seems that everything is controlled behind the scenes, but in fact, nothing is controlled. A true king doesn't care about the power he uses, as long as the final result is for his own use. As Ace said, no matter what people's hearts are like in this world or what their choices are. From this moment on, the world changes because of you. Destined to become oneself, the power to become the king of the world. This is Ace's layout and strategy. This is the stage that Ace has set up here. Moreover, can people really behave rationally all the time? Looking at Nami's sweet, uncle, sounds, laughing again and again, roaring Conqueror's haki all over his body, slashing at Kizaru's vitals with his knife, forcing Kizaru, who possesses sparkling fruit and has the fastest speed, to a desperate situation. Rayleigh, the corner of Ace's mouth curled up even more. As expected of me, my Nami. Pluton, Rayleigh was completely lost in the sweet sounds of uncle. Human behavior, many times, cannot be completely explained at all. Just like Rayleigh, she may not even know why she is so happy now and swings the knife at Kizaru so wantonly. Just like the man who held a staff sword and used many fruit abilities to push Kizaru to the point of being helpless. In the original work, he later shined in the world conscription and became the Admiral of Headquarters, codenamed Fujitora, a person with multiple fruit abilities, a smile. Ace was also very surprised that Yishao would appear here. And Ace used observation haki to hear very clearly what Yishao said to Rayleigh. Just like Yishao's behavior at this time, impressed by his own ideas, although he has not yet completely made up his mind, the sword has been unsheathed subconsciously. There will always be a moment in a person's life when he subconsciously wants to swing the sword. And, I have no regrets about today's act of wielding the sword. Human behavior will not always be 100% rational. There will always be a moment when you will subconsciously win. However, after acting subconsciously, you can still maintain your original intention and not regret your actions. All I can say is that, as expected, I really admired the honest and powerful smile in the original work. Ace's eyes were full of appreciation. Of course, such combat power must be used for oneself. Moreover, it has already been used for myself. The smile on Ace's lips couldn't be suppressed. Ace was naturally very happy to get such a powerful and upright fighter. As for why, Ace is so sure that Yishao will join. Because he said he would join, he will definitely join. This is the self-confidence of a king. The awakening of Vivi and Kaya's devil fruit was even more of an unexpected surprise. After these two little girls learned about their bloodline, they remembered that Marine and world government had once overwhelmingly publicized the evil of the Pirate King's bloodline. What I want more is my own strength, which grew up in an environment that was denied by the world. With the help of the field of understanding, I completed the final step of Devil Fruit's awakening. Observation Haki, Ace, who knew everything Kaya and Vivi said, had a warm curve on his lips. These two little girls are so cute. After completing the awakening in this way, how should we reward them later? Ace's eyes flashed with something strange. As for what Kaya and Vivi said, their existence is denied by the world. The world does not deny its own qualifications. Advertisement. The world is currently being used for one's own advantage. The corner of Ace's mouth curled up and he said, Haki. What are you laughing at? Goldie Ace. Akainu looked at Ace's smile. His face looked a little ugly, and he said angrily. Akainu originally wanted to expose his bloodline to the whole world in an attempt to shake his heart. After all, Portgas D. Ace has never told anyone about his bloodline. Judging from the reaction of its crew, this can also be proved. Growing up in an environment where the world denied his own existence, and still hiding his bloodline for so many years. Akainu believes that it is impossible for Portgas D. Ace's heart to not be shaken at all when his bloodline is exposed to the world. Although Akainu is iron-blooded and extremely confident in his own strength, he also knows that Portgas D. Ace is definitely one of the strongest men standing at the top of this ocean. If fighting with such a strong man can cause certain fluctuations in his psychology, then he will have a certain upper hand. Akainu behaves like this. As long as he can achieve what he calls justice, he will use any means. Iron-blooded and extreme justice, this is Akainu. But the current situation is completely beyond Akainu's expectation. After the bloodline of Portgas D. Ace was exposed, no matter how he used the name, Gol D. Ace, to stimulate him, Portgas D. Ace showed no emotion at all. On the contrary, Haki around him became more and more terrifying. Moreover, after the bloodline of Portgas D. Ace was exposed, Pluton, Rayleigh unexpectedly appeared and took action against Kizaru. Also, that middle-aged man with bird-level strength appeared out of nowhere. And the Thunder Fruit ability user, Little Thieving Cat, Nami, who was clearly shown in the intelligence to only have Admiral Monster candidate strength, but has now reached the Admiral threshold strength.
All of this caught Wei Quan off guard. Things are developing completely out of control.
Kizaru, even though he has the strongest sparkling fruit, faces 3 top combatants, multiple fruits, and 2 evil monsters like Thunderfruit that can limit his speed. Magic Fruit ability 3.9, if we don't carry out rescue, we will soon be defeated. By then, his situation would also be dangerous. In front of the world, the Admiral of Headquarters failed. This kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable to Akainu who implements thorough justice. Goldie Ace. When Ace heard Akainu's words, the purple-black color representing Conqueror's Haki in his eyes became thicker. What? Don't you like this name? Akainu said coldly. Did you make a mistake, Akainu? The curvature of Ace's mouth became wider and wider, and finally turned into Haki's laughter. I am Emperor Yan. This era will be called Emperor Yan. Boom. Ace laughed loudly. Terrifying raging flames violently burst out from Ace's body. The temperature of the atmosphere rose sharply, and under the terrifying high temperature, the air began to distort. The entire space turned into a world of flames. Hearing Ace's words, Akainu's face became even more ugly. I also completely understood that name and bloodline have no meaning at all to Portgas D. Ace. This crazy guy wants to create an era of his own. The Emperor of Fire shows his power, looking at the terrifying flames on the screen. Countless people around the world exclaimed, "Want to save Kizaru?" In the center of the raging flames, Ace looked at Akainu and laughed. Then come over here and let me completely burn the magma you were proud of, Akainu. Call. Advertisement Chapter 141. Turn lava fruit into nourishment, the residual fire sword. Call. Boom. The monstrous terrifying flames turned the entire world into a terrifying world of flames, exuding astonishing temperatures.
The terrifying temperature distorted the atmosphere.
Boom. The monstrous flames engulfed Akainu in the next moment. At this moment, the terrifying flames seemed to have turned into a terrifying giant beast of flames, opening the mouth of the abyss and swallowing everything. Then, burn up, I see, has the power of Mera fruit been developed to this extent? Looking at the terrifying flames that were engulfing him, There was no trace of emotion in Akainu's eyes. With just one move, Akainu clearly understood, Portgas d'Ace has mastered the ability of Mara fruit just like him, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Mastering all the power of the devil fruit, he unleashed the full power of the Logia devil fruit he ate. Mara fruit is indeed one of the representative abilities of destruction in Logia. The power of the attack is superior to Aokiji's frozen fruit and Kizaru's sparkling fruit. However, what he ate was the hindberry fruit that represents pure destruction in Logia. Gulu. Gulu. Boom. Akainu's right arm suddenly turned into terrifying magma. As the terrifying magma flowed, Akainu's magma right arm turned into the shape of a head. Dog bites Gurren. Akainu roared angrily and swung out his right arm. Boom. As Akainu swung out his right arm, the magma arm that turned into the shape of a dog's head suddenly stretched like a rushing dog. Hoo. Boom. The power of lava fruit fully exploded. At this moment, it was like a prehistoric beast that destroyed everything, colliding violently with the monstrous flames. Boom. Countless flames were bitten into pieces by the magma dog's head, turned into sparks, and disappeared into the atmosphere. Good. Looking at the screen, Akainu's lava fruit ability was showing off, and Sengoku, who had been tense all the time, shouted loudly. Lava fruit is worthy of being said to have the strongest attack power in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book. With a single attack power of 18, it stands at the top of all devil fruits. Moreover, in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book, lava fruit is also the superior devil fruit to Mara fruit. It can be said that lava fruit completely restrains Mara fruit. This kind of restraint is much greater than the restraint of lava fruit on frozen fruit. After all, although magma can evaporate ice, freezing gas can also freeze lava. Lava fruit versus frozen fruit, but lava fruit's attack power and destructive power are much more terrifying. It has the upper hand, and it is not a completely restrained relationship. But lava fruit faces Mara fruit, and lava fruit's lava can burn out Mara fruit's flames. This is why, after Sengoku speculated that the target of Portgas d'Ace may be the celestial dragons on Sabaody archipelago. The reason why Akainu immediately went to Sabaody archipelago. It's because Portgas d'Ace's Mara fruit ability is completely restrained by Akainu's lava fruit ability. Without the Mara fruit ability, Portgas d'Ace is still an admiral level fighter, relying on Conqueror's Haki entanglement and martial arts. But the impact on strength is also absolutely huge. The four emperors are able to stand at the pinnacle of the sea, although the power of Conqueror's Haki is the main reason. But the other powers they possess cannot be ignored. For example, Kaido of the Beast's fish fruit phantom beast species Azure Dragon form, without this devil fruit ability that stands at the top of all devil fruits. Kaido is definitely not the strongest creature, and his strength is definitely not as terrifying as it is now. There is also the shock fruit that gives Whitebeard the power to destroy the world. The physique of Big Mom's natural monster, and the soul fruit it eats. And the red-haired swordsman, there are some special ones. Without these, although the four emperors are still formidable in combat power, it is absolutely impossible for them to be so big. A powerful devil fruit ability is a great increase in combat power for the strong. Portgas d'Ace, who possesses the ability of Mara fruit, fully masters Conqueror's Haki-tangle, and has cultivated observation Haki to the limit, and can briefly see the future. There is no weakness in this sea, it is perfect, standing on the sea, the absolute most terrifying and powerful man. Even if he fights with Kaido, he doesn't know who will win until the end. But if the Mara fruit ability is completely restrained, Portgas d'Ace's perfect combat power will have a flaw. And this flaw may become a decisive factor in the battle between top experts. Akainu, the devil fruit with the strongest attack power, will have a chance to defeat Portgas d'Ace in front of the world. After all, no matter how strong Conqueror's Haki is, it is essentially a kind of power and a terrifying means of attack. Advertisement Haki does not restrain devil fruit's ability. The powerful devil fruit's ability can also penetrate Haki. What Akainu possesses, in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book, is lava fruit, which represents pure destruction and has the highest attack power of all devil fruits. It has the power to break through Conqueror's Haki entanglement. This is why Akainu, even without Conqueror's Haki entanglement, is still the strongest among the three admirals in naval headquarters today. The fundamental reason why even when facing the four emperors at their peak, they can fight on an equal footing. Akainu, click to exit Portgas d'Ace. Kizaru, I can't hold it anymore. Sengoku looked at Kizaru on the screen, who was completely cornered and could be defeated at any time, with cold sweat on his forehead. Rayleigh, after all, is getting old, and his physical strength and Haki, as well as his swordsmanship, have deteriorated a lot due to the decline in physical functions and years of not fighting. If Hikari faced Rayleigh, Sengoku believed that Kizaru would have the upper hand due to his physical strength and sparkling fruit speed. But at this moment, there are two other admiral-level combatants besieging Kizaru. The navigator under Portgas d'Ace, Little Thieving Cat, Nami, actually developed Thunderfruit to the point of awakening. With the power of Thunderfruit alone, he has reached the threshold of admiral-level battle experience. And the blind middle-aged man has many fruits that can limit the speed of Kizaru's sparkling fruit. Although Sengoku could clearly feel that the blind middle-aged man did not use all his strength, but only used heavy fruits to assist Rayleigh and the Little Thieving Cat in attacking. But Kizaru is still in a desperate situation. If it weren't for the low level of Haki from the little thieving cat, Kizaru's main response was Rayleigh's attack. I'm afraid he would have been seriously injured at this moment. Damn it. Portgas d'Ace, what method did you use to awaken the thunder fruit of the little thieving cat? Awakening the ability of a top devil fruit like thunderfruit, Haki's level is not very high, and he has never heard of it in this sea. Vivi, the desert princess, Kaya, the fallen doctor, and devil fruit have all awakened their abilities. In addition to the fallen doctor's Haki level, which is very strong, the desert princess's Haki level is even weaker than that of the little thieving cat. But obtained from crocodile, the sand fruit, which is not weak among Logia, completed its awakening. The Entei pirates are completely alien. The person who caused all this was the one who led this public execution, Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace. Sengoku gritted his teeth as he looked at the Mera fruit ability that was turned into sparks by the magma and disappeared on the screen. Defeat him, Akainu. Defeat Portgas d'Ace. As long as we defeat Portgas d'Ace, we Marine will still have a chance. Although it is impossible to arrest Portgas d'Ace when Pluton, Rayleigh, the blind middle-aged man, and all members of the Entei pirates are present. But at least they can save Marine's face in front of the whole world. Use your lava fruit to defeat Portgas d'Ace.
You can do it if you eat lava fruit, which completely suppresses Mera fruit.
This is a fateful victory. Sengoku's fists were clenched so tightly that they began to turn white and his forehead was covered with veins. Sengoku. Looking at Sengoku, Garp immediately understood what Sengoku was thinking. Want to pin your hopes on lava fruit, which beats Mera fruit? But Sengoku, have you forgotten what you once said? Ace, at the age of 10, developed the power to surpass the limits of Mera fruit? That power is more terrifying than Sakazuki's lava fruit. Sakazuki's lava fruit is a destructive power. Then the power that Ace possesses is destruction itself. Sure enough, Sengoku's heart is completely messed up at this moment. Garp sighed. Want to burn up my lava? Akainu's right arm turned into magma, and next to him was the Mera fruit ability that turned into sparks in the atmosphere. Looking at Ace in the distance, the corner of his mouth curled up. Are you too arrogant, Portgas d'Ace? Your Mera fruit, just plain fire. And I am magma that can even be burned by fire. The relationship between my abilities and yours is a superior subordinate relationship. Let's show off your Conqueror's Haki. Your devil fruit ability is no longer useful. The smile on Akainu's lips grew wider and he began his usual verbal attack. Sakazuki. Holding the Amankongyun sword, which is an illusion of sparkling fruit's ability, Kizaru, who was forced into a desperate situation, saw a glimmer of hope at this moment. If Sakazuki can quickly defeat Portgas d'Ace and come to support him, he will have hope. Or, share a combat force here and go to Sakazuki's side. You can delay it for a long time by relying on your sparkling fruit ability. And the large forces of naval headquarters are coming here for reinforcements. As long as he waits until the marshal and the others arrive, his crisis will be resolved immediately. Lava fruit. In the Devil Fruit Illustrated book, it is indeed Mera fruit's superior devil fruit ability, which completely restrains Mera fruit's ability. Advertisement Nami, it's enough for me and Yishao here, you go help Ace. With your help, Ace can defeat Akainu even with Conqueror's Haki alone. Rayleigh looked at Nami. Although he and Yishao were the only ones left, the time it took to capture Kizaru was somewhat uncontrollable. But this approach is the safest. Even if the Mera fruit ability is restrained, Ace is still an admiral level combat power just by relying on Conqueror's Haki and Tangle. And in this sea, no one has been able to defeat the combination of two admiral level combat powers. But time is a bit uncontrollable. After all, even if two admiral level combatants want to defeat a top level combatant standing at the top of the sea, it will take a long time. It will take a long time, but now, what they lack is time. The other members of the Entei pirates were also fighting with the naval headquarters vice admirals brought by Akainu and Kizaru. Although the Entei pirates have a great advantage in the situation, it will still take some time to completely defeat the naval headquarters vice admirals. The group of naval headquarters vice admirals were also completely desperate at this moment. Rayleigh's brows also frowned slightly at this time. Facing this public execution, Marine will definitely come to reinforce him. Naval headquarters is very close to the Sabaody archipelago. With the speed of Marine's latest warship, it only takes a very short time to get here. If all the Marine reinforcements arrive, it will be a bit difficult. 297. Before reinforcements from naval headquarters arrive, it is Rayleigh's plan to inflict heavy damage or even capture an important combatant. But if Ace is put at a disadvantage, it may affect his belief in being a strong person. After all, this pure devil fruit ability restrained relationship has indeed made some strong people feel helpless and powerless in the history of this sea, thus affecting the future strength. If it hinders Ace's future growth, then Rayleigh would rather choose to face a more troublesome situation. Although Rayleigh also believes that Ace can grow to this point at this age and has the strong belief in his heart. But as long as there is such a possibility, Rayleigh must be completely erased. No, Uncle Rayleigh, let's keep knocking him down. Nami smiled playfully at Rayleigh. Ace him, he can do anything. Ace, he is the man who wants to become the king of the world. Nami's smile became proud. Is that so? Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on her lips. Immediately, he no longer hesitated and slashed hard at Kizaru, who was becoming more and more embarrassed, with the knife in his hand. Looking at the three people who showed no intention of coming to support, Kizaru's face turned even greener. Sakazuki, save, 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 boom. Superior subordinate relationship. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ace looked at Akainu. The corners of his mouth curled up more and more, and finally turned into a laugh. What's so funny? You can't even accept this objective fact. So disappointing. Portgas D Ace. At this time, Akainu no longer uses the name Gold D Ace to discuss Ace, because he knows it is useless. I haven't seen you for 1,000 years, you watch. When he opened his eyes again, a middle-aged man with plain appearance and long hair and a beard appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket 013803418 Filu 214,212,570 close black lens bracket. I have been waiting for the appearance of lava fruit for a long time. Only lava fruit has this sense of fate. I feel like this. The old voice spoke slowly from Ace's mouth. Call. Akainu's expression condensed and his brows furrowed. Ace laughed and closed his eyes. Call. The scene in front of Ace changed instantly. Ace looked at Akainu. The fire of Mara fruit in his eyes became more and more intense. What nonsense are you talking about? Banquet, the residual fire sword. But he still didn't stop his usual verbal attacks, looking at Ace and sneering again and again. You, no, Akainu. Ace looked at the rain of fire that was defeated by the magma all over the sky, and the curvature of the corner of his mouth became deeper and deeper. Why? Observation Haki told him, something uncontrollable may happen. Become the nourishment for the advancement of my Mara fruit abilities, Akainu. Your life will end with me. Chapter 142. Incarnate as residual fire, shoulder to shoulder, the sun. Banquet. The residual fire sword. An old voice came out lowly from Ace's mouth. Who? Bah. The tachi held in the remaining right hand is like a burnt sword at this moment. There were countless scorch cracks all over the blade, making it look dilapidated. But just like this burnt sword, the pupils of Yuwatch, who claimed to be all-knowing and all-powerful, contracted violently. It's been 1,000 years, Yuwatch, it's time to end it all. An old voice sounded, and the soles of his feet suddenly flashed with terrifying flames. Boom. Holding the residual fire sword, he instantly appeared in front of Yuwatch. The burnt sword in his hand fell suddenly. Call. Yuwatch ducked away at an incredible angle. The tip of the burnt knife touched the earth gently like a breeze. The next second. Woo! Bang! With an inaudible soft sound, as if something had been wiped away, a piece of the earth disappeared. From this world, traces were completely wiped out. It's as if it never existed. Remnant fire Taito East Rising Sunblade. An old voice then sounded. The residual fire sword, East, Rising Sunblade concentrates all the terrifying flame temperature on the tip of the blade, without burning or emitting explosive flames. It just wipes away all traces of everything it touches. It's really dangerous. You must not be hit. Yohabok's dull eyes were flashing at this moment. Not seen for 1,000 years, the residual fire sword has become more dangerous. Who? Holding the residual fire sword in his hand, the tip of the sword, which contained a terrifying flame temperature and seemed to be scorched, kept swinging out. Bang, 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 there is no trace of anything within reach. The existence of the objects it touched was completely erased by the tip of the knife that contained the terrifying flame temperature. Who? If you miss, no matter how dangerous it is, so what? Yuwatch used incredible speed and movements to dodge all the attacks of the residual fire sword. Then, looking at the old figure who stopped attacking in the distance, he said calmly. Omniscience and omnipotence are never only reflected in absolute power. It's too simple to think of hitting him who is omniscient and omnipotent with the residual fire sword, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Call. The old figure did not pay any attention to Yuwatch's words. Holding the residual fire sword, he slowly raised the burnt sword in front of him. The next second. Boom. The terrifying violent flames were violently released with the old figure and core. Boom. The terrifying sea of fire, like a divine punishment, instantly filled every corner of this space. Earth, buildings, sky, this space instantly turned into a world of flames. And the atmosphere is not distorted at all, because the medium that can cause distortion has been instantly erased under the terrifying flame temperature. Yuwatch's face was ugly, and he put his right hand in front of him to resist the terrifying heat coming from the pavement. At this moment, the place he was in was the center of the sea of fire. Since there is east, we must look to the west. 17. An old voice sounded. Boom. The terrifying flames are so terrifying that they can burn everything in the world in an instant. At this moment, the old body and the charred knife in his hand are completely wrapped. It's like wearing a garment made entirely of a blazing sun that can burn everything in the world. Remnant fire Taisho West Scorching Sun Prison Clothes. An old voice then sounded. The terrifying and ultimate flames were reflected in Yuwatch's pupils. This terrifying temperature shocked the omniscient and omnipotent Yuwatch. After Bankai, my body and blade are like the sun. The old voice said calmly. Turn your own Ryatsu into 15 million degree flames, covering your body and blade like a blazing sun. In this state, once you get close to the person holding the knife, you will instantly turn into ashes. This is, the residual fire sword West Scorching Sun Prison Clothes. Bang! Golem! The old figure took a slight step forward, and the ground he stepped on instantly turned into hot magma. Come on, let's call it a day, you watch, if you don't end it as soon as possible. The old age and soul society will also burn to the ground with you. Boom! The terrifying raging flames began to roar in an instant. In the center of countless terrifying flames that could burn out all the terrifying flames in the world, was a terrifying figure wearing the clothes of the blazing sun, like a god of fire. Under the terrifying flame temperature released by the residual fire sword, even the soul society cannot withstand it. All the water will be evaporated bit by bit under the terrifying flame temperature. Advertisement in the end, it will be burned to death under the terrifying temperature of the residual fire sword. Take the move. The old voice sounded, and he was wearing the clothes of the blazing sun, and instantly turned into a sun, moving towards you watch. Drink. Yohabok suddenly opened his right hand, and the blue light of the barrier suddenly surged out. Holy sing praise to the Holy Land, call out. Countless blue enchantment lights, under the control of Yohabok, gathered crazily in the atmosphere. Then, a huge blue defensive barrier appeared in the atmosphere, blocking all the terrifying flames. This is the Quincy's huge defensive barrier that integrates both offense and defense. Once you step inside, you will be torn apart by the light of God. Looking at the figure in the sky, covered in the clothing of the blazing sun, like the incarnation of the sun, Yohabok shouted. Such an attack must not be hit, snort. The old figure looked at Lai Yan, who was blocked by the barrier, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Bah! Bah! Invalid move. The old figure fell instantly, and the residual fire sword covered with the blazing sun in his hand suddenly pierced the earth. Dead souls, the ashes of the dead scattered in my flames can help me. Who? Boom. Weird and terrifying flames spurted out from the blade of the residual fire sword and went straight into the ground. For now, let's enjoy the pleasure of the body. The old figure raised his head slightly, and his eyes suddenly focused. Boom. Click. The earth was shattered instantly. The world fell into a strange black and red color. It's as if we've arrived in Hades, remnant fire Teisho Nan. The old voice sounds like the Shinigami who dominates everything in the world. Bang. Phew. Phew. Countless charred bodies crawled out from this land that looked like Hades. The entire world has turned into a kingdom of flaming dead souls. Fire and fire 10 trillion death burial array. Click. Click. Bang. Accompanied by a terrifying and tooth-grinding sound, it spread throughout the space, like endless flames of dead souls, twisting their charred bodies and biting away at the sanctuary praise of you watch. Insert the blade of Zanhuo Tachi into the ground, and the high temperature of Zanpakuto will awaken the ashes of the dead who died under the sword in the past, turning them into an army of charred skeletons to endlessly kill those whom Yamamoto regards as enemies. This is the residual fire sword Nan Fire 10 trillion death burial array. It's not that you can't take away my Bankai, you can't take it away at all, you watch. Looking at the huge blue barrier that was bitten by countless flame undead and gradually collapsed, an old voice slowly sounded. Even 1,000 years ago, Yuan Tian never showed his true strength. Omniscient and omnipotent. How can we seize it if we don't know the details? It's a very simple truth. The old figure suddenly raised his head and looked at Yuwatch, who had been buried in the center by countless flame undead. It's over, the 1,000-year bloody battle against Habazar. Boom. The terrifying flames released by the residual fire sword, which can burn everything in the world, are all gathered on the blade of the residual fire sword. Remnant fire Teisho North. Who? Boom. The residual fire sword was swung out violently. The terrifying flames that were enough to gradually burn out the Soul Society, at this moment, turned into a ray of flame, and was slashed out by the residual fire sword. The sky and the earth are ashes. Boom. Countless undead souls drowned in the flames of Yuwatch were burned instantly under the light of this terrifying flame. Earth, rocks, buildings. Everything that comes into contact with the light of this flame is instantly destroyed. And the one who claims to be omniscient and omnipotent, Yuwatch. Call. As Yuwatch's pupils contracted violently, his body was suddenly cut off at the waist by the light of flames. Boom. The body that was broken at the waist fell to the ground helplessly. The old figure was holding the residual fire sword in his hand, with a stern look in his eyes. Released the residual fire sword, the terrifying flames that were enough to slowly burn out the Soul Society were instantly slashed out. Everything that touches the light of this flame will be destroyed. This is the residual fire sword, North. The world is completely ashes. This is the strongest Shinigami in Seirei for thousands of years, the oldest and strongest Zanpakuto of the fire system in the hands of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Bankai by Ryujin Jakka, the residual fire sword. Call. The next moment, the scene in front of Ace's eyes instantly shattered. The sight returned to the Sabaody archipelago, the place of execution. Your understanding is heaven-defying. Through personal visualization, you can comprehend the exclusive skill, Great Flame Ring Residual Fire Style. Great Flame Ring, Residual Fire Style. You come to realize it through heaven-defying understanding and personal visualization of the residual fire sword. Mera Mera Fruit Flame breaks through the limits of natural fire. Turn into residual fire and rival the sun. Your understanding is heaven-defying. Through personal visualization and understanding, you can implement the exclusive skill of Great Flame Ring, Residual Fire Style. Residual Fire Style, East Rising Sun. Residual fire style west scorching sun prison clothes. Advertisement residual fire style south fire 10 trillions death burial formation. Residual fire style north, the world is completely ashes. Remnant fire style east rising sun. Concentrating all the flames of the Maramara fruit on the right fist will not burn or release explosive flames. The high temperature of the flames gathered in the right fist will break through the limits of natural fire. After practicing to the extreme, the terrifying temperature can cause no trace of anything that comes into contact. Note: the temperature that can be gathered depends on the amount of fire that the current Maramara fruit can release. Remnant fire style west scorching sun prison clothes. Turn the flames released by the Maramara fruit into the clothing of the blazing sun and cover your body. The high temperature of the burning sun hell can break through the limits of natural fire. If you practice to the limit, you will be like the sun. Those who are close to the burning sun clothes will fly against each other. Note: the temperature that can be gathered depends on the amount of fire that the current Maramara fruit can release. Remnant fire style south fire 10 trillions death burial formation. Throw the fire of the Maramara fruit into the earth, and the heat will awaken the ashes of the dead who died at your hands. Become exclusive to you. The countless charred skeleton legions will endlessly kill the objects you want to erase. Remnant fire style north, the sky and the earth are ashes. All the flames released by the Maramara fruit are instantly gathered into a flame of light. The light of the gathered flames can break through the limits of natural fire. If you practice to the limit, you can turn everything that touches the light of the flame into ashes. Note: the temperature that can be gathered depends on the amount of fire that the current Maramara fruit can release. Lines of text appear in Ace's Ocean Lord. Ace raised his head suddenly, and a terrifying fire flashed in his eyes. Big Harvest. Lava fruit, Akainu's fateful enemy, allowed Ace to understand the Great Flame Ring Remnant fire style from the visualization of the residual fire sword. This is Ace's strongest form today. Devil fruit, there are limits. Such as Logia's Maramara fruit that Ace ate, no matter how Ace develops and breaks through, unless Ace uses a knife to kill him. Otherwise, under conventional means, the temperature limit of the flame that Maramara fruit can release is the limit of naturally existing flames in nature. The approximate temperature of natural flames is around 1200 degrees Celsius. The temperature of natural magma is above 1300 degrees Celsius. Temperature: Maramara fruit is suppressed by lava fruit, plus lava fruit. It is comparable to the explosive power of a volcanic eruption, so lava fruit completely restrains Maramara fruit. This is also the reason why lava fruit is designated as the superior devil fruit of Maramara fruit in the Devil Fruit Illustrated book. However, the residual fire style changed this limit. Ace can rely on the amount of fire released by Maramara fruit to break through the limits of natural fire. The amount of fire released by the Maramara fruit depends on the experience of the Esper. This is true for all Logia devil fruits. If a person with abilities ignores physical strength, the natural range they can affect will naturally be larger. Like Aokiji, it can freeze large areas of the sea. The stronger Aokiji's physical strength, the wider the range that he can freeze. However, this is completely meaningless to those with Logia abilities. No matter how much physical energy is consumed and how large the impact is, the power of devil fruit itself has not changed. For example, Aokiji, no matter how hard he tries, even if he has unlimited physical strength, the entire continent will be frozen and it will be impossible to reach the absolute zero level. Using Logia devil fruit to affect a large area is completely meaningless for experts of the same level, and instead consumes a lot of physical energy. But Ace's residual fire style completely breaks this limit. As long as Ace's physical strength is unlimited, there will be no upper limit to the temperature of the flames that Ace can gather. As Ace's physique becomes more and more powerful, the residual fire style will be as described in the future. Incarnate into residual fire, shoulder to shoulder, the sun. Qian Li's. Hu. Boom. The flames of Maramara fruit burst out instantly. The terrifying sea of fire spreads towards the sea and sky. Releasing the flames so recklessly is just a waste of energy. Your flames will still be burned out by my magma. Instead of using Conqueror's Haki, you are still stubbornly using the Maramara fruit ability. Portgas d Ace, I think too highly of you. Akainu was at the center of the flames, with a sneer on his lips. In Akainu's opinion, this behavior is simply stupid. Just like his meteor volcano, it is invincible in war and can bury countless armies. But to deal with strong men of the same level, you need to condense devil fruit ability, Haki, martial arts, everything into a pair of fists. For example, Aokiji's ice gloves combine the freezing energy of frozen fruit, armament Haki and the iron fist inherited from Garp to bring out the strongest combat power. With this skill, the range of influence of frozen fruit is only a pair of punches, but its power is extremely high. A moment. Amid the beauty, there is absolute terror. Gift. Both eyes turned completely into a surging dark red. Hu. Boom. All the flames in this space disappeared in an instant, and were all absorbed by Ace's body. Ace stood in the center of the flames, his eyes, the color of terrifying flames, burning fiercely. Great Flame Ring. No matter how many flames there are, they are still suppressed by his magma. Really? Are you ready to dance? Jian. Just for a moment, over the sky, the earth, and the sea. Ace's body has beautiful dark red cracks that look like tattoos. In the beautiful cracks, it seems like the blazing sun is surging. Portgas D. Ace's current behavior of releasing flames unscrupulously is simply ridiculous. Ace raised his head and said calmly, at this moment, it is shrinking towards Ace. Remnant fire style. Under Akainu's unbelievable gaze, the terrifying sea of fire that was like a field of fire over the sky, the earth, and the sea. Chapter 143. Hell at the top of the world. Residual fire style. Call. Faint words came out of Ace's mouth. As Ace exhales, the atmosphere in front of him is twisting and collapsing. The body turns into residual fire, even the breath he exhales is filled with terrifying heat. This is. Rayleigh, who was attacking Kizaru, also shrank his pupils at this moment, stopped attacking, and looked at Ace's body in disbelief. At this time, there was no longer any flame around Ace's body. It's like losing the ability of Mara fruit, but instead, there are beautiful dark red cracks on the body like tattoos. And among the beautiful dark red cracks, there seems to be a dark red sun surging. The entire body seemed to have transformed into the body of a demon. This is indescribably beautiful in Haki, but Rayleigh felt the ultimate danger from this beauty and Haki. That beautiful dark red crack contains a great terror that can destroy everything. This is definitely not what Logia should be capable of. No Logia, not even the dark fruit, which is said to be the most vicious, special, and non-elementable, has this form. This posture is simply more exaggerated than the human animal form of the phantom beast. What's going on? Rayleigh's pupils tightened violently. The old observation Haki is inaccessible and seems to be burned as soon as you get close. It's unbelievable, is this still the power of devil fruit? Yishao's face was full of disbelief at the moment. Even Haki seems to have the power to burn away. Is this kind of power something Logia devil fruit can achieve? Okay, so beautiful. Nami looked at Ace's body at this moment. Looking at the dark red cracks that looked like tattoos and seemed to be surging with the blazing sun. Her beautiful eyes flickered in a blur. This kind of beauty cannot be described in words. It is simply the most incredible beauty in the world. The other girls were also looking at Ace's body in confusion at this moment. Even Robin, who has always been mature, has a look of obsession in his beautiful eyes at this moment. Okay, so beautiful. 500 on Shichibukai's warship, looking at Ace's body in the picture, Hancock's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and obsession. This beauty is completely different from her appearance. Looking at the body covered with dark red cracks like tattoos, surging with the blazing sun, even the soul is obsessed with this beauty. This kind of obsession is poison to Hancock, who has eaten the sweet fruit. Beautiful, Haki, yet, ultimate danger. This gesture was too much for Hancock to look away from. The beautiful eyes are full of misty color, and the red lips are bitten slightly unconsciously. Looking at Ace's raised eyes, his dark red eyes surging like the blazing sun, Hancock's pretty face suddenly turned red, and he covered his heart with both hands. The heart is beating rapidly and uncontrollably. What's wrong with me? Hancock covered his heart, his beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What? Looking at the picture, Ace's body is covered with dark red cracks like tattoos, surging with the blazing sun. Sengoku was horrified and lost his voice. Immediately, Sengoku seemed to have thought of something, and turned his head mechanically, looking at Garp, who also had a shocked look on his face. Hey, Garp, you seem to have said that Portgas D. Ace, at the age of 10, developed the ability to surpass the power of the Mara fruit? Is it this one? Sengoku opened his mouth mechanically, his forehead covered with cold sweat. No, it's not this posture. Although it is somewhat similar, that move was a burst of flames released in an instant. This is more like a state, just like, Garp murmured in shock. It's just like the human-animal form of the phantom beast species. No, this posture is probably more dangerous than the human-animal form of the phantom beast species. Aokiji looked at the picture in shock, with countless cold sweats streaming down his forehead. As a user with the ability of Logia frozen fruit, Nanzao has already mastered the power of frozen fruit to the ultimate level. This kind of posture should not appear at all on a Logia ability user. Simply, it is even more exaggerated than the human-animal form of the phantom beast. This is a terrifying posture that has never appeared on this sea. Even across the screen, Aokiji, who is also a Logia user, can feel the terrible danger contained in the dark red crack that seems to be surging with the blazing sun. As a Logia user, Aokiji has an intuition. This is something that is above nature, so terrifying. How is it possible that Logia has developed a posture that is superior to that of fantasy beasts? Advertisement. Sengoku gritted his teeth and veins popped out on his forehead. Portgas D. Ace, who just developed Mara fruit to ultimate, completely mastered Conqueror's Haki-tangle, and practiced observation Haki enough to see the future. He can already be called one of the strongest men in this sea who has no weaknesses and stands at the top of the sea. Now, the power of Mara fruit has been used to develop this posture that is superior to the phantom beast species. Where exactly is this man's limit? Hurry! Why haven't we arrived at Sabaody archipelago yet? Go ahead at full speed. Don't worry about energy consumption and warship losses. Get there at full speed. Sengoku roared angrily. This posture is too dangerous. Let Sengoku feel a terrible chill from the bottom of his heart. Marshal, there are 10 minutes left, the messenger shouted loudly. 10 minutes, it shouldn't be difficult to hold on for 10 minutes, right, Akainu? Sengoku's cheeks twitched as he looked at the image in front of him. It was unbelievable that such words came from the mouth of Marshal of Naval Headquarters. He actually had no confidence at all whether Akainu was a match for Portka's D-Ace. He only hoped that Akainu could hold on until they arrived. It was really a demon-like posture, so he was shocked. 18. Sengoku stood up and flicked the Marshal's code around him. Call. The Marshal's code is flying in the air. Sengoku pinched his wrist and walked out of the cabin, heading towards the deck.
Don't underestimate Marine. Portka's D-Ace. Sengoku's whole body exudes golden light.
Everyone's fruit, phantom beast species, one with the ability to form the great Buddha, Buddha's Sengoku. Holy Land, Mariajoy. Boom, impossible. Saint Wachuli, who had a birthmark on his forehead, had an unprecedented change in his expression. Looking at Ace, who looked like a flame demon in the picture, he screamed in horror. This attitude is not what Logia should have at all. This is the devil. Saint Moshe, who had long hair and beard, began to sweat on his forehead at this moment. Demon. How could such a thing happen? Portka's D-Ace, who is he? Who the hell is he? Saint Nisholing kept tapping the ground with his sword, completely losing his composure. Even in front of the world, Portka's D-Ace cannot be allowed to grow any longer. This posture is too dangerous. Satan, have you arrived? Saint Peter didn't use the phone and said to the air. Open black lens bracket 013803419 Filu 214,202,560 close black lens bracket. It still takes a little time. Saint Satan's voice did not pass through the phone bug, but sounded in Pangu City with a strange and unknown ability. Get ready to go. Portka's D-Ace has threatened our existence. Saint Pitt's eyes exuded a dangerous light, and his eyes became extremely strange. The expressions of Saint Wachuli, Saint Nashowling, and Saint Moshe are also extremely weird, especially their eyes, which are exactly the same as those of Saint Pitt. Call. The lights shined suddenly. Saint Pitt's shadow turned into a huge and terrifying sandworm. Farming Valkyrie, Shepherd 10 Pitt Saint, Sandworm. The shadow of Saint Wachuli turned into a terrifying wild boar with 4 tusks. Legal Martial God, Saint Topman Wachuli, Feng Shi. The shadow of Saint Nisholing turned into a terrifying skeleton horse. Financial God of War, Saint Izanbalin v Nasthiro, Horsebones. The shadow of Saint Moshe turned into a strange and terrifying giant bird with a human face, a snake body, and a beautiful bird. Environmental God of War, Marcus Masheng, Itsu Shinton. The shadow of Saint Satan, who was rushing to the Sabaody archipelago, turned into a monster figure with an upper body made of a cow and a lower body made of spider legs. The God of Science and Defense, Jagaluja Satan, Ghost. The highest power in the world. 5 elders, hell at the top of the world, everyone, monsters.
Deep in Pangu City. Advertisement. No one should exist here. There is a long staircase above the weapons of the 20 kings that founded the world government.
At the top of the stairs is a throne that no one should sit on, an empty throne. At this time, on the empty throne, a figure walked through the long stairs and slowly sat on the empty throne. Looking at the scene where the phone bug appeared, there was a pair of frightening red eyes in the darkness. The king of the world hidden behind the 5 elders. I am murmured as he looked at Ace's flame demon-like body appearing on the screen. Immediately, he stretched out his hand to grab it, and 2 reward orders appeared in Im's hand. Looking at the one in his hand, Vivi's reward order, Im's eyes gradually began to fluctuate a little. Im looked at another reward notice, Portka's, D-Ace. Im's eyes gradually became deep and sinister. Who are you? A terrifying sound suddenly sounded deep in the ancient city. How is it possible? Akainu looked at Ace's flame demon-like body, which was covered with dark red cracks that looked like tattoos and seemed to be surging with the blazing sun. The pupils contracted violently. This posture is definitely not Logia. Logia devil fruit, it is absolutely impossible to have this attitude. Danger. Horrible. Frightening. This posture is simply superior to the human animal form of the phantom beast species. No one could feel it more deeply than him when he faced Portka's D-Ace. The power of the lava fruit he had eaten was surging uncontrollably at this moment. Just fine like, the lava fruit he ate was warning him to stay away from Portka's D-Ace. Lava fruit. Afraid of Mara fruit? Are you kidding me? His lava fruit is Mara fruit's superior devil fruit. Great eruption. Akainu roared in anger, and his entire right fist suddenly turned into a terrifying magma fist. Boom. The terrifying magma fist composed entirely of magma was like a volcano, pressing towards Ace. Call. Ace looked at the terrifying giant magma fist pressing towards him, his eyes did not waver at all. The right fist slowly stretched out, as if fist bumping with a friend, and the right fist gently touched the giant magma fist that had arrived in front of him. Woo! Bang! Under Akainu's disbelieving gaze. His giant magma fist disappeared after touching Ace's right fist. It's as if the magma he created with the lava fruit ability never appeared, and the traces were erased. Remnant fire east rising sun. Ace's dark red eyes, surging like the blazing sun, suddenly raised. Dance, Yan. Akainu's iron-blooded face also showed a look of extreme pain at this moment. Akainu turned his arms into lava and held them in front of him. Gulu. Looking at Ace who suddenly appeared in front of him, Akainu looked ugly.
At the same time, under the influence of instinct, Akainu's arms, armament Haki, turned into magma and wrapped around him fiercely.
What? On the arm that turned into magma, there appeared a terrifying trace that could not be erased. A burning sound that made one's teeth feel sour suddenly sounded. Ace's right fist was thrown out lightly, whoosh. Haki was burned through, magma was burned, Ace's figure disappeared instantly. Observation Haki, unable to detect the movements of Portgas, D-Ace. Call, at, armed, observation Haki, you can't get close to the world as shown in the picture. Chapter 144. Let me give you a reference value. I am yours, 10 times. Dit. Ah. Accompanied by a burning sound that made one's teeth feel sore. The terrifying pain made Akainu, the admiral of headquarters who was always known for his iron-bloodedness, unable to help but let out a low roar of pain. There are 10 levels of pain classification by Blue Star Medical. But there is a kind of pain that is above the 10th level of pain, and that is the severe pain of being burned alive. And the residual fire style, East, Rising Sun, brings horrific pain, which is twice as severe as the pain of being burned alive. The terrible pain that comes in an instant will cause a person's brain to collapse completely. If it weren't for Akainu's monster-level physique and will, he would have fallen into a coma under this terrible pain. However, at this moment, Akainu, even if he suffered such severe pain, immediately gritted his teeth until blood dripped from his teeth, forcing himself to maintain control of his body. Because of his observation Haki, he felt the extreme terror that erupted from the traces of terror. Akainu's pupils were full of pain and horror at this moment. Elementalization. Gulu, Gulu, Akainu roared. His whole body turned into hot lava, the next second. Woo! Bang! It's like a breeze blowing on your face, like a pair of invisible big hands gently wiping it. The earth, sand, and giant trees around Akainu. All traces of everything were instantly erased, peefed. Call out. Akainu, who was at the center of the explosion of terrifying power, turned his body into a broken red shadow and flew out upside down. The spitting blood, as soon as it appeared in the atmosphere, was like hot lava, emitting terrifying high temperatures, and then evaporated instantly. Boom. Bang. 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 The broken red shadow transformed by Akainu hit the Sabaody archipelago, a giant tree that had existed for countless years. The giant trees and buildings that had stood on the Sabaody archipelago for countless years were shattered in countless pieces in an instant. There was terrifying lava flowing down from the fracture of the broken giant tree branch, and then everyone was burned alive by this terrifying lava. And these buildings that existed on Sabaody archipelago GR1 and were specially built for the enjoyment of celestial dragons also quickly sank into the terrifying sea of lava. Burned alive. Boom. Bang. 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 Under the horrified gaze of countless people around the world, countless giant trees standing on the Sabaody archipelago were all destroyed and burned. The entire Sabaody archipelago turned into a sea of lava and flames. Akainu's broken red figure hit a huge root hard. Bang, Gollum, Gollum. The entire rhizome, the surrounding earth, the resin of Sabaody archipelago, and the buildings all turned into terrifying magma at this moment. The entire space seemed to have turned into an active volcano that could swallow everything and destroy everything, which was daunting. Gulu. Gulu. Countless lava was flowing and boiling, like a ferocious beast that chose people to devour, but there was no movement at all. Sakazuki. Seeing how just one attack caused such a terrifying, hell-like scene, Kizaru couldn't help but let out a low roar. Hey, Kizaru, are you distracted? Rayleigh's eyes suddenly condensed, and Conqueror's Haki roared violently. Oops. Cold sweat broke out on Kizaru's forehead. 100 million volts. Razor. Black Mamba. In Nami's beautiful eyes, terrifying lightning flashed suddenly, and the weather stick in his hand was pointed at Hirazaru. Boom. Boom boom. Along with the terrifying roar, a terrifying giant snake made entirely of thunder and lightning opened its thunderous mouth and let out a roar. This is the roar of thunder. The entire thunder body is at an extremely weird attack angle, just like a black mamba snake that launches a fatal attack on its prey. At a terrifying speed, he opened his thunderous mouth and bit Kizaru fiercely. Ah! Kizaru, who was distracted and did not have time to fully transform into an element, let out a low roar of pain. There was a look of extreme horror in his pupils. Even worse than the pain caused by Thunder Fruit is the terrifying paralysis effect brought by Thunder Fruit. With the Entei Pirate's little thief cat, which relies entirely on Devil Fruit ability to attack, it is impossible to give him a fatal blow to this sparkling fruit ability user. However, he is also besieged by the extremely terrifying Conqueror's Haki, Pluton, Rayleigh. Shua. Poof. The long sword wrapped around Conqueror's Haki swung violently. Along with the blood, a shocking knife mark appeared on Kizaru's abdomen. Cough. Cough. Poof. Advertisement coughing out blood, Kizaru, who was severely injured, suddenly fell to one knee. Buzz. With a smile and eyes focused, the power of the fruit quickly suppressed Kizaru. The idea of letting him escape as an element again completely came to nothing. Call out. Pluton, Rayleigh's long sword was pointed at Kizaru's throat. Kizaru, you can just stay here. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth curved into a hint of Haki. It's so scary. Kizaru raised his head with difficulty, looked at the long sword in front of him that emitted an astonishing cold light, and showed an ugly smile. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Then, slowly, he raised his hands. The whole world looked at the picture in horror. In front of the whole world, the highest combat power in the world government, Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru, was defeated. Gulu. Gulu. Countless magma is constantly surging, and sulfur-smelling gas is rising continuously. Whoosh! Ace's figure suddenly appeared. The dark red eyes like the blazing sun are constantly surging. Stop pretending to be dead, Akainu, come out and watch the dance again. The corners of Ace's mouth were slightly raised, and on his handsome face, there was a dark red crack that revealed Haki in its beauty, and it fluctuated with it, exuding an amazing Haki. Akainu, in the original work, is called a blood cow. After suffering so many full-force attacks from Whitebeard, he was still able to pursue Luffy, and his ability to withstand attacks was considered a rival in the world of pirates. In terms of ability to withstand attacks, probably only Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature after eating the fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form, can compete with Akainu. At this time, the magma that is constantly surging like an active volcano is the manifestation of the awakening of Lava Fruit's ability. In Lava Fruit, the top devil fruit, which releases the traces of awakening, even observation Haki, who has practiced to the limit, cannot directly penetrate the devil fruit's ability to accurately observe Chishin's specific movements. However, it is still possible to lock the core location of devil fruit's ability release, which is the location of Akainu. Akainu, after awakening with the lava fruit, uses the naturally assimilated magma to restore his physical strength. Gulu. Gulu. After Ace finished speaking, a completely molten arm slowly stretched out from the countless surging magma. Dilt. Akainu's body at this moment completely turned into flowing lava, with countless lava surging, and his whole person exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Boom. The molten hand firmly grasped the flowing magma and exerted force. Whoosh. Like an evil ghost crawling out of the lava hell. Lava fruit ability, fully released, Ox. Even if the entire body, even the head, has completely turned into flowing lava. At this moment, Akainu's face still showed pain. He was breathing heavily, his eyes filled with horror. Well, what a terrible attack. Just that, a gentle touch like a fist bump between old friends, even with Haki and lava fruit abilities to defend. Still hit hard. No, the ability of lava fruit has no ability to defend against that power. Only Haki could defend him against the power of Portgas d'Ace's terrifying attack. This feeling was just like the blazing flames released by Portgas d'Ace using his Mera fruit ability before he encountered his lava fruit. It's a complete, restrained relationship, but now, this restraint has been completely reversed. Transformed into Portgas d'Ace's devil fruit ability, completely suppressing his lava fruit ability. His lava fruit ability was severely damaged by Portgas d'Ace's Mera fruit ability. This horrible pain of being burned was something he had never experienced since he ate lava fruit. What was even more difficult for Akainu to accept was that Kizaru had been defeated due to distraction due to the heavy injuries he suffered from Portgas d'Ace. Captured alive by Pluton, Rayleigh, Little Thieving Cat, Nami and the blind middle-aged man. The world's strongest combat force, the Admiral of Headquarters, was defeated in front of the world. This is unacceptable to Akainu, who upholds absolute justice. Gritting his teeth, Akainu's eyes that had turned into flowing lava were staring at Ace's demon-like body. Kizaru has been defeated. In front of the world, he, Akainu, must not fail. Portgas d'Ace. Akainu's entire body suddenly stretched like flowing lava. Master lava fruit to ultimate, and your entire body can turn into flowing magma. Phew. Phew. His fists completely transformed into flowing lava, fiercely attacking Ace. The most terrifying attack of lava fruit alone is not the high temperature possessed by the magma, but the terrifying explosive power like a volcanic eruption. Advertisement. Call. Ace watched Akainu's entire body turn into flowing lava, a terrifying attack spreading towards him, and punched out with his right fist. Request flowers 00. Call out. At this time, Akainu's body, which had completely turned into flowing magma, surged violently, dodging Ace's fist in a strange posture. But the price was that Akainu's body of fluidized magma was hit hard by Ace's left fist. Ahem. Poof. He frowned in pain and spat out a mouthful of molten blood, but an iron-blooded smile appeared on Akainu's face, which had completely transformed into flowing magma. It's true, your most terrifying attacks are all focused on your right fist. As long as I don't get hit by your right fist, it's fine. Although I am still at a disadvantage, my combat experience is enough to fight with you. Portgas d'Ace. Akainu wrapped Haki completely around his fists and let out a roar. Then, he launched a fierce attack on Ace. Ace heard this, his expression remained calm, he raised his fists and attacked Akainu. Bang. 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 Lava fruit the ability, Haki, is being used to the ultimate level by Akainu at this moment. Although in order not to be hit by Ace's right fist, Akainu had to keep turning into flowing lava to dodge, so that he was constantly hit by Ace's left fist, and was constantly injured. However, relying on the profound and terrifying combat experience and the ability to resist blows like a blood cow, Akainu just kept using his body to catch Ace's left fist. Use lava fruit's magmatization to get entangled with Ace's right fist. Boom. After receiving another left punch from Ace, Akainu drew a trace on the ground that turned into lava, and countless magma splashed. I see, regardless of physical strength, I turned my entire body into flowing lava and used Devil Fruit's ability to block my observation Haki's detection. Do you want to rely on your combat experience and anti-attack ability to deal with me and wait for the support from Naval Headquarters to arrive? It's really ugly, Akainu. Do you already want to hold me back until I get support from Naval Headquarters? Ace looked at Akainu, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Haki and Devil Fruit abilities are both a kind of power and have no restraint relationship. Observation Haki has cultivated to ultimate and can see the future briefly. But if you encounter someone like Akainu, who uses Lava Fruit's ability to its ultimate regardless of physical strength, his body and even his eyes will turn into flowing magma. Then Observation Haki cannot accurately penetrate Devil Fruit's ability and accurately capture Akainu's specific movements.
After that, using his combat experience, his body turned into flowing lava at any time to avoid the attack of his right fist in the residual fire style, East, Rising Sun.
Then he used his body to catch his other attacks. He is worthy of being the top figure in Marine's current combat capabilities. His combat experience and on-the-spot reaction speed are truly amazing. But this method consumes a lot of physical strength. It can be said that even Akainu, who is as bloody as a bull, uses this fighting method. Even if the awakened power of the Logia Devil Fruit can restore physical strength, it will never last for half a day. It can be seen that Akainu at this time has completely given up on defeating himself, and just wants to hold himself back and wait for the support of Naval Headquarters to arrive. What's the use of fighting with words? As long as we win, it belongs to us in the end. Akainu said coldly. Akainu likes to use words to attack the enemy in battle. But if he encounters the enemy's verbal attack, then he will remain unmoved just like his ability to resist attacks. Iron-blooded, regardless of the consequences, no matter the means to maintain the so-called absolute justice, this is Akainu. The thickness of your skin is indeed extraordinary, but can you really hold me back? Ace turned into eyes surging with blazing sun, burning fiercely. Boom. What? Under Akainu's unbelievable gaze, countless terrifying flames roared out from Ace's body.
Then, it turned into clothing of the blazing sun and covered Ace's body.
Boom. Countless terrifying flames, crazy burning, cliffs. In the center is the figure of Ace, who is like the sun, wearing the clothes of the blazing sun. Since there is east, there is naturally west, remnant fire-style west scorching sun prison clothes. Ace, wearing the clothes of the blazing sun, was in the center of the terrifying sea of fire and said calmly. This temperature. Akainu's pupils tightened, and even though he was transformed into lava, he could still feel the heat wave coming from the pavement. This is not the flame of Logia, Mara fruit. Aren't you always proud of the temperature and destructive power of lava fruit? Ace looked at the inexplicably horrified Akainu, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Let me give you a reference value. Ace slowly moved towards Akainu, stretched out his palm and spread his fingers. Your lava fruit temperature limit is 1400 degrees Celsius. Ace stretched out his finger, and the curve of the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. And the temperature of my flame right now is 10 times that of yours. 0. Chapter 145. 10 times the difference. Ace, in front of the whole world, in the center of the fire domain composed of countless terrifying flames. Wearing a scorching sun garment made entirely of terrifying flames. Under the horrified gaze of the world government's highest combat power, the Admiral of Headquarters, the lava fruit capable user, Akainu. A faint smile appeared on handsome Haki's face, as the smile outlines, the cracks on the handsome face, like the most gorgeous tattoo in the world, surged with dark red sun, fluctuate. Haki, and beautiful, he slowly stretched out his finger and said words that shocked the whole world. The temperature of my flame at this time is 10 times that of yours. The world is horrified by this, holy land, Mariajoy. The 5 elders, who were ready to attack and began to emit a strange black mist, looked in horror. 10 times? The flame temperature released by Mara fruit is 10 times that of lava fruit? Are you kidding? This temperature has exceeded any kind of flame in nature. This is not a natural flame. The temperature of the flame released by Portka's Ace exceeds the limit of natural flame. Is this still called Logia Devil Fruit? Saint Wachuli, whose eyes were extremely strange at the moment, stared at the picture in disbelief, with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Logia Devil Fruit, there is an upper limit, this upper limit is nature itself. Just like Aokiji's frozen fruit, no matter how he develops or how his physique breaks through. The freezing air that can be exerted is the limit of freezing air that exists in nature. It is absolutely impossible to reach a low temperature that cannot be reached in a normal natural environment. The same goes for Akainu's lava fruit, the limit that can be exerted is 100. Which is the ultimate temperature of magma in a normal natural environment, 1400 degrees Celsius. No matter how powerful Akainu itself becomes, this temperature is the limit. It is absolutely impossible to develop the terrifying temperature and destructive power that reaches the center of the earth. Because that is not a normal natural environment. Mara fruit, the limit of flames it can unleash, is also introduced in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. The limit is between 1200 degrees Celsius and 1300 degrees Celsius. This temperature is the flame limit temperature that occurs in nature under normal natural environments. No matter how high it is not a flame in a normal natural environment and does not fall within the category of Logia devil fruit. But now, what did he hear? The flames used by Portgas, Ace. The temperature is 10 times the limit of magma. It has reached a terrifying high temperature of over 10,000 degrees Celsius. Completely, it is twice as high as the flame temperature produced in a normal natural environment. This is no longer within the scope of nature. In the 800-year history of the establishment of world government, no, it is even longer than this time. It should be said that since devil fruit appeared on this sea, never has anything like this happened. I thought it was just his body that was weird. Unexpectedly, even the limit of the natural flames that Mara fruit can use has been raised. Saint Moshe, who has long hair and beard, has an extremely gloomy face, and his eyes are exactly the same as those of Saint Wachuli.
Although the 5 elders do not want to believe this kind of thing.
But on the screen, Akainu's expression and behavior at this time have said everything. Based on the 5 elders' understanding of Akainu, if Portgas Ace exaggerated, Akainu would have used his usual language to attack the sarcastic outlet. But at this moment, Akainu's expression showed shock, disbelief, and inability to accept. Only no, quality idiot, it means that Akainu, whose entire body and even his eyes turned into flowing magma at this moment, really felt the astonishing and terrifying temperature contained in the oncoming flames. The flame temperature used by Portgas Ace at the moment is indeed higher than the temperature of lava fruit, Tabe. It's possible to do things like this that push the limits of devil fruit. Could it be that there are any secrets in this world that we don't know about? Saint Pitt's eyes flashed with the same strange look as the other 5 elders, and he said in a deep voice. Whether it is weird or not, you will understand after fighting with it. The flames are still more than what Logia should have, it's really disgusting. Under the holy glasses of Nishu Lang, there is also a strange look that is the same as that of the other 5 elders. He is holding the hilt of the knife. Looking at the terrifying flames in the picture, a trace of disgust flashed through his strange eyes. The shadow of Saint Nishu Lang, the skeleton horse, seemed to have encountered something extremely disgusting at this moment, neighing crazily. The horse-bone form he possesses is the legendary monster that was burned to death by flames and his soul turned into a skeleton horse. He has a natural aversion to flames. Although Saint Nisholing, who has completely mastered the horsebone form, will not be affected by the disgust caused by this horsebone form. However, for this kind of flame that exceeded the limit of natural fire, Saint Nishu Lang actually felt a sense of disgust from the bottom of his heart. Advertisement: I want to freeze that flame with ice in the shape of horsebones. Saint Peter, Saint Voshuli, Saint Moshe, there was also Saint Satan, who was heading to the Sabaody archipelago, but his body was far away from here. At this moment, the same strange eyes flashed with disgust at the same time. In Pengu City, the permeating black fog became more and more penetrating. 10 times? It's unbelievable, this history is no longer within the scope of Devil Fruit's ability. Rayleigh looked at the figure wearing the blazing sun clothes in the center of the monstrous fire domain, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Even that, the legendary sun god, is called the sun god, Nika, who has the most incredible power. There is no way to do such a thing. Ace has done something that even the sun god, Nika, can't do. No, Ace's posture at this time seems to be more in line with the title of sun god, right? Looking at the center of the monstrous terrifying fire domain, wearing the clothes of the blazing sun, like the sun. Rayleigh's eyes were a little dazed. Although Rayleigh, who has been to the final island, knows that Nika's title of sun god is because he liberated the enslaved people. The title of the sun god refers to Nika, which symbolizes hope like the sun. But Ace's current figure is like a real sun, not the sun like hope, but the sun itself. What an incredible thing. Rayleigh's eyes were full of shock. Exceeding the limit of Logia devil fruit, I have never heard of such a thing. This scorching heat, this terror, the old observation Haki is completely inaccessible. The smile on his face was full of shock at this moment. Observation Haki will be completely burned as soon as he gets close to the fire domain. Uncle Rayleigh, uncle with a smile, wrap the whole body with Haki, absolutely do not expose any gaps. The entire Sabaody island, the moisture in the atmosphere is rapidly being burned and evaporated, as if the entire Sabaody archipelago is starting to burn. If this continues, if you don't cover your whole body with Haki, you will be roasted to death by the high temperature. At this time, Nami said solemnly. Nami, who is extremely sensitive to climate, immediately knew the current status of Sabaody archipelago. If Ace continues to fight with this high temperature flame, I am afraid that the entire Sabaody island will be burned to death under this terrifying high temperature. What? The people, Yishao's expression suddenly changed. Don't worry, Ace will try to control the range of influence within GR 1 to 29. In the short term, it will not affect the public. Since Ace went to sea, he has saved countless people. And we also want to create a world where everyone can have enough to eat and everyone can have a banquet. The Sabaody archipelago will not be destroyed. Nami also knew that this blind uncle named Yishao was an upright man who wanted to protect the people. So he said quickly, is there no problem in a short period of time? A smile reassures me a little. GR 1 to 29 of Sabaody archipelago are mainly illegal areas such as human auction houses and trafficking houses. It is also a place for celestial dragons to enjoy. The destruction of such a place is a good thing for the people. The expression on Yishao's face was somewhat silent. Just now, through a brief exchange, he also learned what happened to the girl named Nami. And I also know the general outline of Kokoja village. Turns out, it was the pirates and marine who colluded with each other to carry out violent and inhumane rule. This kind of thing makes Yishao extremely angry. Kokoja village, as well as the surrounding villages in the huge sea area, were all saved by Portgas d'Ace. Can you tell me more about Mr. Ace? For example, the Alabasta incident? Smiled and said softly. Of course, Uncle Yishao, let Vivi tell you about the Alabasta incident. The ice-smart Nami understood Rayleigh's thoughts during the battle. Rayleigh wanted to pull this upright and powerful uncle onto the chariot of their Entei pirate ship. If Ace's Entei pirates fleet can have such a strong and upright captain, it will definitely be a strong help to Ace. So Nami immediately called Vivi over. It's the former princess of Alabasta, Vivi, right? A smile appeared on his face. Although he cannot see things, he who has cultivated observation haki to the ultimate can sense whether this person is good or evil. The Entei pirates under Portgas d'Ace are also kind in his perception. Well, Uncle Yishao, let's start from the beginning. The way Vivi looked at Nami, the equally smart Vivi immediately understood what Nami meant and started talking. Advertisement Yishao, Rayleigh, Nami, Vivi, wrap their whole bodies with haki to prevent the high temperature from burning out the water in their bodies. Listen to Vivi talk about the Alabasta incident. Kizaru on the side could only look twitching as he endured the terrible effects of the high temperature. He was defeated and captured, but he was not qualified to use haki defense. 10 times. Looking at Ace's raised finger and the faint smile on his face. Even if his whole body and even his eyes turned into flowing magma, he could still feel the intense heat coming towards his face. When Akainu heard this number, his heart felt as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. Although his physical strength, haki, and martial arts are equally important. But lava fruit is undoubtedly the most important core strength that allows Akainu to fight on an equal footing with the four emperors at their peak even without the power of Conqueror's haki. Quantity. It is also the guarantee that Akainu can stand at the top of this sea. In the beginning, Akainu used swords and mastered kendo. But after eating lava fruit, Akainu focused all his energy on lava fruit and the martial arts that matched it. The terrifying power of lava fruit has long become Akainu's greatest pride. But now, Portgas d'Ace told him in an extremely calm and condescending tone. The temperature of my flame is 10 times that of your lava fruit. This kind of thing. Such a ridiculous thing. What AF asterisk G joke. Portgas d'Ace. Akainu's eyes were blood red and he roared. Portgas d'Ace, this man, wants to deny everything about him. Gulu. Akainu's entire body instantly turned into flowing magma, and he quickly approached Ace, who was wearing a scorching sun prison suit. But as Akainu continues to get closer, the temperature becomes more and more terrifying. It was so terrifying that his body turned into lava and was trembling. This is a tenfold difference. Don't you dare to get close? Then, let me help you. Ace looked at Akainu's lava body suspended in midair and the corner of his mouth curled up. Immediately. Boom. Ace suddenly stepped on the ground, and the ground he stepped on instantly turned into lava that was even scarier than the lava from Akainu's lava fruit. This 1.9 is a terrifying temperature, even more terrifying than the center of the earth. Hoo. Boom. Ace's body, like a sun, instantly appeared in front of Akainu. Hoo. Boom. Countless terrifying flames instantly roared out from Ace's scorching sun prison suit, sealing all Akainu's escape routes. The terrifying high temperature made Akainu's pupils constrict. No, there's no way to avoid it, Akainu was horrified. Boom. A punch with a gap of 10 times hit Akainu violently in his horrified eyes. Click. Click. Puff. Accompanied by the sound of burning teeth and the sound of broken bones, there was a sudden sound. Whoa. Countless blood spilled into the atmosphere, and then evaporated in an instant. Call out. Akainu's body was like a kite with broken wings, flying feebly in the atmosphere. His face was full of pain and shock. Unable to resist, his lava fruit is completely unable to resist this attack. You can only use haki. Akainu held on to the color of pain and began to mobilize all the armed colors of haki. But the next moment, whoosh, Ace, like the figure of the sun, instantly appeared above Akainu's flying figure, and stepped hard on Akainu's abdomen with his right foot. Click. Puff. Akainu was stepped into the ground, splashing countless amounts of lava that was even more terrifying than the temperature at the core of the earth. Most of the entire Sabaody ARCHIPELAGOGR1, under this step, turned into something even more terrifying than the temperature of the earth's core. Lava hell. Damn it. Gulu. Ace watched with cold eyes as Akainu slowly sank in the lava, which was more terrifying than the center of the earth. His face was full of unwillingness to suffer. This is a tenfold difference. Chapter 146. Akainu is defeated. I just want to crush his head. Boom. Boom. Gulu. With the step of Ace wearing the scorching sun prison suit, most of Sabaody ARCHIPELAGOGR1 was instantly exposed to the terrifying high temperature. It instantly turned into a terrifying lava hell. Terrifying lava with a temperature comparable to the core of the earth is constantly splashing in the atmosphere, and the terrifying high temperature devours everything in its path. What's even more terrifying is that under the burning of the scorching sun's prison clothes, the temperature of this terrifying lava, which is comparable to the temperature of the Earth's core, is still rising. At the core of the lava, the temperature has exceeded 10,000 degrees Celsius. Countless buildings for the enjoyment of celestial dragons were instantly shattered under this lava hell, and their remains were completely melted in the lava that was even more terrifying than the temperature of the core of the Earth. The roots of the archipelago mangroves that make up the Sabaody archipelago also screamed and melted in front of this terrifying lava hell. The special natural resin bubbles that were constantly exhaled turned into high-temperature balloons, constantly breaking in the atmosphere. The terrifying high temperature brought out by the special natural resin bubbles from the core area of this lava hell caused the temperature of the entire Sabaody archipelago to rise sharply. Terrifying temperatures are raging in Sabaody Archipelago-1. Under the terrifying high temperatures, the atmosphere can no longer even be distorted. Because the medium that can cause distortion has been burned out under the terrifying flame temperature. This place has become a forbidden area of life that is even more terrifying than the center of the Earth. And in the center of this lava hell, Akainu's figure kept sinking in pain and unwillingness, in this lava that was more terrifying than the center of the Earth. Damn it. Portgas d'Ace. Akainu was in the lava, and with difficulty stretched out his hand that had completely turned into flowing lava. His face was full of pain and unwillingness, and he stretched out towards the figure that looked like the sun. At this time, Akainu was seriously injured. It hurt more than Whitebeard's Shockfruit's full blow in the original work. This is a blow that completely restrains Lava Fruit's ability, causing terrible injuries. Relying on Haki's defense and Akainu's body, which is at the ceiling of monster resistance in the world of pirates. That's why he didn't get hit through the heart like the original Ace. However, even the blood cow Akainu was so severely injured at this moment and fell into lava that was 10 times more terrifying than his own temperature. He was also unable to move at all, and could only continue to be swallowed up by the lava. Simple lava without Haki cannot immediately kill Akainu, who has completely transformed into flowing magma and is a lava fruit user. However, this terrifying lava, which is 10 times higher than the extreme temperature of the lava fruit Akainu ate, is constantly trying to assimilate Akainu's magma body. Heating Akainu's magma body into terrifying lava of over 10,000 degrees Celsius. Akainu can only resist this assimilation with all his strength, using Haki and lava fruit abilities. Lava cannot kill magma, but it can be assimilated. Transform Akainu's entire body into flowing magma, assimilating it into lava with a temperature of over 10,000 degrees Celsius. Once assimilated, Akainu's internal organs would be completely unable to withstand such horrific high temperatures, and he would die of internal organ failure. Just like the body temperature of ordinary people, which is around 36.5 degrees Celsius, they will not die immediately when faced with an environment of 100 degrees Celsius. However, organs will continue to fail in this environment that is far greater than human body temperature. Akainu, after eating lava fruit, the temperature limit of the magma turned into as 1400 degrees Celsius. This temperature is equivalent to the normal body temperature of Akainu's body after elementalization. At this moment, Akainu is trapped in terrifying lava with a temperature of over 10,000 degrees Celsius. Now, Akainu is fully utilizing the capabilities of armament Haki and lava fruit to continuously resist this high temperature environment. But once Akainu's physical strength is exhausted and he is unable to maintain the abilities of armament Haki and lava fruit, his magma-turned body will be exposed to the lava that is even more terrifying than the temperature of the Earth's core without any resistance. Then, the magma-formed body will be rapidly heated. Naturally, magma will not die in lava, but once the magma body is assimilated by this terrifying lava. Then, without the protection of Haki and the monster's constitution, Akainu's internal organs would be exposed to a purgatory environment that is more than 10 times higher than its normal body temperature. Although the physique of the strong men in the pirate world can be called monsters compared to ordinary people, Akainu's physique is the best among the monsters in the pirate world. It can be called a monster among monsters. However, if the internal organs are directly exposed to this purgatory environment without the protection of Haki and muscles, then it is only a matter of time before the internal organs fail. It can be said that from the moment Akainu was seriously injured and fell into this lava hell, Akainu's life has entered a countdown. Akainu has been completely defeated. As long as Ace maintains the blazing sun prison clothes and the temperature of the lava that Akainu is trapped in continues to increase. Advertisement: once Akainu's physical strength is exhausted, he will die of internal organ failure sooner or later. Akainu, who has countless rich combat experiences, naturally understands this, but at this moment, he has no choice. Seriously injured and trapped in this terrifying lava, just maintaining Haki to resist this high temperature has consumed all of his strength. Physical strength is losing rapidly. Around here, the lava that could have been used to restore his physical strength, his home court, was now like a reminder, constantly taking away his physical strength. Low-level magma cannot utilize higher-level, higher-temperature lava. Akainu's body of magma at this moment is a low-level existence in front of the surrounding lava with a terrifying temperature comparable to the core of the Earth. His Akainu's lava fruit became a lower-level devil fruit ability in front of Portgas d'Ace's devil fruit ability. Originally, it shouldn't be like this. His lava fruit should be the superior devil fruit ability of Mera fruit. Why? Now his lava fruit has become the subordinate devil fruit ability of Mera fruit. No, this is not the power of Mera fruit's ability at all. This is Portgas d'Ace, this man's power. This power exists in a dimension higher than him. Akainu looked high up, looking down at the sun-like figure that was constantly being engulfed by the terrifying lava. In my heart, for the first time in history, I felt an irresistible feeling of powerlessness. Facing a power above another dimension, even an iron-blooded and tough person like Akainu can only feel powerless. In the countless years since the devil fruit ability appeared on this ocean, there have been too many strong men who were expected to reach the top. After fighting with demon fruit power, his superior who ate devil fruit, the strong man's heart was broken. This devil fruit ability essentially exists subjectively and cannot be changed by human power. It breaks the superior-subordinate relationship. No matter how tough your heart is, there will be countless cracks. Not to mention, like Akainu now, his lava fruit ability was originally the superior devil fruit ability of Mara fruit. But at this moment, he was abruptly transformed into a lower-level devil fruit ability. This feeling of powerlessness and collapse is countless times more terrifying than the feeling of powerlessness and collapse caused by the existing restraint relationship between superiors and subordinates in devil fruit. It's so scary that even a man like Akainu, who insists on absolute justice and has an extreme heart, has fallen into confusion and powerlessness. It seems that you have realized the level gap between you and me. Ace was wearing a blazing sun prison suit. Like the sun, he looked at Akainu, whose face was full of pain and confusion, from above, and his eyes were surging like the blazing sun. From the moment he comprehends the residual fire style, lava fruit becomes the subordinate devil fruit of his own devil fruit ability. Akainu could no longer be his match. In front of him, Akainu's most proud lava fruit ability, which constitutes the most important strength in the sea, completely failed. Akainu can resist his own means, only Haki and martial arts. But Akainu's martial arts also serves to bring out lava fruit's abilities. This means that Akainu is infinitely weaker than Aokiji in front of him. Although Aokiji's frozen fruit was suppressed by its own high temperature, its ranged attacks were completely ineffective. However, the freezing energy transformed into ice gloves and concentrated into ultimate can still greatly increase its combat power. Coupled with the powerful Haki and the iron fist inherited from Garp, Akainu will not be as ugly as he is now. Because the lava fruit that Akainu relies on most is equal to 0 in front of him. This is the most cruel restrained superior-subordinate relationship between devil fruit's abilities. As long as you don't give up the devil fruit ability and switch to other abilities, this kind of cruel restraint will suppress the person with the restrained ability and never make a comeback. But how easy is it to give up the devil fruit ability? Akainu, who gave up the lava fruit ability, did not have the Conqueror's Haki-tangling power, and gave up the swordsmanship because of the lava fruit, is at best the level of Black Arm, Zephyr. The ordinary Admiral class is really not enough to look at, in front of Ace. Sink, Akainu, you are already far away from the center stage one built. Ace raised his right foot, wearing a blazing sun prison suit, like the sun, looking down at Akainu. Sentence was handed down for Akainu. Akainu was slowly exhausted and died of visceral failure. Ace didn't have the patience. Akainu Admiral, battle, defeated. Countless Marines looked at this cruel scene with despair on their faces. Kizaru Admiral had been defeated before, but that was when he was defeated by the legendary pirate, Roger the Pirate King's right hand, Pluton, Rayleigh. Advertisement moreover, he was defeated by Pluton, Rayleigh, the navigator of the Entei pirates, little thieving cat, Nami, and an unknown middle-aged blind strong man. Being besieged by 3 people, one of them was a legendary pirate. Although Kizaru was defeated, countless Marines felt more indignant about this. As a legendary pirate, he besieged Kizaru Admiral with others, which is simply an insult to the reputation of a legend. Of course, if Rayleigh knew about it, he would just laugh it off. It is true that he is a legend, but he is a pirate. If a pirate's battle was about one-on-one and fair duel, then he would have been drowned in the tide of the times. Now, a more cruel reality is placed in front of all Marines. Kizaru Admiral was defeated by the siege, but Akainu Admiral was completely defeated in a one-on-one battle with Entei, Portgas d'Ace. For the countless Marines watching the scene, Akainu's defeat at this moment was countless times more destructive than Kizaru's influence and confidence. Akainu 530 is the leader of the Hawks in Marine. Countless Marine backbones follow Akainu. And Akainu is also regarded as the most likely candidate to take over as the next Marine Marshal. That's how Red the Dog was actually crushed and defeated by Entei, Portgas d'Ace in a one-on-one battle. Yes, crushing, brutal crushing. There was no room for fighting back, just a few attacks. Akainu Admiral, the man considered most likely to take over as the next Marshal, one of the strongest combat forces in their Marine. Defeated crushingly by Entei, Portgas d'Ace. Such a cruel reality even made many Marine backbone generals shed tears of unwillingness. Facing the Entei pirates and the Entei Portgas d'Ace, will they, Marine, face a complete and complete defeat? Is justice going to be ruthlessly torn apart today? For many Marine generals, this is too cruel and unacceptable. However, even Kizaru Admiral and Akainu Admiral were completely defeated, so what can they do? Oh, damn it. Akainu looked at Ace, who raised his right foot, wearing a blazing sunsuit, like the sun, looking down at him from above. His eyes were full of unwillingness and helplessness. Call. Ace's right foot slammed down on Akainu's head. Call out. Boom. A figure emitting golden light kept flashing from a distance, and the next moment, it appeared in front of Ace. The right foot that turned into a golden Buddha statue was wrapped with violent black and purple lightning, and it collided with Ace's stepped right foot. Boom! Martial Sengoku. Countless Marines had tears in their eyes as they watched the figure appear and turn into a golden Buddha. I can't let you go on unscrupulously any longer, Portgas d Ace. Sengoku raised his golden face, looked at Ace, and said angrily. Renren fruit phantom beast species Buddha form, yin beast form. The body shape is the same as Sengoku's usual height. Unscrupulous. Ace looked at Sengoku, the corner of his mouth curled up in anger. I just want to crush his head. Call. Ace's eyes were like the blazing sun, flashing a thick purple-black color. Then, he stepped on the right foot of Sengoku's golden Buddha's instep and exerted force. Call. Sengoku's golden eyes also flashed across Ultimate's purple-black color, and his right foot suddenly moved forward. Bah! Boom! Violent black and purple lightning suddenly shone in the sky, between Conqueror's Haki, the fearful right mind boy.